Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should.
Well, good morning, everybody. I way overslept. However, did get enough rest. I don't have anything planned, of course. Everything I was going to do overnight, I'll do tonight, including our exciting read of the Constitution. This is a video called Lessons on Mastery. And it was suggested that I watch this yesterday. Stanley Earl Cross. Hey, Tyrone, how you doing? Hey, Nando. And then after we watch this video, I guess it'll be Pop the Balloon or something. I'll figure it out. Again, apologies for being late, but sometimes sleep is important. And let's go ahead and start this. I have no idea what this is, except that it's a book. It's a book on education or something like that. So let's see what this guy has to say.
You can get your life in order and find out your life's task and become a master in your career. And the following is a compilation of greatest hits, if you will, of all those moments in which I've discussed how you can follow the path towards mastery as laid out in this book. Thank you. I was getting a little worried that people who were reading my books, particularly young men who were reading Power and Seduction, they were thinking, that's all I need in life, man. I just need to be a manipulator. I just need to play political games. That's what success is all about. And I was worried that if you don't understand how to make something, what's going to be the future of mankind? Our bridge is just going to fall down. Our hotel's going to collapse. People don't know how to make things anymore. We don't know how to use our hands anymore. Being able to be good with people is extremely important as a social animal. But perhaps higher up in the hierarchy is being able to do things, to be able to have great skill and to be able to create something and know how to master a subject and to, build something that can last. That's really important. And I'm feeling like because young people have this idea that everything comes quick and easy because you can click, click, click and things come to you, that everything in life should be that way, that we're becoming alienated from the human brain and how the human brain operates, because the human brain requires time. One of the most important life skills that anybody can develop is focus and concentration. I know when I try and figure out an idea for a book that I'm writing and I give it an hour and then I distract and I go away, I lose something. But if I dig for 4 or 5 hours for 10 days into this one problem, like a madman, obsessed with it, I get somewhere. I get some truth to it. And Steve Jobs, the person that we venerate, he was the master of that. Unfortunately, the person who ironically created the iPhone that's driving us all crazy, but he would close his door, leave me alone for 24 hours. I'm going to think this through. You don't realize the power that you have with your brain when you focus on something simple for enough time. It's like a drill boring into a piece of wood. You got to keep on boring and boring and boring until you get all the way through. All of us are born unique, and scientifically, your DNA will never be replicated, never happened before, never will happen again. This uniqueness that you had when you were born manifested itself by certain things you were drawn to. You were drawn to games, strategy, chess, that you'd be like a Napoleon, or you're drawn to music, or you were drawn to visual patterns, or you were drawn to sports and things like that. It's very primal, and it's showing something about you that's unique. And I compare it to a kind of a voice that's inside of you. It's a voice that you're 5 or 6 years old that's sort of saying, this is what you're interested in, Robert, or this is what you really like, Allison. And as we get older, that voice tends to become drowned out by your parents who are saying, go to law school, be a doctor, I'm doing the Jewish parent here, or you're listening to peers who are saying, this is the cool job, you want to be a rock star and you have no interest in being it, but you're going to do it because it's cool. Or money's the prime thing. I got to be comfortable. This is a tough world to live in. And that voice gets drowned out. Even the worst job that you're in, if I had just gotten depressed and sad and down on myself, that is dead time. I'm working for this man who's paying me. My time is his time. He owns me during those 8 hours that I'm in his office. It's dead. I'm a dead person. It's like grass that has turned brown inside, right? It's not been watered. But if I turn a switch and I go,
one point about the he owns me part, I don't know that I agree, with that particular point. At no time does your employer own you. This part about, well, I'm going to go back over that point. Essentially, the way it works in capitalism is you as a worker own your labor. Okay. And when basically your employer, once the contract part of it is done, you're hired, you do owe your employer, if he's going to pay you, you have to put in your labor, but the ownership part, he never owns your labor. Okay. It's something you sell and he buys or she buys.
Even the worst job that you're in, if I had just gotten depressed and sad and down on myself, that is dead time. I'm working for this man who's paying me. My time is his time. He owns me during those 8 hours that I'm in his office. It's dead. I'm a dead person. It's like grass that has turned brown inside, right? It's not been watered. But if I turn a switch and I go, I'm learning about human nature. I'm learning about the ugliness in people's souls. I'm learning about the ugliness in my own soul. I'm learning about what I never, ever want to do in life. I'm learning about how I'm going to have to quit this job very soon. It's a lifetime. It's green. It's like it's watering. It's turning greener and greener and greener and greener because I'm using it for some purpose. I'm learning. Everything is an example for learning. Even flipping burgers at McDonald's, you're learning about human nature. You're learning about yourself. So it becomes your time. You own it. You're not working for somebody else. You're enriching yourself. You own it. It is your time and it's alive. You're never going to have anything successful in life if you're just copying what other people are doing. So you have to be willing to be original, to be weird, and to go out on a limb and to express your true feelings and what's really going on inside of you. So if you listen too much to what other people are telling you, your work will just be a pale imitation of what the latest meme is on social media. It'll have no originality to it and it'll die very quickly. On the other hand, if you just care about your own thoughts and ideas and you have no objective voice, nobody who can say this is good or bad, you're just going to write like a schizophrenic, like a madman. So you need a balance. You need people you trust in your life who can give you honest feedback and say, this is good or this is crap. But you also have to have confidence in your own voice and say, I don't care what they're saying on social media. I know this is great. Other people have said as well. And I'm just going to be a rebel. I'm just going to stand by what I say and put it out there. You can fake your way when you're in your 20s and 30s because you're young, life's exciting, you can make money, can be sort of a motivating factor. But what happens is you're less and less engaged in your work. You're not connected deeply. You're kind of bored. You're not paying deep attention. You're sort of skating by. And by your late 30s, it starts to catch up with you. And people are coming up who are younger than you, who are handsomer, who are less expensive. They replace you, you're downsized, you're out of a job, and suddenly you don't have the skills to adapt because you didn't really follow something you were meant to follow. If you spend your 20s trying to learn skill in something that connects to you deeply, then things are going to happen to you by the time you reach 30. You've discovered your life's task. It may not be something so specific. For me, it was writing words, but I didn't know what to write. I tried novels, I tried journalism, I tried theater, I tried screenwriting. But you know what? It gives you a direction and you try and you try and try. And you know that's what you were meant for. That's what you were destined for. But you feel connected to it. You feel a love for it. And so when it comes time to do the tedious stuff, you're able to do it because you know in the end it'll pay rewards. You'll get better and better at it. And the connection is so deep that to not do it would be miserable. I'm trying to radically shift your perspective on who you are and your whole concept of what makes you happy and fulfilled in life. Trying to build in this idea that there is a vocation for you, that you have a calling in life, that it stems from something deep inside. And in childhood, in your early years, you're kind of in tune with this. You're drawn to sports, to chess, to mathematics, to music. Something draws you. For me, it was history and writing. You can't explain it. It's pre-verbal. It's so powerful. And as you get older, that voice gets weaker and weaker and weaker. You listen to your parents, you listen to peers, and you're in your 20s, your 30s. You don't know who you are. You followed the wrong career path. You're a lawyer, but you don't want to be a lawyer. You're lost, and it gets too late to regain it. You're working really, really hard on something. You're creating all this information, and in your brain all these neural pathways are connecting, and that's unconsciously. But consciously nothing is happening and you're getting frustrated. You've almost learned too much, you've almost thought too deeply into it, and you're kind of blocked. And then you step away from it for a day or something and you let go, and all of those connections that are happening unconsciously now reach the conscious mind, and you become aware of the perfect idea that had been there the whole time, but you were blocking it by being too intense and too focused on one way of doing it, right? Frustration is a good sign. Frustration is a sign that you're going to be turning the corner at some point. If you give up, then that's the worst thing that can happen to you. The problem that most people have, and believe me, I know it, when you're writing something or working on a project, is you have no distance. You have no ability to analyze your own work. Mm-hmm. You think that everything you do is just golden and beautiful, or you think everything you do is awful or terrible, right? Yeah. So you can have other people look at it and who can kind of bring you back to reality and say, this is what's working, this isn't what isn't working. But oftentimes you can't trust other people.
First of all, maybe they don't really know. Maybe they're not as knowledgeable on the subject. And also they might have a political axe to grind or whatever. So you have to become your own critic. You have to be able to see the flaws and what isn't working in your own creation. And sometimes, it's very hard to do that. You tend to kind of gloss over the things that aren't working.
I want you to think of your career path not as this sort of random thing that just sort of happens to you, that you live in the moment and whatever appears you have to take, or this direction or that direction, the usual passive approach that a lot of people have. I want you to think of your career path as actually a work of art, something that you are creating, that you are forging, that you are making, that it's not something that just happens to you. Steve Jobs, he's 5 years old, 6 years old, and he's walking down the street and he looks in a window of an electronics shop and his eyes just light up. Whoa, what are those things? And what's interesting is he's not just interested in electronics, he's interested in how they look and their design. Now you can draw a line from 5-year-old Steve Jobs to 55-year-old Steve Jobs, the same obsession with electronics and how they're designed and how they look, and the interface between those two. That voice he stayed true to. There are people who lose that voice and then re-find it later in their life and get back to their vocation. And the reason is, if you don't love your work, you're going to burn out. You're going to stop paying attention. You're not going to be creative. You're going to be rigid and conventional.
That particular point about loving your work, kind of wonder how many people actually, I don't know, from 25 on and currently, how many people out in the audience actually love what they're doing right now as far as work goes. Kind of interested if you guys want to comment about whether you love your job, whether you don't. Never really thought about it, or haven't thought about it in a while. So just let me know.
We see the book or the project that brings the money and the attention. In other words, we see the visible signs of opportunity and success. But we are grasping at an illusion. What really allows for such dramatic changes are the things that occur on the inside of a person and are completely invisible. The slow accumulation of knowledge and skills, the incremental improvements in work habits and the ability to withstand criticism. Any change in people's fortune is merely the visible manifestation of all of that deep preparation. By essentially ignoring this internal invisible aspect, we fail to change anything fundamental within ourselves. And so in a few years' time, we reach our limits yet again, we grow frustrated, we crave change, we grab at something quick and superficial, and we remain prisoners forever of these recurring patterns in our lives.
If you look at craftspeople, somebody who's building a house or an architect, they can't sit there and just suddenly have it happen. They have to go brick by brick by brick. They have to lay a foundation. They have to focus on the foundation. But at the same time, they have an overall vision of what the house will look like. So if you're only focused on the day-to-day, it loses a little bit of spirit. So you need to allow yourself a little bit of dreaming.
Those who are successful seem to know from age of 7 or 8, maybe older, they're very in tune with what they love. I compare it to a voice inside their head, not literally a voice, but something saying, you really are drawn to this subject, and they hear it throughout their lives. For me, it was writing and books since I was a kid. Anytime I deviated from that love and went into something else, I just was so unhappy. I knew that I wasn't doing the right thing. And so it's just like this voice that keeps drawing you back to what you really, really love.
You want to look for the job that offers you the most possibilities of learning. So if you're going to go to a florist shop where there's only one other person there, it's like an entrepreneur who started it, and you're going to be like their right-hand man or woman, and you're going to learn, and the pay is half of what you could get working at the shop at some department store where they'd pay you triple. Take the job that pays 1/3, where you're going to learn the most, or you're going to learn about the business, you're going to learn from the ground up. There's going to be a level of excitement. A lot of people, when they're 23, they grab the job with the biggest paycheck. And that's a mistake, because if you go to a large firm, you're kind of lost. You don't have as much responsibility. You suddenly have to deal with all the political games, the 48 laws of power. You're not developing skills as much. You don't have as much responsibility. Take the job that has 1/2 the salary, but you're responsible. You're going to be learning. That's the most important thing you can do when you're at that point in your life. It's not about passion. It's not about finding your passion. I actually don't like that word passion. It kind of makes me cringe, because if you think about it, passion, to succeed at anything requires time and effort and boredom and tedium. So let's just say a simple example. You're learning to play the piano. When you first sit down at the piano, you have to play these really insipid tunes. It's so boring. You have to learn finger exercises and scales. On any instrument, you have to learn scales, etc. It's tedious, man. If you think it's got to be passion, forget it. You're never going to get far. The thrill comes after a year of playing the piano, and you get better at it, better and better. And now it starts coming fun. In 10 years, it's more fun. Then 20 years, it's fantastic.
Your laziness is something that has to do with you. You're not connected to something deep enough. You don't feel the necessity. You don't feel the devil at your heels. You don't feel the fact that you could very well die tomorrow that will impel you to get something done. There's no necessity behind it. And the human animal, the way we were created, is when we feel pressure, we feel the necessity to get things done. We can move mountains. But when that pressure releases and we don't feel the need to get something done, we can become incredibly lazy because there's no necessity. So you have to create necessity in your life. You have to create the need to get things done. You have to give yourself deadlines. You have to remind yourself that tomorrow everything could go kaput. You could be fired. You could die. You could have an illness. Give yourselves a sense of urgency that I need to get things done quickly.
There's a good mentor figure and a bad mentor figure. The bad mentor figure is that kind of father figure that wants to keep you under his or her thumb and won't let you assert your own independence. And if after 5 or 6 years of being with them, they won't let you go out on your own, and they're oppressive. And then there's the other kind of loving type that wants you to succeed and that lets you cut the ties and sort of slowly gives you more and more independence. There's a lot of bullshit in the world about do your passion and all that. And I don't believe in people just dropping their careers and becoming a rock musician or writing poetry. You have to make a living. You have to be practical. But let's go through a process and find out where you went wrong, what you were meant to do, and how, instead of like veering suddenly to becoming a rock star while you're in law, how we can kind of carve a path this direction towards music, towards maybe something that is more your what you connect to. How do we now carve a path there?
If the idea of discipline, of consistently doing an action, is only associated with pain, with tedium, being by yourself in a room, doing one thing over and over and over, you're never going to get over the mountain because it's associated with too much pain, and the brain naturally shrinks from anything that's painful. So there has to be pleasure involved. Discipline has to have an element of pleasure. Consistently doing your work has to have rewards. Reward is the key word here. So if you never feel direct, pleasurable sensation from what discipline is giving you, then it's never going to work. To create something big and lasting, it's going to take time. It's going to entail some pain, some sacrifice. And what you need to do is you need to change your whole assessment of what is pleasurable. What is pleasurable is actually accomplishing something that you set out to actually reach your goals, to actually take the time to make something that's meaningful to you. I can tell you personally that fulfillment that I get from writing a book, even though it takes a lot of painstaking and tedious hours of work, is a feeling that is so superior in pleasure to anything else in life. It's like I could die try tomorrow and it's okay. I did what I wanted to do. I said what I wanted to do. I felt like I helped people and I worked on it and I gave it everything I had. That is a much deeper form of pleasure. And I want you to reorient your sense of pleasure to these longer term goals and not to these shorter term goals. We have these romantic notions that creativity involves being spontaneous and free and natural, and that to be creative, if it requires so much work and effort, that kind of spoils the effect. But this is not only wrong in a general way, it's also wrong scientifically, because that's not how the human brain works. Essentially, the human brain is a dual processing system. Information comes into the brain. It is designed to compare and differentiate things that come in. We hear this sound, we associate it with this, or we contrast it with that, and that allows us to respond and be intelligent and rational with this material. That's the brain. It's a dual processing system. The more information that comes into the brain, the more you feed it with experiences, with study, with research, with practice, the more the brain can naturally make all of these associations and connections between this and that.
The key factor in life is motivation, is desire, is the energy that you bring to it. If you don't believe in yourself, if you only half-heartedly are reading my books or listening to Tom or listening to me and you go, yeah, I kind of want to change, it won't matter. It won't change anything. You'll just go back to your old habits because habits are very powerful. You're a product of the cultural moment. It's very hard to resist it. It's very hard to swim against the tide of the times that we live in. So if you don't have the motivation, if you don't have the energy, if you don't have the idea that, damn it, I'm going down fast. If I don't turn this around, you're only alive once. It's, YOLO, and it goes past really fast. I can tell you that as I get older, faster than you think. So you've got to be desperate. You've got to tell yourself, I've got to get out of this. I've got to change my life. I've got to swim against the tide of the times that I lived in. I have to change my ways, because if not, when I'm 32, when I'm 35, all of my hopes, all of my horizons will narrow so much that it's going to look very, very bleak. You've got to find out what makes you unique, what it is that you love, that's completely who you are, that is like your potential when you were born, that thing that really nobody else can do. It's a process. It's not going to something that's going to, a light bulb goes on in your mind. But there are indications of it in your childhood, when you were 16 or 17, things that you love that connect to you in a very deep emotional way. It's not just suddenly quitting your job and going off and writing poetry or playing the guitar. We all have to make a living. We have to be practical. But there are ways for adjusting your life's path so that it matches something that excites you. But if you have no connection to who you are and what you really love, you're going to hit that wall at 35 and life isn't going to be pretty. But the other night I had dinner with Stevie Wonder. It was the most amazing thing I ever seen. He's absolutely, I wish I had interviewed him for my book. Speaking of genius, and he's blind, obviously. But I was watching him, he performed for us. We were over there with a group of friends at his recording studio. I was watching him play the piano, and he's blind, and he's improvising. And it's just absolutely brilliant and amazing. And as I'm seeing this, I'm thinking, I could see the thousands of hours he's been putting in, just touching these keyboards and knowing where the keys are. It was just mind blowing how amazing it was. That is the power that the human brain naturally has through hours and hours and hours of effort. He didn't get there because it was passion. He was playing that as he was a kid. Hour after hour after hour after hour. He had a love for the piano, but it wasn't like every time he sat down, it had to be passionate about it. He had the patience to put up with all of the boring stuff. To get anywhere in life, you have to work extremely hard and you have to be disciplined. If you wanted to be a great piano player, there's no drug you can take, there's no self-help book, there's no guru. You got to spend 5 years, 10 years learning it until it becomes something that's second nature. There are no shortcuts. But if you learn that from an early age, like 10 years old or whatever, you see after a few years that an incredible pleasure
happens where now you have mastery of this piano and you can play things you could never play before. Suddenly the whole thing opens up, this whole new universe. And that's the paradigm for everything meaningful in life. If you learn something well, if you learn a craft and you master it, it can bring you a far greater pleasure than any kind of drug or any kind of going out to a party or socializing. But you have to be patient and you have to not be afraid of boredom. You have to not be afraid of the effort.
Even with the success I've had with my books, I'm never happy. I'm chronically dissatisfied. I want to make the next book sell even better. I want to make it even better than the one before. There's a negative side to that because it means I can't relax. I can't like say, wow, you sold millions of copies of this book. That's an incredible achievement. Most books sell like 5,000, 10,000. You sold over 2 million of 48 Laws of Power. Robert, give yourself a hug. No, I can't. Got to do better. I got to do better. I got to do better. That's not good. But it also means I don't rest on my laurels. It means I've got to improve. The next book has to be better. I have to work harder. I have to think more deeply. I can't relax. I can't just repeat what worked in the past. I'm never really totally satisfied. And it's a very powerful, motivating tool to continually improve and to say this next project has to even be better than the last one.
People want their life to be free of struggle and conflict. They want a smooth path in front of them. When you face adversity or things aren't going quite well, you have to reassess who you are. You have to reassess your opinions. You have to say, maybe I'm not doing this the right way. Maybe my patterns of responding in the past aren't working out. Maybe there's something wrong with me. How can I learn from this moment? How can I get past this particular obstacle? If you never have failure, if you never have conflict, you are never going to develop yourself in life. And there are people who are studying children now in the world who are saying it's a major problem because parents are trying to shield them from any kind of conflict in the world. And children develop through kind of struggles and conflict and friction with siblings and colleagues and even parents. So inadvertently, you could be creating a monster by trying to remove all kinds of forms of resistance and conflict. So conflict is something you must welcome as a test and a challenge and a way to strengthen yourself up because life is harsh, life is difficult. And if you're not tough in this world, you're going to have a life of pain. I want you to develop a different mindset. I want you to go against the tide of the 21st century and develop mastery. I wrote a book. It came out, I think, 10 years ago now, maybe 9 years ago, called Mastery. It is my 5th book, and it's a very, very important book, and I'm going to summarize it for you. I'll just say first that the reason it's so important is a lot of people nowadays are very undisciplined. They think because of their phones, because of technology, they can get whatever they want just by clicking, just by pointing their finger. And it kind of carries over into all aspects of life. And I want you to develop a different mindset. I want you to go against the tide of the 21st century and develop mastery. So how do you do it? There are 6 steps that I lay out in the book. The first step is by far the most important, and it's not by far the most important in the book. It's the most important thing in your life. You master this first chapter, and everything else will fall into place. It's discover your life's task. Discover what makes you unique. Discover what you were meant to accomplish in life, right? Your calling. What that means is when you were very young, you were a unique person. Your DNA, your experience in life mark you out as like nobody else that has ever existed in the past will ever exist in the future. You are one of a kind. You were meant to do something in life that reflects that uniqueness, whether it's in sports, whether it's in music or the arts, whether it's in science and mathematics, whether it's in social and working with other people, whether it's in an engineering sense, kind of abstract reasoning. You have a power, a superpower. It was given to you, a seed that was planted at your birth. And if you know what that the uniqueness is, if you're able to hone in on it, now
when you're 20 years old and you enter the work world, you have a sense of direction. I love physical things. I'm born for athletics, for sports. All right. Now you can follow that path. And then eventually in your career, you'll turn that into something larger. Or for me, it was writing, etc. I experimented. I tried different forms of writing, but knowing that that was my life's purpose gave me an incredible sense of direction. In my book, Master, I give you all kinds of tips for discovering it. It's a voice inside of you that you're not listening to, that you can rediscover. Once you find your life's task, you then enter in the second phase, which is the apprenticeship phase, which is the most important in a way. I mean, the first one is the key. The second one is the most kind of critical for your progress. It's the period in your 20s when you're learning various skills. You want to value learning over money. What matters to you is learning as much as you can about that field that excites you.
This particular point, learning over money, that is something I do not hear even talked about these days, really by anybody. Curious, because I totally agree with that point.
Developing skills that you can combine later on when you turn 30, 32 into something unique and powerful, a business, a startup, a book, any kind of career in science or whatever, right? You need to be developing skills and taking it very seriously, gaining the discipline that will carry you through life. And just think of your 20s as an apprenticeship phase that you have to go through, just like it did in the Middle Ages, like 7, 8 years of working diligently. And if it's something that you love, it's exciting. The third thing is actually a part of the apprenticeship phase, and it's what I call working with a mentor. So there are no shortcuts to mastery. There are no hacks. There are no way to cut it down from 10 years of hard work to 2 years. But having a good mentor is the only conceivable shortcut. Finding somebody who has experience, who's made mistakes, who can teach you, guide you, who can say, this is good, this is bad, can help you avoid wasting a lot of time and really give you the focus that is necessary. And in Mastery, I give you clues for finding the perfect mentor. It's generally someone that you connect with emotionally. It's like your second parent, but it can be a very valuable relationship. The fourth step is what I call social intelligence. And what I mean by that is you could be so brilliant at what you do. You could have all the skill in the world. You could be technically proficient. You can know coding left, right, and center better than anyone else. But if you're not good with people, it won't matter at all, right? You'll be making mistakes. You'll be offending people. And
This part, again, so important. And I can tell you from my own personal experience that it is 100% true. You can be the best at what you do on your job or, in your career. But if you're pissing people off and they don't want to be around you or work for you, doesn't matter how good you are. This is so important.
every time you advance through your brilliant ideas, you'll fall back because you'll say something stupid, you'll do something bad, and we're a social animal. So this chapter, this part is about developing it like you develop skills in the apprenticeship phase. Your social intelligence is a skill you must develop. And I explain how you need to be empathetic, how you need to be more attentive to other people. If you are socially intelligent and you have skill, the world is your oyster. You will open up, and that opens up to the fifth step in the way, which is unlocking your creativity. Once you have learned all the heuristics, all of the skills you need to learn in your particular field, and you're socially aware, you've worked with a mentor, now you're able to take all of those ideas and make something original and creative. Take that energy and do something that no one else has done before. And a lot of people don't do that. They're afraid now. They've learned all the skills, all the things they need to know. But to take that next step and do something different, start their own business, write something new that's never been written before, create an organization that's never been done before. They're afraid of that. They're locked in that apprenticeship phase. They don't want to leave it. They want to stay with the corporation and do what you want. Creativity means I'm going to take all those skills and I'm going to be bold and I'm going to do something new and different. And if you follow the path that I lay out in the first 4 chapters, your mind will start opening up and things will come to you. And I have many stories in there of the beautiful things that happen to people once they enter that realm of starting to be creative with all the major things that they've learned in life. If you take that far enough, if you keep going farther and farther into the creative process, always learning, always being flexible, you will arrive at the ultimate, the 6th step, which is mastery, which I call fusing the intuitive with the rational. You have so much skill, you have so much experience, you no longer have to think. You have a feel for what comes next. You have an intuition. Ideas come to you out of nowhere. If you're playing chess, you see 40 moves in advance in like a flash of a second. If you're playing the piano, you no longer have to worry about your fingers. You're just automatically doing it. Your mind is elsewhere. It's in the flow, right? If you're a scientist, discoveries will suddenly come to you. It's a wonderful, wonderful feeling. It's a sublime feeling. And I give stories in there. Many of us may never reach that level. I know I've had flashes of it, but I'm not considering myself I've attained that level of mastery. But it's an amazing feeling. And I want to inspire each and every one of you to reach that level of mastery by going through those 6 steps, by being patient and disciplined, by being creative and independent, and then finally following it to the end where ideas come to you and you are the master of your field. And so I think the book is designed to lead you and seduce you into following this process. And that is mastery for you.
The actual enumeration shall be made within 3 years after the first meeting of the Congress of the United States.
Well, that was almost the Constitution, which we should all master. Deacon Dave. I don't know. That sociology course was suggested that I watch. I don't know. It wasn't so bad, but it's kind of a different animal. I don't know that sociology course was, there to teach, an individual how to kind of approach their work life, which is all that I see this as. It's a way that you should approach your work life. And this kind of dovetails into me about someone yesterday basically kind of started fussing about, well, hey, we were talking about H1b visas. I was talking about, how America needs to train more engineers from its own stock of talent. And person was, kind of suggested to me that he was in a hurry. We want to go from college right to making $100,000 a year. And that is very rare. Basically, it doesn't happen, to normal folks. I don't know. I'm not really that much into self-help and all that jazz, but this seems actually pretty interesting, and some things that I've kind of known, some things that were kind of brought up during my childhood, by my parents over the years, and he kind of put it succinctly, and I think it's definitely something if you're inclined to read these sorts of books, it sounds good to me. Let's see. Unless anybody has a burning desire to go over the Constitution, we can forego that for another time. Let's see, what else? Oops. Oh, Yeah, that CISSP. I know when I was doing technology, that particular certification, it's a Cisco certification. Yeah, do CISSP still have like a number? Like these guys were like a big deal in the world of networking. So yeah, that's pretty exciting, Dave. I didn't know you were a computer person. Can you play London Way Gold Digger? I'm not sure that I can play it without some sort of strike, Bobby. I think I know what you're talking about. You asked the other day for it. I'm not sure that I can, but I'll look at it again. Let's see what else. I want to go ahead and do this. Probably everybody knows by now that Jimmy Carter, President Carter, died at 100 yesterday. We'll play the short news clip.
Governor to president to Nobel Peace Prize winner. Tributes to Jimmy Carter. From peanut farmer to governor to president to Nobel Peace Prize winner. The tributes to Jimmy Carter reflect those and more. That is the top story tonight at 9. Jimmy Carter was sworn in as the 39th president of the United States in January of 1977. The Democrat from Georgia defeated Gerald Ford in the 1976 election. That was the first presidential race since Watergate. In the final days of that campaign, about a week before, Carter spoke at the Quad Cities International Airport with the country facing a nearly 8% unemployment rate. Carter said, "One of the major commitments that I make to you is a top priority beginning even before Inauguration Day is going to be to put the American people back to work, and you can depend on that." Now, Carter returned to the area as president in 1979. Those of you who are old enough may remember the Carter family's Mississippi River cruise in 79. His wife, Rosalind, and daughter, Amy, were with him for that week-long cruise. One memorable photo, there's one there of the president at the time on the edge of a thing, and then there's another one there in Burlington with an old Navy gun there during that trip. Carter would serve just one term, and crippling oil prices and the Iran hostage crisis led to the Ronald Reagan landslide victory in 1980. Carter would spend the rest of his life focused on humanitarian work, winning the Nobel Peace Prize in 2002. Illinois Senator Dick Durbin reflected on Carter's life, saying, "Jimmy Carter proved that excellence in public service can extend beyond the White House. His life was an inspiration to those of us who aspire to lead a life of service." Senator Tammy Duckworth added, "From his humble beginnings as a peanut farmer to a Navy veteran, then governor, president of the United States, Nobel Peace Prize winner, President Carter lived a long life of service to our nation, a legacy we will never forget. May he rest in peace." Also a statement tonight from Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds saying, in part, President Carter never stopped living his faith through service. His belief in putting God's love into action has inspired generations of Americans.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because let's see, how old was I? I was probably around 10 or 11 when Carter got inaugurated as president. So, I remember his 4 years fairly well. One thing they didn't mention is that Carter was a Naval Academy graduate, and he was also basically a nuclear engineer. He was like he was actually a flag lieutenant for a guy named Hyman Rickover. He was considered the father of the nuclear Navy. Carter was like really smart. Like, you don't work for a Hyman Rickover and do what Carter did in the nuclear Navy. You have to be like the top of the top, at least engineering wise. So some people have said that he was probably too smart to have been a good president. And I'm somewhat inclined to think that myself. But overall, he was an excellent person. People say that he was better post-president. He's like the best post-president there's been because he never really stopped giving back to the people. So I'm going to take one more look at this guy, Robert Greene. He says these are 3 books that will change your life, and I'm kind of curious to know what they are. Have I read them?
That stick out in my mind that have had a very, very big impact on me. And so I like to answer that question by not the 3 greatest books ever, but the 3 books that have had the most impact on my life. I read like thousands over the years, thousands of books for research. And so it's kind of like people will often ask you who's your favorite child if you have a lot of children. And you'll inevitably say it's like the last one, etc. So it'll be like the last books I read are my favorites. But there are some that stick out in my mind that have had a very, very big impact on me. So I can remember when I was very young, I must have been 15 or so, I got a copy of Machiavelli's The Prince. Now, I can assure you that I hardly understood a word of it. I had never worked anywhere. I had no knowledge of power. I had never been in like a court-like environment. I'd never been around anybody that did like a prince or anything. But I loved that book. I thought it was fantastic. It had no relevance to my life in high school, obviously. But what did I love about it? I loved the brutal realism of it. I love the fact that he was looking at human beings as if we are these animals that we are. And he was analyzing it without all the usual guilt, all the usual moralism going on in the world. He was just presenting us as we are. I didn't really understand experientially what he was talking about, but the style of it, the clarity, the pragmatism, the beautiful language entranced me. And so I've probably read that book 6 or 7 times over the years in different formats. But that paperback, that really strange little spindly little tiny little paperback that I had when I was 15, boy, that had a huge impact on me. And you can see obviously the influence on my books. The second book, I studied ancient Greek in college. And you'll think, God, that has to be the most irrelevant subject anyone could ever study in university. And you're probably right. But it taught me some great things. It's the ultimate mental discipline. And I remember when I was in my second year, I believe, we were given Thucydides, we call it Thucydides, History of the Peloponnesian War. It took me 3 days to read one paragraph in ancient Greek. The language was so difficult, so weird. I had to think about each word and sentence, etc. And I thought, I came out of that, I go, the style of this is so insane. It's so intricate. It's so brilliant. It's so convoluted yet logical in its own way. And I became an incredible fan of Thucydides. And obviously I read it later on in English, the whole book. And it's the most beautiful thing you can ever read, because here you're reading about our history as humans some 2,500 years ago in ancient Greece. And you've got this narrator who's so modern, who's someone who could be somebody who's not sitting right next to you, who has this very clear perspective. And he's describing these events so far in the past. They're so dramatic and they're so exciting. And he's analyzing it brilliantly. I wish we had a handful of writers to this day who could be like that, who could have that clarity, who could have that kind of logic, who could have that kind of analytical ability. But it existed 2,500 years ago in this great historian, Thucydides. He wrote one book that I know of, the history of the Peloponnesian War, but it's the most marvelous adventure you could ever go on. It's a fantastic book. It had a huge influence on me, almost as powerful as the Machiavelli. The third book is a very weird one. It's not something that most people know about or that I've ever really discussed, but it had a very large impact on me. And it was a series of books written in the 60s by a writer named Carlos Castaneda. He was talking about the teachings of Don Juan, which is the title of one of his books. And he had a book called The Journey to Ixtlan. And if you ever pick up a copy of The Journey to Ixtlan, I think it's in the early 70s that it came out, 1970, 71, you will understand where Robert Greene got a lot of the 48 Laws of Power and the 33 Strategies of War. These are amazing books. Sometimes I wonder if they date so well because they come from the drug period. And basically what it's about is the author is an anthropology student at UCLA named Carlos Castaneda, and he goes to study indigenous Indian practices. And he comes upon this Yaqui Indian named Don Juan, who kind of initiates him in all of the ways of his indigenous culture. And it includes eventually ingesting peyote and learning to become a crow and all of these weird things that you think, wow, that's too weird. But a lot of it is this stuff that's all about power. It's all about controlling yourself. It's all about confronting your mortality. It's all about becoming this great warrior in life. And, if I read it now, I still love it. It's not the same as when I read it when I was 16 and I was getting excited by all that stuff, but it's still very impactful. It's still a wonderful book. And I'm actually using it a little bit in The Law of the Sublime. So those are the three books that I think have had the largest impact on me. Of course, I'm leaving out Friedrich Nietzsche, who had probably the greatest impact on me of all. But there's not one book I can single out. There's like 8 books. And then, of course, there's my favorite novelist, Dostoevsky, who had a huge impact on me. I can't pick out one novel. I have to choose 3 or 4. So that's my convoluted, long-winded way of answering that question.
Interesting. Well, if anyone wants to talk about mastery or any thoughts on, the job market, basically, success in life, any particular wisdom that you've gleaned along the way. I know when I was a kid, a lot of people, when they first got to college, in college specifically, not so much the trades, a lot of people didn't know exactly what they wanted to do. And that was kind of reflected in the fact that the first 2 years of college, you didn't even have to declare a major. You could go 2 years, kind of take general courses, and then by your sophomore year, you were expected to declare a major. I pretty much knew what I wanted to do, or thought I knew what I wanted to do when I got into college. My son, who's recently started college, I was kind of shocked that you actually have to declare a major on your very college application. That was surprising. So apparently these days, they don't want you to waste your time in college. They want you to at least have a rough idea of what you want to do. Aerospace, nice. That sounds exciting. Not too many folks get to do your industry there, Dave. Very interesting. You should talk about it next time you come up. And for everybody who doesn't know, currently Dave is on his way or at the hospital waiting to have, he and his wife are expecting a child here, like within minutes, probably. So Dave, good luck, Godspeed, and tell us once you're on the other side how it feels to be a new father again, or first time. You didn't say, is this your first or second, or let us know. So we are moving on to something that I don't know, I've been wanting to watch. I'm not so sure that we'll make it all the way through, but I've kind of started moving into a YouTuber called The Black Gnostic, who is famous. Like everybody except for me knows who he is. So, kind of like the Kevin Samuels journey. I'm just kind of discovering what this guy's all about. One thing I will say, I'm pretty much sure that I don't, share his affinity for the manosphere. But who knows? Things change, attitudes change.
Drove them apart. Today, we're going to be doing a deep dive into one specific intersection of the civil rights movement and the feminist movement that happened within the Student Nonviolent Coordinator.
The feminist movement was purposely placed in the middle of civil rights. Okay, Then
I
an
agree with that.
intersection in feminism and the bonding of civil rights was done by Polly Murray and Eleanor Roosevelt.
Oh,
Polly
wow.
Murray told you why she did it. Why she did it. Her and Eleanor Roosevelt actually did it because they thought that a freer society would help everybody. So far as the rising tide lifts all boats, if you free everybody, then everybody is equal or everybody gets what they need, right? Okay. Didn't turn out to be that way because guess what happens after the women got what they wanted? Guess what they did? They cast everybody else aside.
Yep.
Yeah. They took the lion's share for themselves.
Committee. This is a fascinating, powerful, heartbreaking story, and one that's near and dear to my heart because I wrote my master's thesis at Stanford on it. It's also so important because it depicts a mistake that has happened over and over again in the feminist movement. See if you can pick out what that is. Okay, first, let's learn a little bit more about SNCC.
Before we get too deep into this, over the past couple days, I mentioned it yesterday to John that the original 1964 Civil Rights Bill, the famous one, originally did not talk about sex. It didn't talk about female rights or women's rights or anything like that. The women's rights piece, the sex as a protected class piece, didn't get inserted until I think it was right around 1970. The backstory is that white women specifically were fearful that Black women would get opportunities due to the Civil Rights Bill that white women would not be entitled to. So they basically lobbied their husbands in Congress to include it. And that's basically the naked part of it. White women felt that Black women, due to the color of their skin, would be entitled to opportunities that they would not be able to have. And kind of inserted themselves into the civil rights movement. And, hence we have, some of the issues that we have now with, that the manosphere kind of notes, the feminism piece, there's white feminism and, people like Bell Hooks and Alice Walker kind of bought into, it's led to many splits and many squabbles, within the sociology sphere, or just say American society. So here BGS is kind of quickly diving into the origin of how feminism became intertwined with civil rights.
Or SNCC. The Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee was started by a 57-year-old Black woman named Ella Baker, who had decades of experience doing sit-ins and freedom rides and organizing with the NAACP. She worked with Dr. Martin Luther King at the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, but she had a really hard time with the patriarchal hierarchy of that.
Same thing that Polly Murray had in the 40s, the 30s, the 40s, and 50s, and what broke it was really broke her was the March on Washington in '63, Martin Luther King, where the women weren't.
Yeah, essentially, women did not play a big part in that march on Washington in '63, and I think Ella Baker did feel a way about it. And I don't know this history very well, so a lot of this stuff I'm kind of learning along with you. The one thing I have noted that I do not like in this lady, basically saying Ella Baker was, she was actually a very big part of SNCC, but she didn't invent, quote, like start the civil rights movement. No one person did really.
Black women were not included on stage. That's what pissed her off, and that's why sex went into that bill.
organization. King and his friends had been trained in the Baptist tradition of male headship, and Baker said that the minister's ego ran the show. She was a brilliant, mature woman with tons of experience, but she was being asked to make copies and fetch coffee, and her voice was frequently overrun at the SCLC. Then, in 1960, college students started lunch counter sit-ins in Greensboro, North Carolina, and they ignited a protest movement across the South. Ella Baker recognized the...
Actually, the college sit-ins, according to Murray, started in the, I do believe in the 30s, okay, in the 40s, coming out of Howard. It started in D.C. and other places around it. So the sit-ins were actually older than the 60s.
Potential to electrify the civil rights movement with youthful energy. And so when Dr. King suggested that the students fall under his leadership at the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, Baker disagreed. She gathered the students and encouraged them to form their own group and do things their own way. After debating the pros and cons, the students took Baker's advice and named themselves the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. SNCC activists like John Lewis, Diane Nash, Bob Moses, Stokely Carmichael, and later Fannie Lou Hamer were behind the scenes and on the front lines of most civil rights initiatives that you've heard about. And although SNCC was always a Black-led, Black-majority organization, it also had a large number of white staff from the very beginning. Ella Baker's two first hires were white women, and their logo explicitly promoted interracial harmony.
See? Look at that. See? See? And it was mostly white women.
They often held hands across each other's bodies, singing the civil rights anthem, "We Shall Overcome."
We'll walk hand in hand.
But all the white women.
We'll walk hand in hand.
In order to understand what happened between Black and white women in SNCC, we need to look at what these students were carrying inside them when they met each other. We all carry our experiences inside of us, and sometimes we don't realize how much our histories affect us. These two figures, for example, are holding hands at the same time in the same place. They're both at the March on Washington in 1963, and both of them are women. But inside the mind and heart of each of these women is a whole history of inherited narratives from their families and personal experiences that shapes the way they see the world. Ella Baker's own grandmother had been enslaved. In 1960, they were not even 100 years removed from the Emancipation Proclamation, and Baker talked about her grandmother often. Another feature of many Black women's lives was that most of their mothers and grandmothers had worked hard, both inside and outside the home. The cult of domesticity, where men made enough money to support a family and women were confined to the home, was not the reality for most Black families. Another of the most significant influences that many Black women talked about was the murder of Emmett Till in 1955. Emmett Till was 14 years old when he was brutally lynched for allegedly whistling at a white woman. Till's mother had photos of her son's body published in Jet magazine, and several SNCC women wrote that they remembered their parents trying to hide those images from them when they were little. Many SNCC workers were exactly Till's age when he was killed, and SNCC worker Dory Ladner wrote, "Ours was the Emmett Till generation. No other single incident had a more profound impact on so many people who came into SNCC. He could have been one of our brothers." At the same time, many white women were growing up in what some people called a different America. One of the issues that impacted many white women entering civil rights work was a growing awareness of women's subordination. Simone de Beauvoir's The Second Sex had just been published in America in 1953, and many of the white women who would go on to work in SNCC had read Beauvoir during college. As white women realized their second-class status in society, they became aware that they were relegated to all of the housework and care work at home, and when white women did work outside of the home, they were often confined to secretarial work. Women who were educated and qualified for leadership
Sounds a lot like Ella Baker, right? That's how come she took to it.
Were often limited to jobs supporting male executives, and they were starting to become very sensitive to gender stereotype tasks such as typing, taking minutes of meetings, and making copies. So with these different background experiences, women entered SNCC. By all accounts, these women loved each other deeply. They worked together doing different tasks, eating together, working together, sleeping on floors together, risking their lives together. SNCC members, including women, literally faced down the KKK. They were beaten on the bridge in Selma with Dr. King. They changed the world together. And they
didn't be no white women on the bridge.
thought of each other like family. But then came Freedom Summer of 1964. In the early 1960s, violence in the South was intensifying. Activists were being beaten and killed, and the federal government continued its reluctance to intervene. Most of the nation was largely unaware of the voter suppression and of the terrorism unfolding.
You know, one thing that strikes me about this video, and again, you know, the video that BGS is reviewing, I haven't actually seen or actually attempted to find. I guess I should. Having a young white woman describe what SNCC is doing, that's seems to me it's sending subliminal messages that white women were deeply embedded into the fight for civil rights. And I'm not sure that, well, that's ahistorical. So I don't know, maybe I'll start, talking more about, this intersection, quote, of feminism into the civil rights movement. There's a book by a history professor named Stephanie Jones. Last I checked, she worked at University of California, Berkeley. She wrote a book called They Were Her Property, which basically, asserts and documents that white women were more than just innocent bystanders up on their pedestals during the slavery era and Jim Crow era, but slavery era specifically. White women owned slaves. They were effective slave masters. In a lot of cases, they were the primary, quote, slave drivers. This idea that that white women were kind of like on the sidelines, kind of watching their husbands, do all this nasty work involved in maintaining slavery in early America. That's simply not true. They were active participants. That is not something that's it's probably known, but definitely not highlighted. In essence, white women were just as culpable for, slavery in America. Maybe not the main drivers, but, they were there. And this needs to be emphasized much more. And anytime you see videos like this where, white women were kind of involved in the civil rights movement, this part never, when they say, hey, we're fighting against the man, well, I kind of think they mean in the biblical sense. Man includes woman. So I'm just kind of interested to see this innocent-looking, beautiful white lady talking about how integral white women were in SNCC and the civil rights movement in general. It's simply not quite true.
Holding in the South. So SNCC and other civil rights organizations decided to drive attention to the situation by bringing college students, mostly Northern, mostly white college students, to Mississippi. They hoped that the presence of young white Americans would bring publicity that would put pressure on the government. So in the summer of 1964, nearly 1,000 volunteers came down to the South, many of them white kids from elite colleges. There were several events that occurred during Freedom Summer that changed the racial dynamic broadly within SNCC and specifically for the women. First, in the very first week of Freedom Summer training in June 1964, 2 white men from New York and 1 black man from Mississippi were kidnapped by white supremacists. This event was depicted in the 1988 movie Mississippi Burning. While thousands of black men had disappeared and been lynched with no media attention or government intervention, in this case, where 2 white boys from New York were among the victims, the case generated national outrage and involvement of the FBI, which led to their bodies being found in August. Rita Schwerner, the widow of Mickey Schwerner, who was one of the victims, commented that if James Chaney, who was black, had gone missing by himself, his disappearance would have gone unnoticed. And she was right. Within SNCC, the reality set in that America really did value the lives of the white volunteers more than black lives. This created a terribly difficult ambivalence toward the white volunteers. Ella Baker famously said, "Until the killing of black men, black mothers' sons becomes as important to the rest of the country as the killing of a white mother's son. We who believe in freedom cannot rest until this happens." Another huge racial tension caused by Freedom Summer was the occurrence of interracial dating. The thing that would make white supremacists the most rabidly angry
here we go.
was the idea of what they called race mixing. This ideology also had roots in patriarchy. White men didn't consider race mixing as much of a problem if it was a white man with a black woman. White men had claimed sexual ownership of black women.
Yeah, it had been that way for a very long time.
since the days of enslavement. But a black man could not be tolerated defiling a white man's woman, a woman he owned. And according to the thinking at the time, white women were pure and innocent and childlike and needed protection from black men, whom white men saw.
White women propagated that myth too, so it wasn't just white men doing it.
As predators. For this reason, many SNCC leaders prohibited black men and white women from even being seen together in order to keep black men
safe. And that was the original reason why black men were not allowed to be around white women, for that very reason.
Lynchings were a very real, constant threat, especially in rural Mississippi, where SNCC did much of its work. This meant that white women who showed up in SNCC and wanted to help were placed away from black men. They were.
But you notice the white woman says that white men and black women were never a problem.
Nope.
Okay.
Daughters of the trade, anybody?
Daughters of the trade. So the divesting goes way, way, way back. Okay. So the divesting is not new.
Often assigned to work indoors, behind the scenes, often in offices and schools.
Wait, let's replay that.
Goes way.
Daughters of the trade, anybody?
Daughters of the trade. So the divesting goes way, way, way back. Okay. So the divesting is not new.
Often assigned to work indoors, behind the scenes, often in offices and schools. For women who joined SNCC as new.
Okay, I wanna comment about that divesting thing. BGS says that divesting isn't new, but in my mind, divesting is more a voluntary thing. What happened back during slavery and Jim Crow wasn't always voluntary. So rape or sexual assault, that sort of thing, is not the same thing as divesting. And I'm kind of curious about him not expanding on that.
New volunteers during Freedom Summer. This could look on the outside like sexism. Knowing what we know about some of these white women's sensitivities about being kept inside, doing typing and office work, we can predict how they might feel about it. Now, it's important to point out that Black SNCC women worked as typists too, but they also worked outside in public doing everything Black men did, including.
Okay, what I'm afraid here is this woman is trying to center white women and their feelings. I would hope nobody gave a shit, how white women felt when and if they worked for SNCC or other civil rights groups. They were not the center of attention. Why would anybody care what their feelings were?
Holding leadership positions because the presence of Black women didn't endanger Black men.
Exactly.
You can imagine that if Black men and white women weren't supposed to even be seen in public together, they really.
Dave, this is a good question. I'm kind of new to the term. Maybe in the last year or two, I've become aware of the whole divesting movement. Divesting pretty much means disinvesting. Black women investing from relationships with Black men. To put it kind of in a race sort of way. Black men and Black women, there are people, Black men and women, who are committed to, quote, continuing the Black race. And I guess the divesting is, hey, I divested myself from, continuing the Black race by going and seeking, partners outside the quote Black race. So I don't know that, to me, divesting has nothing to do with hate necessarily. So no, you don't have to hate something to divest from it, but divestiture does suggest that either there's either no reason to invest, investing isn't in one's best self-interest, or you're just not interested. It was something you might have been interested in and no longer are, so you pull out of the investment.
Couldn't have visible romantic relationships.
That is true.
SNCC leader Charles Sherrod was very strict about prohibiting.
Yeah.
Now, I can confirm what she mentioned about Dr. King and that particular set of Baptist preachers. They are very patriarchal. Yes.
Yeah.
The don't get it twisted. Gynocracy was still in there, but my pastor that baptized me very patriarchal.
Yeah, patriarchal leaning. Yeah.
Yeah,
leaning. Yeah. Even though when they went home, there was a different reality. But that's very.
I have to say this term gynocracy, I find both humorous and problematic. I don't know that. Well, anyway, I just find the word funny.
In private, but then the man wouldn't attack her if they endangered.
No, but she is 70.
Yeah, so she's a boomer.
Prohibiting interracial dating, calling the rules the anti-lynch code.
More fun. That's what you're gonna do.
In place, they're both at the March on Washington in 1963. But they remembered their parents trying to hide those images from them when they were little. Many SNCC were white women, and their logo grandmother had been enslaved. In 1960, they were not even 100 years removed from the Emancipation Proclamation, and Baker talked about her grandmother often. Another feature of many Black women's lives was that most of their mothers and grandmothers had worked hard, both inside and outside the home. The cult of domesticity, where men made enough money to support a family and women were confined to the home, was not the reality for most Black families. Another of the most significant influences called A Different America. One of the issues that impacted many white women entering civil rights work was a growing awareness of women's subordination. Simone de Beauvoir's The Second Sex had just been published in America in 1953, and many of the white women who would go on to work in SNCC had read Beauvoir during college. As white women realized their second-class status in society, they became aware that they were relegated to all of the housework and care work at home, and when white women did work outside of the home, they were often confined to secretarial work. Women who were educated and qualified for leadership
sounds a lot like Ella Baker, right? That's how come she took to it.
Were often limited to jobs supporting male executives, and they were starting to become very sensitive to gender stereotype tasks such as typing, taking minutes of meetings, and making copies. So with these different background experiences, women entered SNCC. By all accounts, these women loved each other deeply. They worked together doing different tasks, eating together, working together, sleeping on floors together, risking their lives together. SNCC members, including women, literally faced down the KKK. They were beaten on the bridge in Selma with Dr. King. They changed the world together. And they
didn't be no white women on the bridge.
thought of each other like family. But then came Freedom Summer of 1964. In the early 1960s, violence in the South was intensifying. Activists were being beaten and killed, and the federal government continued its reluctance to intervene. Most of the nation was largely unaware of the voter suppression and of the terrorism unfolding in the South. So SNCC and other civil rights organizations decided to drive attention to the situation by bringing college students, mostly Northern, mostly white college students, to Mississippi. They hoped that the presence of young white Americans would bring publicity that would put pressure on the government. So In the summer of 1964, nearly 1,000 volunteers came down to the South, many of them white kids from elite colleges. There were several events that occurred during Freedom Summer that changed the racial dynamic broadly within SNCC and specifically for the women. First, in the very first week of Freedom Summer training in June 1964, 2 white men from New York and 1 black man from Mississippi were kidnapped by white supremacists. This event was depicted in the 1988 movie Mississippi Burning. While thousands of black men had disappeared and been lynched with no media attention or government intervention, in this case, where 2 white boys from New York were among the victims, the case generated national outrage and involvement of the FBI, which led to their bodies being found in August. Rita Schwerner, the widow of Mickey Schwerner, who was one of the victims, commented that if James Chaney, who was black, had gone missing by himself, his disappearance would have gone unnoticed. And she was right. Within SNCC, the reality set in that America really did value the lives of the white volunteers more than black lives. This created a terribly difficult ambivalence toward the white volunteers. Ella Baker famously said, "Until the killing of black men, black mothers' sons becomes as important to the rest of the country as the killing of a white mother's son, we who believe in freedom cannot rest until this happens." Another huge racial tension caused by Freedom Summer was the occurrence of interracial dating. The thing that would make white supremacists the most rabidly angry
here we go.
was the idea of what they called race mixing. This ideology also had roots in patriarchy. White men didn't consider race mixing as much of a problem if it was a white man with a black woman. White men had claimed sexual ownership of black women.
Yeah, it had been that way for a very long time.
Since the days of enslavement. But a black man could not be tolerated defiling a white man's woman, a woman he owned. And according to the thinking at the time, white women were pure and innocent and childlike and needed protection from black men, whom white men saw.
White women propagated that myth too, so it wasn't just white men doing it.
As predators. For this reason, many SNCC leaders prohibited black men and white women from even being seen together in order to keep black men
safe. Yep. And that was the original reason why black men were not allowed to be around white women, for that very reason.
Lynchings were a very real, constant threat, especially in rural Mississippi, where SNCC did much of its work. This meant that white women who showed up in SNCC and wanted to help were placed away from black men. They were.
But you notice the white woman says that white men and black women were never a problem.
Nope.
Okay.
Daughters of the trade, anybody?
Daughters of the trade. So the divesting goes way, way, way back. Okay. So so divesting is not new.
Often assigned to work indoors, behind the scenes, often in offices and schools. For women who joined SNCC as new volunteers during Freedom Summer, this could look on the outside like sexism. Knowing what we know about some of these white women's sensitivities about being kept inside, doing typing and office work, we can predict how they might feel about it. Now, it's important to point out that Black SNCC women worked as typists too, but they also worked outside in public doing everything Black men did, including holding leadership positions, because the presence of Black women didn't endanger Black men.
Exactly.
You can imagine that if Black men and white women weren't supposed to even be seen in public together, they really couldn't have visible romantic relationships.
That is true.
SNCC leader Charles Sherrod was very strict about prohibiting.
Yeah.
Now, I can confirm what she mentioned about Dr. King and that particular set of Baptist preachers. They are very patriarchal. Yes.
Yeah.
Don't get it twisted. Gynocracy was still in there, but my pastor that baptized me very patriarchal.
Oh yeah, patriarchal leaning. Yeah.
Yeah,
leaning. Yeah. Even though when they went home, there was a different reality. But that's very common even in the matriarchy. Okay, where your leadership will be male.
Yeah,
because
he was not on women preaching at all. You know.
No. Most of the women are, because my mother is still against that, and she's in her 80s. Okay. Because I used to hear my mother say, "Well, basically, women ain't got no business in the pulpit."
Yeah, well, my sister disagrees, but you know.
Yeah, your sister does, but I'm saying my mother. Unless your sister is 80 years old.
No, but she is 70.
Yeah, so she's a boomer.
Prohibiting interracial dating, calling the rules the anti-lynch code. But many of these relationships happened, and there are many ways of seeing this. On one hand, it's understandable. They were 20 years old. They were working and living together and risking their lives for each other, and they were flooded with hormones of 20-year-olds and didn't have fully developed adult brains yet to help them override those feelings. Also, many young people saw these relationships as the ultimate act of rebelling against segregation, which totally makes sense. On the other hand, white women's presence really did endanger Black men. At the same time, Black men were frequently scorned by their peers if they admitted to dating a white woman. They called it backsliding. So sometimes Black men and white women would have a consensual relationship in private, but then the man wouldn't acknowledge her in public. This understandably caused a lot of hurt feelings for the woman, and it looked and felt sexist for a man to sleep with a woman and then not even acknowledge her the next day in front of his friends. In fact, one white woman named Elaine Delott experienced this exact situation, and it hurt her deeply and made her really angry. Keep her in mind, because she's going to come up again in a minute when we talk about that feminist manifesto. So, in the summer of 1964, there were 4 white women living in Literacy House together. They were Casey Hayden, who grew up in the South and had defied segregation her whole life. Hayden had been with SNCC almost since the very beginning, and she was very close friends with Ella Baker and John Lewis. Mary King. Mary King graduated from Ohio Wesleyan University with a degree in English and apparently showed up to SNCC and said, "How can I help?" She was really good at writing press releases, which publicized SNCC's work, kept people safe, and helped recruit donors. Emmy Schrader. Emmy Schrader had attended Radcliffe College, which was the sister college of Harvard.
Elite white women.
She worked in liberation movements in Algeria and Kenya, where she observed what she thought to be extremely sexist traditions there. And she came home from Africa as a self-described radical feminist. And fourth, Elaine Delott. Delott also attended Radcliffe, Harvard, where she had horrifyingly sexist experiences with men that radicalized her as a feminist. Also, Delott was Jewish and had spent time on a kibbutz in Israel prior to joining SNCC, where she observed men and women working side by side as equals. These 4 roommates had all read Simone de Beauvoir during college, and Literacy House became a hotbed of discussion with many other women, mostly white, but also some Black women. And
apparently, the road to hell is paved with Simone de Beauvoir and existentialism.
even some Black men becoming interested in the discussions about women's issues. They said they passed the second sex around SNCC until the cover fell off. As a result of this feminist consciousness, Mary King started gathering evidence of sexist incidents happening around SNCC and writing them down. In her memoir, she said it wasn't hard to find them. They were everywhere. So now we arrive in November of 1964, when the leader of SNCC, James Foreman, called for a conference in Waveland, Mississippi. Many different currents were converging at this conference, and one current is that these 4 white women had started developing a robust awareness of women's issues. But panning out to the bigger picture, SNCC had been traumatized by violence, including constant jailings and beatings and the fear of lynching. The fabric of Black and white together was beginning to fray. So SNCC leader James Foreman called this retreat to try to heal wounds and determine a way forward. Foreman had solicited position papers from its members. Any staff member could write their position or opinion on any topic they chose to be discussed at the conference. So late at night, the night before the conference started, Casey Hayden, Mary King, Elaine Delott, and Emmy Schrader crept into a small room and they huddled around a typewriter, and in hushed voices they composed a secret manifesto about the position of women in SNCC. They decided not to sign their names, saying they were too nervous about how the paper would be received. They then dropped it in.
Hey, hey, Fred. This is BGS's vid that I've been meaning to watch for a few days. How feminism was inserted into civil rights. And you know more about this than I do. So if you want, you can click the link and come up, or, feel free to insert your comments in. And as you know, I'm vaguely aware of some of this stuff, but, I've never really studied it closely. So, I'm kind of immersing myself into this right now. So feel free to chime in.
In a basket along with 40 other position papers and snuck back to bed. The following day, all of the papers were read out loud, including the anonymous position paper. Here are some highlights from their paper. Although there are some women in a Mississippi project who have been working as long as some of the men, the leadership group is all men. A veteran of 2 years' work for SNCC in 2 states spends her day typing and doing clerical work for other people in her project. Capable, responsible, and experienced women who are in leadership positions can expect to have to defer to a man on their project for final decision-making. The average white person finds it difficult to understand why the Negro resents being called boy or being thought of as musical and athletic, because the average white person doesn't realize that he assumes he is superior. So too, the average SNCC worker finds it difficult to discuss the woman problem because of the assumption of male superiority. Assumptions of male superiority are as widespread and deep-rooted and every bit as crippling to the woman
doesn't
as the assumptions.
Doesn't it? What do you hear of modern day intersectional feminists?
What was that you said? History doesn't repeat itself, but it does rhyme.
It does rhyme, yeah. These are the seeds of it, right? Okay. This was fed to black women. That's why I showed you. What's her name?
Giovanni.
No, not Giovanni. That's why I showed you. Well, I showed you Giovanni, but also what's her name? Okay.
Polly Murray.
No. The womanist, and what she was saying. See, in other words, this is where the split happened. Okay, because white women thought that, because of their experience, they thought that black women experienced the same thing from their men that they experienced from white men. It's not the same. Okay, that also happened in the 1850s with the suffragettes. They're assuming that that your black man is not as good as a white man, and basically if you elevate him to the role of a white man, he's going to be just as bad as the white man.
White supremacy are to the Negro. The authors were anonymous, so everybody wondered who had written it. And at some point, we don't know when or how, people figured out that the paper had been written by a group of white women. We have conflicting accounts of how everybody responded to the paper. Mary King said that the four women endured crushing criticism, while Casey Hayden said it caused hardly a ripple. The only response to the Waveland paper that was recorded at the time was a joke that was made by Stokely Carmichael. After an exhausting day, the conference participants met on a dock in the moonlight with glasses of wine to sing and talk with their heads on each other's laps, as Casey Hayden recalled. Carmichael, in typical stand-up comedian fashion, stood up to deliver a wisecrack. What is the position of women in SNCC, he asked. The only position for women in SNCC is prone. Again, we have conflicting reports about how people took the joke. Mary King represented most people's recollections, saying that they all collapsed with hilarity. Elaine Delott, on the other hand, said, "I am dead certain that I did not laugh." Whatever women's reactions were at the time, this joke lived on in infamy, as you can see if you Google Stokely Carmichael. After the Waveland Conference was over, SNCC started shifting to embrace a philosophy of Black power. In fact, the phrase Black power actually came from Stokely Carmichael. And in 1966, Black SNCC members voted to expel its remaining white staff, telling them to fight their own oppressors. Many Black SNCC members did not speak to white people again for years. To be clear, the women's position paper was not the only cause of the racial divide within SNCC. All the factors that we talked about earlier had fractured this family beyond repair. But we do know that the authors of the position paper thought the Black women would be on board with them, and they were surprised that they were not. While we don't have any records from the time that it happened, I was able to interview SNCC worker Judy Richardson about this incident. She said, quote, "When I read the paper, I remember not understanding why folks were talking about sexism, when what I felt was overwhelmingly more important was racism against Black folks, male and female. This discussion seemed a diversion from the issue that was definitely more critical, namely racism, and the fact that white supremacists wanted us dead." This assessment is representative of every single Black woman I read who wrote about it after the fact. And here's something we haven't talked about yet. Even though Black women were defensive of Black men, it's not like they just turned a blind eye to their sexism. Black SNCC worker Gwendolyn Robinson started a task force to eliminate sexual harassment and assault within SNCC. Black SNCC women initiated a sit-in in SNCC's headquarters to protest secretarial work. SNCC's executive secretary, Ruby Doris Smith Robinson, was universally respected and kind of feared. She was reported to whack guys right in the face if they said sexist stuff. And a few years later, SNCC worker Frances Beale wrote a groundbreaking pamphlet called Double Jeopardy: To be Black and Female, which became a classic work of
intersectional feminism. Yeah, classic work.
In other words, I'm independent is not new, huh?
No, it's not new.
Critique. This title, To be Black and Female, is essential to understand.
Going all the way back to Polly Murray and Jane Crow in 1947.
It seems to me that when the white authors published those feminist papers which criticized Black men, they were in a way asking Black women to choose sides and pick a part of their identity. They could choose woman and align themselves with white women, or Black and align themselves with Black men, who were their literal brothers and fathers and sons, who were in an existential battle for their lives and their civil rights. Later, the Black women's movement would develop the term womanism, which is an alternative to feminism. Alice Walker, who you might remember as the author of The Color Purple, coined this term in 1980, writing a description that speaks directly to the conflict in SNCC. She wrote, Many Black women view feminism as a movement.
Alice Walker, from the bottom of my heart, fuck you, bitch.
Yeah, well, she went the other way. Yeah, she went to the dark side.
Dedicated to attacking or eliminating.
Why? Oh,
Mr.
Color
has
Purple?
yeah. Mr. has my name.
You know what? That's Black women have carried that low boiling contempt and hatred of Black men forever. It hasn't changed. Okay.
Yeah.
Hasn't changed. Rapists, abusers, beaters, all kind of stuff, right? Never changed.
And one thing I've always said about that movie is when she was reading that letter, and he slapped the shit out of her. And then asked Mr. and then asked him to ask Celia to go shave him.
No, shave. Oh yeah. That's
even when I was younger, I was like, there's no way there's no Black chick I grew up with I could go to and do that without getting cut.
Without getting cut, yeah, you wouldn't do that, and Hatcher shaves you. Okay.
I guess I'm gonna make a comment here that's sure to piss somebody off, but I still, even given a lot of true, good points about, Alice Walker and the like, I still don't get why, people are just so bitter about this. Sometimes you have to let the Alice Walkers of the world just kind of go their own way without a whole lot of comment or Sturm und Drang and, drama over her. I read The Color Purple, obviously a good writer. And I'm personally, one of the good things she did is she kind of saved Zora Neale Hurston from obscurity. Zora Neale Hurston, to a point to where, Zora Neale Hurston was buried somewhere in Florida. I think it was an unmarked grave or just, kind of buried and, without, I don't think she had a headstone or anything like that. And Alice Walker, kind of rediscovered her, put a gravestone there, kind of, brought Zora Neale Hurston's reputation back to life. So, even someone like an Alice Walker can do some good somewhere. And, losing a lot of sleep over, Alice Walker being, a feminist or womanist, I don't get it, frankly.
And then want to see your next birthday. It's not gonna happen. Yeah,
that just wouldn't happen. It's just,
yeah.
I don't care how weak you thought they were.
Oh no, you sure wouldn't unless she got off on it.
Womanism supplies a way for Black women to address gender oppression without attacking Black men. The fact is that there remains a schism within feminism. This divide started before the 1960s. Perhaps it started when Africans were first brought to America in chains and European women participated in enslaving them. It was certainly exacerbated by episodes in our history that I don't have time to enumerate here. Tragically, and I do see this story as a tragedy, the efforts of even these courageous and loving white women failed to heal the breach. I argue in my thesis that one act that might have made a big difference would have been for those 4 authors to invite their Black colleagues to write the papers with them. Judy Richardson, for example, may have offered critical insights on content or tone or on the wisdom of the timing that might have sent history on a different course, but that's not what happened. And as time passed, something happened that added insult to injury. In 1979, 15 years after the Waveland paper, Casey Hayden got a letter from white historian Sarah Evans, who was writing about the foundations of the women's liberation movement, and she wanted to know more about women in SNCC and some legendary women's manifesto. Evans wrote a book about SNCC called Personal Politics, The Roots of Women's Liberation in the Civil Rights Movement.
It was never supposed to be in the civil rights movement in the first place.
The Waveland position paper and Sex and Caste, along with Stokely Carmichael's joke, and painted SNCC as a snake pit of misogyny. That book became the defining historical record about SNCC, so much so that when I was first investigating this topic during my master's degree, this was still the text that was recommended to me as the first thing to read, but it wasn't accurate. Sarah Evans' depiction of Black SNCC men as misogynists made Black SNCC women even more defensive of their brothers and even more distrustful of white women. It was at this point that Black women began to publish their own accounts of their time in SNCC. I read an email exchange between several Black SNCC women who talked about how furious they were about their brothers being cast as sexist monsters with their muddy Delta boots on the necks of white women. Said,
with their muddy Delta boots on the necks of white women. Jesus Christ.
One thing I do, notice is that I think it's somewhat hilarious for white women to center themselves in, a civil rights movement that's actually not really about them. That part, I get. Hey, Oz, what's up? Hood conservative. If I understand what you're saying here, you're talking about the Ella Bakers, et cetera. I don't have a problem with a male-female disagreement within the confines of the civil rights movement. Just like within a marriage, the male and the female in that marriage aren't always going to get along or see eye to eye. What I do have a problem with is people who aren't necessarily involved in the fight coming in and thinking they deserve a say in that fight simply because they are white or they are, this, that, or the other. I have a problem sometimes with males getting so deeply involved in the abortion rights fight. Sometimes, internal squabbles are okay. It's the outsiders that kind of, blow it out of proportion. That just my personal thoughts. I'm not making any sort of truism here.
Stories, they will be written for us. They published their accounts in these two books, Hands on the Freedom Plow and Many Minds, One Heart. And I recommend them wholeheartedly to anyone who's interested in the civil rights movement or on the relationship between Black and white women. Which brings me back to my initial question about the intersections of the movements for racial and gender justice. Did you identify the missteps? For me, I think one of the most important things I've learned is that white Western women have historically imposed their own lenses, assuming that sexism is the most acute pain point for all women, when often it's not. Let's make sure we are listening and that we never, ever speak for another group of women. I personally am dedicated to healing this rift however I can, moving forward together. Tell me your thoughts in the comments.
No, they want Black women back on their side. Okay.
Interesting.
Well, my thought on this is, it's not necessarily her right to, get involved and heal the rift, unless you're asked to come in and referee. So anyway, I've been wanting to watch this video, and at some point, maybe I'll try and get in touch with BGS and, kind of pick his brain, because I'm just starting to kind of get into his content. Some of it's definitely intriguing, but, we'll see what happens, what comes down the line. Definitely interesting stuff. And, kind of glad I got into this John Galt space because there are a lot of things that I've been curious about, but, never had the impetus to go in and explore. So, Black conservatives are good for something. They will definitely make you think. let's see here. What is this? Brian Nichols, good morning. You can't let people murder babies just because they are a protected group. I disagree. Sometimes things are none of your business. You know, let the people who are directly connected wrestle with the morality and all that stuff. I understand the point that, hey, you know, this may or may not be good. I understand it's a common good issue. That part I'll grant you, but I'm not sure that that's a good enough reason to interfere in personal and family decisions. Let's see, where are we? Where are we going next? I actually, since I'm up here by myself and have some people who might be interested in this, I want to finish up this video, I think. Not sure that it's worth, but I didn't hear the whole video. So we'll see what else Irony has to say. And Hoodservative. Stanley versus BGS would be funny. Weaponized arrogance versus impenetrable smug. What? Here's the deal, Hoodservative. I don't have any particular animosity. I'm more curious than anything. It wouldn't be a Stanley versus BGS. It would be more like, well, you know, hey, BGS, I'm just kind of getting into it. You know, let me pick your brain a little bit. I'm interested to know why you think this way. And, you know, I'll probably disagree because I'm not a manosphere person to the extent. But you know what? I actually think that that Kevin Samuels had a lot of good, valuable positions, things that, you know, at a minimum would make you think, if not outright, you know, change your mind on a few things. So hell, who knows? If I can like Kevin Samuels, you know, why not? So it wouldn't be Stanley versus BGS, Hoodservative. Not everything is a fight. You clearly haven't spoken to BGS. I have many times. I know. Okay, well, I mean, that's fair. I'll, you know, one of these days see if I can't contact him and ask him to come on the show, or, you know, we'll dialogue. Like I said, you know, I'm past the age where some of this stuff even matters. You know, I'm on the downward slope of life. I don't really give a fuck whether, you know, women are, you know, gynocracized or not. Oh, really? Fred? Okay. Well, I definitely won't be his student. Yeah, okay. Well, noted. Two good friends of mine have forewarned me. So Fred and Hood, I will take your word for it. Yeah, Fred. Now, my only complaint about Vivek's tweet is it didn't go far enough and it wasn't acerbic enough. However, I understand why. You know, it read like a pep talk, and it's good for what it is. It's true. I just personally, and as you could imagine, I'd have been a lot more sarcastic about it. But yeah, Vivek's right. And you know, I kind of went through the whole spiel yesterday. I think that, you know, these are unpopular truths. The mediocrity that Vivek describes is spot the hell on, and not an original thought. There was a book written years ago by a lady named, she has an African name. Her father was Nigerian. Anyway, it was called White Mediocrity. And, you know, she pretty much says the same thing, but a lot more pointed, though I didn't think the book was particularly well written. Oh, come on now, Hoodservative. Don't be mawkish. So anyway, This is Irony. Fred knows who Irony is, or at least knows of him. We'll listen to a few more minutes of this unless it gets interesting. I don't know that it's going to be worth hearing the whole thing, but I think Irony gets a lot about this right. And, you know, these days there's some things I don't necessarily agree with Irony on, but this one I do. Let's see, where are we?
Have to America. My name is Yosef Frimpong.
Oh,
I will
no.
tell you, I did not
need to start that.
To be in a way that's productive of our technological economy, and also say that we solve that problem not by going outside, but by like recommitting to our institutions with the help of, you know, private enterprise here. And
Conservative, Vivek is a first generation. You know, he is not Indian. He is first generation American. He was educated here in America and has done well in America. I've got friends who were first or second generation Indian, South Asian. I don't think there is anything that he said in that tweet that is remotely controversial, and he is right. As a matter of fact, let's see, an Indian criticizing average Americans. Okay, well, you and I see it. He was being kind in criticizing the quote average American. I would have gone farther and directed it towards the white majority in this country. It is white people that are, you know, largely embracing mediocrity. And the problem isn't the embrace of mediocrity as much as thinking mediocrity makes them superior. That is the huge problem. What's up, HB?
Hey, morning, Stanley. Morning.
Hey there.
Woo. Had to get my workout in real quick, man. Jeez.
Oh, really? Good for you.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
So do you have a gym membership like across the country, or do you just pick random gyms?
No. I do like those you know, prison workouts, you know, a bunch of, you know, squats and push-ups and dips, and I have like a little routine where I do like a mix between like squats and push-ups and crunches, all types of stuff. So I just, every week that I'm out here, I just add another set to it. And when I'm home, I do, you know, like pull-ups and stuff. And I try to, you know, walk around my truck. I think it's 25 times if you walk around a 53-footer. That's a mile, something like that. Something like that. So I try to walk around. So yeah. I just try to stay active, man. It's a lot of fat fucks out here on the road. So.
Oh, I can imagine.
Yeah. It's a lot of fat asses out here. So I do not want to end up like them, man.
You know what, Hoodservative? You wouldn't be able to debate me on this white issue. But see, you say basically that you're a thinking man. Well, like you have done a lot of thinking on, you know, the feminism and the manosphere and the red pill. I've done a lot of thinking on, you know, this white mediocrity thing. And not only have I done the thinking on it, I went to school with these white boys, went first through 12 Catholic schools and college, and was in the Navy with these white boys. So when I say they're mediocre and they embrace mediocre, I don't even doubt what I'm saying. So I would welcome that debate. I probably know, you know, the white boy culture way better than you do. I was educated with them.
You know, Stanley, watching this stuff and hearing that white woman talk about this, honestly, it was kind of offensive listening to it from her perspective. But I did notice though that you saw the change in the civil rights movement once those educated whites from up north came down south and started to kind of implement themselves into it.
Yeah.
And I mean, they even sacrificed a couple of their white men for the cause, you know?
Well, I would frame it differently, but I have experienced the, hey, I'm white, I know better than you.
Yes.
Sort of. And shit, it happens on this channel.
Yeah.
What do you think Be Brave does?
Yeah, no, that's honestly what I see a lot of when like even like when I see like Mavid talk about how John should handle his tenants and stuff. it's like, bro, you Mavid, you would get like tied up in like raped if you were doing what John's doing. John has to act a certain way in that environment. You can't you can't use some business class to handle certain people. And it's the same, man, you got to know your environment, and it's like this white where they think they know everything, and it's like you don't know how to handle every situation. You don't understand how to deal with Indian people or how to deal with Asian people or how to deal with black people in their own environment. Yeah, you might be able to deal with them from your perspective in your environment, but in their environment, it's a totally different environment. Oh, John, you should be nicer to these people. Man, that shit don't work in the black community. You can't be nice. It's a totally different ball game.
Right.
Yeah,
I Mavid is a specimen.
Yeah. But no, I honestly do like Mavid though, because he does represent that that kind of white superiority complex thing where they really think because they're white they know better. Or even like, you see it with a lot of people. Where they think their race makes them an expert on certain situations, or just an expert overall. Like an expert overall. It's like, bro, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Well, I don't know. I can be that way sometimes. So sometimes I do kind of, take Mavid with a grain of salt. He probably does think he knows a lot. And he probably does. Just not about everything.
Yeah, just not about black issues, But that's how a lot of people are. They think they can solve it, or they think they know. And I see it's been something that's kind of happened since the beginning. Like if I were those white women, I would feel embarrassed to link yourself to the civil rights movement when you guys have literally been some of the catalysts for the movement in the first place. Like the Emmett Till story, that really happened. Well, I'm not 100% sure if it really happened, but you know what I mean.
Well, here's the deal. I mean, the whole Tulsa race riot thing happened because of a white woman. Supposedly. So, I mean, white women, at least in those two instances, have been, kind of the impetus. And the thing is that at least as near as I can tell, and I haven't studied it deeply, but, this incident in Tulsa, white girl thinks she was just there, doing what teenagers do. And it wasn't anything like, major.
Yeah.
I don't think sometimes white women understand this. And again, the one book I've read on the topic was basically called They Were Her Property. And it details how white women were not innocent bystanders in slavery. The whole slave thing. They owned slaves. They whipped slaves. They punished slaves.
Yep.
So,
I mean,
they
raped slaves too. They
Right.
were there. They were there just with the white man sexually.
Well, I won't say they
slaves.
were like that to the same extent because there were limits put on white women, However, they weren't necessarily innocent bystanders. And for some reason or another, they don't seem to get this. There's a whole lot of what about me? What about us? We're second class citizens too. And in my opinion, their fight is not a civil rights fight. Their fight is a feminism fight, and wanting to combine the two is pretty much I'm a big fan of compartmentalizing stuff.
Yeah.
Intersectionality can be problematic if it's misused. It's a perfectly good thing until it gets misused.
Yeah.
And not to the extent of a hood conservative or anybody of that ilk. I don't want to add to the toxicity of the situation. So anyway.
Oh, you mean with feminism?
Yeah, well, I think I think fighting fire with fire isn't always the best way to fight a war.
Yeah, my only issue with feminism is that they linked it with the black plight. I think if you were to make it a standalone thing, I wouldn't have a problem with it. My only problem is that it was linked with the plight of the former slaves and people that had to endure Jim Crow. And to me, that just killed the whole movement, in my opinion.
Right.
It killed it.
Hood, you're right about the Tulsa stuff. Yeah, it's called a race war, but it really was one-sided. And I haven't looked at the Emmett Till story recently, so there's probably new stuff that's been discovered and put into the story. There were some black guys in the lynch mob. I hadn't heard that part.
Yeah, there were, because that's the thing too. Emmett Till's uncle was the one that gave him up. So there were there were black people a part of that too. Now, did they really have a choice in the matter? I don't know. But there was a just like there is now, and I think we've kind of broken that kind of division, like where the Northerners feel a way about the Southerners and the Southerners feel a way about the Northerners. Because growing up, I used to really think that, but the more I spend online, I'm like, man, these Southern motherfuckers are way smarter than the people up north. But like when you grow up north, you think the opposite. Well, you're kind of taught the opposite.
Right.
So Emmett Till being from Chicago, being where he was, I'm sure there was a lot of that biasness too with the black folks down there.
Well, I mean, it was different, but there was still discrimination and all the ills that you found down south you could find up north, and people who think otherwise are simply just wrong.
Oh yeah, nah, you definitely see it.
There was something I wanted to say and I can't remember what it is now. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I was gonna say that. Oh, I know what it was. The other thing I want to emphasize about this particular stance is that because Lindy Lou mentioned this last night. She thinks that black people and white people need to work together in this coalition. And I told her, Lindy Lou, this is a white and Asian issue. Black people, if they have any sense, will just sit on the sidelines and watch them go.
Yep.
At least this black person has nothing to say about this H1b debacle, because as was so often put during the election cycle, hey, these H1b visa jobs aren't black jobs now, are they?
Nah. You know, I'm
Which
glad.
is the thing, because
I'm glad you said it, Stanley.
I think blacks should be heavily in this. Should be in a perfect world, you know, we would be affected by not having these engineering jobs too, but we're not.
No, we're not. We're not.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, but you know, I think, you know, the thing about, because Stanley, you've worked in the corporate world, I've worked in the corporate world, and man, working in the corporate world as a black man, you're really it's like you're really like put in a situation where you have to protect yourself all the time. Like you
Right.
have to be the standard in those situations, and it's not easy. You know, you're not a white man, so you can't lean on that. You're not a you don't have the, you know, the H1b coverage. You don't have the woman side. You know, and as a black man, you're always put in this situation where you kind of have to represent all black people in the corporate world. And I don't know. I just feel like, honestly, I really feel like a lot of times corporate America is really no place for black men. And not that we can't compete. I think we can dominate it, but you know, you see it over and over again how we do get kind of I don't know. I know me personally, I felt targeted a lot of times. And you don't want to be that black person that's like, you know, oh, it's racism, it's sexism, it's you know, feminism. So you just gotta eat it. You know, you just gotta let the little slick, you know, slick comments here and there. You gotta persevere, you know. But I think it's, I don't know. I really do think it is a white man, an Asian, and Indian issue. This is what they built this shit up. You got to protect it.
Right.
You know, we were just along for the ride, man.
Well, I don't know about that so much, but I do know that it is a quote elite fight. And what I don't understand is why people didn't see it coming when that Asian case versus the colleges. You know, I'm surprised legacy admissions didn't come up. Well, it did come up, but it didn't get, you know, dealt with heavily. But this clash was coming. Asians think that a lot of white people are lazy. Of course, Vivek is going to talk about laziness.
Oh yeah.
That white people didn't know that Asians thought they were lazy, and not all Asians. I'm speaking in generalities here, but yeah. Laying back on and depending on whiteness and nepotism and all that stuff. Oh yeah, that trope's been out there for decades.
You know, the other thing too is I don't think these other nations of people have forgotten their history either. You know, there's been a lot of you know, destruction caused by white folks in a lot of these people's lands. You think they just forgot about that shit?
I don't know. I've never gotten that impression from the Indians I know. Most of them just want to come up here, keep their heads down, and make money. That's really what surprises me. These people I don't know that the Asians, other than the occasional Vivek or Bobby Jindal or Nikki Haley, Indians, Rokana is another one. There are a few, but most Most of the Indians I know who are successful, they don't really have political ambitions.
No, they don't. They don't. But I do think there is something that motivates them that maybe we don't really see a little bit more. I don't think it's just money. I think it is dominance. You know, I do truly believe that these people do have a rulership mentality. And I think that's the one thing that separates, you know, kind of the blacks with these other groups. They want to wear the crown one day. You know, we just want to work. We just want to work together. The Indians and the Asians. I do think they want to wear the crown one day.
I don't. My limited experience, they could care less about the crown. A lot of the Asians that I know are very spiritual. So, you know, this worldly power stuff, you know, isn't something that they're seeking actively. Now, ones like Vivek who have bought into that whole capitalist trope, yeah. But
yeah, he definitely wants the crown. He definitely wants.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, he's that type of person. You know, they're people, you know, who are ambitious in all the communities. But by and large, that my particular community of Asians, yeah, they're not really that interested in politics. Money maybe, but not so much politics. Mainly because politics is such a dirty business. You know, they don't want their spirits dirtied, sullied. In Hood, I'm writing this, but try is some folks around here have tried. This isn't a liberal thing. Liberals have nothing to do with this H1b stuff, you know, other than, yeah, currently we hold the government, etc. So of course we have our fingers in that pie, but the Vivek, Elon, MAGA stuff, don't try and bring us into that shit. And don't try and bring black people into it either. This is white and Asian. We, you know, this black person, other than just, you know, crunching on my popcorn, don't really care about the fight. You know, may the best overlord win. And hopefully it's the Asian overlords. Libs have been pushing for immigrants. Yeah, okay, Hood. Yeah. Lovely. I love for you trying to tie the H1b visas into the south of the border stuff. Sorry, bud, not gonna work. Better thinkers than you, namely 12th Man, have tried that and failed. That was a joke. So we'll go ahead and play this right quick for what it's worth.
Yeah, and then we have to get serious about, like, look, our engineers are not going to be like those other engineers. Our engineers are going to be unionized. Our engineers are going to be in a guild. Our engineers are going to be just as creative or whatever, but they're also going to have time with their family.
Hood Conservative, Fred, HB, what do you all think about that? I don't know that much about FANG, you know, Facebook, Amazon, and all those other tech companies. Are the salaried engineers unionized? Maybe the junior engineers are, but I didn't know unions played a big part in the tech world. I didn't. Do they?
And they're not going to have to decide whether to have time with their family or be in the guild or you know, be an engineer, right? So we need to understand that American workers are American workers and they're American first in all of the ways. And that's the same thing when we're talking about H1.
By the way, while I'm thinking about it, Hood, your point about, you know, there being more than engineering jobs in this visa debacle. Trump and hospitality, apparently the hotel industry has some things. The guy who's going to be the AR czar for Donald Trump, he didn't come here on an H1B. He came on some sort of lateral transfer type of visa. Maybe he was working for Microsoft in India, and Microsoft doesn't have a presence in India. I guess he transferred to America to work for Microsoft, and then went on to other companies. However, he is now an American citizen, so that part is solved. Well, Hoodservative, maybe I missed the part where after you went over to Rumble, it's not necessarily about tech. Oh, I agree with you there. The visas are just an immigration issue. In my opinion, this is like almost an existential sort of thing. Who is America and are we lazy? That to me, it's about the culture, in my opinion. That's where this should be going to. The H1B, the immigration parts, those are regulatable. Actually, it's two things. Who do we replace these H1B engineers with, which goes to education? And to me, education, how we think, the whole ontological sort of stuff is cultural. It's all wrapped up in the culture for me. So let me know what you think. Am I missing something? You say tech isn't the whole point. I think that,
Stanley, I really don't think it's educational, man.
No, it is, and it's also cultural. So I'm trying to figure out what Hoodservative.
Yeah, I think it's cultural. I think it's cultural, but I don't think it's
education is culture. How do you learn the culture through education? Yeah, you get acculturated. Kids get acculturated.
With these tech jobs, though, like unless it's like hardware, you can teach somebody how to do run a lot of these programs and stuff. I mean, they got it's what I think it really is. And John and Get Crack really, kind of broke it down. It's the fact that these H1 visas, when you have them, these people pretty much are indentured slaves at that point.
Okay, John and I don't buy into that bullshit. John, as a matter of fact, I talked to Crack last night. The indentured servant part is kind of like a red herring, because a lot of people who wound up a lot of the first families of Virginia have indentured servitude roots. Okay, so that an H1B person, I think it's true to equate it with indentured servitude.
Right.
That doesn't mean you won't become elites 2 or 3 generations down the line. So I don't worry about that. Before you go on, this point about Indians in India, okay, that is a canard as well. Vivek is American. He has Indian heritage, but his interests lie in America. So this bullshit about, hey, if Indians are such great Americans, why can't they be great in India? Okay, that is a version of go back home, which is classically racist. These people are American. They have a say in America, and y'all might as well just get used to it. They have a say and are expected to have a say as American citizens.
Yeah.
And the indentured servitude and all that stuff, yeah, that's all great, but again, that's just a visa problem. That's like bureaucracy that can be solved. The bigger problem is the culture.
Right. No, I 100% agree. It could be solved, but I think I don't think it's going to be solved in that way. I think these major companies, they love the visa system because now these people can't really jump around from company to company. You pretty much gotta.
Okay, again, I don't care about the company to company. That's just something that can be solved. The bigger problem is the culture.
But I
who
think
do we replace these people with? We don't have the educated people to do it, apparently.
Stanley, I really don't believe that, man. I think we have the people. It's just I just think those H1b Visa people, they're a much better investment long term. If you're a company,
Well,
you know,
if that was the thinking, that thinking is over now. And again,
well, I think the thinking has always been there. Americans
okay,
are just starting
that's
to
obvious.
catch on.
That's not my point. My point isn't this has been a teapot that's been brewing for quite some time.
Right.
These problems, the immigration problems, the indentured servitude problem, that can all be legislated away, much like slavery was legislated away. Now the bigger problem is changing the culture once these things are legislated away.
Stanley, I want to caution you real quick, and I just want to jump up for a second to raise this kind of issue. You assume that the American system will function as it always has.
No. I'm saying it needs to change.
Again, let me make the point. You're assuming that the system will function.
No, don't tell me what I'm assuming. I just said I'm not assuming that. You're wrong. I'm not assuming anything.
You don't even know what the fuck I'm about to say.
Motherfucker, don't use the word assume.
Sit tight for a second and you'll understand what I'm trying to say.
If you're going to come up to my panel, don't tell me what I'm assuming.
Don't tell me what to say, bro. I'm making the point.
Make it personal. I'm not
It's not personal.
anything.
It's not personal. I'm making a point. Just let me say it 5 more words and you'll understand better.
Okay.
You're assuming that the American system will stay exactly the same with the importation of all these Indians.
Okay, are you done? That's your 5 words. You're wrong.
How?
I'm assuming the system will be fixed. They will
fix the system,
and it won't be a quick fix. That much is admitted. But now that this H1b stuff has been exposed for what it is, and my argument is it's been exposed for decades. My problem is the culture. I think that is the biggest problem. You can fix the H1b. You can get rid of programs. You can change the immigration laws. Changing the culture.
I think you failed to see the issue.
I think you have come up here wanting to make an argument or critique.
I'm not attempting to argue with you.
Let me finish.
I will. Please don't cut me off when I speak.
Okay, don't cut me off then. I don't really even care that much about the H1b stuff. I care more about Vivek's comment about accepting mediocrity. To me, that is the biggest issue.
I don't think it's a useful strategy to think foreigners will implement policies to help Native Americans compete with foreigners.
Okay, you're talking past my argument. I don't care about the foreigners. I care about the culture of mediocrity. That's what I'm arguing.
Okay, why would the foreigners help?
Why are you up here talking about something I'm not talking about?
Because you're not talking about the actual problem, so I wanted to point it out.
I don't care about the extra problems. Okay, those problems I leave to the technocrats who care like you. I care about
they won't even give you what you want.
No, I care about the mediocrity problem. Oh, he's gone.
Yeah. You know, I guess.
Okay, HB, I'm not going to let him come up here and create his own argument.
I'm talking
about the HB. Hold on one sec. I'm talking about the HB1 visa problem, but if I'm assuming anything, it's that it will be fixed, reoriented, re-legislated, or whatever needs to be done. My big issue is the culture of mediocrity, which Vivek has rightly pointed out.
Yeah. And I think conservatives kind of coming at it from a different perspective about like focusing on.
Well, conservative is coming at it from a more, how should I say, a more working man's, working class point of view. I don't give a fuck about the working class to that extent.
I don't think the working class got anything to worry about. This ain't a working class issue.
Well, I mean, technically, these are jobs we're talking about.
No, they're not. These are like accounting jobs, and
Okay, well, listen to what Irami just said. He's talking about unions and engineers. So whether they're engineering jobs or accounting jobs, my point is that people have to work. And if they're doing those jobs, technically they are workers. Coming at it from, hey, a jobs perspective, who's getting jobs, who's coming from where to take the jobs, all that is a problem, but it's a fixable problem. The bigger problem, and I'm hoping it's fixable, but it might not be, is the culture, the worship of mediocrity. Okay, and I'm telling what hood conservative doesn't seem to understand is that you can concentrate on who's coming over and who's going to change the culture and all that. The actual fact is that Vivek is an American. Okay, he's not going anywhere. So whatever baggage he's brought from his ancestry is here to stay, and it must be dealt with. We don't have the option of deporting Vivek in his values.
Well, why would we want to deport him? That's the thing. I mean, I don't agree. I don't agree
Ron,
with
I'm
what
with
he
you
had.
on that one too.
Yeah,
I'm with you on that.
I don't agree with what he said, but at the same time, like you said, Stanley, you're absolutely right. He's an American. I mean, shit, he's entitled to his opinion. So, I mean, to me, I think that I think people jumping in on the Saved by the Bell argument that Vivek made. And even my dumb ass jumped on that, fell for that one as well. But I did it for shits and giggles. The thing is everybody. I don't think that there's a right or wrong answer. Now, the thing that needed to be addressed, and it got blown to the forefront, thank God. And like you said, Stanley, you're right. There's going to be legislation that would change this, and that's the rampant H1b abuse. So they're not hiring people that are necessarily coders or programmers or what have you. There are people that are actually asking for H1b visas. I shit you not, for janitors. There are people that are asking for H1b visas for call center work, jobs that I could do, jobs that you guys could do. And there's a shit ton of labor here in the United States for those jobs. But again, that would be changed literally by rewriting, Title 8 USC, which is the Immigration and Nationality Act.
And that's where I do agree with Stanley on too. Like, a lot of this stuff can be fixed with just simple legislation. It's not as big of an issue as somebody like Vivek is making. But you got to understand, Vivek has.
Well, no, Vivek, actually, the H1B part, that is what folks who are deep into the immigration issues want to concentrate on. I see that as a problem, but I see it as one that is fixable. The harder fix is how we educate our children, what we promote in culture. That part of Vivek's argument, I think, is existential. Okay, H1b visas aren't an existential issue per se.
Right. No. Stanley, I think that is very true. Our whole education system, we have to fix that. But I think Vivek and people like him, they have they benefit off of having these H1b visas in the country, because these people that own these big companies, they benefit from having these people. And I think that's an aspect of it too. I'm not 100% convinced that Vivek really cares about, educating the youth. I just don't believe that, especially the American youth. I don't think he cares. I don't think he gives one shit about it.
Wait, hold it. He doesn't care about what?
Educating the American youth.
The American.
I think this is one time that I'm going to stand up for Vivek. I think he cares. I think he cares deeply about America and how it's educated. I think that I'm just going to have to come out and say I'm on Vivek's side on this. He's not pretending.
Well, he's in
And
the driver's
reason
seat.
I think this is, again, I know people who aren't necessarily in Vivek's circle, but people who know people who know people who know Vivek. And they say the same thing. They're really more worried about America's culture, spirituality, even if you want to go that far. They care about things other than the H1b. H1b is important. They want to bring their relatives over and get them jobs and bring them into the American way. But they also care about America's place in the world. I mean, why would you come over to a place that's going to be taken over by China? Okay, they don't want China, Indians especially.
They hate China.
Don't want China taking over the U.S. They don't like China.
He's in a perfect position with in being in Doge. He's in a perfect position to really you know, I guess you know, create some form of change if he can get it, if he can convince Trump of some of these issues. So
it's not
we
Trump
will
that
see.
It's not Trump that he needs to convince HB. It would be Congress that he would need to convince, because the only thing that they really can do, let's just be honest, and please don't give me hell just yet, it's early. The only thing that they can do is figure out where all the waste is, that they think that the waste is, write a report, and then basically make those presentations so that Congress can apply that when they do their omnibus packages and things like that, their spending packages. I don't think that they have the type of power that people on the left and on the right think that they're going to have when January 20th rolls around.
Oh no! They're basically like consultants for the most part.
Okay,
they don't have any power.
I'm actually thinking beyond even the Trump administration. I think our problem is I just don't think the current squabble over who's coming from where to take these, you know, tech jobs in other types of H1b visa type jobs. I think, again, that's just kind of a surface level problem. The deeper problem, and Juan, you addressed it in the back chat. Even if we start doing the tech and magnet schools, which, by the way, have been around since I was in high school, magnet schools have, I think that moving towards STEM and emphasizing trades, and you don't have to go to college, I think that's all well and good. But what people don't seem to understand is that engineers who can't, you know, appreciate, you know, things like liberal arts, they're not complete people. Some of the smartest people I've known have been engineers and doctors who could fucking read a book and enjoy it.
Right, but I think that it's a good foundation.
I don't think it's even a good foundation. I think you actually have to be good in both to actually be a good competitor.
That's where I was headed real quick, not to cut you off, sir. But the thing is not with the magnet schools. I think, well, we had magnet schools when I was a kid, and those were for the birds. It was just, they were for, well, I won't go there. In either case, but for your STEM, your what the hell are they called? Charter schools. That's what they were. At least for my kid, it was the foundation for them to at least get a foothold when it came to math. Now, my kid was dual enrolled in high school, at least in the last 2 years of high school. And so that's where she got introduced to the liberal arts. And I think that allows them to build up such that, okay, you can go ahead and operate on somebody, or you can write the hell out of a computer program while reading Leo Tolstoy. You know, the thing that you're mentioning. And that's why I say that I think that it's at least a start. It's not going to complete the person. I agree with you 100%. But to me, we have to start somewhere. And if that's not it, where do you think that we should start then?
Well, I think the start somewhere is the parenting part.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's common sense, right? in addition to, you know, the education at home, that thing, where should the public school system join in, I guess?
Well, I mean, to a certain extent, you know, when kids go to school, they should be, I don't want to say finished product, but there, you know how sometimes you have to prep food and then cook it, you know, prepping the food, prepping the student. It's the best analogy I can think of off the top of my head. You know, you don't just make a cake, you have to prep. You know, there's some steps you have to do before you put the cake into the oven. It's kind of the same concept with kids. You don't just send them like, you know, straight from the womb. Like, you don't send kids not knowing much more than, you know, when they came out of the womb to school and expect the school to start from square one.
Oh, no,
you know, kids should know how to read before they ever get to school. Right. School isn't there to teach them how to read. School is to make them better readers.
Yeah, right. I definitely could read before I went to school. I couldn't spell though, if that makes any sense, but I could definitely read.
Yeah, but in your defense, didn't you say you had dyslexia, HB?
No, hell no. Who the hell said that? Why?
No,
I never said that.
Okay, never mind.
What the fuck?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No. I was never dyslexic. You know, I think it's a lot. You know, there's with reading and understanding. I do think there's like steps to it. You know, teaching the kid to read, and then
the comprehension. Yeah, the comprehension is a huge issue. There are people that I went to law school with, and I'm like, dude, how the hell did you get here? And even I shit you not. And then I talk to them, and I'm like, oh, wait a minute, you went to the law school, the type of law school that I went to, because you fell out of T1 law school. Oh, you got accepted into the T1 law school because you are, you know, you fit the DEI box or the DEI box, and they found out that you couldn't comprehend, and it's like, dude, how the hell did you get here? And even in college, I'm like, dude, how the hell did you not know 1984 and could comprehend that? I read 1984 in junior high and in high school. You know, it was just, you know, that is an issue that we have to, and to Stanley's point, you're not taught that. You have to figure that at home. And that's, you know, again, that's a parent issue. You know, I would have to agree there.
I want to address something Ryan says here. We want smart workers, the best and brightest, just pay them similar. Not exactly sure what the pay part means.
Yeah, Ryan, it's not about the pay, man. It's not. It's really not.
Well, it's we want smart workers. Well, why, if we want smart workers, we need to create them?
Well, not only that, but I'll address the legal side of it. Hashtag not legal advice, hashtag seek an attorney type of thing, hashtag general information. But as part of the H1b process, what people don't tell you guys is we have to do what's known as a prevailing wage determination. And now the Department of Labor is not auditing the HR files for these H1b people. But when you do a prevailing wage determination, you submit data regarding the area that you're at, like the city that you're at, the region that you're at, the job, the field, and what the commensurate market rate is. And what they get back, that company gets back, is an email from the Department of Labor that says, if immigration approves X amount of H1b workers for you, you will pay that person X amount. And if you don't pay that person X amount, you will get fined. And under the Trump administration, they actually did have people from the Department of Labor walking into these companies, and the companies got laxed because, oh, you're not immigration, and they found out, oh, they're paying this under, and they would find the living daylights out of them. That's what.
Well, I understand everybody wants to talk immigration because it's an easy, you know,
it's the lowest hanging fruit.
Well, yeah, it's the lowest hanging fruit, and it's, you know, easy to kind of build on top of the illegal immigration issue. Yeah. However, personally, you know, I kind of have to touch on the H1b part because everybody's talking about it. But again, I think the actual ticking time bomb is Vivek's statement about the mediocrity. And he is 100% right about that. America venerates mediocrity.
It's
And
hard to argue with, Stanley.
to me, that is, to me, that's actually why the H1b stuff came about. We weren't able to find enough of, whatever thing we wanted. So we had to go outside to do it. And of course, there might be the best in the world in another country, and you want to bring that person or persons here, but that should be almost the exception, not a rule.
Not the rule, exactly. And it is the exception. And that goes back to a comment that somebody posted in the chat earlier regarding Elon Musk, Samson's comment regarding Elon Musk going to China. It says if there were no H1b visas, there would be no Tesla or SpaceX in America. That's not true. For starters, everybody thinks that Elon Musk.
Tesla predated. Elon didn't invent Tesla.
No, Tesla started prior to Elon even being here. But the thing is Elon didn't even come to the United States on an H1b visa. He
went to Canada.
I'm sorry?
He was in Canada first.
Yeah, he was in Canada first and came to the United States on an O visa. It's a similar an O visa is a similar program that we used when we brought the Nazi scientists over in Operation Paperclip. And then he switched from what's known as the O visa to an EB1 visa. That's the Einstein visa. And so, we have ways to bring those type of people. And like I said before on my programs, we want those people here because those are the people that aren't the smart workers. Those are the people that are the smart, that not only have a brain, but they have these badass ideas that actually create new areas of business, if that makes sense. And so those types of people, like I said, for us as Americans, that's bragging rights. Haha, we got your guy, get wrecked. The guy that invented the qubit, the quantum computing, we got him over here, which we needed. That's a national security issue. But the point is there are other ways to bring these people over, not just with H1Bs. With H1Bs, we needed the best and brightest that could actually do the work. And you're right, Stanley, in the 60s and 70s, they just weren't here,
Right.
Yeah. What's that guy that made Werner von Braun, that motherfucker? Yeah, we didn't really have a Werner von Braun over here, man.
No, we didn't. Shit, Einstein.
Yeah.
If we didn't poach Einstein, Germany would have had the atomic bomb first.
But I think the thing though, you can't. I just feel like somebody like Stanley, who has a background in coding, and man, they could hire a Stanley that could figure out most of these jobs, man. I'm not.
I don't know about all that, but the thing is that there are people out there, but I fear that raising people, giving them a phone at 2, and the propensity to give kids video games at 3 instead of a book or reading to them or whatever it is we need to be doing. We're creating a need for H1b visas.
If you're giving your kid a phone at 1.5 years, 2 years old, you are the crappiest parent because but
the thing is it's not uncommon. So, dwelling on, the individual crappy parent, the problem is we got a society of them.
That's not good. You're absolutely right. That's actually not good for me and your.
And that's what Vivek is so right about. And that's what, folks want to concentrate on the easy stuff. The not so easy stuff is why are there Ann Coulters who are venerated? Ann Coulter's pretty damn mediocre. Yet people listen to her.
Well, she's doing something right because she's hated on both sides. And I think it's hilarious. I'm like, wait a minute. If you're hated on both sides, embrace the haters because that means you're being productive at something.
Oh, and you know what? DiCapriono brings up a good point. Why are there black jobs? Okay, that is a black problem. Why are there black jobs? Why are we buying into that narrative? And the first thing I thought when I heard the whole black jobs thing is, I don't know if embarrassing is the right word, but why are we as a group being associated with unskilled labor and being associated with unskilled labor when a good portion of the Black community, isn't necessarily deemed working class by income, that's kind of problematic. And the people, and there was someone, I can't remember who, Lindy Lou, who basically said that Blacks and whites have to join essentially to solve America's problems with the Asians. And that's a very loose translation of what she said. She didn't exactly say that. I'm kind of embellishing the argument, maybe poorly. And if she complains, she would have a right to do it. But I'm saying that Blacks don't have a dog in this fight. We have our own internal issues we need to deal with, namely how not to be, just automatically associated with unskilled labor. That we aren't in the middle of this H1b thing is problematic in and of itself.
That's extremely telling.
I mean, in my opinion, Black people give the Be Braves of the world too much ammunition. And that's kind of a different show. But anyway, we can actually, if y'all have something else you want to talk about, I'm kind of spent on this H1b thing. It's actually kind of strikes at the very heart of my purpose for, as a parent, etc. Striving for excellence, not accepting, a B for a grade when I know you can do better. That's kind of been my reason for being, over the past 18 or so years. And, having it come into the news in the form of Vivek and, this sort of immigration fight is both exhilarating and exhausting, because a lot of people don't seem to get the deeper issue. We want to wonder about why can't people go back home and fix their own countries. That's actually not the big issue, in my opinion. Who goes where and which countries broke and bringing their culture over here. To be honest, most of the people that I've talked to about, Amy Chua, for instance, she was an American. Some of the things that get imported into America could actually help improve America. And one of those is veneration for education and discipline, in attaining it. That's something America can use. And we need to, pick and choose what's good, discard what's bad, and not so much worry about where they shit in India. So do we want to stay here or do we want to move on? Up to y'all, really.
Well, it's not my horse, not my stable. It's up to you and HB, actually.
Well, we have Pop the Balloon, which is why Hoodservative actually came here, I'm sure. You know what? Let's see what else is in the news. We could do that. Carter died.
Hey, give me one. Yeah. I heard about that. Give me 1 second though, Stanley. Give me 1 second.
To do what?
Oh, just before I can get back in the conversation. I'm working. Just give me 1 second.
Well, let's bring up a newspaper here. Carter dying, I guess for me it was kind of, we knew it was going to happen eventually. He's 100.
Yeah.
Even Trump had words to say.
Well, we're going to have the flags at half staff pretty much all throughout January. And according to the Biden statement, I believe on January 9th, we're going to have a national day of mourning, or I could be wrong on the dates. But I don't remember that even happening with George Bush, the first one, the first George Bush.
Well, part of it is Carter did so much after he was president, and he's the longest lived president. So,
Right.
both of those things. And I think one of the things that Jimmy Carter, no one has ever said Jimmy Carter was a bad man. A lot of people say he wasn't a great president, but no one ever says he wasn't a great man.
Right. Well, no. Well, I mean, his Habitat for Humanity's program. I mean, I grew up when I was born. I mean, he was barely on the tail end on his way out. It was 1980, right? But
Yeah.
I was growing up. Habitat for Humanity was one of the biggest things that he touted nationwide and also throughout the state of Georgia.
Well, one of the things that doesn't get talked about a lot, he was knee deep in building the nuclear navy. He was Hyman Rickover's flag lieutenant, and Hyman Rickover is considered the father of the nuclear navy. And I don't even know what all Carter was involved in, but he was involved in America's nuclear navy. He was like a heavy duty engineer, apparently.
Oh, really? So he wasn't, because the thing that they would always tell us is, he was a peanut farmer. He was a peanut farmer.
Oh, he's a Naval Academy graduate.
Really?
Yeah, he was like what we call a nuke. He was a nuclear engineer in the Navy.
Then you know what? And I don't mean to bring it back to Vivek's comment, but I think Vivek might actually have a point. I didn't know about that. They needed to bring in, at least to my generation, the fact that he was basically a nuclear engineer.
Yeah, he was a nuclear engineer.
Versus he was a peanut farmer and he built houses. Which building houses, that was great, but when you're modernizing the Navy such that you're making them an extremely dangerous force to be reckoned with on the seas, I'm sorry, but that's telling. That says something about us.
Yeah, I've often wondered why it wasn't brought out. Now he didn't do a career in the Navy. He got out after so many years, but yeah, Hyman Rickover, when I was in the Navy, was still legendary. He was one of these guys. They interview. Excuse me. Let me get some water.
That winter's already hitting us, ladies and gentlemen.
No, it's when I talk a lot, my throat gets dry. Basically, at least when I was in the Navy, to be a nuclear engineer or in the nuclear program, you went through a fairly extensive interview process.
Right.
And I don't know about the enlisted, but I do know the officers. You had one-on-one interviews with whoever the admiral was in charge of the Navy. They did one-on-one interviews. And Hyman Rickover, apparently, he'd do dinner or lunch or something with the interviewees. When he'd come in, if a person basically seasoned their food before they tasted it, they were automatically out. Because that person, basically didn't have the instincts to test something before you make adjustments to it. So, that was one of the stories I heard, like, this dude was a terror. But it makes perfect sense. Why would you just automatically salt and pepper your food if you don't even know whether, it tastes good or not?
Well,
or needs seasoning or not.
It would be like you making adjustments on the bridge when you don't.
Yeah, pre-adjusting something, when you don't even know if it needs adjusting. Here's an editorial that looks interesting in our newspaper. I'm going to go ahead and play this. Might as well. We'll give a shout out. I like that jacket, by the way. Now, the obituary of Jimmy Carter's is like 44 minutes long with an e-reader. So sounds like he did a lot of things. I guess I'll have to go back and read it at some point. But This is America Needs More Jimmy Carters by the New York Times editorial board.
America needs more Jimmy Carters. This article is by the editorial board and read by an automated voice. There's no predicting history's verdict. Up to now, Jimmy Carter, who died on Sunday at age 100 in Plains, Georgia, has been judged to be a middle-of-the-pack president, his one term in office remembered for circumstances and events that simply overwhelmed him: the seizure in Iran of 52 American hostages, the bungled attempt to rescue them, the gasoline lines, inflation, the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. Yet he is also considered one of America's greatest ex-presidents for using the residual star power of his office to help his successors and his country as a peacemaker, backstage diplomat, human rights champion, monitor of free elections, and advocate for the homeless, while finding time to write poetry and, by his own example, providing the best possible case for traditional religious values. In 2002, having been nominated many times for the Nobel Peace Prize, Mr. Carter finally won it for his vital contribution to the Camp David Agreement, which set the stage for peace between Israel and Egypt, as well as for his commitment to human rights, his work fighting tropical diseases, and for furthering democracy everywhere. His life offers countless lessons for leaders everywhere. Mr. Carter came to the presidency owing little to anyone, including his own party. Assembling a formidable coalition of small-town and rural voters, white blue-collar voters, and African Americans, he surprised everyone in America, except perhaps himself and his wife, Rosalind, when he beat Gerald Ford in the 1976 election. In retrospect, he could not have run at a more auspicious moment. The previous decade had been brutal for the United States. One president, Lyndon Johnson, chose not to seek another term because of rising public anger at an unwinnable war in Vietnam. Another, Richard Nixon, resigned to avoid impeachment. Assassinations claimed the lives of yet another Kennedy, Bobby, and the nation's premier civil rights leader, Martin Luther King Jr. The war ended in humiliating failure. Then along came this born-again farmer businessman from Georgia with a record of service in the Navy. He was a disciplined man of integrity and rock-solid values, whose vision was to restore honor to government and thus change the mood of the capital and the country. "Trust me," Mr. Carter said again and again on the campaign trail, "I will never lie to you." His opponent, the incumbent president, Gerald Ford, was an honorable man, but had few defenses. The burden of the multiple duplicities and corruption of Mr. Ford's predecessors was simply too heavy. On the whole, Americans liked Mr. Carter. They liked that he took the oath of office on a Bible used by George Washington, that he jumped out of his limousine during the inaugural cavalcade and walked the rest of the way to the White House. They even liked the dutiful cardigans he wore during his television appearances. Although some of this was political theater, there was no doubting his decency and idealism, and as a manager, his drive and determination. These traits helped him achieve some big and good things. On foreign policy, Mr. Carter courageously faced down the demagogues on the Panama Canal, giving Panama long overdue sovereignty over its own territory. He energetically pursued new controls on strategic arms. He risked much to achieve what was by any measure his most important victory: the Camp David Accords, in which Egypt and Israel agreed to make peace. The agreement would not have been possible without Mr. Carter's tireless day-to-day stewardship of the negotiations. There were triumphs as well on the home front. Among the most important of these was the deregulation of oil and natural gas prices, aimed at increasing supply, lowering energy costs, and reducing America's increasingly risky dependence on foreign oil. There is just as much to admire in Mr. Carter's powerful conservation ethic, which led eventually to a legacy of wilderness protection that few presidents can match, most prominently the Alaska National Interest Lands Conservation Act, signed just before leaving office, protecting more than 100 million acres of Alaskan land in one stroke. Signing that act was one of the few bright spots in Mr. Carter's last year in office, when everything seemed to fall apart, when it became clear that moral suasion and good intentions and hard work were of little use in the face of powerful forces that were largely beyond his control. Try as he might, he could not get a grip on rising prices and gas shortages. Nor could he brighten the national mood in ways that he had hoped. In this, he was often his own worst enemy. His efforts to get the country to face the facts as he saw them often left his audiences dispirited. He seemed downbeat, having lost some of his original joy, and his disdain for the political impact of his actions caught up to him. Exhibit A was his famous Malaise speech on July 15, 1979, which he prepared while isolating himself at Camp David. The speech was aimed at addressing the energy crisis, unemployment, and inflation, as well as a vaguer but no less ominous danger. He did not use the word malaise to describe it. What he said was this: "The threat is nearly invisible in ordinary ways. It is a crisis of confidence. It is a crisis that strikes at the very heart and soul and spirit of our national will. We can see this crisis in the growing doubt about the meaning of our own lives and in the loss of a unity of purpose for our nation." This was plain speaking from the man from Plains, Georgia, and many applauded it as such. But the goodwill was short-lived. People saw it as the work of a scold, a rebuke, a condemnation of the way they lived their lives, not a call to action. Within days, Mr. Carter fired several members of his cabinet. According to Stuart Eisenstadt, a key advisor and the author of the definitive and largely redemptive account of Mr. Carter's presidency, Vice President Walter Mondale was so demoralized by the speech and the firings that he thought briefly of quitting. Then came the crusher. The seizure of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran by Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini's young zealots, followed by 444 days in which 52 Americans were held hostage. There was not much Mr. Carter could do about it. Indeed, as Mr. Eisenstadt reminds us, he foresaw that something awful might happen if, as people had urged him to do, he admitted the dying Shah of Iran to this country for cancer treatment, which, being Jimmy Carter, he had to do. The crisis consumed Mr. Carter's final year. A rescue attempt was a fiasco. The whole sorry business further undermined his status as a leader. Just as the nation was ripe for a good man in 1976, so it was ripe in 1980 for an upbeat, relentlessly happy, cheerfully disorganized, politically shrewd Hollywood pitchman named Ronald Reagan, a guy who talked not of sacrifice, but of endless possibilities, of America as a shining city on a hill. Mr. Carter, still in his 50s, went back to Georgia and embarked on one of the busiest and most fruitful retirements ever. As this board observed in 1994, compared with Mr. Carter, most former presidents struggled to use their stature for the common weal. Most wrote memoirs. Some disappeared into private life. Some set up foundations. Some went around collecting large sums for speaking. Mr. Carter took risks and played crucial roles as an honest broker in nuclear talks with North Korea and in civil conflicts on the continent of Africa and in the Middle East. He described his second career as waging peace. That work remains far from finished, and it remains for those who admired Mr. Carter to continue. The Times is committed to publishing a diversity of letters to the editor. We'd like to hear what you think about this, or any of our articles. Here are some tips. And here's our email, letters@nytimes.com. Follow the New York Times opinion section on Facebook, Twitter, @NightOpinion, and Instagram.
Wow. Wow. Well,
yeah, and his obituary is almost an hour long.
Wow. Well, I mean, you grew up with him in office. What was the sentiment like back then?
Oh, it was pretty much as they described it. Now, I grew up in Georgia, so I remember him as governor as well. He was always, well received. It was a surprise that he became president because he was not very well known. The hostage crisis, that was a big deal because one of the things they did every single day that the hostage, or almost every single day that there was the hostage crisis went on. Back in the day, TV channels would sometimes go off like at midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning, and they'd be off till like 5 o'clock in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
So what they would do often is play the national anthem right before they went off the air. Well, they also did this thing about the hostage crisis. And I can't remember, I want to say it was like the long and winding road. They did this little vignette every night, day 400 and whatever of the hostage crisis. It's like every day. So, that hostage crisis is really what just blew Carter out of the water. And we had daily reminders that, oh, hey, the hostages are still there.
Yeah.
So, that's going to kill a presidency. And then the inauguration day is when the Shah fucking let the hostages go. Just to put, I said the Shah, I meant the Ayatollah. The day Reagan gets inaugurated, he frees the hostages. Now, what kind of cherry on top is that?
You think it was orchestrated? It sounds pretty orchestrated.
Oh, it was orchestrated, but the one thing that I have heard is he was a real micromanager. He had his hands in a lot of things and had a problem delegating. But that's not surprising considering, his engineering background. Yeah, okay, that's what it was. So, if you're getting a daily reminder that, oh, hey, the hostages are still in captivity, that's not going to help you much.
Yeah.
And he never, as far as I'm aware of, he never tried to get it never tried to put pressure on people not to do those countdowns.
Well,
So,
what could he have done? Hit it? You can't hide it.
I have a feeling that other presidents would have applied some sort of pressure.
Yeah.
Hey, can you not do this? You might find your FCC license up for review if you keep this up.
Yeah. And then Ronald Reagan coming from where he came from, I'm pretty sure he wouldn't have let that happen.
You know what? This just popped up in my algorithm. Let's check this out.
Hey y'all, we're gonna talk about people today, so let's get into it. I remember talking to a guy that would always say,
You can probably hear that dishwasher.
I don't know what I want. Every single time I ask him, what do you want from me? What do you want from me? Relationship wise, hook up, whatever. What do you want? I don't know, right? We got to get into that. And I can tell you, he may not know what he wants, but I know what he deserves, and it's not me. It's really not. All right, so if you're new to my channel, my videos are pretty live. Like, I don't really have too much technology going on. I'm not really editing crazy, so you get hiccups, and we roll with them, right? Okay, so please remember to like, comment, subscribe. We're trying to get to 2K subscribers before the end of the month, the new year. So please like, comment, and subscribe. Voice your opinions. We love to talk on this channel. I love to talk, but listen, you're going to be respectful now. All right, and it is a rainy day in New York, if y'all were wondering. So I remember this year talking to a guy, and it was strange. He could never say what he wanted. And it got like that at the end of the relationships. Let's say. Let me get comfortable. Because we finna talk. He could never be straight up. Like, I was always the one that had to really ask him the question, like, okay, what do you want today, mister? Like, I'm confused. Why are you bothering me? Why are we texting? What are we doing? And he would stutter or be nervous about it, didn't want to talk about it. And I'm like, listen, if you want me just for cooch, say that. I can leave. I'm talking to you. I cannot be bothered. We could wrap this up.
I would. No, go ahead.
Yeah, I think women try to make it seem that it's that simple. Of course, we want you for cooch. That's pretty. I think it's really obvious. Of course, we want
Well, you know what? I'm going to go even farther and say that's a bad thing.
Yeah. They make it seem like we're not supposed to want them for cooch, or is that all you want me for? Well, what else do I want you for? Well,
now we don't want to go that far either.
But I mean, Stanley, it starts there though. I feel like everything else is built on top of that. Like I'm sexually attracted to you. Now let's move.
Well, that's
from that.
generally like what gets people together in the first place.
Yeah,
You know, it's not because we want to compare train collections.
Like it's so I don't know, man. It's just like, you know, what men really want. It's really simple, man. Like it's not. We don't want like some you know, somebody that's always trying to kind of compete with us or something. We just want
Well,
some.
the first thing I thought was, well, gee, I wonder what his side of it is. You know,
Yeah.
it seems rather one-sided. I suspect we're hearing your version of things. I'd like to hear
Yeah.
the counterpoint.
Yeah, and I think you know, especially with social media, a lot of times women they do these types of things where it's like instead of actually talking to that guy, they want to go to social media about it.
Yes.
And honestly, that all that really does is just push the guy away. And if he knows that you're that type of woman, that's probably why he can't just tell you, like, you know, I just want to keep it simple. You want to go to social media and talk about our relationship and shit. It just it's like
You
I
know,
mean,
even if you don't tell my name, there are people who know we're together. They're
right,
gonna. Yeah,
right.
I'd be pretty annoyed, to be honest. And the other thing I'd be annoyed about is, hey, you could use some makeup. Those little scars on your forehead. You know, when you go online, you represent me. Don't do that again. As a matter of fact, take this video down.
Yeah, do this video over. Put
Yeah.
some makeup on, get your hair together. If you're gonna talk shit, at least be a good representation of us. God damn.
Well, I'll watch this a little bit more, but I see where this is going. Let me know when you're done. But I'm
Okay,
just,
okay.
it just looked interesting and it was in my algorithm. And sometimes I just go exploring my algorithm to see what's in there.
Let me go. And it's a situation, yes, let's bring that up, of somebody not wanting to let you go, but not treating you right. Not treating you right. And luckily, he wasn't in my like area, so I didn't even have to come into contact with him a lot. Thank goodness. But it still was like, you know, it went from amazing text messages every day, like giving love bomb, this and that and the third, loved it. And then eventually we hook up. He does the thing where guys act different. They go ghost. Well, he didn't go ghost, but he acted different. And I was like, okay, it's not gonna work with you because something's wrong with you. And I learned, like, you know, do play game, right? So I wanted to distance myself, but you find yourself with someone who keeps leeching on to you while you're trying to leave. So I just want to talk about this one phone call I had with him, which was the most treacherous phone call I've ever had in my life. Like, I don't know why this man was still speaking. Like, I was like, yo, like, what are we doing here? For real, what are we doing here? Why are you bothering me? Why are you talking to me? I was just so over it, you know? I was like, this is ridiculous. Like, whether you want to hook up with me or not, or whatever it is, this is like pulling needles. Like, it was just like, this is ridiculous. And I remember saying to him on the phone, our last phone call conversation, that was about an hour. I said to him, what do you want from me? What do you want? Like, I was like, what do you want? And he goes, I don't know. Take my advice, take my lessons in life, because I know I'm allowed to give them. If a grown man, reaching the age of 30, and that's not even my age, but I'm just saying, I was talking to a man who had 2 kids, reaching the age of 30 in the military.
Well, there you go, man. There you go. Yeah, you know.
What'd she say? She's got how many kids?
He's got 2 kids.
Why is she even with him then?
Yeah, and you know, she's all over the place, man. She's really all over the place.
Hey, Brian, I'm not talking about her eyebrows. I'm talking about the actual, like, I don't know whether they're scars or, you know how sometimes acne will leave a mark, like a blemish.
Yeah.
She's got a bunch of those on that forehead. Maybe you can't see them.
Wait, Stanley, can you rewind it like another 45 seconds or so? Because she said
Rewind.
something. Yeah, just rewind it because she said something that kind of piqued my interest.
So, but you find yourself with someone who keeps leeching onto you while you're trying to leave. So I just want to talk about this one phone call I had with him, which was the most treacherous phone call I've ever had in my life. Like, I don't know why this man was still speaking. Like, I was like, yo, like, what are we doing here? For real, what are we doing here? Why are you bothering me? Why are you talking to me? I was just so over it, you know? I was like, this is ridiculous. Like, whether you want to hook up with me or not, or whatever it is, this is like
That's what it is.
needles. Like
That's
it was
what it
just
is.
like, this is ridiculous.
You know, I feel like what fucks a lot of women up is they try to weaponize sex with guys that they're dealing with, and it's such a turnoff. You know, like, especially a guy that has 2 kids, like that shit, you know, it's really gonna turn a guy away. So if she seems like the type of girl that weaponizes sex, because she's mentioned it multiple times, like, oh,
Right.
if all you want to do is have sex, that to me is like passive aggressive, where women try to use that against you, like you're not supposed to want to
See,
have sex.
the problem is, if you want to turn it around, well, why are you, I'm assuming she doesn't have kids, maybe she does. Why are you with a guy with 2 kids if you don't want sex?
Right.
That begs the question. I mean, if you are a single female, and she's not plug ugly, if
No,
you're a
she's not.
single female and you're fairly young, surely there's a guy out there who is more, quote, high value than this guy with 2 kids, who doesn't even live near you, apparently.
Yeah.
The fuck is she doing? And why? Honestly, I have more questions about her character than I do the dude she's talking about.
Yeah, because I mean, it's easy to get online and talk shit about a guy, but honestly, like, I'm not dealing with a woman with 2 kids and expecting it to be anything more than just the sex. Now, if it leads into something more than that down the line,
Exactly.
you know, maybe, you know, but she's dealing with a guy that already has 2 kids. He's, you know, that's probably his main focus. So what would it
Well,
be other
probably
than,
isn't.
yeah, well, I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. I'm giving, I'm giving him, but it's like, what would it be other than sex at that point? You know,
Yeah.
so it's sex and you guys are having a good time. You know, what else do you want from the guy? And
But
I think,
let me this, and of course I'm going to link this back to Vivek. This is mediocrity at its best. This isn't a young woman trying to make something of herself. You know, she's telling us about her misadventures, and like we're supposed to be in sympathy with her.
nah, yeah. And I think that's it is a good example. You know, I think so many people, and I've been the same way, but for me it's like, I just kind of think of like the bigger picture, and you know, obviously I do want to get married and stuff, but it's like a lot of these women, they make it so hard on themselves where they don't really see the bigger picture. Like, we could make it work, but if there's always, you know, you trying to weaponize sex, or
Right.
you basically are putting yourself, you're trying to be my enemy, when, you know, really you should be my helpmeet. You know, you should be somebody that makes life easier. And it's like, I don't know, I just don't think in these other cultures they have these types of problems, you know. Like, women aren't weaponizing sex against men in other cultures like that. If they're married, you know, sex is the least thing that they're arguing about. You know, it's not that's you know, that's That's standard. That's standard for them. I don't think Vivek's wife is, you know, I don't think she's weaponized sex with him. You know.
I bet she does. But the one other thing I want to point out is this is going to be an impediment for her even getting a good man. Because if I were interested in her, I'm going to find out at some point that she's a YouTuber. And one of the first things I'm going to do is sit down and watch some of her content. And if I ran across this video, you know, the way she wants to weaponize sex and wants to just kind of talk about the guy, even though she's not naming names, first thing I would think is, damn, you know what? I might become a subject of her YouTube video. I want no part of this.
Yeah.
This would be a huge turnoff for me.
Yeah. And you know,
It's like instead of talking to the guy about the issue, you're going to get online and let the internet know about it? Nah.
Yep. And then, you know, us guys too, we're way more physical than, verbal. Like,
well, speak for yourself. I can do both.
Yeah.
What's up, Crack? Have you come up to shit on this girl too? Round head. That's funny. Hey, Dave.
Crack.
Dave, aren't you busy? There's something else going on. What are you doing?
Dave's probably he's probably eating a bagel right now, waiting for his wife to give birth.
You're supposed to be in there holding her hand, Dave.
He only needs one hand. He's using his other hand to type with us.
Wow.
She only needs one hand, Stanley.
She's probably squeezing the shit out of it.
Right. Dave is, hey man, he got the AirPod in one ear, a hand on her hand. He's listening to us. I'm sure we sound a lot.
He's going, yes, dear, a lot.
Yeah. Breathe in, breathe out, listening to us. But no, seriously, Dave, congratulations though, man. I know that's
We're glad to take your mind off of things.
Yeah, that's got to be brutal.
Because surely this woman will take you off of things, off your game, man.
And I remember saying to him on the phone, our last phone call conversation, that was about an hour. I said to him,
an hour?
What do you want from me? What do you want? Like, I was like, what do you want? And he goes, I don't know. Take my advice. Take my lessons in life.
Your lessons in life.
I'm allowed to give them. If a grown man, reaching the age of 30, and that's not even my age, but I'm just saying, I was talking to a man who had 2 kids, reaching the age of 30 in the military.
She say he's in the military?
They got
she did.
You, I don't know what I want from you, but continue to talk to you, continue to make it seem like y'all trying to have some type of friendship, relationship, whatever it is. Get rid of them. Because those type of men, I've learned, don't deserve you. They know. They know that they want more. They know that they feel in need. Like the goal may even be you, right? But they know they are not capable of being a decent mother effing human being. So what do? They keep you for the long game. They keep you till they change their act. They want to see too if you stick around. If you pop up once a year, if you pop up once a year.
Okay. Well, let's get to the end game here. This is painful.
It felt lonely, but it felt at peace. Something about it there was just so peaceful, so serene, and really made me take seconds to think about myself, to think about what I want, the love that I want, getting my fortune.
You know, Stanley, a lot of times too with guys, especially nowadays, it takes a while for you to figure out if a girl is bugged out like this. It doesn't happen overnight. It might take you a year or two just to figure it out. That's why I really do think a lot of times women with kids are a lot more stable mentally. You know, they already understand that you have to be a certain way. You know, just from sheer, you know. Now me, I wouldn't date a girl with a kid, but um, I don't know, man. Some of these women, they're so fucking selfish. You know, everything's about them all the time, and you don't really notice it until, you know, just like this girl saying she's like a year into it. Now she's making YouTube videos about the guy. It's like, Jesus Christ. Takes a while to figure this
All
shit
right, the
out.
video might be quick or long. I'm not sure.
Now, let me ask you a question. This might just be old man Stan, but you know what? Why is she even making videos dressed like this? You know, if she is to be taken so seriously, why this?
Yeah. I mean, she looks like Tituba from.
I mean, now, I'm not going to say there's anything wrong with dressing provocatively, but the one thing is, if women are wanting to be taken seriously so much, women dress like this, the first thing I'm looking at is not the first thing I'm doing is not thinking about what her message is going to be.
Yeah. And I mean, and I, you know, I'm not gonna lie, the titty meat, it looks really nice, but that's not a woman that you wanna.
But see, her messages of the title is why natural black women are not seen in media, which is a fairly shit. You know what? They are seen in media if they're dressed like that.
Yeah. No, black women are
What they're not going to be is taken seriously.
Right. Black women are definitely seen in media, but they're usually seen just how she's dressed, with her titties out, ass out.
Exactly.
They're definitely seen.
And this is why we are mediocre. She's gonna try and fucking do a serious message, but the message will not be taken seriously because of the way she's dressed. This isn't thinking, folks. This is mediocrity.
Nah.
And not only that, this is thinking your audience is mediocre. This isn't taking your audience seriously. Now, of course, I'm being a little, old manish. I'm being curmudgeonly and old manish, but I think I'm right in that, the only reason I clicked on it wasn't for a message, by the way.
Yeah, no, you saw the titty meat, and you got locked in. Yeah.
Now maybe, but you know what? Hey, it's provocative. I clicked on it. Now I might listen to a message, but probably not.
Yeah, but you already know what her message is gonna be. Woe is me, pretty much, pretty much the same message that was on Color Purple. It's
No, I think somewhat less serious. So, Crack, what do you think? Oh, I'm glad you're here.
No comment. No comment. I mean, a lot of these YouTubers, they're actually a gateway to their OnlyFans.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's
so a lot of these algorithm hunters, they'll do fake shit, like they'll do exercises, they'll try on clothes, maybe they'll do this commentary.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden you realize, wait a minute, there's some links here, and it goes, oh, OnlyFans. This is how they'll use YouTube to get the word out without being like overt. Yeah. This is the game now. Mediocrity? Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
We're gonna worry about H1b visas. Well, you gotta worry about a lot more, baby.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing too, Stanley. Maybe you're kind of short-sighted on it. Man, mediocrity pays very well, man.
That's the problem.
That's the big
That's the
problem,
problem.
Stanley.
Yeah, but
Simps. This is just a like this is simping is not just like going women, right? Going for women.
Yeah.
It's or like it's
well,
something else altogether. It's a
Yep.
general like destruction. Well, all right. So what would you say? Is free market capitalism always going to find the best result, right?
No,
That's what
no.
that's what economists always tell us. Free market capitalism will end up with the right solution in the end because we let the free market judge, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I've told you guys on my trading show, I can trade the market. If the market can find the right price for a company, value it correctly, why does it do what it do? Why can I trade how I trade? Because the market isn't efficient. So,
Yeah.
and this is what we're getting. This
Yep.
slop we're seeing now is that's what it is. That's the result.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. I think this is just this is kind of part of having a free market, you know.
Right.
There's gonna the mediocrity is always gonna outweigh the you know the really top 1% who are who have like you know, and I don't even want to say that. I just think, you know, to a certain extent mediocrity is just kind of more entertaining.
Yeah, in a way. I mean, I don't
Yeah.
know. Come on, this is just a human thing. Because if we put that same system, that's why I said like Hood came on here on Saturday, right? Said like, can we go to space without having 4B feminism? Maybe not. This is just a human thing, you know. If I did the same thing and tried the same inputs in another, like let's keep Earth the same, geography, everything, and I just replace it with a different species, right? Let's say I get like some super intelligent dolphin or something, and then I just evolved his ass up to our level. Would the results come out the same? Maybe, because it's a mammal. I would assume it's very similar. But then let's say I get something very bizarre, like an octopus, evolve his ass up. Is it the same? It's an invertebrate. Very different from a mammal. We still have the same like common DNA at some point, but will it be the same? I don't know.
Probably.
I would love to do these kind of experiments. I mean, I'm sure the aliens are doing to us right now. That's what they're doing.
Yeah.
If they exist.
You know, Dr. Moreau tried to do it, but
Dr. Yes.
he tried, but they got him up out of there, man. They said he was evil.
Man.
I wish we could do those experiments, man. But you know,
man, crazy world, man. It's crazy. The system is complex, but simple at the same time, and it's hard to say. I can't answer that question to Hood because he was convinced that we can, and I'm like, nah, I don't think so, actually.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think it all comes with it. It's like you can't have the good without the bad.
Right.
I think it all kind of feeds off of each other.
Right. Yeah.
Stanley, I wanted to see more of that video, man.
Oh, you want to see more tit meat?
Yeah.
See, she got you. She got you, bro. She got you. The
Yeah,
algorithm worked.
She didn't get me, apparently.
Well, she's in your algorithm, Stanley. She got you.
AI thought Stanley would like it. See, the AI.
Yeah.
I had already moved on.
The AI knows exactly what Stanley likes, man. Like that titty meat with the afro. Yeah.
Shit. You watch too much blaxploitation, Stanley? Is that how you got that in the algo? Pam Grier shit.
She did kind of look like Pam Grier a little bit.
Right? See?
Little
well, I mean like retarded cousin, maybe.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm. It's frustrating. It's annoying. I don't have the same volume that I usually have on this, so if it's low, just turn it up. I'm so sorry. I also have a full house right now, so there might be noise in the background, but we will talk about it. Black women bodies and being natural and the problem in the algorithm. and just how they don't want to make space for us. I'm bringing this up because, and yes, I'm skipping an intro. I know y'all hate that, but I am. I'm not following rules. That's just what I do. And basically, my body always gets taken down from Instagram. I recently had an amazing lingerie party, literally like Oh my last night, God. like this morning, last night, I guess. All Like right, it was good very, very God. fun. Oh, I posted on man. my private story, and I wanted to post it on my page too.
Yo, Stanley,
And
wait,
Instagram just
pause it
kept
real
taking it
quick.
down.
And
yes, it was.
And she's confused why this military man with 2 kids doesn't take her
Oh
serious.
God, lingerie party.
She's having lingerie parties on Instagram and wondering why no guy wants to take her serious.
I don't know that. Well, yeah, okay, I get your point. I guess I'm just like, I'm actually gonna go and look for her Instagram now.
I gotcha.
No, I just want to see what is she doing that so horrible that it gets taken down.
Well, I think her Instagram will probably be in her about page on her YouTube.
Yeah, I'm looking for it now.
Okay. Or it might be in the description. Because I just from her titty meat, I'm guessing that she probably has a really shapely body. And
Well, that's right. You know what? I don't. Let me look at her.
And I do think there is something to that too. With black women, a black woman could wear something that's way more, wear the same thing a white woman could wear, but just sheer her body structure, it's gonna look way more provocative,
Yeah.
Like, God, you're gonna be like, God damn, them yams. The yams is yamming. Because, yeah, that titty meat is sitting pretty.
Okay, well, let me go ahead and play this, and then I need to figure out my Instagram password.
Okay. It's probably
but
Kamala 2024. I think
Yeah,
that's
that's
your...
it. That's it.
The
You reminded me.
showing out. It was just black bodies. And the fact that I even have to say BLK women, BLK men, YT women, YT men is so frustrating that human beings have programmed the algorithm to be so racist. Even me saying this word will trip up the algorithm. They're not going to want to see it. They're going to push it lower in the feed. I literally got a message. It was nothing personal. It was a robot telling me, you keep posting this stuff. We're making your content lower in the feed, this and that. I'm like, it's already lower in the feed. My black content is already lower in the feed because of my skin, because I'm natural on top of that. And that's the thing. Because I'm natural, I do get pushed down further. It's not because you're not beautiful. It's not because I'm not beautiful. I am very beautiful. I love me. But the problem is that media wants to portray one thing. One thing is right because that thing is making the money. Fitness, the proximity to whiteness is making them money. It's political. It's capitalism. That's where it has gone with social media, and it is so terrible. Like, it made me feel so awful, and I want to talk about it because I know other people are going through this. And I did look up an article. I think it was about this woman who had the same experience, but they talked about how there was a plus size black model. Her name is Naomi. I forgot her last name. I think it's Naomi Nicole something, or Nicholas, or something like that. Beautiful woman. And basically her content gets taken down because she is a natural plus size woman. Let's talk about that. Being a natural plus size woman, people think that plus size women are all natural. No, they're not. Not all plus size women are natural. There is a thing now in social media, especially when it comes to what's that plus size model, the white girl, I forgot what she's called, but y'all know what I'm talking about. Literally that shows a sculpted body. They be transferring fat from different places and putting it other places. Even that, how many times I say the word fat, like that pushes down my content too. It is frustrating. It is so frustrating. And I was in my head at a point. I literally cried because I was at my point where I was just like, wow, like it just makes you want to not make content anymore. It really does. I'm gonna keep making content. It's not gonna stop me. Like literally, my best friend was just like, "This is why you're making it." Like, and I understand that. Like, I'm pushing through it. I'm being me. I'm literally wearing my hair natural now. Only like I just wear my hair natural. I'm doing me, which is hard in a world where people want to not see that.
I think she's touching on something that you've talked about, where AI has become the
Yeah, that's right. I did say that. Yeah, and I think the other thing too is women. You know, this is well studied. Women, the effect of social media on their personalities, their whole outlook on life. Yeah, their whole self-worth. Look at her. Her whole self-worth is now tied to an algorithm. If social media doesn't promote me, because you know women are more like community based, right, compared to men, and now you see men following the same traps, right? Because when men are acting more like females now, right? So you see them like care, like look at like this whole game about how do I get more clicks, more views on my channel, and this is like pathetic, really pathetic. Like like you debase your self-worth to some middleman, right? And John's always been harping on the middleman. We don't even have a man that's in the middle. It's an algorithm.
It's a straight AI.
Straight AI coded by H1b Visa. Like so we like talking about H1b visas is a discussion that should have been done like 20 years ago. I already saw, and even before 20 years, it's like the F1 visa and green cards, and it's like, come on, it's too late. Like, you guys are, and H1b visas. If you look at the stats. Because yesterday I went through it and I looked at like all the stuff and I said, you know, the number of people that actually get hired as H1b visas is very minuscule. The real problem is that our visa program allows them to bring not only the nuclear family, so not their like wife and kids, also their parents and siblings sometimes. Compare that to other countries, which rarely give working visas and rarely do anything besides your spouse and your kids. Very rare. And you're allowed to bring parents, siblings.
Wow.
See?
And I mean,
so all of them are going to create babies. Maybe the parents might have another kid. Maybe the siblings will have another kid on the soil in America and become American citizens outright.
Yep. Wow.
So I mean, this problem is too late. You've called out the problems too. Like it took Elon to spurg out on X over the Christmas for you guys. This is why I feel like this whole thing's a game with the Luigi thing. With this, it's because like they're weaponizing it now. Somebody is, I'm sure. I'm guessing somebody that probably hates Elon because Elon like rubs people all over the place. So some fat cat. Rich dude is probably trying to kill Elon. You know what I mean? Like kill him. Yeah.
Really? You know, I often wonder about that type of stuff. You know, on that level, how many people are real? How like competitive really is it? And it would have to be. I mean, you're talking about trillions of dollars at play here. Somebody's got to, you know, who? I'm sure there are people that would want to see Elon be, you know, die or just his whole company be go down to zero. Man.
Yeah.
So you don't think it's just the algorithm too?
Yeah, it could be, but you know, yeah, I don't know, man. There's always a game. I always feel like it, right?
Yeah.
Well, they'll take advantage of certain things and they'll just hit on that because the zeitgeist is there. The zeitgeist. There's disaffected people that hate the world, and we see it all the time on here anyway.
Yeah.
And I'm like, just trade stocks, you bitch. I don't know, do something. Right?
No,
like we got people here complaining about $2 raising the rent for John's place. You know, there's definitely people that feel shafted by society, and there's a lot more of them now. and now they're going after it. Well, you should have been researching and looking at like what these people are doing, the capitalists or whatever you want to say.
Yeah.
There's nothing
I
new.
just think it's,
Well, we'll start this again right quick.
Mhm.
Still working on getting a stupid password changed.
They don't want wanna to accept accept it it either. Okay. Like, you need to understand that people are doing things, and technology now, AI is literally racist. Like, this is insane.
Wow,
Scanning
we
the
just
web
said
saying,
that.
oh, this is not normal to me. This is dark skin. This is a bigger body. I don't understand this. We are taking this off the internet. That's insane. The algorithm is so like technology, a robot is being racist because of humans. This is insane. What's next? What's next? It's totally insane. Okay. And even like how, mind you, I have a full house, so you might hear a little bit of noise in the background, but that's okay. They're here, they're allowed to talk. But it's just, we're trying to get this video through, because if I don't get this content out and it's fresh in my head, it's not gonna work. It goes as far into the dating world. It goes as far into interactions with Black men that are not normal, very abnormal interactions that are weird. It goes as far as to the behavior of men, and not even just, I don't want to say, oh, everyone. No, specifically like Black men, BLK men, whatever. Because like literally the algorithm is just like, oh, you're saying this so many times, we're pushing you down. You can't even say how you feel about men on Instagram. I don't even know if I say the word. Let me say, if I say I dislike men, they're going to push my stuff down, which is not the case here. But what I'm saying is that that's insane. That is insane. And y'all know the word. It starts with the H. You can't even say I H men. Isn't that crazy? Yeah. Because I've seen I H women everywhere. That's insane. So y'all want to sit there and talk about gender wars? Talk about that on social media. That's insane to me, and that's not normal. As far as I hate men. Go back to that. Does that are we banned yet? Black woman. Her content got taken down a lot because it was not seen as normal. It was not seen as her skin's not light, right? It wasn't seen as her proportions aren't what we promote here. We're going to take it down. Because I've seen so many bots that have the most disgusting accounts I've ever seen in my life. So yeah, these apps are made for men. They're made by men for men. And I'm not saying to get off of them, because then that's just going to push us down. But what I am saying is,
you know what's so crazy?
I don't even care if you want to be a celebrity.
She sounds crazy, but she's kind of spot on a lot of shit, man.
Private, there's a problem.
Yeah.
I know people come on here and they're like, oh, you have cleavage out, this and that. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And I will always have it out, because I love me and I love myself. I can wear what I want.
And
that's another thing.
Now you lost me. Now you lost me.
Like, it's like politics, it's money, it's being like sexualized. It's disgusting. It's not fair. What the hell? People to tell me to cover up because I actually got some. Holy hell! What? That's not happening. She went in a loop. Because you have nothing.
Yeah.
And the algorithm wants to see that too. They want to see a botched body, if that makes sense. A botched body goes so far on social media than a natural body. Curves, lumps, anything, dips. All of that is really curves, lumps, super dips,
grotesque
and abnormal.
Wow.
To the internet. And when I say grotesque, I don't mean this in the best way. I mean it in the worst way. To technology, literally, AI is trained to say, take this down. Take it down. It's inappropriate. But I've seen bots out there and actual OF accounts out there on Instagram flourishing. It's like, if you have 500K followers, and that too, here on YouTube, if you have a lot of followers, they let stuff slide. And I'm not saying the big bosses. I'm saying AI. I know this is how I feel in my heart. I'm gonna say I know, but I feel it in my heart. I can allege too, so I don't get sued, because whenever you say the truth on here and you can't back it up with facts, that's when they go come for you. But I know and feel in my heart and my mind, because I'm using common sense, that the CEOs up there at Instagram or wherever or whatever, what they say is, program that algorithm for if you have this amount of followers, whatever you do is okay. You're making us money. We're going to keep your content up versus the person that doesn't have any followers, take their stuff down so we can show people that we actually are censoring the community. We actually are trying to do something and have some guidelines. The guidelines are stupid.
God damn
They
it.
are. They're not fair, and it's not for minorities at all. Especially natural black women. It's like levels. Like it's
Say
like
what?
black women trying to log in that get still, Stanley? tired
Yeah.
You still trying to log in over there?
Oh man,
You know,
stop denying his titty meat.
Yeah.
I'm trying to
Racist
change.
algorithm.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's oldest. It's ageist. You know what? I'll put her
IG.
her Instagram in the back chat. That'll just be easier until I can see. I don't ever use Instagram, so I don't.
Yeah. Crack, you think you could bring her up for a second just so we can see what she's complaining about?
Oh yeah, I don't use Instagram either.
Oh,
I would have to figure out my password
Oh,
too.
nobody. Okay, well, nobody uses it. Okay, well, y'all just keep watching. I'll figure it out eventually.
Yeah.
So you want to comment, Negative HB? here, right? You might get.
Oh
some
yeah,
of the
Stanley. I
stuff if
wanted
you
to say
have-
one thing.
I can say that you're not missing much.
No,
There's nothing extraordinary about her.
on Instagram. So she doesn't have like a big butt, or is it just the titties?
It's a big butt, I guess, but it's not like. Here, let me show this to you.
Okay. Okay, she's got her bonnet on.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, nah, I don't think we're missing anything. She's just
Yeah,
doing the same bullshit.
Pretty much, but the one thing I wanted to show you just to get an idea. I mean, that's shit. If you can see that, that's nothing extraordinary.
Yeah. She's riding around with her bonnet on. Yeah.
If anything, she's got a mom bod.
Yeah. Yeah. I think she is probably mentally ill, but there is a lot of truth in what she's saying.
She's what?
She's mentally ill. Yeah, she's but I think it's kind of like that's part of the what's kind of wrong with social media is it does kind of target the most vulnerable, and obviously she's a vulnerable woman mentally.
It does, yeah.
And
well, tell me why you think she's mentally ill. I just think she's boring.
Well, that too. That's part of the mental illness. It makes you boring. that's part of it.
I mean, if you get Universal on here, he probably would say self-esteem issues, this, that, blah, 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 say blah, blah, boilerplate stuff, yeah. And do you guys remember the YouTube killer or about the killer? Nassim? So this was back when YouTube stopped monetizing a lot of channels.
Yeah.
And that required you to do certain things, and then she got pissed. She probably thought like this girl. Algorithms against me, the power is against me, blah blah blah. Because she was just doing vegan videos, talking about promoting veganism, but she was just doing it provocatively, like doing weird stuff, yeah. And then she drove all the way from LA to San Bruno in California, up here in the Bay Area, to YouTube headquarters to shoot up the place.
Wow.
You don't remember that? That was a watershed moment. Maybe it was just me, but it's just like, to me, I'm like, oh, there you go. Here we go. The chickens have come to roost. You played people with this whole algorithm game where you promote people's videos, you do this, and then all of a sudden you take out their money, like what they expected. They thought they could make a living just doing crap on YouTube. Huh. Back then it was really easy, man, to get monetized.
Yeah.
You didn't have any restrictions. And now she's complaining about all these new restrictions. Guess what, lady? It's going to get worse. If you keep relying on the middleman to make money like this, you better be independent, I don't get it. You're not being independent right now. You're just complaining about, like, it's not even just like the YouTube. She's already like circling around in her arguments, talking about like, why can't I say I hate men?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I see.
Yeah. And I mean,
So why does this why ain't this man with me still?
Yeah.
I'm using my algorithm, my pussy algorithm, to try to control my man, but I can't get nothing. And now when the H1b coder is using his algorithm against me, I don't like it.
Right.
Shit, man,
Right.
bitch, get
And
out
then
of here.
She complains about, and this is the part that I really disagreed with her about when she said why she's showing her titties. You're showing your titties because the algorithm, the algorithm rewards you for it. You know why you're showing your titties. That's literally the only reason why we're watching right now anyway.
Yeah, right.
Because you showed your
Yeah.
titties. Stanley noticed your fat brown titties, and he subscribed. You weren't saying something that piqued Stanley's interest. It was the algorithm.
Yeah.
But
And then now YouTube wants to be family friendly. The algorithm is going against you. No, you can't show your titties like that no more.
Well, I have
Sorry.
two questions. Number one, her body isn't bad. It just isn't like it's a normal everyday.
Right.
You could go to the grocery store and see it.
Yeah.
So, and there's nothing wrong with that. Maybe that's her problem. It's maybe something she could solve with a workout regimen. But the other thing is Deacon Dave here, who's probably in the delivery suite right now, talking about bliggity blacks like 'em big. And I'm actually, that comment's kind of disturbing. What's wrong with men liking them big? Sometimes I think black people, like the thing that she's experienced, maybe low self-esteem or something, I think that's endemic to the black community sometimes.
Yeah.
Because Stanley, and I hear it a lot now, but like me growing up, the thicker women were always more valued than the super skinny tiny girls. Like if the woman was thick, she had some fat titties, fat ass, they were always valued. They were worshipped damn near, especially if they were light skinned, thick bitch. Man, those women were worshipped. But now, where you got more men kind of in their mind, they want to be like white men. So now they want to shame women. Now, mind you, I'm not talking about obese women.
Yeah, but hold on. You just said people want to be like white men. Who the fuck wants to be like white men?
No. What I'm saying is like I'm talking about black guys where they want to now.
Okay, I understand what you said. You don't need to translate it. I'm basically saying, where did you ever get the idea that black guys want to be like white guys?
Because now they're shaming the thick women when we've always liked thicker women.
Right, and I'm saying that the black community and black men in particular, this manosphere bullshit, it's one big identity crisis.
I agree.
So, you know what? A man likes what a man likes, whether it's skinny women or thick women or whatever. Black men shouldn't be trying to be like white men, even subconsciously. They should want to be like themselves. Whoever they are is who they should want to be. And I know that sounds all metaphysical and shit, but bliggity blacks like 'em big. Well, yeah, it's a funny joke, but if it's to be, I hear that a lot, so I take it a little bit more seriously than a joke. Black men wanting to be like white men is fucking the definition of crazy.
No, I agree, and I think that's why it's been kind of now. They're like, I don't want to like totally discount the idea that a lot of black women do need to lose some weight. Like that is a very fair point, but a lot of black men do prefer thicker women, just in general. Whether it's a thick Latina, thick white woman, or a thicker black woman. But I think even this girl, like she's not that like body wise and stuff, man. She's low key perfect. Her head's a little fat, but you know, you could work on that. You know,
Well, I find her, I think she's just low key average. No more, no less, nothing bad, nothing good. And, I would also say that, I understand wanting to put stuff up on YouTube, but, I don't know. She's just there.
Well, hey, this is another problem too. Is that like a lot more people now are on the internet than before, you know?
Yeah.
And let's say what percentage of people in Europe, in Asia, Africa now are on the internet, and what are their preferences? So if the algorithm is trying to find the most viewers, what do you think is going to happen? You think all of them agree on the same body type? No, right? So she's probably no longer popular because globally she's now competing for clicks and views. This is the H1b thing again, isn't it? Where it's just like you're competing with the world. So she's trying to compete for the attention of men around the world. Are they all gonna like this or not?
Probably not.
Is she really trying to compete? I mean,
I don't know. She is, because she complained about the algorithm. The algorithm is not just because someone coded it. It's because it's looking. Yeah, it's optimizing. It is optimizing for the views and clicks, and you're competing for the eyes of men across the world now. You think an Inuit in the hut in Greenland is gonna like your body or not? I have no clue. That guy wants to jerk off and see this. He's like, nah, I don't like this.
And to go to Crack's point, Universal. I like the Afro, but do you think some guy in Sweden is gonna like the Afro? You think some guy from India is gonna like the Afro? Probably not.
And the thing with, like, let's go to Africa itself. Africa is very diverse, man. You think they're gonna? I don't even know if they like this.
Yeah, I don't.
Because they'll be like, I see these bitches all the time. I probably might be looking more for looking at other types of bodies, because now I can see these other types of bodies and their tastes are changing.
I actually think in Africa, her being American would be enough of a.
Turn off? Yeah. I think so. Too,
turn on.
Oh, turn on. Wow. Yeah. What do you think, HB? I can't comment.
I think American women, I would think. I would think she'd be popular if she popped up on the streets of Africa, or on the streets of, say, Accra or somewhere.
I think most Africans would probably think she's too thick. The women over there are very, you got a lot of very thin women over there.
I like that. I like the athletic build on a black woman. That's my shit. I'm like, that's a turn on.
So, once, you do see once African women start having kids, they get a little thicker. But, this girl don't even have any kids. So I think it might not really work in her benefit for the global market. And I think that's the big thing about the internet is when you put up content, you're talking to a global audience. And you have to keep that in mind. And I don't think she really gets it. She's looking at it as, it's working.
Like Ruby mentions many times on her show that, why do I keep getting Indian and Turkish viewers? Like, she looks at the algorithm. It shows you where your origin country is.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah.
So if she wants to work the algorithm, she better know the market.
And probably, I could probably guess why she gets so much Turkish and Indian.
Oh yeah.
Look at her. Look at her. I mean, pasty white.
Yeah.
That's kind of what Indians love. They love the pasty white. They can get in another caste system.
Shit! Here we go. Oh my God.
They impregnate Ruby. Get your ass in a higher caste system, man. Fuck it.
Oh my God.
We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it one way or another.
Well, I'd have to ask her, is SpaceX some sort of Eastern European?
No, that's her fake name. She's Irish.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes. Oh boy.
Yeah, some Irish mixed with the north. I mean, right? It's the Northeast, so like, yeah, you could guess.
Scots Irish.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's go ahead and play this young lady.
She's in her 20s though.
Oh, Wig on.
She's what?
Universal wants to know what her age is. We do know she's in her 20s.
I think she's under 30.
Yeah.
She said, I'm assuming her boyfriend was 30, so she's under it. She could do with not going so natural, in my opinion.
You know,
You
Luke,
know what I'm saying?
wait.
Then it's like, and you maybe
the
HB, did he cut off?
Yeah, he'll probably be back in.
Oh man, all right. Lupin's here.
Lupin, what's up, man?
Kevin Samuels quote: "Poor black men always had to settle for the chubby, obese women, but when they move up the socioeconomic scale, they pick more petite women." I totally disagree. Yeah, I don't know. That's a pretty broad statement.
Let's see what he. Settle chubby, obese women, but when they move up the social, they pick more petite women. I totally disagree. I actually want to say they pick women who take better care of themselves or can. You know, I don't necessarily need a woman to be like skinny, but I would like her to be, toned. At least
right.
Like she takes some pride in her appearance.
Yo, Stanley, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you now.
Okay. I had a call real quick, but so that quote Kevin Samuels said is so ironic because when he died and was found with the woman that he was caught with was a thick Latina. That's the irony. She was a thicker Latina. She wasn't some rail thin Latina woman. She was a little, on the thicker side. And I think that's the thing where sometimes you guys gotta see through the agendas that a lot of these guys have.
Well, but the other thing you have to realize is that men have a lot of exceptions to their rules. I mean, I would prefer a 6 foot tall, medium sized black woman who looks really good with an athletic build, but I didn't marry one.
Right. But I'm not saying that woman he got caught with is necessarily obese, but what I'm saying is that, at his peak, he died in a hotel room with a thick ass, big booty, big titty Latina woman. So even with that, I think every man is different. I think it's no matter how much money you're making, that whole idea, I think it's just a narrative.
Hey, Deacon Dave, by the way, she's not obese by any means. She's a little on the thick side, but I would not call her overweight at all. She is, if she went to the gym and maintained this size, body wise, she would actually be a very attractive. I would just encourage her to go to, maybe the barbershop and trim that up a bit, or, beauty shop and do something with her hair, because at least it's natural. I would also recommend she use makeup when she goes on camera, even if it's just a little bit.
Yeah, she needs makeup. And I do appreciate that she doesn't wear makeup personally, but I think this is another reason why she's getting pushed down in the algorithm, and she doesn't see it. Like you're competing with the global market, and you're coming up here with the bare skin, looking like you just woke up. You gotta throw some eyeliner on, throw some makeup on your cheeks or whatever. Some lipstick.
Yes, you gotta glam it up a bit.
You gotta glam it up, man. Anybody, anybody who gets in front of the camera puts a little bit of makeup on.
Attractive body but struggle cranium. Wow.
Trust me, if she had a little makeup on, she'd look a lot better.
Amazon volleyball player is my archetype. Yeah, I could see that.
See, Lupin, I'm with you on that too, man. But even with those types of build, those are thicker women, man.
They are.
Those volleyball women, man, they thick as hell. Big old booties. Oh man, don't even get me started on the beach volleyball girls. Man. Oh man, you talking about thickness. But I think that's what a lot of guys really like. But you know, Kevin Samuels was right to a certain extent. Once you kind of move up in that socio-economical, you know, you go into these business meetings and stuff, and you got to bring the wives. You got to have a certain type of, you know, maybe a certain type of look. You know, maybe you want a rail thin, you know, supermodel looking type of girl for aesthetics. But I think deep down, most guys they want a thicker woman, man. They like them a little thick, you know, just a little thick, you know, little bit.
Yeah, just put, you know, at least look like you like to cook.
Yeah. I don't think most guys really are into that supermodel aesthetic, like super rail thin, almost anemic look. Ugh, you know, no ass, no titties, just rail thin. Like, seriously? I don't know.
If you got your body done, you're up here. And that's not even that high because you're really down here to a lot of people. But then it is the black woman that wears all the hair and stuff and then has a natural body, right? There's that. Then, well, you know what I'm saying, fake hair or whatever. And then it goes down to the natural woman with the BBL. Then it goes down, it's like a platform. Then it goes down low to the natural black girl that is just natural and dark skin. And we can even put skin into all these categories, skin color and how that affects it. How you get treated, what job you get, which school you get into. I feel like we're going so back in time. It's really scary. It's really scary. And because I'm feeling that a lot, I am pushing forward differently. I'm actually trying to my best to remember to go against that grain. I'm wearing less locks from Amazon. Like, I'm doing less. I'm not wearing it as much. I still wear what I want when I want. I've got to buy clothes somewhere, but it's more about saying when I buy it. Am I going to always go there every single like month? No. Literally, I shop at Victoria's Secret, which is one of the worst brands and annoying brands, but I shop there, I get what I like, and I don't go back for like months. I don't give them my money constantly. I just literally shop there one time a year, and I'm done. That's my haul. That's it. So it's like, I'm not telling you not to support these brands, not to do anything, but just be aware. Don't have toxic positivity, because some people would be like, well, you just, you know, you got to find a place, or you got to find this person. No. It's not about that. It is really, 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 really about you seeing what is happening, analyzing it, taking it in. It may hurt. It's going to hurt so bad. But at least if you could analyze it, you will see. And that's why I feel like Zeus Network is a terrible platform. But do you understand that the people on Zeus Network are not going to be pushed in the algorithm without Zeus Network? They're not. Even if they actually had real talent, they're not getting pushed in the algorithm. They're not. I think it's insane that I have 900 people plus, about 1,000 people on Instagram who follow me, and only 30 people like my post. I'm like, who are you people? Y'all don't even like me. And I could say that too, but also I could say that they don't even see it. A lot of my friends will hit me up and be like, I didn't even see your post. Like, Instagram has gotten so bad. It's insane. And I literally cried too. Another reason why I cried was because I was talking to my friend about how it's sad that I see women doing terrible things to their body because of Instagram. Like, I'm not gonna cry. Go keep it together. Doing terrible things to their body because of Instagram. You're seeing things that are not real. A lot of these workout girlies are wearing corsets. They're not even doing anything. They literally, if anybody can get their phone out, go to the gym and get their phone out. I'm telling you, they're not gonna be there that long. That takes a lot of work. That's boring. That's annoying. They're pathetic people. I'll be honest. I'm sorry. If you make gym content, you're pathetic. You don't have any confidence, really. If you had confidence, you would stop making gym content. One time a year, fine. But if you keep making gym content and it's a constant thing, I'm sorry, but I think you are the most low self-esteem person. You can't just take a picture when you're sitting up at the beach, when you're sitting up having some coffee. Why? Or when you're in your home, your humble abode, like, you can't just take a picture. It has to be showing I'm working on something. I'm working to look that ideal that you all love, which is like, do it for you, not for everyone else. So it is frustrating as a Black girl dealing with this, and it does make me cry. It's very annoying. And I think the sad part is because I see women actually, like, I use Rolly as an example all the time. I see women doing the worst things to their bodies so that they can get some change and also feel better about themselves. It's sad what she did to her body. It's so sad. It's sad. It's just sad. And that's how money works. Like, our bodies are so political. Our bodies are so sexualized. It's disgusting. It's hard as a Black woman just to make content, and as a natural Black woman to make content. Please remember that. Like, I'm natural. I'm me. I don't wear makeup. I don't do this. I don't like publish brands in a certain way. Like, I have the room to have honesty. When these influencers are out here talking about brands and stuff like that, they're not being honest. No, even YouTubers, I'm sorry, I love y'all out there. I watch some of y'all content, but even y'all, when y'all get those brand deals, y'all be like, buy this cup. You see how good this cup is? Yeah, because the ad revenue on here is not that great if you're trying to live on your own and pay for your livings just through Instagram, just through, sorry, you know what I'm talking about, the Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. Like, it's not that easy. You have to sell stuff. You have to sell merch. You have to get sponsorships. And that is where I feel a lot of YouTubers start to lose themselves. Now you're not being honest. And I know it's hard because you have to make money and you want to still get your ideas out there. But I don't know. And that's why I'm saying, like, I don't know if I really want to sell merch because it's just not genuine. A lot of y'all are not genuine with y'all merch. I love the Try Guys so much, and I didn't even buy their merch. I went and saw the Lou Burger show, which was great. It was a good time, but I didn't even buy their merch. It felt so disingenuous, and seeing how their company is doing now, terrible, awful company right now. It looks awful. Their channel has plummeted. It's terrible. It's terrible. So yeah, that's basically where my mindset is when it comes to my body. And y'all know I always talk about Playboy and how, you know, they're against Black women all the time. There's like a couple Black Playgirls, but that's not even a realm that you want to be in. But what I'm saying is, even when it came to that, they said we are not going to allow a Black woman in, and if we do, there's going to be a certain type. Do you see that? If we do, there's going to be a certain type. And that is why I always tell people, I'm like, I'm gonna make somebody upset and put myself in that one day. Y'all gonna be mad. Y'all gonna sue me. Y'all gonna sue me. Like, y'all gonna be mad because y'all need to be. But anyways, I probably won't do that because I'm not gonna sell my soul like that. But I'm just saying, I always use that like little reference where people are like, oh, you should care about where your stuff goes and this and that. Child, I'm gonna be in the art gallery someday. Like, I don't see it like that. I'm not one of those people. I love myself. I love my body. And we are literally, my best friend brought up a good point. She was just like, we are on this like floating rock in the middle of space. And everybody is so like just uptight, mad about stuff, being annoying, like just everything, just being sucky.
She's
and
crazy.
It was interesting because I was like, that's because I was just like, we are literally floating in space right now. And everybody is.
Yeah, Stanley, she's losing it up here. She's really losing her mind.
Well, why specifically do you say that? She doesn't seem to be crazy to me. Just
well, it's
extraordinarily ordinary.
I just think like what's crazy sometimes is where people just don't accept reality, and everything is like you got to fight against reality. Sometimes you just got to
Yeah.
accept
Yeah.
reality for what it is. And I that's why I really don't like to complain about too much that's going on. And obviously you want to complain about what you can change in your life, but she's over here complaining about AI and an algorithm and stuff, but then acknowledging all the reasons why she's not being pushed in the algorithm. Like
Yeah.
you're not putting on makeup, you're not doing workout videos, and then you want to say that these women have low self-esteem, but you just admitted to crying about this stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I see what you're saying. She's really just making circular arguments.
That's what I was saying at the
Yeah.
beginning. She was circular. She was already doing it right at the start. It was just
Yeah.
like, wow. Went back around again and again. The real problem though is she's way behind too, because the AI influencer market has grown so much in the past year. My feed is full of fake women now, not even real women. So she's just complaining about women that's being pushed in the algorithm. Who cares? They're making AI models with bodies of any type that people want. They don't need to exercise? Does the AI image maker need to exercise? Nope. And all these idiots are like getting fooled left and right, because I look at the comments, I'm like, what the hell? Are these all bots? Do they really think this is a real woman? It's over, man. Game
So
over.
they just need a little optimizing every now and again.
Right. It's done. And they got the ChatGPT bots talking and stuff, and once they get the video AI, right now the video AI is not good. But once they get very realistic, it's over. Game over.
Yeah, for some reason the
Game
video
over.
AI, it can't get the fingers right for some
It can't get the
reason.
fingers. That was the major issue. That's improved a bit, but the real thing is the movement, the eye movement. Human eye movement is so that's why people always like can tell something's real fake, because the way your eyes move, like the human brain is so attuned to like look at facial tics, eye movement. If you can't get that right, it's over. They already know you're a bot. But if they get that right and can fool enough people, it's over. Turing test. Where's the Turing test?
Yeah. We're gonna have to get Gary and Lolo back up here, man. who is the real one? I mean, I was thinking that for a second. Lolo might have been an AI for a second. I was
Oh
wondering.
my god.
Nah, I'm just playing. But yeah, it's
Actually,
it's only a matter of time.
yesterday's stream with AI, with Lolo, you remember? So she was on Ruby's stream. So I'm gonna remember this. There was someone in chat complaining that he thought Lolo was lesbian because she didn't have enough decorations on her walls. What do you feel about that?
I think that's crazy.
Yeah, I think that's
So I'm kind of wondering. Yeah, I mean, what is the human mind like pattern recognition process here, where you think like, if I see someone's walls, how they decorate their room, I can judge a person enough from that,
Yeah, I think that's the thing about the internet. People think that they really think that they can like kind of psychoanalyze anybody.
Yes.
And it becomes one of those things where it just, to me, it really gets out of hand sometimes.
I was just about to say that, HB. They're a bunch of mavens out on the internet.
Yeah, man. It's really sad. It's really sad. It really is. And then
I think it's hilarious, and it's fodder for mocking. It's mocking fodder.
Yeah. Like even with this girl, I think she's crazy, but I'm not just, I'm not saying it's a fact or anything, but I think you can't really tell about anybody online until you actually get to know them and meet them in real life. And the thing about the internet, you only show people what you want to see. So
well,
really
the other caveat too is that guy who said that He was on Ava's stream in person. He actually went to her house maybe a couple months ago, and he was actually a pay pig for Grace for a long time, actually.
Wow.
So that tells you like their judgment of character. So if I look at your walls, I could tell who you are, how you. Nah, bitch. You guys really think you are geniuses with this? No, I'm gonna school you guys. I've been playing people for long enough. It's just like you think you know this much. This is what I'm saying. I think these people have been born post 9/11. They grew up on the internet. They think they can talk to people, figure out people right away. And no, I'm sorry.
Maybe too.
Those people grew up on shows like The Mentalist.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, I know about that show. I never watched it, but I know what you're talking about. I know the premise. Yeah. Maybe you're right. Or what's that other dumb show that they had on that?
Probably one of the
There
shows.
was something similar. It was a cornier version of that though. The Mentalist.
I think too. A lot of times.
Monk? Was it Monk?
Yeah, it could be Monk. It could be. There was probably another version of Monk too. I swear to God, there was a third one. You reminded me of Monk. Yes, Monk. Yes.
Hey, Crack. A lot of times when I'm trying to get to know a girl or I'm trying to get at a girl, she like is not into me. I automatically assume she's a lesbian too. So maybe that was just his way of kind of saying, Lolo's out of his league. She must be a lesbian.
I have no clue, dude. I was just baffled by the whole thing where like they're just analyzing her room and stuff. It's like what?
Yeah, that is pretty insane to me. Like I could kind of see, but at the same time, she just doesn't come off as lesbian to me. Maybe I don't know. I don't know. That's just kind of weird.
Yeah.
Didn't Lolo just move into a place? That's
what I thought. See, yeah, that's the thing. It's kind of like there was this other guy on Grace's stream where like this dude just like moved in somewhere too. He just didn't want to pay for the furniture or whatever before he got his job, like like his first salary. And then people were just clowning on his ass, like, "Why is your room like that?" It was just damn. That's why nobody wants to cam up. It's just like this is retarded. The whole conversation just goes into like what my room looked like, or it's like what the fuck. Man, I might as well just stream from a prison cell, At least that'll be more fun. You can talk to my cellmate. Like we're making like Pujo in the toilet right now. Like, shit, man.
What's up, gentlemen?
What's up?
What's going on? I wanted to comment on your comment, Crack, about that viewpoint of Lolo. It's not really about her, but I think that a lot of people we've grown very used to over like the last 4 to 5 years, seeing people in boxes, like using Teams and Zoom.
I see what you're saying now. Okay,
we start to assume personality and other things about people based on what we see. Like we're looking at this woman now, right? We've seen the share tits were out. That was the first thing we grabbed on. But we also scanned that she's not that cute. But if you look, she's like behind 2 doors. She might be in an apartment. That puts a judgment versus if she had like a grass background with the neon lights and some makeup on. So the way we look at folks in these boxes plays a big deal. I think even here on stream, like people who cam up, they're probably going to get a very different screen than people who don't. And then we're scanning their image and things like their avatar,
right?
Things of that nature.
Right. Yeah,
that's why my
PFP is that's why my PFP is the way it is.
Right. Absolutely, exactly.
Yeah,
and I can confirm.
Yeah, someone was trying to goon to my PFP. They were in chat like when Grace and Ben were on here. They were like, "Who's that? What's that girl? Tell me who that girl is." It's like, what the fuck? Are you want to try to look up her porn, dude? She's an old actress. Like, bro, she's dead. Like, I don't got no nudes of her. Like, are you serious?
That's crazy.
You guys are insane, man. You guys, oh man, you monkey brain ass, fucking hell.
The goon culture is crazy, man. These dudes be out here thirsting, and I've been working with Lolo in the background on some of her YouTube channel and having her kind of channel surf a little bit, and the response that she's getting is crazy, bro. It's her fucking Discord's already popping. It's insane.
Oh, I'll bet.
It's insane. And I can confirm Lolo is a real person, y'all. So I can confirm. Don't ask me how or when, but I can confirm.
But no, I like your argument about the if you show your face, that's one thing where like they look at you, and then also you're in a box, right? And then this is a pattern recognition thing where they see so many people in boxes, they go like, oh, that personality type matches with this type of room, or that's how the human mind would work.
Yeah, that's a good point though too, Craig. I think this is just like naturally how we work. We naturally want to put people in categories.
Yeah. That's how you survive back in the day. Yeah. So.
I know I do it with women all the time. Like
the physiognomy check. That's what we were joking about. Physiognomy check. It's like, oh, the sociopath have like a certain facial features you could tell. Right? Like it's possible. Yeah, that could be true.
But I think another piece to this though is people share a lot about themselves and what they put out. Like if you notice some of the pop the balloon stuff, when me and Sam, when even sometimes Stanley will hop over to their IG and it tells a story about who this person is or what they've gone through. It's very interesting because
it's you, Kevin. It's you. All right, sorry, Universal. Sorry. Yeah, what's up?
Yeah. But yeah, I think that I think you can get a pretty decent read from some people based on how much they share online. And if you just follow their digital footprint, sometimes it leads you right to who they are, how they are as a person.
Yeah. Universal, I think people are just so much more complex than that, man. I don't know. I think
you would hope.
I don't know, man. I think that the internet kind of wants, like the AI and shit, it wants to force people to be simple so it can totally control them. You know, like it wants to be able to predict your next move and shit. But I think people are so much more complex than that. But I do think there is an agenda to push women towards a certain way, push men towards a certain way.
Absolutely.
And it's partly just the algorithm. We're guys want to see certain things, women want to see certain things, and the algorithm picks up on all that.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Crack said it earlier that this woman who's talking now, she's late. Like I think about Target and how Target it still does. They use AI to track shopping, so they know exactly what you buy. They'll send you, like if you have the app on your phone, they'll send you like specialized coupons and stuff. And when you enter the store, they're letting you know exactly what you typically buy when it's on sale. Like it's already here. It's been here. It's been here for years. She's just now catching wind of it and how it's affecting her social life.
That's why I never use any of the apps. And it's so funny. It's like Ruby or Ava, whatever. They got these apps where they go like, oh, okay, yeah, like Dunkin' Donuts app. It's just I get a few % off or discount. I'll never use that. Because if something is given to you for free, you are the product. They're weaponizing you because now they got your data. They want your data. You are more important. Your data is more important, and they're gonna use it against you. And so that little thing where you're like, oh, I get a discount every time I use this. I don't think it's worth it, man. You're just helping. You're just helping your enslaver. Essentially.
Yeah. In a weird way, this kind of goes back to Be Brave, and I hate to make Stanley throw up his breakfast, but Be Brave talks about these corporations and how they have control. A lot of that.
Yeah, the thing is, this is what my problem was. Yet last week, when Elon was going off, he spent his whole time complaining about Stanley.
Yep.
Who gives a fuck about Stanley? This is your wheelhouse.
Yep.
Corporations doing this shit.
Yeah.
What?
But
this is what you were waiting for, man. Validation.
Yeah.
That's the irony, though. He kind of falls into the corporate trap.
Oh yes, of course. I know that.
Yeah.
You gotta be 10 steps ahead of these motherfuckers at this point.
The irony is, be brave is not be smart.
But Stanley Stanley, like, he represents that you know, that black intelligentsia that
Well,
really,
it's kind of like Denison, right? Like I was
yeah.
complaining, like when Mella was on here, and yeah, I was driving back from SoCal back to NorCal, and then like I'm stopping at every damn Loves and Pilot, and every time I come back on the stream because I was the only one moderating, it's just like yelling at each other and screaming. It's just like, and I thought it was just because yeah, Stanley and Mella, they got this upper register speaking, that pisses people. And you brought up the point that it's because they're black too, though.
Yeah.
A black person is talking in this upper register, and it's just like, fuck. That pisses them off even more.
But I think the algorithm actually, the guys that are looking up, tractors and stuff, they start to, tractors and cattle and shit and farming, they start to push, more content like Stanley. They start to push these, and it really just, it really pisses them off. Like it really, it's like, bro, you're falling right for the algorithm. You're falling for it. That's what they want.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah. It is interesting how this shit works, man. I like it though. I like it. I like the fuck shit, man.
So are we done with this young lady, or we want more?
I kind of want a little bit more. Just let her keep going. Let her keep going. Somebody's got to listen to her.
Finding a way to make problems. And problems are going to be there. We're human, but it's about having a creative way to fix them. But people don't. People think so, like, it's just awful. And I want to say to Black girls, and Black women, continue to post your body, continue to post your content, continue to post your bikini photos. This is why I want to make this online. Continue to do so because people don't want to see it because they don't want to accept it.
Wow.
Once people see you are accepting the way that you look, they get angry because they can no longer profit. Those surgeons ain't making money. The DR ain't making money. Colombia ain't making money. Or for you and your insecurities. Makeup brands aren't making money. Do you realize whenever a trend is happening because of a celebrity or somebody, even if TikTok, whatever, how quickly brands marketing, they shift to like, we need to be doing this. This is what they're wearing. This is what they want. Meanwhile, they be saying something the next year, talking about acceptance. We want to show natural bodies, do this. Then the next year, they're like, we need to, they're getting these BBLs taken out. Well, we have to make some clothing that is going to feel comfortable for when they get these BBLs taken out. And we got to make them look a little different. They don't care about you. Like, if I could say anything about a brand, if you would really understand when it comes to those brands that are, I like it because it's on trend. If they're on trend constantly, they don't care about you at all. Because it's crazy for a brand to be telling you to do something one year and then the next year they're telling you to change your mind. Completely. And I love to think about it. A lot of the women that go to Victoria's Secret are not married, in my opinion. This is my opinion. They're pushing out bridal stuff. For some reason, they're branching off into bridal. Meanwhile, a lot of people, I've went to the one in New York City. I could literally show you it or go look at it in another video. My vlog, it literally shows how nobody was in that section. Nobody was in the bridal section. Now, who wants to go to Victoria's Secret for bridal? Like, I'm not doing that. But it was interesting. Nobody was in that section. Nobody. I was like, your audience is not, it's not this type of girl. What are you doing? But they want to branch out to everyone and get as much money as they can from every culture. That is how it works. So what I want to say is for the brands that actually do care about.
I'm usually not like this, but that little punching motion she was just making, I'm just like, I bet her tits are getting in the way. She needs to put them back.
Put back with her arms?
Or either that or her tits.
That's the only reason people are watching this video.
That push-up bra isn't particularly, that becoming, to be honest.
Stanley, Critical Drinker would like you to drop the link in the chat. They asked me for the IG. I don't got the IG, gentlemen. I don't have enough information. I don't.
Okay, hold on one second.
If you post it in the back chat, I can throw it in the front for you.
Okay.
But I can, so since I've been on, there's anything that's in the back chat I can't see. Just FYI.
All right.
About you, and they do speak, like people from the brand speak to you and branch out, please treat them with respect. Please understand that they're doing it on their own. It's not easy. You know?
I want to see more of this IG too.
So yeah, it's really
I can
tough.
pull it up for you guys.
It's really sad. When it
After
comes
this
to
video,
dating.
pull it up.
Like,
Pull it up.
people think.
Hey, just so you know, John and CT are on Be Braves. Once again.
Oh my God.
The show is called Stanley Says, hopefully Asian overlords win.
Damn, man. You still gotta go back to you, man.
Yeah.
Honestly,
what is Be Brave's channel? What is his channel? What the heck?
It's Be Brave and Think.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Stanley, man, it's so much more things that are important than
my snide comments.
Well, he didn't even get the first one. He got Be Brave and Think 264. He was not the first one to do this.
Yeah.
Holy
yeah, the content form is insane.
man, see, Get Crack for Me was the first one, baby. There's only one of me. Give Crack to Me is the only first. I'm always unique.
Yeah, well, whatever. I already know what I said, so I don't even need to listen to him.
This is crazy, man. What the fuck they're going over there? Talk about you.
Hey, I also know they're gonna get it wrong.
I should be.
Stanley,
I
don't
should
forget to drop
not
IG.
be respected because I didn't go that extra mile. I didn't get the BBL. I didn't go waist cinching. I did not get a boob job on top of what I have. It's like interesting the way a man wants to treat me because I am not insecure, if that makes sense. Like, even that is annoying. It's hard. It's definitely really hard for me to just be me because people want to assume like, oh, well, you didn't go the extra mile and do all of this, so I shouldn't even have to go doing this for you, which is not true. They should be. They should be doing everything for you if they really like you. So that's another thing. I've literally, like I said, watched that other video where that guy who thought he was the only fan, and I'm like, no, you're not. I'm like, you just was out there with someone who sniffed the book of sugars and didn't have your skin tone. It was taking care of you, some old hag.
What the
was
hell?
taking care of your BLK butt, okay? And you was giving her what she wanted, the fetish. Until it was too late.
Oh,
you messed up
man.
and you had some kids and now you in the military. Sorry.
What the hell is she talking about?
She just basically said like her man took care of a white girl that
I'm like, they know who they are. They know who they are. But
slow.
They're like
even
this
that,
no.
like, you know, a lot of BLK man.
Oh, see, and this is what is so ironic that she wants to play this whole insecurity role.
Mhm.
You know, anytime a girl starts talking about, you know, she's not insecure, that just lets me know how insecure she is. But you know, I feel like a lot of these women are super insecure, and social media makes it so much worse. Like, where they're so hyper focused on the black guys who deal with white women, it really, I don't know. I just think it makes them go crazy, honestly. Like, it really fucks them up. But you know, she could be a lot more. She wouldn't have as many issues if she wasn't in her head so much. You know, sometimes you gotta not think so much.
Yeah, that's very true.
This overthinking has really fucked a lot of these women up. Like, just suck some more dick. Stop fucking thinking so much, man. I know it's. I wish it wasn't that simple, but a lot of times it really is.
It would help, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. I really do.
Riveting. I don't think she's ugly.
want to come to me talking about, wow, like you're natural, you're this, you're that. And then once I start speaking politics and I start like, they're like, whoa, she's intelligent. I can't handle this. Like, yeah,
Oh
you're not
God.
going to. You're not manipulating me. A lot of those BBL girlies are so insecure. Like when I tell you, pick me behavior on 10. On 10 when it comes to plastic surgery type women. And for me, it's more about the younger women. I think I might make a video about that. It's a difference when it's like an older woman versus a younger woman. And I mean like maybe a woman, I would say 40s and up who gets plastic surgery versus down. Oh my God, what a difference in confidence. Total difference in confidence and treatment of things that they accept. Accountability too, things that they've learned. How not to be treated just because you got a fake butt. How not to be treated just because you got fake boobs, whatever you want to call it. I should say breasts, but you know what I'm saying? This is what I mean, the algorithm. People are trying to sell things. They're trying to sell fitness. They also trying to sell food at the same time, like really bad, toxic food. It's mukbangs. Like it's so crazy how you'll have mukbang videos and fitness videos at the same time on your timeline. Like I have a business Instagram account. I don't really use it. And that's what I be seeing. Sports. I see the Instagram account. I see so many unintelligent things that don't make sense to me. So yes, this video is talking about my body, it being basically a war in politics and everything as a Black woman, which is so frustrating. It's so hard. I did my best not to cry in this video, which I'm proud of myself. But I think I'm just sick of it. I'm tired. I will keep posting. I will keep being me, but I want other women to know that's what you need to keep doing, because these people who run these companies and these apps want us not to be shown, because they don't want people to do what we're doing because it's going to save them money. Think about it. Being natural will save you money. Being natural will save you money. These companies don't want you to save money, period. They want you to buy their products so that you can look better. They want you to feel insecure. They want you to buy waist trainers. They want you to buy lashes. They want you to buy.
What?
And even this last few words she said, she reminds me of Mela.
Yeah.
I mean, some of it is just incoherent.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's why I think she is maybe suffering from some mental issues, because
no, I think she's suffering from A, lack of a good topic, and B, just mediocre illiteracy.
Oh, geez. Stanley said she has a fucking she has learning disabilities. Stanley. God damn.
No,
I think she's just lonely and somewhat depressed.
Yeah, I could
think so?
Well, that's most women, man.
I know.
Most women are fucking depressing, man.
Yeah, not like clinically depressed, but like she's so lonely and she's just commiserating all this Black women rhetoric nonsense. Like this stuff happens a lot, and I said this earlier in the chat. Like she sounds like the average millennial Black woman. Like this is how they talk. That's what they talk about, and it's just like spirals.
The shit is really
sad.
Yeah, it is sad, but it's just like, man, to be this fucking depressed all the fucking time, like, God, I don't even know how she gets up in the morning, honestly.
With affirmation.
I can tell you how she gets up alone.
Yeah.
I was gonna say tits first, but that's
she's gonna have to do better.
It's a lot of weight.
Number does
not
have the same weight that it used to. For the most part, anybody who's asking for your number, especially a male, is just seeking for cooch. I'm not trying to be depressing. I'm not trying to be negative, but I'm trying to be real with how the game is now.
Yeah, you are.
So give him your business email. Cash.
You know, the only thing worse about a male getting your number for cooch is a male not getting your number for cooch.
No, seriously.
She doesn't seem to understand that.
No, but she's about to say something very important, and she's about to highlight the transactional nature of dating. Watch this. Hit play.
Chat. Don't think that these little actions that men are doing are sincere or even above average, because it's not. They do that to everyone, and they're only looking for one thing. Maybe back in the day it was different, but now somebody seeking for your number is honestly embarrassing in public. Especially a man trying to get your number does not have the same weight that it used to.
Play
For the
it.
most part, anybody who's asking for your number, especially a male.
No, let it play because she's about to say send him your business email or a cash app, but that got cut off. Watch.
You think so?
Yeah, hit play. She's about to say it.
It's just seeking for cooch. I'm not trying to be depressing. I'm not trying to be negative, but I'm trying to be real with how the game is now.
Here it is.
So give him your business email. Cash app. Don't think that these little actions that men are doing are sincere or even.
Give him your cash app.
You hear that? See, this is what I've been saying when lasagna comes up. This generation, and you said she's under 30, their dating experience is purely transactional. And some of this is due to AI, some of it's due to technology, but also is due to how we've been socially engineered as men and women. And this is how these women are starting off the dating experience. Don't talk to me in public. You don't get my number. You might be able to follow one of my IG accounts. She's talking about a business email, which is like most of them ain't got businesses. But she said, hit that cash app before you even say something to me.
Yeah. And then you wonder why you guys only look at you for sex. It's like, well, you're moving like a sex worker.
Exactly.
Like, I mean, just trying to shame a man for asking for your number. This shit is depressing, man.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy. But I'm not gonna lie though. on a lonely night, I'll take this one down for sure.
Oh yeah, no. Honestly, she just looks wise, man. She is not a bad looking girl at all, and that's the sad part about it. Like, she's
Hey
so
guys,
depressing.
I'm gonna have to hop off for about 10 minutes. I'll be right back.
Okay.
No problem, Stan.
Yeah, just looks wise, man. She's pretty. Oh, Lupin, man. Hey, Lupin. I appreciate that cash app, man. Jesus, man. Goddamn, appreciate you, man. But yeah, man. She's honestly a beautiful girl, and it's just like so many of these girls, they just get caught up in all these different like agendas and shit, man. Like the politics and fucking, body positivity and the racial aspects, and it's like, man, can't we just enjoy fucking watching a movie? Can't we just go out and go to the, go out and get something to eat? Just be regular people. Like,
it's hard, man. Everything has been polarized and politicized with a lot of these women, especially if they go to school, HB, man. And you know this, you dated women that go to school.
Yeah.
And you're like, man, every conversation is like a fucking gymnastics. You doing gymnastics and you're in a fucking theme park.
Yeah.
It's like you gotta do all this shit just to get to like, I like you. You're not even at that point. You might not even be trying to smash no more. You're just like, what the fuck? I just need to get out of here.
Yeah, nah. It becomes like, I don't know. It's just I guess they don't really see how boring they've become, and like everything is like it's like, man, this is why I never want to take anything away from these women. Like, do what you want to do, politically or financially. I'll never say like, oh, a woman with a PhD is a bad woman or anything. But what really the issue is, what has happened is it made these women really boring.
Yes.
Like, they just have no fucking personality anymore. The personality is like what they've been kind of taught on social media,
right? Or
in these classes, and it's just like, man, I've heard this shit a million times, man.
Yeah.
I heard it. I heard these stories a million fucking times,
And the crazy part, HB, is when you start to ask them questions or just give them some basic logic, then they have all these like got 'em kind of things like, oh, you're a Trump supporter, or oh, you listen to Samuels, and it's like, what? It's like, I didn't say nothing like that. I'm just giving you basic logic, and just responding to what you're saying.
Yeah.
I gotta take a phone call. I'll be right back.
Well, yeah, you guys hit the like button, subscribe if you're new here. You know, I do think in this day and age, you know, just taking the time to get to know somebody, it does get muddled with this whole social media landscape. But I think at the same time, though, it makes it, you know, the social media really does help. It's pros and cons. You know, I think the pros is that men and women, you're exposed to people that you know you probably wouldn't have met in real life. Like, I sometimes think about that shit. Like, if I just stayed in Detroit or in Flint and only dealt with those women, only had that experience, I'd probably be a completely different person at this point in life, you know? So I do think the internet being able to introduce men in general just to different views and different kinds of women, it is a positive. But I think on the flip side also, it has turned a lot of people, it has made people jaded, men and women, you know, because I think a lot of times when men have issues with women, instead of handling those issues in real life, what happens is they turn to the internet, because a lot of women do that. You know, they have issues with men, they turn to the internet, and a lot of women are doing, or a lot of men are doing the same thing. They have issues with women, they start looking up, you know, content about it. You know, how do I get my girlfriend back? How do I stop a woman from, you know, cheating on me or all this other shit? And I just think a lot of this shit is kind of demonic, man. I don't think there really is any one fix all, one thing that's gonna solve all the answers that you're gonna find online. I think people are way too complex, man. You got a lot of trauma out here in the real world. The internet can't account for all of that. It's a lot of fucking trauma out here. I don't think I've ever met a girl that wasn't dealing with some sort of childhood trauma of some sort. It's like, how do you deal with that? How do you combat that as a man? Like, how do you really, you know, you gotta be a hell of a man. You gotta be a hell of a man. Oh, here we go. Ben, I don't know if Ben, you know, this is Stanley's stream. I don't know if he's gonna let you up here. I'll let you up here for a second though. Let me see.
Hey guys.
Hey Ben. Hey Ben. Hold on. JQ said red pill rules dating advice. Yeah, and I think that's probably the issue too. You know, that's probably the issue. Yeah, you guys are kind of like 50-50 on Ben, man. Some people like Ben, some people don't. I don't know what's going on. Damn it, this guy. Yeah, Ben, there. So apparently your mom wrote a book, and we were gonna.
Yeah.
We're supposed to be reading the book soon.
Yeah. It's not much to it, but yeah.
What made her want to write a book?
You know, it's interesting. You're talking about women and what they, right? Like, so she had 6 kids, and she was raised like kind of traditionally in Norway. You know, where like to be kind of like she was in like her dad was like a Protestant minister, so her mom was like, you know, like a traditional lady. So, but she came to America and she got feminized, divorced. My dad got remarried, divorced again. And even though she had 6 kids, she came to see it as like oppression, you know, to have kids. So she was convinced, like almost like on The Wizard of Oz. You know how like what's her name? The girl.
Dorothy. Yeah.
she meets that guy who says like, if I only had a brain.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of women are like that. Like, if I only had an academic credential, because I think what feminism it does is it teaches women like to want to be like men. And so the thing men find valuable, now women find valuable, even though they can't compete like men, which I think I consider myself the only feminist out there, because I'm saying women should do what women do right, like what women do easy, instead of trying to compete with men. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because you're always going to lose, and everybody knows who's worked with women that men are better workers generally than women. They're more dedicated, you know, they're more focused, they're less distracted by their family. And there's no shade to women being distracted by their family and taking a phone call when they're working and saying like, I got to take care of my kids, I got to take care of my relatives, you know. But it's like we set them up for failure. And I'm saying, let's set them up for success, because they could be really successful doing the things that women traditionally do. And I'd say the same thing in a less extreme way for the races. Like, I think that black people should do what black people are generally good at. And what I found, I've been traveling the South, is that black folks are generally very social. And so like, there's an enormous number of jobs in which, you know, customer service and like making people feel at home. You know, I'm at a hotel right now. That's really very valuable. So why this focus on black folks have to work, you know, like in, you know, like why try to be the white man and try to say like, we need to be Elon Musk? Like, why not just let white folks do what white folks? But anyways, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's an old argument, and people mock that argument, saying like, oh, you just want us to shuck and jive, right? You just want us to dance and play football and play basketball. And I'm saying like, yeah, that, but there's a lot more to it than that. I mean, there's a lot, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think that having a great personality, a warm personality, being friendly is an incredibly valuable thing. And I do think that you'd have to be crazy. If an alien came down to America to 2024, they would say the dark colored ones are so much more social, and the light colored ones all seem to be autistic, you know?
Yeah.
Well, this is becoming a regular disturbance.
Hey, Stanley,
no, you know,
Hey
I
there.
didn't want to get off into the race aspect, but you know, I think what ends up happening with so much, the more information a lot of times women know, because you know, my sister is somebody, my little sister, she's like a genius, like she's really a genius, but my sister is smart enough to not like subject herself to a lot of social media, even though she works for Facebook, but she doesn't actually subject herself to social media.
Yeah, that's,
and I think
I don't know if you know this, a lot of people who work in like Silicon Valley, Palo Alto, they actually send their kids to like daycare centers where there's no computers, because they know. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They
but
know what's up.
know, I think inherently she's always been like that, because she is so, you know, has a really high IQ. She's always kind of been like that, where she'll you know, instead of being on social media and stuff, she'd rather read a book, you know.
Right.
She'll you know, or she'll, you know, play video games or watch a movie or something. She
Something
doesn't
more,
really,
yeah,
you know, stimulating mentally instead of like. But I
Right.
think a lot of times women get so caught up in the social media, it makes them like depressed. I don't think they can really deal with too much of it.
I think the problem with women in social media, you see it because I have two daughters, and I've seen them in like, you know, junior high and high school. Like, I was surprised because, you know, I didn't grow up in the Instagram era, but for a lot of these girls, they really think like their Instagram, you know, curated thing is who they are. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then they get lost in the sauce because someone will come along and trash it, or show a picture of them that doesn't fit their, you know what I mean? Like, it's a kind of way in which, especially girls become like kind of narcissistic, right? So it's like, I'm creating fake me that you're going to consume. And these girls, I was amazed. My daughter went to an urban school. That's not just a way of saying like there were black folks there, but it kind of is in a way. But a lot of girls at age 15 were putting pictures up that I was like, damn, that is like almost pornography. You know what I mean? Like, and that's who you're showing yourself. Like, it's such a high competition that they start so young and they're so hoish. You know what I mean? That like, you're like, seriously, like your parents are letting you do this and you think this makes you look good. And you know what I mean? It's almost a race to the bottom to get like male attention. And it's like, why don't you just be 15? It's not, you don't got, you know what I mean? You don't have to be like almost doing pornography. But I get how girls get into that more than guys, because guys are just playing video games. And you know what I mean? Like they're not doing there's something about the female, you know, it is natural, I think, that girls want to sell themselves, especially to boys when they're that age. But social media kind of facilitates it in a way that's similar to how it was in the past. But like parents should say like, and kids should say like, Instagram profile. You're much bigger than your Instagram profile. And just let your Instagram profile be real. Let it be just you. You know what I mean? You could do it, but don't try to make it like you're some kind of celebrity who's perfect. And you know what I mean? Like there's this, it just becomes this kind of like ultra competitive thing, which girls get into. Because I like women can be high IQ. I'm not one of those people who would say women aren't high IQ. Absolutely, there are high IQ, low IQ. But women are also super competitive. Do not ever think that like boys are competitive and girls aren't. It's just in a different way. Right. Girls are socially competitive. Boys are like, you know, like in games and sports competitive. But
I think it really plays into their insecurities a lot of times. Where if you see them on social media, they look one way, but you meet them in person, it's a totally different ball game. And it's like I think it really it's kind of like just an avatar where they have this ideal view of themselves.
Yes.
But in real life, you know, they might be 15 years older than that picture that they're posting online, you know, like Jesus.
I can give you an example. In my daughter's school, there was this weird phenomenon that took place. So there was this I don't know if she was friends with this guy, but she knew this black guy who was telling everybody that he had this girlfriend that he had met through social media, whatever site it was, right? And this girlfriend, you know, kind of like e-girlfriend, right? She took all these great pictures of herself, and you know, you can use the lighting and the camera. And what happened is a lot of this guy's friends realized that this was a trans girl who went to a different school. So they started talking behind his back, right? And he's like, no, because she didn't tell him. She didn't tell him I'm trans, right? So you get how, like, and you know, like among black boys, there's less like sort of openness to that than among like whites.
Okay, I'm ready to move on. We're not doing trans issues today.
Okay. Let's.
Well, what I'm saying is, this kid got lost.
Okay, so when I say we're not doing trans issues, you feel compelled to continue the conversation. Is that how this is going to work?
Stanley, don't be a bitch.
Oh, I'm about to be a bigger bitch.
Yeah, I know. You're always a bitch.
Yep, I'm always a bitch, and I'm always consistent.
It's not about. I'm not talking about the trans. I'm talking about the social media.
You never have to worry about me being a bitch.
I ain't worried about it.
I didn't think you were. So where were we? Are we done with this poor little girl here?
Oh wait, who is this? What video is this?
Oh, this is actually something that popped up in my algorithm, and since Ben Thorpe was here, this is up Rhode Island way. And
this is Rhode Island. Okay.
So I don't know why this even turned up, but I thought it was kind of interesting. It has nothing to do with you, Ben, by the way.
Good morning, Kayla.
How are you?
You come here to check my health.
Oh, I know this guy.
Just asking how you are.
I bet you do.
How do you think I
know
am?
that.
You look good.
Oh, that's it.
You look wonderful.
Wow.
She's smart.
She's
definitely looking for a dismissal here.
No, you better stop.
I've been in that.
You know where she's from, Inspector Quinn?
Is it cold in that courtroom, Stanley?
Is there a what?
Is it cold in that courtroom? Did you notice their titties are kind of?
I'm just noticing that horrible Rhode Island accent.
Oh yeah, yeah.
When I lived
wearing
up
a
there,
mask that's got the Italian flag on it. She's playing the game because Caprio, you know, it's very Rhode Island. This is actually like before reality TV became big. This was like on public access. They would show this, and it became like a media sensation in Rhode Island before this kind of stuff became big. It was interesting, but I think it compromised like the actual judicial system because this Caprio guy was just like he was all about looking good, and it was all about him. So you play into his ego. I got out of like hundreds of dollars of parking tickets because all you got to do is learn how to work him, and you can get out of anything, especially if you're black.
Yeah, yeah.
so he has a little bit of a liberal streak in him, huh?
This is very Rhode Island where he's like very Italian. He actually got caught though. This judge got caught like I forget what it was, like putting like a $2 million pool or something like that. Like it's a big grift in the Northeast, right? You're a liberal, but like you're making money all the way through it. It's a fat system, like, and the people on top, like it's like a mini mafia the way they run it. But you gotta make sure you pander to the blacks, just like, you know what I mean? Like you're a politician, you pander to the blacks, you pander to the Jews, you pander to this and that. And actually our senator in Rhode Island, I don't know if you guys have ever seen him. His name is
Sheldon Whitehouse.
No, the other guy, the little guy. I forget his name, but it's an Italian name. And I used to live like spitting distance from his father was the mob lawyer. He was like exactly like the guy in The Godfather, you know, the lawyer guy who's like the straight man who goes in and testifies and all that stuff. That was his dad. And his dad was
Reed?
he only provided services to the mafia. And his office was right next door to what everyone knew was the mafia office. And yet he made a ton of money and his son became a state senator. That's how it goes in the Northeast. The Kennedys were the same way. It's like a machine, you know. And nobody pays any attention to the fact that your dad was
Johnston.
You know my dad, actually.
I do?
Yeah, Louis Mansalillo.
Oh, that's your dad, huh?
Yes, that's my dad.
He told me he had a wonderful daughter the last time I saw him.
Yeah.
Must have been you.
Well, I'm his only daughter, so.
Oh, yeah?
I was going to say how to be a sister.
He said, I have a daughter. She has
again.
He said, you know, Frank, he says, you'll never believe it. He says, I have a daughter. He says, she has more money. He said, she don't care. He said, if she ever comes before your court, he
He's
says,
lying.
You don't have to worry about, giving her a break. He said, she can afford anything. He said. So he was telling me how prosperous you are.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I love my dad. He's a good guy.
Did you hit the lottery or something?
No.
No? I don't know. He told me you had tons of money.
Maybe my mom does, not me.
We're getting family secrets here. Well, Inspector Quinn, she thought I looked pretty good. How about Inspector Quinn? How's he look?
Handsome.
Inspector Carrigan?
Handsome.
So you guys are handsome.
Good-looking men. Good-looking men.
Try your glasses.
Ridiculous.
You were charged with going through a red light on Roger Williams Avenue. Okay, Lisa, let's look at that.
All right.
That's 161.
No, didn't stop.
Yeah. Are you working?
I'm not. I have a 3-year-old son. I'm actually trying to collect disability. I have 18 pins and a plate in my right ankle due to a severe car accident back in 2017. So it's hard for me to like walk and stuff. I do have a handicap sticker.
Pay the court course.
Are you serious? Thank you.
There's something about you people from Johnston. Every time you come here, I get different readings. I mean, so you come in, you tell me I look good, but Inspector Quinn and Inspector Carrigan are handsome.
So?
You're supposed to give me the best compliment, not them.
Hey,
I said
what
you look good. You do. You look amazing.
Yeah, but they
You
look-
always do.
But they look
Forget
handsome.
about it.
You're
Forget
handsome
about
too.
it.
Oh, okay. Now, finally.
What a
She
mockery,
said,
huh?
you look amazing, though. I've never, well, other than me talking to the mirror, I've never heard that.
I mean, Colleen, your wife must tell you something, no?
She goes,
Every time I see him, I want to go, Norm.
yeah. No, Judge, she goes like this. Yeah, you're amazing.
He's not.
It's the inflection that makes the difference.
No, you're from Johnston, right?
Yes.
Is that the Italian flag you have?
Yes.
Is that, does the mayor require that everybody in Johnston has to wear the Italian flag?
I don't know. My mom went to school with him, so they're friends. So he's never said nothing to me.
Well, I think he does a great job, actually.
Yes, he's a good
Yeah.
man.
All right. But I'm gonna have to speak to the mayor and tell him that you were here with an Italian flag.
Okay. He might approve it.
And I want to know if it's like standard.
Oh, if it's mandatory?
And it's a mandatory requirement.
Thank
Cross
you
the
so
border.
much, Judge. I appreciate
When you
you.
cross the border into Johnston, Judge, you got to have it either on the car or on the mask now.
Yeah.
Or on the mirror.
Oh, yeah, I'm the mayor too, yep. Which is illegal, right?
You're right.
Yeah, well.
Good luck.
Johnson is the suburb where all the Italians moved out of. That's what you're referring
Wait,
to.
she just didn't stop at that red light. That's all this was about.
And he
So
let
they
her
must
off.
have-
He let her
yeah,
off.
so they must have red light cameras in Providence then, huh?
Oh yeah, it sucks. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's.
But if you know
bullshit,
the right
man.
people, you know what I'm saying? That's what this is all about. If you know the right people, you play the game.
Honestly,
Johnson is actually so the Italians moved out to Johnson, and one of the big things the mafia work. Do you know the areas of industry that the mafia specializes in?
Construction. I know construction's one of them.
Especially concrete, and then also waste management, like the trash.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
So that's
yeah.
big
Yeah.
black racket.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
the high, actually in Johnson they made the landfill, and technically speaking, the highest point in Rhode Island, because it's very flat, is the Johnston landfill. It's the it's the highest point above sea level, but it's not natural, so they don't count it.
Ben, can you trace your lineage back to the old country?
No, that's what they. I lived right across the street from like the mafia headquarters, and I went. I'm Catholic, so I would go to church, and they were like,
"Oh, okay.
It doesn't end in a vowel." I was like, "Well, not everybody does." So it was weird being.
You're Irish, Ben? You're more Irish?
No, my God, no. I'm Norwegian, so there's like almost no Norwegian, but almost all the Northeast, like New York, Boston, Providence, it's all Italians and Irish are like two big new groups that came in at the turn of the century. But then you have the old WASPs and the Jews, and the blacks are in the cities, right? So it's like it's kind of like a microcosm of the United States, because like down here, I'm down in the South, there's a much larger black population, but up there because there was, what do you call that? When everybody moved north, when the blacks moved north for the jobs, whatever that was called.
The Great Migration.
The Great Migration, right. But it's very different because the blacks in the north are all in the cities. And down south, it's like everywhere. It's in the cities, but it's also like there's a lot of rural blacks. And, I actually found like in the South, the races get along better, I think.
No. I've been moved from, I lived in Chicago, grew up in Detroit, and I moved down to Texas this summer. And honestly, that's what I've noticed more than anything. Like,
yeah.
You don't feel the same way as you do up north. Up north is way more segregated. Down south, everybody is cool with everybody down south,
But would you say that like there's still a kind of segregation in the sense like black people go to black churches, white people go to white churches generally? There's usually like a
yeah.
But not like enforced. Not like enforced. Nobody cares, but it's just natural.
Yeah, I think there's segregation, but I don't think it's like just like you said, it's not a forced segregation where the blacks live over here, the whites live over there.
Right.
Yeah, you're not gonna get a lot of black people at certain churches and stuff, but I just think that's culture. You know, people have different
Yeah.
cultures. I don't think it's necessarily a race thing.
Yeah, that's right. I think it's a different culture, and the cultures are generally friendly with each other. Whereas in the North,
Yeah.
you know, I lived in a black neighborhood, and every white person was like, "You got to get out of there." You know, they wouldn't kind of say it, but like everybody is like, "Get away from the blacks in the city," because you got kids, the education system is terrible, all that. I don't think that's really like that in the South. It's kind of like you respect each other. It's not like the black neighborhoods are the worst neighborhoods, but in the North, that tends to be true.
Definitely.
Even the blacks are like, I get out of here. I got to get out of the ghetto. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
And there aren't a lot of options up here for blacks generally to like move to the suburbs. It's so expensive. It's just so expensive, and there isn't like a rural black culture. So it's different. And when I went to William and Mary, and I had gotten all the propaganda that like the South is racist. And when I actually came down to the South in Virginia, I was like, no. It's
Virginia's
way more racist up north.
Virginia's not the South.
Williamsburg is the South.
Nah, it's not.
Richmond, Virginia was the
well, I know. I know.
How's that not the South?
I'm from Georgia. Virginia's not the South.
Northern Virginia is not Southern anymore, but like Southern.
No, anything. North Carolina has North in the name, therefore it is not the South. In anything
well,
north,
then by that
north of North Carolina.
Well, then by that logic, Miami is the most southern place, but it's not southern at all.
I don't think Florida is the South.
No, I don't think so. So the heart of the South, I think, is I don't know. I mean, I would say the Carolinas, Alabama, Mississippi, all that stuff. Yeah, I think Virginia's
pretty much ends at New Orleans.
Yeah. That's different altogether, but it's
yes, yeah. I know what I said.
Because the French culture.
You don't think Texas is the South?
Portia will hit me, I'm sure, but no, it's the West. It's the West.
I agree. I think Texas is its own thing.
There are a bunch of Indian wars there.
Well, and you had the Mexican thing. It's totally different. You didn't have any Mexicans east of Texas until recently.
Though I might give exception to Houston. That they're trying. Houston might be an island.
Do you know why? Even though part of the South, though, all the people from New Orleans they moved to Houston. After Katrina,
I was just about to say
they're in Atlanta.
Texas,
they all moved
Louisiana. I don't know. I do kind of think Texas is kind of its own thing, where it's like it is kind of like Western more than it is Southern, but it's like a mix of both.
Yeah, it's a mix. It's definitely a mix. Yeah.
All right, what are we watching here, Stanley? What is this?
This is Ileana Van Zandt, who I don't know. I mean, I don't know a whole lot, but this is on Angela Yee's show. And it caught my attention because she explains why today's women are mean and aggressive.
Oh, okay. This should be interesting.
Today are a lot more aggressive in our approach to life in general.
Right.
And we've done more work than them. So we have some things that are solid that they don't. And they've got to catch up.
Now, what do you mean by we're more aggressive women today, and why do you think that is?
Well, oh Lord, help me.
It's okay. Listen, we know how you get down. Come on, say it to us.
Say it, beloved. We have become what I call men in skirts. We are so aggressive.
Yeah, that's dead on.
So demanding. So unaware, really. We think we got it going on, but women really aren't aware of their power, because our power as women is silent. If you really know what
that's
you're
true,
doing, you can work a room.
Yeah.
Wait, Stanley, pause it.
I've been told I'm bossy.
Pause it right there. And man, I think women, a lot of times women would rather die before they accept that fact. Their power really is in their silence. And it's almost like when you
apparently
that's not what she means.
You cut off
what she means.
You went silent there for a minute.
Oh,
Yeah.
wait. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. You know, she's spot on with that, and I think when she's saying women should be silent, I don't think like women should just not have a voice at all. But I think how they go about it really makes you just wish that they would just be silent sometimes. It's like
I wouldn't use the word silence. I would use the word receptivity, because like just because you're not talking doesn't mean you're not active. You could be listening, and
right.
there are there's so many men that I've come across, older men, like I just think no one listens to them, and they would, a lot of these older men, they got money. If they could find a woman who would just listen to them, you know what I mean, and like be receptive and be empathetic, they would pour money at them. That's why I tell my daughter, don't get a college degree. If you wanted to, you could just find a few guys online and just listen to them, and you could make a penny. You know what I'm saying? But women, they don't get it. That is their power. You know what I mean? You just look at it anatomically. Women are organized to receive, not to give.
So you think Grace has power?
Absolutely, yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
Don't you?
Well, you are her father, so you would think that.
Don't you think that young women have an enormous amount of power?
Some do.
Yeah, and for them to take that power and be super aggressive with it.
No, now you're misunderstanding.
Foolish.
Those with gravitas do.
Right, with dignity.
Right, and Grace wouldn't be one of them.
Oh yeah. Well, what about all these women on?
I wouldn't have said it. I wouldn't have said it if I didn't think it.
Well, but she's never done all the things that like young women are encouraged to do online.
I have no idea. I just, gravitas and grace never crossed my mind in the same sentence.
Well, that's just because you're jealous of her.
Yeah, I'm jealous of a 23-year-old woman. Sure.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
I'm afraid.
You're envious of me.
I'm afraid you're barking up the wrong tree there, mister.
Well, it's not.
I'm
try to be a sassy. You try to be a sassy woman.
I'm
trying to be a sassy.
That sassy woman. Your daughter might have power over you, but out in the wild, no. Gravitas and grace do not ever cross my mind in the same sentence.
Well, kind of attention on.
She does not have gravitas.
Well, that's not true online. She's got a ton of attention.
You know what? Attention is not gravitas, sir. You should know that.
Well, gravitas is something. Gravity is something which draws people to.
No, not gravity. Gravitas.
I know, but
in the Latin sense of the word.
Dignity. It means dignity of like seriousness.
She does not have that.
Yes, she does.
Okay. LOL cows.
Well, she's a lol cow reject, which means that she is actually not a lol cow.
Well, anyway, enough of that. Let's get back to Ileana.
Yeah.
Yeah. In relationships?
We are, because I think we've been left alone and up to our own devices for too long.
Mm-hmm.
I find women to be mean as hell. I'm sorry. We're
Really?
mean.
Oh my gosh. Am I mean?
Oh yes.
Yes.
Jasmine, are you?
I agree.
A little bit.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, a
Yeah,
little
we're
bit.
mean.
I'm more straight. I mean, you're more passive. You'll be.
I can tell you right now, that's an angry hairdo. She's an angry rag doll.
And you
Mean
know,
on the inside and
I
not
think
saying
the thing about the meanness too, Stanley, like it does turn me on initially, but after a while, it's so exhausting.
Yes.
It will turn away any man. Yeah, at the beginning it's really hot. You know, you got a mean little spitfire. You want to fuck the shit out of her.
Yeah.
But after a while, it's just like, bro, this shit is. You know, I might as well go get a pit bull. I might as well get a dog if I want to wrangle a mean.
Do you think Nia, the girl we were just watching, her 2 videos, do you think she was mean?
I think she was. And see, men being mean and women being mean are 2 different things. You know, to me, mean what she did to that guy that that she was dating, to me that's mean. That's mean. Why would you use you know, your ex-boyfriend as content to disparage him, talk shit about him? You know, that's something only a mean person would do.
But aren't they? Isn't it because these women are angry because they look around and they see weak men, and so they, in a sense, are trying to. You could say, in a sense, trying to push them to be more masculine.
No,
but a lot of times it's counterproductive.
You know what? Nothing more. Well, I hate to. Dogs know when you're afraid of them. They will treat you like shit, growl, and all that.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I remember this. Well, I won't even bother with this story, but there was a girl, like some friend of my son's came over once, and this girl just didn't like dogs. And my dog, you know, was actually pretty nice. And for some reason, my dog just wanted to pick on this poor girl. This girl just, it could just sense the fear.
I'll say, hey, or
But see, I'm an alpha woman, so I'm straightforward too.
Yeah,
I'm in your face and on your word, but I'm not mean.
Okay, are you aggressive?
No, I'm assertive.
Okay,
I'm not aggressive.
What's the difference?
Well, first of all, your intention.
Okay.
And assertiveness, it's about dominion and accomplishing a particular thing. And aggressive, it's about control and getting what you're going for.
Way up. You know, I think that, and that's a really good point, because even with that example of the last girl, you know, it wasn't about assertiveness with her. It was all about control, aggressiveness.
Yeah.
What are we doing? What do you want? You know, that woman was basically trying to control this guy instead of you know, asking what he, you know, what he wants. What's going on with you? You know, it's all about her. You know, I think that's just the way women kind of try to control men, by being aggressive.
Yeah, it's like, have you ever seen women cops? Women cops are real fast to pull out a gun and try to control a situation with threats because they're in a weak position. Generally, male cops will calm a situation down, and female cops will, like, you know, kind of escalate because they're in a weak position. But in a different situation, like in a party or in a social atmosphere, a woman can, like, be that lubrication that makes everyone feel comfortable and they're having a good time. But they're not trying to control it. They're not trying to control it like a cop. But there are some women who try to control a social situation like a cop. And everybody feels forced, you know, when they're like, are you having a good time? Are you having a good time? We're having a great time. Leave me alone, bitch. You know, like, just let it flow a little bit here, you know?
Yeah.
But
you know, Ben, I just saw a video of a female cop. She had a partner, keyword had a partner, and basically she lost control of a situation where it was a simple traffic stop, and ended up getting her partner shot and killed. And you know, I feel like if the man had led that situation, I don't think it would have led to the shooting. Honestly, not saying that the guy that shot isn't a piece of shit. Like, he should be under the jail. But I think the woman leading that traffic stop really led to that the guy cop getting murdered, man.
Yeah, there was one of those situations that was like, you know, it was going to be riots. I forget who it was, but the female cop reached for her taser and actually pulled out her gun and shot the guy dead. It was a young black guy, and it was a traffic stop. But it was a total, like, that should be, you know, I know it's a stressful situation, but you should instinctually know which one's the taser and which one's the lethal weapon. You know what I mean? And I just think women cops, they get frazzled because they're not cut out for that kind of hot situation. You know, just like naturally, they're not geared to that kind of pressure. And I think that ends up like causing problems in society, because now you're going to have riots. She happened to be white, but I don't think that was what it was about. You know what I mean? That's not about a white. It was a total mistake. And she even was like, "Oh shit, that, she even said it, like, I thought that was the taser.
Yeah. I think she like executed a guy doing that shit. Wasn't he in cuffs? Wasn't he in cuffs when she did that?
Well, I don't think you taser someone who's in cuffs. I think he was compliant, or it's like not really compliant or something like that. I mean, he was this guy who had, I think the thing was, I forget the guy's name, like, but he was like kind of threatening, but he was in his car and she was saying like, you got to comply. And a taser is a way to make someone comply, but like she shot him dead. Right. And I think other cops were like, I don't avow that. You know what I mean? That wasn't procedure. And even she on the video was like, oh my God, that was my gun, not my taser. You know what I mean? And it's more like, it should have been more like, why do we have women cops, than like a black-white thing? But it happened to like go that direction. But I actually think riots didn't happen because I think people intuitively understood, like, actually, this is not a race thing. This is just a
yeah. It's just a woman thing. And I just think certain jobs women should not be in. The military, policing, women shouldn't be doing that type of shit, man.
I think they have a role to play. Like, for example, when you're patting down someone, it is good to have a woman if you're patting down a woman, because you do have to touch all sorts of parts. And like, if you're bringing a woman in and you're going to handle them, like, it is better to have a woman handle them than a man, because you're going to be doing a lot of touching if you're handling someone who's out of control. So I could see that. I could see there being a role when you got basically like a crazy bitch like that. You just don't want it to get to where, like, someone could accuse you of something. So it's better to have a woman.
Yeah.
We watched the video. I think nurses and stuff like that. It's always been traditional that like women have a role in these kind of areas. Like Stanley was in the military, and you need a woman like Stanley sometimes to, he's a block. He gets about the supplies, and did you order on time? And stuff
I'm sorry. Did he say something worth note?
Yeah. He said the military needs women like you in it.
I'm just kidding.
Okay. I think it's a joke though, Stanley.
But there is a role for, like, because Stanley was a supply guy, and I
was about to say, I always consider the source.
No, Stanley was an officer.
You need a guy like him who's like fussy and like,
No, Stanley was an officer, man. He wasn't a.
You were a quartermaster, Stanley. You were a quartermaster. What the heck's going on here?
No, actually,
I was supplies, I think, and things like that.
I was a surface warfare officer.
Yeah, which is very important. I'm saying, like,
we drive the
supplies going through. He wasn't a front line guy.
We control the ships.
Yeah. It's very important. And I'm sure Stanley did a great job in that role. But you got to be kind of like this guy who's like very much procedure. And I could see Stanley doing a great job doing that. Just being kind of like,
what?
You're not getting.
If not following the procedure could cost lives.
Yeah, that's right. No, I agree.
Sometimes procedures are important.
Hey, HB, you might want to buy the dip right now.
On what?
On anything right now.
Oh yeah. No, I'm seeing it.
Did you notice all that blood red this morning?
Yeah.
Like,
it's blood. It's blood in the streets right now. Everything.
Right back to support. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I'll probably have to kick up another stream later. Yeah. All right. Continue.
No, it's true that in modern warfare, guys like Stanley are actually more important than the front line guys, because if you don't keep those supplies organized and like keep that stuff going, I'm saying that I'm not.
You know what?
Definitely true.
I would. I was on the front lines. It was guys like you that we kept having to tell to shave that were handing us the supplies.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. That's right. I'd be the type of guy who
come on now, Pete.
Like,
come
Stanley,
on now, Beetle
give me
Bailey.
fucking bullets, and you'd be like, no, you didn't order it on time, and like I can't have that you need to follow procedure. And I'd be like, Stanley,
No.
give me a
It would be
fucking
like
break.
get me my shit now, or your ass is gonna be in the brig. That would be more my style.
Yeah, because men tend to be kind of like slobs. Men tend to be slobs. So you need guys like
hate about the military is you could get your point across with very few words. Like, do it now, motherfucker. That would be enough to solve a lot of problems.
Yeah, guys like you, like that kind of like being power and keep things straight.
I was a sailor. Sometimes the language is necessary.
Yeah, that's right.
Gotta let pukes like you know that the real men are here now and we mean business.
Yeah, something like that.
You know, slumber time is over.
No, that's right. I would be terrible in the military. I don't like taking orders from
time to act like you got it set.
Yeah, I'm not into that. Like, BBS
I understand you're not into that. You're not in. You go ahead and duck. Let the real men fight the war.
Yeah, I'm not into like taking orders.
By the way, I like my eggs over easy.
Right.
None of that powdered shit. I want the real egg.
Oh.
You like that special sauce. I get you, bro.
That's right.
Yeah, which one?
Over easy. Yeah, Stanley. Yeah.
No, I like that. I like that sauce is not going to have me kick your ass for not making my eggs right.
That's right. You like
send them back.
Your bill on other men. I get it.
Right.
I get it. Makes you feel a thrill to enforce your will on other men.
Fucking lootly, it was a thrill. Send them back. Cook them right.
Yeah.
I'm not eating this shit. I expect your best.
Yeah, right.
Wait, Stanley, are you saying Ben was the cook?
No, he was the the server.
That's absolutely. I would never rise in the rank.
The cooks
because I don't.
Are important and skilled.
Yeah. I think Ben's too tall to be a server, man.
No, I was always at the bottom of the totem pole when I worked at a Catholic school. They never looked, because I was always the guy talking shit and keeping it real. And to be a guy like Stanley, to make it in that, you gotta learn how to, you know.
Those nuns broke their sandals off in your ass. Don't lie.
There wasn't no nuns. I didn't work in the girls' school.
There were nuns at my Catholic school.
Yeah, there were a couple of nuns. Yeah, and they were butch as fuck.
That's right. And they kept your little sissy. I bet they called you a sissy.
Yeah, they were bad motherfuckers.
Ben, stop being a sissy and get in there and go out and play with the boys.
I remember
the dolls are for the girls, Ben. Go play football with the boys.
Sister Diane, and she was a sister of. And we were talking once at the lunchroom about, homosexuality, and she was saying they should all be taken and put on an island. And I was like, damn. She was hardcore.
Did you ask her which island?
She just got really mad and left.
She didn't give you directions and a map or anything?
Did she say Rhode Island?
Those nuns are badasses, though, man. Irish nuns. Crazy, man. They were hardcore, but they worked hard. Yeah. But like they were a special breed, man.
Yeah, I've always only heard negative things about those nuns, man. I never grew up around them. I wouldn't know.
The ones who made it through all the chaos of the 60s and 70s, man, they were hardcore. But like you couldn't repeat. They worked really hard all day long, but they weren't very feminine at all, man. They were like they were all talking about the good old days when you could like beat kids. And I was like, well,
apparently they sent all the butch nuns up north.
Well, I mean, I would.
They don't have any nuns anymore.
They would probably be shamed for having any femininity, you know. It's
Well,
kind of
I
like the priests. They're kind of shamed for having any masculinity. You kind of got to
yeah,
be.
true. It is like a weird inversion. That is true. Yeah.
Yeah.
They all became the nuns. All became like a lot of them became like feminists, protesters, all this stuff. And meanwhile, the priests who used to be known like Irish priests used to be known as like really tough guys. They all became like sissies and into
Yeah.
psychology and stuff like that. It's true. It's a weird inversion. I think it happened in all areas of our culture. But that's what we're talking about today. Is like right. Is like women have become
Yeah.
men, become women, and it's interesting, HB, because that like I find it hot when a woman is like kind of angry and aggressive at first, and so many guys experience that, and like there's an amazing, I would call it like a humiliation fetish. I'm not saying you're talking about that, but like Zoomer guys are so into being dominated by women. I think it comes down to like that their mothers were dominant, so they find it like normal. But women don't really want men like that. You know what I mean? So it's like this.
Nah, they don't.
They want to be dominated by men. So it's like this impossible situation where like you can't get them together because the Zoomer girls are like, these Zoomer guys are such.
That was one of the things that really kind of turned me off from Grace, because I actually liked Grace at first, but then when I heard her say "pay pigs," it really turned me off. So I just stopped. I kind of, I unsubscribed because it was like I couldn't imagine there's guys that are okay with being.
Yeah, but
to as a pay pig,
but it's a little bit like the N word. Like we're trying to like reassimilate it and say like we're recognizing it and laughing at it. Like, you know what I mean? That it's not really this.
No, I get it. But I think that's, the language is where it starts. That's how you break somebody. If you make a guy okay with being called a pay pig, now he's okay with being a footstool. Now he's okay with being whipped. Now he's okay with taking a dildo up his ass. It's like,
maybe, but like the word simp is similar, right? Like simp is supposed to be a bad word. I always say like
I hate that
openly
word,
a simp.
I hate that.
If there's a beautiful woman online, I'll openly simp for her. I'll say like, you know what I mean? Like I don't see what the downside of that is. Like it's fun, and you could say like, oh, you're a beta because you're saying like I worship this woman, but I mean mostly I think people are just kidding around online, and if you take it seriously, I mean if you're giving money, if you're giving tons and tons of money to a young female, okay, and you're like a guy my age, you gotta like own that. Like it kind of looks like you're paying for the attention. Get Crack for Me is an example of that.
Really now?
Yeah, but I'm
really explain further.
I'm saying you. Okay, yeah. I'm saying you.
Hey, you bitch! Am I be controlled by you or you be controlled by me? Tell me.
Exactly right. That's what
So
I'm saying.
which way is it?
It works both ways.
Are you my bitch? I'm paying your lifestyle.
Exactly. No, I think.
So you're my bitch.
Yeah, it's interesting, but I think there's like an.
All right, we got that cleared up.
It's an interesting dynamic back and forth, and I think you could joke around about it. I just don't think it like has to be so serious.
Oh, joke around. That's fine. Yeah, we can joke around all the time.
because you will support like young female streamers, right?
I don't care. I just want content, bro.
All right, but like OPC Don, he supports young female streamers.
Well, that's his thing. That ain't my thing.
Well, it sort of is your thing. Haven't you supported like a lot of?
Are you serious? Hey, HB, am I attracted to you? Are you a young female?
No. Wait.
Oh, all right. Interesting.
Where you
so that fell apart. If I only give a shit about young females, I might as well just go to OnlyFans.
But regardless of it, interesting.
And they'll give me more, right?
Okay, but Get Crack, you in a sense buy a voice, right? Like so people respect give money.
No.
But you realize that it's got to be more than that. So, but like you
a voice. How did I get a voice?
But you're okay with saying like I just don't have a problem with it. If you want to give money to someone,
I'm assuming some people do expect some kind of attention. Yes, I would assume that, but I never did because I'm always agreeing with you, Ben. It's like you are the content creator. You do whatever you do. I have no say on what you do, and that's it. I think that's fine.
Yeah, but I
OPC
mean,
Don tried to control your content though, didn't he?
But I think if people with yeah, that's true. But I'm saying
Right.
if someone super chats, I agree that if they super chat, their chat should get
Hmm.
above someone who doesn't super chat. It's
Hmm.
fine. I got no problem with that.
Hmm.
But at a certain point, right, you cross a certain line and you're saying like I'm gonna control you, and then the creator
Right.
back and says like,
And that's what I think. Yes, that's right. It's a back and forth that way. Yeah. And I think yeah, this is a problem with the parasocial relationship. It's kind of like, yeah, I don't know. If people
We had a
want
guy-
that kind of attention, this is why you rather go on OnlyFans. At least like, okay, stick the dildo over here. Put it over there in your mouth like this. Use a bigger
Now
and
it's
blacker
crossing the
dildo
line.
this time.
Yeah, right.
Right. Yeah. That's where the OnlyFans comes in. So if they
But we
want
had-
attention, they should go over there.
We ran into a guy. He all of a sudden came into our chat. He's like maybe dying of like a brain tumor in West Virginia. He was just throwing money at Grace and saying like, "I think you're beautiful," and all this kind of stuff.
Wow.
And we were joking around with him, and it's kind of edgy joking, but he was saying like, he said, "I have a brain tumor. I might die," and we were like, "Oh, we'll make sure those are like Venmo because you might be dead by the time we get the actual money through PayPal."
Wow.
But you see, I think people who are in that situation who are dying, and he was just saying like, I don't want to give my money to like my relatives. I'd rather give it to someone that like I just like what they're doing and support it. And I think you got to own that that's a kind of interesting position to be in. So we joked around about it. And I think that like it was okay with him. He was joking around back.
Wait, was this recent? Was this recent?
Yeah. We were actually going to go visit him in his hospital in West Virginia, but we haven't heard from him in a couple
Holy
of days.
shit.
So maybe he died. I don't know. But if you're dying of a brain tumor, like you realize like joking around about death is going to be like.
But do you think it's legitimate though? Do you think like some people would play that angle to get more attention?
Yeah, we had someone. Remember, Grace, a little while back had someone. I don't think it was a real person, but she was saying she was dying. She was terminal.
Yeah, she was gonna give you a scholarship or a full ride.
Pay Grace to go 4 years to any college she wanted to, but then she tried to start controlling Grace.
Yeah, right.
Extended her offer, and then we latched back out and said, "Fuck you, bitch! Take your money and shove it up your ass." I actually think it was a dude, but like, there's not fine. You know what I mean? Like, basically, it's a donation, right? So like, you don't put your money in the hat like at church and then go like, "Hey, priest, I want."
I would agree a lot of that, and I don't know.
Okay, if like look at it, if you look at a church, it might say on the stained glass, like the stained glass window is paid for by this woman, like or this family.
Right.
That's fine, but it's like a little tricky because you don't want to as a creator seem like I'm just here to like do whatever you want for money, because then I'm not myself, and like presumably you're here because you like what I'm doing, and you don't. Why would you want to change? I was thinking with OPC Don was like, well, we're doing what we are doing. Presumably that's why you're supporting this. And he was like, no. I want you to do what I want you to do. And it's like, well, that doesn't even make any sense because we're not, why would we do that? Like, presumably you're attracted to what we are doing, but you could, you'd have more of a voice, just like a producer of a movie. If you're paying for the movie, you'll have more of a voice, obviously, than a random audience member.
That's why I don't really like the term pay pig, because honestly, I feel like when you're doing content like this, you guys are controlled more by the audience than you control the audience. The audience controls you guys.
It's a back and forth.
Especially if you make a living.
Because if they got a lot bigger, that's the problem. The algorithm and the audience will start having more control. Yes.
Yeah, but like would say second, like if Grace did an OnlyFans, if she was just about the money and she did an OnlyFans, she could rake it in 2 minutes.
Right.
So the fact that she doesn't do that and doesn't want to, although I do want her to do an OnlyFans, but like a wholesome OnlyFans.
Oh, wholesome. All right.
Yeah, but sure, if she was to like lean too much in that direction, but so in a certain sense she does have a ton of financial power, because everybody knows that, like, to see, people would pay a lot of money to see her do stuff like that, right? But so back and forth. I just think, like, the relationship between the creator and his or her audience is always, it's a back and forth.
So yeah, let me address this comment first.
You think quality people would go to OnlyFans to see your daughter?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Let's address this point here, because it's an OnlyFans full of simps that love to be called pay pig. This is the original meaning of pay pig, because we had Nina on here. So this was long ago, many moons ago, and she was in the whole circle where there was Dom, right? She knew the Dom, the BDSM type of crowd. This is where pay pig comes from. They want to be dominated financially.
Yeah.
Okay, so that I just want to put that point out there. That's where the origin is.
It's a big thing. A lot of guys who are online have this kind of, this way in which they like to be humiliated. I've seen it time and time again. We're now interacting with one of the biggest people on YouTube, Keemstar, and I'm convinced he has a humiliation fetish, because he keeps making a fool out of himself. And it would seem like, dude, what are you doing? You know what I mean? Like, he just keeps leaning into it. And I think it's an interesting thing.
So a lot of people's complaints about Keemstar is it was scripted. When you were over there, did he give you scripts or like planned out outlines? Like, it has to go this way.
It was more, it was more. It was simpler than, like, in the idea of a script, like people are reading line for line. You would need really good actors.
Right. But it was somewhat controlled. Like, he would try to make it.
Yeah. But it's more or less, you can see it, like the recent stuff. They had this thing like, okay, let's do the thing where, like, Boogie2988 gets this, like, piece of Chris Chan paraphernalia that we say is person, and let's play that up. Everyone kind of intuitively knows, like, let's play that up, like everything that goes wrong. Oh my gosh, it's the curse. You know what I mean? But
So there was an outline, at least. There was some. Okay, we'll roughly draft it to be like, you got to go hit this point, and then go from there.
It's pretty much, you could tell by the thumbnail of the day what it is. Boogie's getting fired. Tina's getting fired. Becky's getting fired. It was almost always
right.
Like, and no one ever gets fired, so it's kind of lame. You know what I mean? But that's the difference.
Hey Ben, what's stopping you? What's stopping you from getting Grace an OnlyFans page?
She has one, but I wanted her to do it in a kind of like, I consider, like, the way I look at porn is like the original hardcore porn went so far in the direction of being like non-social and extreme that people, I think OnlyFans actually is a move in the right direction, even the pornographic stuff, because at least it's a little bit social. You actually have to interact with the person. You don't have to. Right. That's why people pay, because I was like, why are people paying for the same thing they could get for free? I mean, there's tons of pornography, and I think they like the social interaction. And I think the next step of it is, like, to have, like, right-wing guys tell Grace to, like, clean or bake or, do traditional things, because I think that's my porn, is a woman being feminine. I used to say, to women, like, there's nothing that turns me on more than a woman who's, like, taking care of my kids or cleaning stuff up. You know what I mean? Being a whore is easy, but, like, I want to see women, like,
It's lazy. It's lazy too. I think that's the thing about being a whore. It's lazy work. It's the equivalent to me as a guy being a drug dealer. It's just lazy. It's lazy work. Yeah, anybody could do it. Anybody can sell
mediocrity.
Drugs. Yeah, it's mediocrity. It's mediocrity.
I've never been on OnlyFans, but have you guys ever seen like they call it a titty stream on Twitch, where it's like kind of like, it's like a PG-13 version of OnlyFans? I'm like, I don't know how guys, and they go 3 or 4 hours, and I get that the girl's in like provocative positions, and I get that it's kind of like hot, and you could chat with her, but like, I can't watch it more than 5 minutes. But maybe that's what everyone does. It's just like whack off watching it for 5 minutes. But these guys, like, they go 3, 4 hours, 5 hours. And I find it interesting. I'm not like all against it, but I'm saying, like, wouldn't it be interesting if she had a personality, if she was doing something that more dignified? And I do think OnlyFans is different than Pornhub, because Pornhub, right in the name of it, you could say it's like that's a porn site. But OnlyFans actually wanted to ban pornography because with pornography, there's almost always a connection with like organized crime, human trafficking. A lot of these girls are like not really doing this freely. A lot of mental illness, and so like I'd like to help OnlyFans get out of that genre, and kind of have it be more, I don't know, more dignified. Well, at the same time, still having that like
yeah. Ben, I think the thing with Grace and OnlyFans, if she was doing custom content for her subscribers, I think that's where the money would be at. So if you contact her through
but she likes to see
a video with her and
the thing with Keemstar's model is you have to pay to be on their disc. You know what Discord is, right? So you have
Yeah.
to be on the Discord at all. And a lot of people resent that because, there are a lot of people online who don't have a lot of money. A lot of times, for whatever reason. So we like to keep it open and not force you to pay, but you can pay. So it's a tricky line, but like OnlyFans, it's always only payment. So, but but the idea of like saying like there's some content that you have to pay for.
Because you could be very creative with it too. You could do a OnlyFans where Grace will charge you $50 to look at a picture of your cock.
Yeah.
You send Grace a picture of your cock. She'll look at it and reply back to it. But you got to send $50 to do it.
Right.
You could do it. You could do it.
She doesn't want to do that, but she does handwritten. She gets a lot of dick pics. But
yeah, she does, doesn't she? On her Discord, I think she does it for free. Charge you for a reply.
Yeah, charge them for the dick pics, guys. I don't know why, but guys really love sending unsolicited dick pics.
Yeah, I did that.
I think.
Yeah. We know, Ben. We know. Gary knows anyway. Yeah, Gary.
But I only sent flaccid dick pics.
Yes.
Gary got your dick pic saved, Ben, for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, for some reason. Yeah.
I figured out guys are like, I've got your dick pic, and I'm like, okay, well, but I thought about doing my own OnlyFans because I actually have a lot of gay guys who are constantly asking me for dick pics, and also a lot of guys. There's a big market. There's a weird fetish for gay guys for me to be like fully dressed, totally masculine, and just be yelling at them for being F slurs. Like, actually, a lot of gay guys would pay a lot of money for that. It's the same kind of humiliation fetish, and I wouldn't have to be gay at all. You know what I mean? I had one guy. He said, like, I give you $150 if you would urinate on me. I was like, what? But I was like, I would urinate on you for free if you're just around. But like, I'm not gonna go, fly out to urinate on you. But like, whatever, I don't care. Whatever you get off to, I don't really care that much. But a lot of people say, well, that's kind of gay.
It's pretty gay. It's pretty gay.
But I mean, gay. Like, if I just had to take a piss and a guy's like, I'll piss on me, and I'll like, it makes me really happy. I'm like, well, whatever. I don't know. People are into their shit,
I just think you guys are kind of in that spot where you're gonna have to kind of push the envelope somehow to really take it off. Because these other content creators, man, people are just gonna use you guys and throw you away. They don't respect you guys, man. It's fucked up, but
Well, there's this weird thing of like, guys have offered Grace like $1,000 like for a pair of her panties, and it's like, I don't know, like, it's just a pair of panties. You're not doing anything weird. You're just putting your panties in an envelope and sending it. And, and she's an adult. It's not like she's a kid or anything like that. Or, there was a girl who said she made it through college by selling her farts in jars. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. We covered that over here.
Yeah, it's weird. She doesn't do that stuff because it's a little bit, you might say it's not sex work, but it kind of is, because you know what these guys are doing, but
I don't know. I feel like she's already kind of in the sex work industry anyway. It's more like denial. If you got a Discord and guys are sending you dick pics all day, you're kind of already there. It's more so
I don't know.
just kind of denying it.
Mostly she just kids around with it. So, I mean, like dick pics are just normal in 2024. It's not like even in high school, like
they're not.
all over the
They're
place.
not.
Oh no, I
I
don't
get it.
right about that. I don't think you're right about that. Dick pics are normal in the like. I'm not saying people my age, but like among people our age, it's not really a big thing at all. It's like what used to be flirting for people my age. You know, it's not that big deal. And you know, the thing about dick pics, I've only seen like one accidentally, but like it's pretty much like the funny thing about it is like everyone's dick is pretty much similar. I mean, there's not really that big of a difference. I mean, some guys might have gigantic whatever, but like generally speaking, a dick is a dick. But it's a funny way that young people like to I think feel intimate with each other. You know, I don't think it's that big of a deal. And especially if it's just a dick pic, it's not attached to a picture of your face. It's not going to come to haunt you later. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And of course, you could be sending a picture of someone else's dick too. And how would anyone know?
Yeah. I think that's probably more common than a lot of people want to agree.
Yeah. With AI and stuff, like it gets to the point now where like all this stuff about revenge porn, it's like going to become so. Grace has a thing where she was swimming once and someone AI'd her topless, where they, you know what I mean, they converted it to a topless pic, and she'll send those sometimes to guys, but it's not her. You know what I'm saying? It's like someone else's boobs that are like integrated to look like hers, but guys will go crazy for them. But then they're always kind of like, are those yours? You know what I mean? How are you going to verify it? You know what I mean? So I don't know.
Wouldn't it be crazy if she started doing that? What if she did a whole OnlyFans where it was just AI generated naked pictures of herself?
Right.
Is that sex? Would that be sex work at that point? I don't know.
I don't know.
Stanley, what do you think about that, Stanley? What do you think about that?
About what?
AI generated. Oh, hey, good morning, Kimmy. Good morning, Kimmy. AI generated nude pictures of yourself, and you sell it online. Would that be technically sex work or no?
I think it's crazy for a father to sit here talking about AI generated topless shots of his daughter.
What's so well? What makes that crazy? What do you think's crazy about that?
Well, I don't know. It just seems kind of unctuous. Just kind
like
of
a reverse
sleazy.
Oedipus it's like a reverse Oedipus
No, I just think it's pushes the bounds of my tolerance to hear a father talking about.
Yeah, Stanley's a bitch. We know that, Stanley.
I'm talking.
We know you're a bitch.
Don't do that.
Come on, Ben. Come on, Ben.
Well, a guy can have a little bit.
Hey, you asked. I was asked, and now I'm answering.
Yeah, and I'm responding to your answer.
You're responding with my tolerance, with my forbearance.
Oh, now we're doing the BDSM thing.
Hey, if you can sit here,
you're so consumed.
You can sit here. If you can sit here and talk about this sort of stuff and expect me not to render a judgment,
no, I absolutely
wrong show. I'm gonna get up on my moral high horse, and I'm gonna pronounce on high, about what I think about your morals and your general fitness as a father.
Right, and that's why I say you're a bitch.
And you know what? That's why you come up on this show, because I think you like it when I call you a piece of shit.
Yeah, I like criticism. Yeah.
Okay, well, hey.
I don't have any problem with it. Stanley, I invited you.
To understand,
a much bigger
if I had been here, you wouldn't even be on the show. You should thank HB that you're even here.
Ben, Stanley always talks about parenting
Yeah.
been the biggest issue in America,
Mm.
and this is why I think you guys would be a very good, like, kind of duo. You know, Stanley, I feel like you guys have totally different viewpoints, almost like yin and yang of parenting. You know, Stanley's has his view
The
on
term is
parenting.
diametrically opposed.
I doubt it.
There we go.
I doubt it. I think there probably is more commonality than difference.
I don't think so.
Is
I don't think
this
so.
one of your people? Stanley's the most boring loser. Why this channel gave him a crumb of power is insane.
I've never seen that handle.
Yeah. I don't.
No,
I don't know.
I think riveting is riveting.
But like, let's say I was watching Dr. Phil the other day, and there was this
Oh
woman.
wait, Dr. Phil, that fine, upstanding, moral man.
Yeah, no, he's a scumbag. He's a total scumbag. I don't know if you were saying that, but he had this woman on whose daughter was out of control, but she blamed her dad because she said her dad is abusive. But when the dad was kicked out of the home, the mom had an 18-year-old criminal living in her supposedly living room because he needed a place to stay when he was dating her 15-year-old daughter. I would never allow that, and Stanley would never allow that. Like, that's crazy to have that situation under your roof. But, you know, I think, like, so I think I'm actually fairly traditional, but I'm a little bit more laid
Well,
back.
maybe it's a northern Rhode Island thing. Apparently, traditional in the South is somewhat different.
I think that's true. I think that's two different cultures. Yeah. Southern culture is more woman oriented. It's more matriarchal.
No, I think Southern culture at this rate is just more moral. There's some things you Yankees, there's some things you Yankees do that just wouldn't be tolerated in the South.
Yeah, that's true on paper, but in actual fact.
Oh no, I can tell you, I'm not on paper. I'm rendering this judgment from experience, not from.
Well, like say for example, like drug addiction, that's rampant in the South and the North. It's not like the South doesn't have problems with like meth and all that stuff.
You know what? Are we actually talking about meth? Or are we talking about parenting?
We talk about morals. I would say like a sign of morality is like crime.
Okay, well, you know what? Meth might be moral. Meth might be. Okay, let me clarify. Generally, drugs. I tend to look at drugs as kind of amoral, to be honest. I mean, I guess it can lead to degenerate behavior, but whether you decide to be a drug addict or not, generally, I don't care one way or the other.
You don't think that's throwing your life away?
I don't really. Hey, I don't.
So if one of your kids said, "I'm a drug addict," you would think, "All right, that's fine."
The funny thing about me, sometimes I don't render judgment until I have to. I don't know any meth addicts.
Okay, so if one of your kids said, "Like,"
sounds like a bad deal. Sounds like a bad deal to be a meth addict, but I honestly don't know any. Now I do know.
So if one of your kids said,
"This panel, people who don't measure up to what I would consider a moral yardstick."
So if one of your kids said, "Like, I'm considering doing meth,"
I only have one kid.
Oh, okay, yeah. If your kid said, "I'm considering doing meth," you'd go, "Yeah, I don't know."
If he's over 18, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Man,
adults may. Now I would tell him, "Hey, I think you're making a mistake," but I'm not going to fucking stop him.
Okay, but you just said it's amoral, but now you're saying actually.
Well, now I know somebody.
Now you know.
And again, I'm not subjecting him to my personal opinion. I'm going to tell him I think that it's a mistake, but I'm not going to handcuff him to the door.
Oh, obviously, you're not handcuffing anybody to the door. Except
the bottom line is that once you turn 18, you are legally an adult and entitled to make your mistakes.
But
parents are just advisors. Once you're 18,
but Stanley, that's not a point. Everybody knows.
Once you're 18, parents are but advisors.
Well, but everybody knows that. That's not actually a point.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's my point. whether you accept it as a point or not. I mean, I can understand
Well,
why
that's like saying the sky
I
is
can
blue.
understand why you
That's like saying the
wouldn't
sky is
take
blue.
the point. Because apparently after 18, you're still deeply enmeshed in your daughter's life. So, you know,
Yeah,
I can understand why my point
not because
would just kind of
that's by
bounce off that
choice.
hard
That's
skull of
choice.
yours.
That's by her choice.
You know what? And you are encouraging it.
Absolutely. I think, yeah, girls.
Well, hey, that's your life.
Okay, but Stanley, you can't just like cut me off every time.
Sure, I can. I can.
Wait,
You
Stanley,
can.
No, don't tell me to wait.
You fucking asshole.
Oh yeah, you're just learning I'm a fucking asshole now.
Wait, hold on a second, Ben. We're getting to some point. Stanley, you think that Ben and Grace's relationship is a negative thing?
I think Ben's and Grace's relationship is none of my business.
Okay.
I just understand why parents after 18 are just advisors. I can understand why he would miss that point.
Right.
No, so in most traditional cultures, that would be true of boys, but not of girls.
Okay, you know what? I live in America.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't live in most traditional cultures.
Well, there are traditional people.
I live in America.
There are traditional people.
This isn't fucking Ireland. This isn't Victorian England. This is America. And no, you in America. Let's face it, Ben. In America, you are an exception.
Yeah, that's true.
Ben, would you agree though that the difference between America and most other countries is women have way more opportunities than in these traditional cultures?
It depends. I mean, if you mean opportunities I think it's way easier for women to become disasters. But
but I mean, I think it's way easier too for them to run for president.
Yeah, if you think that's a good idea, then yeah, you would say that. I think women have far less opportunity in America to be happy because they're with all this propaganda that they should become men. So I think it's good in a culture that the culture encourages people to do what is like follows their nature, not to like rebel against that. So in our culture,
you know what? I think a culture that does that encourages hedonism. Follow your urges is not necessarily good life advice.
Yeah, and I don't actually think America's a hedonistic culture because most people are angry.
I didn't say America was. I said it could lead to.
I actually think you should follow your what makes you truly happy, which should also be something.
I actually think you're one step away from being a hippie.
Well, I mean, I think that's what a Christian is someone who says like you should love.
You and I differ probably on what a Christian is. A Christian is.
I think a Christian is someone who should morally grandstand.
A Christian does not live.
That's absolutely not what a Christian.
I'm not even that big a Christian.
So Ben, so I think when it comes to parenting, you and Stanley really are kind of morally kind of opposites of parenting. Stanley, his son's off at Georgia Tech. You kind of have the idea that, for Grace anyway, she doesn't really need college. What kind of pros and cons? What kind of pros and cons do you see from Stanley's point of view that your son or your kid should go to college?
Well, you're asking this in isolation. I could give you answer, but you must understand that it's HB asking this. I could give a shit less what you think.
Okay, Stanley. I forced all my sons when I was able to get out of the house at 18, whether they go to college or I do not think after 18, boys should be living at home, especially with their mothers. I think that's a terrible, terrible situation. But girls, I think, need the protection. So I would say it's very different, boys and girls. But
okay.
I think it can be. I think you can make a case where, like a girl goes to like nursing school or something like that, where it makes sense for her if she just wants to, have a career in which she can also get married and have kids. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's totally fine. But I just think she should be under the leadership of her father and not like free and like doing whatever she wants to do. Because you look at these college campuses, they're filled with hoes. And these hoes generally, they rack up a pretty big body count. A lot of them have abortions. They end up disasters when they're like doing their own thing and having fun. And they're not under, under a man's guidance. That's just my take on it.
Now, Stanley, what is your take on that? Like, the boys should be kind of systematically forced out of the home at 18, but the women should be coddled a little bit more until they're ready to leave the home. What do you think about that? That kind of.
I don't think about it.
Oh, okay.
I don't have a daughter.
Yeah. I mean, well, if you did, would you more so agree with Ben in that point?
I can't imagine like being in that kind of mindset. So, a lot of it will depend on the child.
Yeah. Well, like if Grace was your daughter, imagine that.
If Grace were my daughter, she'd have a different life. I'll put it that way.
Absolutely. Having a gay father is like brutal.
I don't think that's
well. True. You know what? Obviously, and having a father without morals seems like an easy life.
Does it? It seems like an easy life. If I didn't have, I have strong morals.
From my standpoint, and you have to understand, this is just Stanley's vantage point. Right. You are heathenous, and I'm not even a Christian. You are a slippery character.
Oh, you're saying I'm Jewish?
No, just slippery.
Well, that's what they say about the Jews.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Jews do have. They are pretty.
I had no idea. I don't generally, my anti-Semitism isn't that well developed.
Yeah. Well, I consider that. A compliment.
Slippery.
Like you're so rigid.
In your position,
you can't even come
up. A lot of things you are forced to take as compliments.
You're getting into your gay BDSM again, Stanley.
Yeah, you know what? You wish I.
Why don't you sometimes? I think you're a funny guy. You're right to say like I like the interaction. I like the dynamic. Why don't you come on our channel sometime and we can you can be sassy.
Do we have to start this again? Have you even gotten
no.
in the last 5
years? I rescind. But just think about
Ben, what do you say? What makes you say that you don't really live a hedonistic lifestyle? Because I do kind of think you to a certain extent you guys do kind of live a hedonistic lifestyle a little bit.
Well, okay, so how do you think I'm a good-looking guy? I think everyone would acknowledge that. I'm 6'8", good-looking guy, articulate. I've only been with like 3 women in my entire life. Is that hedonistic?
No. Hedonism isn't always about sexual. It's more about what makes you feel good. It's not necessarily a sex thing.
Pleasure.
It's more. When I say hedonistic, it's more about your rudderless life.
Well, I love God. I love God, and I try to serve.
Okay, well, that's all well and good.
I've suffered.
It doesn't. That is.
Wait. Hold on a second.
Are you a wandering prophet?
Hold on a second. I've had my kids taken away from me. I've been to jail for 12 days for taking a walk with my daughter. I experienced repeated arrests.
Are you playing victim now?
How's that hedonistic?
Okay, well, that's kind of actually the hedonism comes in why you have been in all this hot water?
Because I love my daughter.
No, because you're a constant fuck up and you keep winding up in trouble with the law. Can't keep a family.
How was it fucking
That
up?
all sounds
How
mighty
was it fucking up to
hedonistic
be a
to me.
father to your daughter?
It sounds like Ben has done what Ben wanted to do to the detriment of people who at some point in time depended on him to be a little bit of a self-sacrificer. That is
So I should
hedonism.
saying by lying my kid that I've been criminal acts with my daughter because of
Listen, I don't give a shit about all the details, Ben. You can spare me the excuses. My point is that the people who depended on you, you have let down because Ben wanted to do what Ben wanted to do when Ben wanted to do it. That is a wanton life that is a wanton lifestyle for the father of a family.
Okay, so would you say the same about
Nope.
Jesus Christ?
I don't give it. You're not. Hey, I've known Jesus, Ben, and you're no Jesus.
No, but I'm not saying I'm Jesus. I'm saying, so you say if anyone has
Jesus and Ben in the same conversation.
Oh my God!
And I'm not even offended.
Stanley,
I'm not offended, and I think you might get
I'm
struck.
not saying I'm Jesus Christ. I'm saying you're saying if anyone has.
No, I'm saying I said what I said. You don't need to steal man.
No, I do, Stanley. I need to unpack.
You don't need to steal
like your little lavender bag when you got home from that bookstore.
You are leading a rudderless. You are leading a rudderless life. You, as a father, have let down people who depended on you, and I don't take fucking excuses in that matter. It is what it is. It's up to you to do.
So we're not going to have a discussion. So you're just doing your BS.
No, we're not having a discussion. Absolutely not. We're not having a discussion.
Okay, so
Ben,
do you think you're worth the discussion?
Wait, come on, Stanley. Come on. You don't
Stanley.
Rudderless life, dude. You let down some people.
Well, we're having a discussion.
I don't even know, motherfucker. I don't even like having a discussion with people like you.
Yeah, I know, because you're a bitch.
No, I'm a bitch. I'm a bitch, but I haven't let anybody down type of bitch.
And Ben, that's what I wanted to get to. You kind of have to look at it from Stanley's perspective. He is a man of duty. I think from his point of view, you live a hedonistic lifestyle just because wait. Duty.
All right. How many kids do I have? I got 6 kids. Six beautiful kids.
How would I know?
He could barely squeeze one out, and it probably was his wife cheating on the side.
You know what? Obviously, you squeezed out bullets.
Stanley's kid is fat.
Right.
My kids are all beautiful.
You know what? Here's the deal.
Go head to head.
I could afford to give my son food to get fat with. I'm not cooking up fucking macaroni on a dirty cook stove in a broke down van.
Well, why is your kid fat?
Come on, you guys.
All I have to say is bon appetit.
Come on.
Well, because he doesn't have a masculine man in his life.
We don't have to talk about kids, guys. Come on.
Hey, I don't have to.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
He's got to talk about kids because when I bring up responsibilities and fatherhood, he will be found wanting.
How so?
You'll be wanting a character.
How so?
Hey, I don't need to explain it. You probably know better than I.
Well, but you have to explain it.
I don't have to.
You're saying.
No, Ben, you need to get it through your head, Ben. Stanley doesn't have to explain anything.
Right, I know that's the bitch part. We already know that.
That's the bitch part. Ain't it a bitch?
So you openly identify as a bitch. All right.
I think the term hedonistic is sometimes it's taken out of context. I think the way that you live, kind of without any real, you live a life where a lot of people could strive to that, where they don't have any, they don't really got to worry about bills and shit. They don't got to worry about the rat race.
I don't.
I don't think. I don't think it's a bad thing necessarily.
I got the same pressures as everybody else. I got it, whatever. How do you think I'm exempt from that? And to the extent I've made money in real estate, like, how's that?
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I invested, I worked hard, I built up a business, and I cashed out on it, and now I'm building up another business. That doesn't seem to me like hedonistic.
Yeah, you got a point.
Just because Stanley always had to suck the government dick, and he couldn't be a man and make it on his own, doesn't mean that he could flex on me.
Yeah, I'm sure you.
Government check.
I'm sure you think you're landing punches there, Benny.
No, I don't. I don't think I am. I know I am.
Yeah. Okay.
What makes you think, Stanley?
Why don't we go head to head on YouTube? You know what I'm saying? You could see if you can land the punches or not. We're here.
Ben, what
are you talking about?
Wait, Ben. What makes you think Stanley depended on the government his whole life?
Because he worked for the Navy and he gets his Navy retirement check and Social Security. He lived a very conservative life. He never owned his own business.
I've never done anything else in my life. Then
I bet this guy can't even fix a knob in his house.
You know what I can fix though? I can fix any notions in your head that I have respect for you.
Yeah, you are a perfect bitch.
You do know that I have no respect for you, so that part is fixed.
Okay, but that's not what we're talking about. Fixing.
It's what I'm talking about.
Can you even turn a screw? Do you know which way to turn it? No.
All I know is how to rhetorically twist a knife in that very fleshy back of yours.
Well, see what the chat says. Do they all agree with you? No.
Do you really think
about
the chat?
You're a joke.
Hey, I'm a joke.
Yeah, and it's funny.
You're the only one
I don't
laughing.
mind the back and forth.
Have you noticed? You're the only one laughing.
No, I haven't noticed that. What do you take this seriously? Your little proclamations from your little Queen Tower?
Absolutely, I take it seriously.
Seriously?
See, that's
YouTube, Stanley. Nobody gives a fuck.
Yes, it's absolutely true that I take my life seriously. that you don't.
On John Galt's channel,
you don't take your life seriously.
Little bitch
shit didn't take your family's life seriously, and now you are where you are.
And you are where you are behind
a motherfucker significantly better off than you are.
Bitch at some kind of
you can name call all you want, but you're the one who has kids, sons still with their mother, and you can't even fucking go say hi. Can you shake your son's hand?
Well, yeah, I can't, but they become alienated.
No, I'm not interested. You don't have to make excuses.
I could go.
I'm actually not interested. I just bring up to make a point.
And I'm sure he'd be dying for more.
Motherfucker, you're not sure of anything about what he would be doing.
Well, fat guys.
Can you call and ask him what he'd be doing? The answer is no.
Can I call your son?
No, your son. Or did you forget you had one?
Yes, I can.
You haven't seen him in a while, so I can out of sight, out of mind with you, Ben.
I have 4 sons, Stanley.
Oh yeah, and all 4 of them cannot talk with their daddy.
That's not true.
Ben,
you know what? I don't know whether it's true or not. I just made the comment.
What you just said something not true.
Oh, I just said it. And as far as I know,
all 4 of them can talk to me. Yes.
As far as I know,
do you think your sons would be better off with you or their mother?
Definitely me.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't really think that this. You know what they do in these court situations? They make you fight over the kids.
You had to go to court over your children?
Yeah.
Oh my Lord, you live a rough life.
Yeah. When you're a real man, people attack.
Yeah, when you're a real man, you go to court so they can tell you what to do with your kids. That's what real men do.
They're gonna want your lavender bag. your little leather lavender bag with your makeup.
You know
and
what?
High heels,
Conservative said
your
something
lingerie in
about
it.
the government interfering with families, and you've had the government knee deep in your family life.
Yeah, because of bitches like you. That's right.
They told you what to do with your family. Who goes where? Who stays with whom? Who pays what?
Right. That's terrible.
I haven't
That's
had the
terrible
government
thing.
involved in my family since I haven't had the government involved in my family since my son. I got a social security number.
Is that
Right.
true? Or
Suck the government dick. You suck the government dick.
Hey, suck the government dick, but you know what? If they're paying me, they're paying me, but they didn't tell me what to do.
You a hoe.
They
You
did
bend over
not.
to the government. I get you.
They didn't tell me which son
the
lived with
government
me.
is your daddy. That's
Never
right. The government is your daddy.
We never
in every
decided.
way. In every way, the government is your daddy. Pays your bills,
They
provides for you,
never.
gives you
Government
a place.
never told
Suck,
me.
suck government dick your entire life.
Government didn't decide where my kids slept.
Right, because you're not a man, so the government.
No, the government got knee deep up your ass and told you where your kids could go.
That's right. That's right.
Big government at work in Ben Thorpe's life.
Right.
I know why you're better now.
That's right, and they
You
should
should
do
be
that.
mad as hell at the government.
Right, I am.
Oh, I bet you are.
I bet I am.
That government cigarette in your mouth.
That's a government cigarette. What the fuck does that mean? What's a government cigarette, nigga?
You got
What's a government cigarette?
It's like government cheese. It's government cheese. Craft cigarettes.
Government cigarette. Everything in your house is a government thing in your house. Every dime you've ever made in your life is a government dime you've made in your life.
And you know what?
100%
You
true.
know what? They didn't tell me where to spend it.
Right, but it's from the government.
They took your privately earned money and decided who got it.
They didn't take a dime. No, they didn't take a dime. I didn't play their game. They didn't take a dime.
Oh, you didn't support your family?
They didn't take a dime.
Okay, I get it now. They couldn't make you support your family.
That's right. I'm a true nigga. I don't go to no.
You know what? You are a truer nigga than I am.
That's right. Yeah, you're a white boy. You're a white boy. That's right.
You know,
you bend over every time daddy government wants anything from you. You bend right over. No, you gotta lube. It's already lubed up. That's right. You're not a man.
I'm gonna look down my nose like
nigga
a
out
real
here trying to be man.
nigga.
I don't give a fuck what the government says. That's right.
That's what I wanted to kind of get to. Not in those words though, but do you think Stanley actually maybe he benefits from white privilege a little bit?
Oh, absolutely. Why do you think he got a government job? You don't think it had anything to do with skin color?
Nope.
Yeah. Dream on, brother. Dream on. You don't think the military has the DEI policy?
All I have to say, I know what it takes to make you feel better. No. Someone with my skin color out fucking performs your dumb ass.
That could
I love seeing a white man on his back.
That could be true, but you
are Vivek Ramaswamy's wet dream right now.
The policies of the military.
You know what? Yeah. Vivek was right, and I'm looking at him now.
Everybody knows that, Stanley. It's the #1 DEI.
That's right. You are the poster boy for the mediocre white male.
I don't know what that means.
Oh, of course you don't.
I told you I'm a true nigga. That's what I'm the poster.
A Negro just used
for a bitch ass white boy.
That Mr. White Man from William and Mary doesn't even know what it means. Sad.
I don't know. I know what the word
means. William and Mary a good school? Did you attend class a lot?
Did I attend class? Sure.
Did you finish William and Mary?
Yeah, I finished before 4 years. I couldn't even drink a beer and I was done with college.
I don't give a shit about what beer you drank. That's irrelevant.
I didn't respond to
so
what
you
beer I drank. You asked me if I
graduated from a fairly decent college and you made nothing of yourself?
Well, Stanley, like I can talk about my career. I made like millions.
Oh, I don't give a fuck
I
about your career. I'm looking at you
incredibly
now.
popular restaurant.
I'm looking at you. Can you even
I
sit?
worked a 2-decade
Can you
career
even
as
sit
a
up?
high school teacher.
Can you
I
sit
didn't
up?
take a job
Can you sit up?
where I had
Wait,
the
hold it. Can
benefit
you
of
walk
my
outside?
color.
What happens
Suck
if you
dick
walk
for 20
outside?
years and then
I'm
retire.
curious to
Go
know.
on
Do you even have shoes to
pontificate
put on?
with a purple lavender
Is it
bag
warm
in
in
front
that van?
him up
Is
because
it
I'm such a
warm in
bitch.
your van?
What's that?
I'm assuming you're in the van, right?
I'm in my van. Yeah, that's right.
Is it warm?
It's beautiful. Yeah. I
Is
got
it
a
really?
Mercedes Benz $140,000 van. How's that a flex?
Hey,
And the government didn't pay for it. I paid for it from making
you
money in
didn't
real
pay
estate.
140. Was the van new when you bought it?
No.
Then you didn't pay 140,000.
Right. Only a dumb black person
Motherfucker,
pay
it was
full price for anything
given to
and
you.
brag about paying
Given
full
to you,
price.
wasn't it?
Yeah. The white man knows how to cut a good deal, and I got a hell
Speaking
of
of
it.
turning screws, were
That's
you
how I
able-
made my money.
Did you fix
That's
that?
how I made my money.
toilet?
Not begging
Did
from
you
the white man.
fix-
Oh, massa,
Speaking of turning screws,
give us
Ben,
the monies.
did you turn a screw to fix your toilet?
Yes.
You didn't turn a screw, did you?
Stanley, you know how I made my
I heard
money?
that
Hey,
you had to
whoa.
call
Stanley, you
somebody.
know how I made my money in real estate? I took
I don't
old
give a
houses.
shit. I don't think you made any
No,
money.
Stanley.
No,
You know how I made my money in real estate? I took old houses. I fixed them up.
If you made money in real estate,
Stanley, you're losing
you
it.
didn't spend it on your kids.
Okay,
You
Stanley,
spent it all on yourself, didn't you? You spent all that money on yourself. Where are your kids? They're still living with mommy, some of them, and the other is leading a rudderless life with her daddy.
Well, in your mind, that is. But I want to tell you how I made money.
Hey, I watch your show every now and again.
How to make money in real estate. I learned how to do plumbing.
Hey, wait, hold it. I don't give a fuck about real estate. Why are you telling me?
I know you don't. Because
I don't give one. I don't give a
all day, every day, for decades. All right.
Hey, I'm not interested in your insights on real estate. Don't waste your breath.
I learned how to do. I learned how to do electrical. I learned how to do heating systems. I learned how to do carpentry. I learned how to do painting.
Your real estate.
Because you don't know how to do any of that shit.
No, I don't. I don't want to know. Don't need to know.
Right, because you suck.
I don't need Ben's knowledge.
And if the government check was cut off,
Ben's knowledge.
If the government check was cut off,
is useful.
If the government check was cut off from you, you'd be dead.
If the government,
you don't know how to do anything unless
you're absolutely right.
Uncle
You're absolutely right. But guess what?
You don't know how to do anything.
Guess what?
You're on the plantation just as much.
If you keep
your ancestors,
it's if
keep your hand out. That's right.
If.
Wait. Is this true? Is this true? Ben, can you read this message from I don't know who this is. You know you get a lot of trolls, so I don't know what's true or not.
No,
Ben got the houses from his dad to do it. No, I bought 2 houses from my dad, and I purchased a third house. But I took those houses and I renovated them from the floor to the ceiling, and I turned them into Airbnbs. Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Pseudo-intellectual palaver? Really, Momo? Hey, Momo, how does zebra get its stripes? That'll keep him busy for the afternoon.
Nailed it, Stan.
To be fair,
He
that
knows
is
what
true.
I'm talking about.
I'm not saying I didn't leg up from my dad having real estate and starting me on the career.
Wait, we're going to talk real estate anyway, aren't we?
That's true.
No. I'm just saying if he thinks you got something from daddy government, you know, you got something too, Ben.
He got something from daddy.
This whole argument's dumb anyway. Like, let's go. No, I could go back to the bear argument with lasagna. It'd be like a bear didn't care. Bear doesn't have society like humans do. Human has a leg up. Oh, you suck on daddy teat because you have civilization. You got farmers giving you corn. So what's the point? We can go around this in circles. A bear can fuck your daughter and it'll be over. It'll be like the bear won. That's why we always go back to the bear argument. Who are the people afraid of getting raped from? The human or the bear? It's just like this is all fucking sophistry, man.
No, I think it's actually really important because
No, it's sophistry, bro. This is a wank off, man. It doesn't matter. Anybody could say they had a leg up due to something in human society. This is like, who gives a fuck?
No, but I do
boring. This is why I don't pay. This is content. This is fucking pathetic.
I think there's
hey, bro. Hey, bro. We don't got time for this.
Big
Shit.
difference between people who see their daddy as the government and people who see their father.
Oh man, whatever.
I think that's the basic. That's the
It
basic.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You're just abstracting. You're abstracting it.
Because these
It doesn't abstracting. This doesn't matter. This is why we had a whole fucking argument on Saturday with this guy complaining Anglo-Saxon culture made people weak. And then at the end of the argument, it came back to daddy mommy shit. This is like, exactly. You're abstracting societies to like daddy mommy shit. Daddy mommy shit. It's always daddy mommy. It's psychological. It doesn't matter. I could abstract it even further and say none of this matters. None of this matters. Do you want to fuck or you don't want to fuck? We could just abstract to the point where like, how many genes have you spread? How much is your DNA got across like the? Like, who cares, man?
I don't think you know what the term abstraction means, but like
I don't think you do. Bye. I'm done. I'm fucking tired, bro.
Yeah.
I'm fucking tired of this shit. Man, God, man. I listen to that whole shit while trading stocks. I'm fucking bored, bro. It's like I'm here to like get some like fucking. Can we get some pillow talk now? Anyway, if you want to continue on, I'll...
That was crazy.
You know.
Obviously,
I think
daddy issues big time.
Oh, we heard that. Grace is there. Did you hear that? Oh, Grace is there. We do it.
Well, yeah, no. Where would Grace be?
Yeah, but I mean that's more entertaining. This is where the money comes in. Money flows into that. This sophistry is boring as fuck.
I think I think the thing with Ben and Stanley is they're almost like they're really like polar opposites. And I think that's the interesting thing about
that's why he wants him on the show. Yeah, because they would make a great duo.
I don't think we're polar opposites, but like, I do think there is differences. Yeah, he's an uptight bitch, and I'm like a masculine man. So it's interesting.
Yeah, you're smoking cigarettes like a masculine man.
Yeah. You don't think it's masculine?
You're smoking cigarettes like you're in an Ingmar Bergman movie. You
had to bring up Ingmar Bergman, and we're gonna go Seventh Seal, man. Let's do that because we're gonna read the book. So we're gonna read your book, your mom's book, Ben, later today. We're gonna do doubleheader. Yeah.
Her book is all about how like she's a victim of everything, and that,
I'll bet.
Life is like terrifying, and it's interesting.
Yeah, because we have a psychologist here that can do it because he grew up in Minnesota. He knows the whole like Nordic mindset. Yeah, it's gonna be Seventh Seal.
Yeah. That's interesting.
So that's where his point of view will be really good.
Yeah. I only know Scandinavian culture from my own family, and it's crazy.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
But Scandinavians are like the only people that really there's no like slurs. Like, what do you call them?
Yeah, if you got to eat lutefisk all the time, yeah, definitely, I'll go crazy. Fucking shit,
the food
man.
Is awful. The food is awful. Yeah.
Yeah, Danish food is probably the worst I've heard. I haven't tried it. I mean, I like IKEA meatballs, I guess. And I went to Iceland one time. Their seafood's pretty good, but yeah, I think probably maybe whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, you can trace it back to Protestantism and things like that. It's like Germanic culture. It's like white.
Right.
Culture. Very fatty. But you can understand back in the day before there was heating and stuff, like you had to like bulk up on calories because you're freezing away.
Oh yeah, and dry and salting fish too, right?
Yeah.
You gotta save the protein. Yeah.
And you didn't have fresh fruits and vegetables either.
Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Can't really grow there, so it is a weird culture. Some people are big into Scandinavian food. Scandinavian.
I think it's all right. Yeah.
Scandinavian furniture is like super popular. But I don't think Scandinavian. A lot of people see Scandinavian on the right wing see Scandinavian culture as an ideal because they're ethno states. No
Right.
blacks, no Jews, and there's no crime. And but I always tell these people, go to Norway if you want to. It's boring without the blacks.
Yeah. Yeah.
But all the trains time and everybody, you know, there's very little crime, so people see it as ideal. But I don't know why people.
I think nowadays they don't like it anymore because it's too high trust. So then they let a lot of immigrants in. They think like they'll behave like them, and this is where they get taken advantage
allow
of.
any immigrants. Sweden allowed a lot of Somalians in, and they regretted
Sweden,
it.
yeah.
Norway is like, no, ain't taking none of them in here because they have like no fly zones now, or like, you know, the cops won't go in certain neighborhoods, which have become Somalian. Because that mixture, Somalians are like the scumbags of Africa. They're like,
where's Diwali?
You know what I mean? Well, they live in a.
we have a Somali Ben from Germany. He could comment on this if he was here. Diwali, where are you?
Out of government, so you got to make it. You know, you got to scrap. So if you got to be a pirate, you got to run whatever. Because I worked with Ethiopians for years at an Ethiopian restaurant. They were always like, man, these Somalis, man, they are shysters. But they also know how to work the system, and I give them credit for that. I had a dude. I had a dude to work for me.
Is it true in Norway too that the suicide rate is pretty high out there?
It's probably because of the Arctic Circle, though. They don't get much sun. Yeah.
Super high. Yeah, like they can't keep the population up. You would think a country with low crime, filled with like Aryan gods and goddesses, would be booming out kids, but they don't. They kill themselves. If you want to go where people don't do all the opposite, you go to Africa. They love kids. They love reproducing, and yet they don't have all the money and all. You know what I mean? Like, so it's interesting. I don't buy into the white supremacist idea, but a lot of people who do, they point to Norway and they go, "Look, without the blacks and the Jews, it's an ideal society." But it isn't. It's boring.
Yeah, and there's a lot of guys killing themselves, so there's got to be something to it.
Yeah, you don't have blacks killing, but like end up killing yourself, right? And all the women are hoes, but they don't reproduce. They just have abortion. You know what I mean? Like, so they have the highest. They have the highest rates of. What do you call it when you have a lot of sex? What's that called? They're the most promiscuous. They're the most promiscuous people in the world, but they are also the least reproductive people in the world. Which I think, you know, I mean that tells you something.
Yeah, you think they have a culture of kind of a hedonistic culture? That's probably the issue.
I do think that's true. Yeah, you get. Yeah, because I think that like other ethnicities, like they keep you on your toes. You know what I mean? They keep you having to stay strong. And if you're with all your own people, and you've got like Norway discovered oil in the North Sea, so it's got this fat kind of. They're almost like an Arab country, but white. You know what I'm saying? Like, have you ever seen anything that you've ever bought that's made in Norway? No, maybe a can of sardines, because they make all their money on oil. But
sardines.
It makes you lazy and complacent, and you know, so that's why I'm like, yeah, there's ups and downs to mixing ethnicities, but overall, I like it. I like America. I like the mix. And
you know the thing about modern society. I think when you have a modern society, you can't be one race. I think that only works if you have like a kind of a tribal society. Then you can have one race. But once you get into the modern society, you got to introduce different races of people to balance it all out.
I think it's good.
You see it with these majority like white nations and the majority Asian, China China.
They're dying out. They're dying out. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think it's about time. They gotta start importing other groups of people.
That's right. Yeah. I want to take. I want to take a bunch of black people over to Japan to like run like a kind of Genghis Khan on them, because they don't want to look so chinky. You know what I mean? So if we run like a kind of Genghis Khan on the whole country, they'll produce all these interesting kids.
Stanley,
Hey,
you
people are fascinated with blacks. Asians are fascinated with blacks.
Stanley, you wanna take Ben up on his offer, man? Me and you go over to Japan and pregnant a bunch of.
You have to involve me in this rot, don't you?
I mean, we're trying to save the world, Stanley. You don't want to be a part of that?
Let me put it to you this way: this group saving the world, that's an interesting concept.
Yeah, it is.
Ben might be onto something, man. Me,
Yeah.
Stanley.
Ben has been on to something for what, 50 some years?
Come on.
Somewhere around there.
I think it's a great idea, Ben, honestly.
Yeah, because blacks don't want to look so black. Asians don't want to look so Asian. So if you mix it up a little, everybody wins. You don't have to do all the surgery. You know what I mean?
No, that's an interesting
Well, this is cool. Hippie euthanasia.
That's not euthanasia. Reproduction is the opposite of euthanasia.
Oh, what did I say? I'm sorry. Hippie. What is the word I'm looking for?
Eugenics.
Yeah, hippie eugenics. My bad.
Yeah, but it's voluntary. It's free. It's fun. You know, you guys don't think we're doing eugenics in the United States? We're trying to encourage black people to have abortions.
Okay, every time two kids get together and produce, they're doing eugenics.
No, when they have an abortion, they're doing eugenics.
No, I think sometimes women know how they want their kids to look.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Obviously, yeah. It's like natural that you are attracted to healthy members of the opposite sex because you want to have your kids be beautiful or smart or whatever qualities that other person has. Yeah, that's.
Why do you think, hey Ben? Why do you think that these countries with really low birth rates? Why haven't they kind of adopted that idea to import, people to reproduce?
Because I think what comes with it is like a higher crime rate. It's like I want things the way they are because it works for me. And I don't know, why do people move? I grew up in the suburbs, and in a certain sense, the suburbs are like what everybody wants: low crime rate. Everybody's white. You don't have the crime of the city. That's why everybody moved to the suburbs, right? But I hated the suburbs. So, but a lot of people like the suburbs. They like to live in their own, like, isolated, safe, boring existence, eating same shit every day. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's more fun I lived in cities. I raised my kids in a city, and I thought it was good for them, to encounter other people. But most white folks were like, no. I mean, all the people I went to college with, they live in the suburb. All the people I went to high school with, you know what I mean? It's a thing.
So you think these people would rather die out before they become like nigger lovers? They'd rather die out before that.
Yeah, I do. I think some people are like that. Yeah. They don't
Jesus Christ.
Like a lot of people, and black and white, like they wouldn't want their kids to like marry someone from another race. And I actually understand why you wouldn't want to, because like there are problems with mixing cultures and things like that, especially if the religion is different. But it's also got a lot of benefits to it. You know what I mean? So I think this idea, like I'm Norwegian, right? I'm 3/4 Norwegian. Like I'm almost as pure blood, like white person as you can be. But that was all a mix way back in the day. My people came from somewhere in Asia originally, you know what I mean? And there was a lot of mixture. And the mixture gives you a certain vitality. You know what I'm saying? Like if you look at dogs, the least healthy dogs are the purebreds. Because they're all kind of bottlenecked, you know what I mean? And whatever weird thing you bred into them can get funky. The healthiest dogs are the mixed breed dogs. And, I think we got to get over this, like, I think it's natural that you want to, like, be with people who look like you. And there's nothing wrong with that and share your culture. But I think there's also, especially sexually, a desire for the otherness of the other. Like, I find Indian women beautiful. I find Arab women beautiful. And I find like light-skinned black women very attractive, as well as whites. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah. No, I'm kind of with you on that too. I do think Arab and Indian women are pretty hot, man. Honestly.
Yeah, you might have problems if like your culture is too different. You know what I mean? Like if But you know, I think the mixture is good. I think I like the Hispanic people. You know, I'm Catholic, they're Catholic, they're family people, they're hardworking, and I know there's a big thing among blacks like that. When the Hispanics get there, they start competing with blacks in the cities for job, and they often outcompete them. And I understand that. I understand complaining about that, but I also think like, well, pick up your game. You know, maybe the competition will drive you to excellence. You know what I mean? If you don't,
you know, that's something you and Stanley actually agree on. He doesn't believe that blacks should be competing with, you know, migrants and shit. And I kind of feel the same thing.
Now whites have a new standard they need to pick up to.
Yeah. HB1 visa bringing all the Asians over to compete.
Oh yeah, and whites and Asians are smarter than whites, and whites are lazy. They need to pick up their game and
I agree. Competition,
Asians.
Generally speaking, competition is good, but I do think too much immigration all at once. I know a lot of immigrants I work with.
Well, they're not keeping up with the Asian Americans.
Oh yeah, no, Asians are doing well, and you know they work hard. I stay at a lot of shitty motels, and a lot of them are run by, they call them Patels, you know, Indians. They're scrapping. They are scrapping.
Asians are doing better than that. They're running your tech companies.
Yeah. But a lot of the lower, the ones who don't have the education are running motels and stuff. Just like the Chinese when they come over,
hold on. Is that who you're competing with? You're competing with the hotel people? Is that the best white people can do?
In some sense, whites are competing with, obviously you have the first generation people without the education. Then they send their kids, they're into education, they get their kids good education, and then they compete with like the high tier.
I'm talking about white elites who run away from Asians because their kids can't compete.
But you know, Asians have white kids still. Like I worked in a school in which we had a huge influx of Asians, and the thing about Asians is like they're very successful, but they're not very innovative. They're not very creative, and like they always operate within a kind of hive mind. So I do think whites still have an edge in terms of innovation because it's cultural.
I don't know. Vivek says y'all are lazy.
Yeah, I mean, you can't portray a whole
worship mediocrity, and you know, present company not accepted. I can't help but agree with him.
Yeah, what do you think about that? Then Vivek saying it. You know, when he first said it, maybe you got to bring up the specific tweet, Stanley, so we can get Ben's opinion on it, because you know, when he first said it, I was a little offended, but the more I sat and thought about it, you know, he's kind of right.
Or was it just about like Americans needing to compete with immigrants?
Basically, he said
no. He said Americans worship mediocrity, and I thought he was kind, including all Americans, but I think he was talking about white people specifically. And someone last night said that, hey, you know, America can't survive if white people and black people don't get together. But I'm like the opposite. I think this is a white Asian fight, and blacks should just sit on the sidelines and eat popcorn.
You know, I mean, I went through the American school system. I do think it's like it does breed mediocrity. It makes zombies out of kids, and I think we got to up our game and be more creative. So I agree with those impetuses. But black schools are not.
Okay, well, we weren't talking black schools. We're talking whites and Asians. I know you want to see. That's the other observation I have. As long as black people are involved and whites can feel superior, you know, they're pretty happy. But when you take blacks out of the equation, just like Vivek did, or I did for Vivek, this is a white Asian thing. Y'all need to go and try and work to be as good as Asians, and then take your creativity with you. You know, I don't think you have to be exactly like Asians, but your math scores could use some improvement.
Yeah, no, I actually think Asians do well, and I don't think we should be competing with them.
Oh my
in that,
God!
think whites should do what whites do well.
Yeah.
But
Whites
well.
should do what whites do best, and that's white flight, away from trouble, away from challenges.
No, Stanley. Who do you think built the house that you're living in right now? White
Just
people.
like they did
White
at John
people
Street,
built the
John Street
country.
down in Georgia. They ran away from the Asians because the Asians were outperforming Brad and Karen.
Stanley,
Hey, Craig, did you tell
Stanley,
Ben about the
who
book
built
yet?
the country? Who built the
Yeah,
country?
he already knows. Somebody
yeah.
told him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He might be able to read it with us, or maybe give some context to it.
Nah, I don't want Ben to input. He's gonna be like, no, that's wrong. No, that's this. It's gonna be contradictory. If anything, he should give input after we read it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Ben, you want to do a reaction video after we do our reading? So once we got the psychologist on here trying to analyze your mom, you can do a commentary on it. That's free content.
Yeah.
You want to do that? We can do a back and forth, and then we can have a discussion at the end.
That'd be interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, that'll be
Speaking
good.
of, did Universal give a date yet? Is it still today?
I thought it was today. That's why I'm up here, man.
He said Monday.
It's a boring read. I mean, her life's interesting, but it's a boring read.
Yeah, I will second that. That crap is lame. I already got done with the book last week. It was kind of
It's an academic book. What do you think, man?
Yeah.
No, it's not academic.
Well, this is what it is.
Oprah type.
Yeah, but that's how social science academic shit ends up anyway. So
I consider it academic because it's a good case study. If anything, we're getting more out of it than your mom did making it, according to reviews anyway.
Yeah. This is how the social sciences do it. They publish a ton of retarded books, make you pay to read those books when you go to their classes, and that's how it works. Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you include history is it's a legit intellectual endeavor.
Yeah, history I like. Yeah, I'm talking about more like sociology, anthropology, something like that. Where
you mean
sometimes it goes off the rails.
Yeah.
I think there are some legit academic stuff that goes on, but a lot of it's bullshit. Women's studies, black studies, it's usually just crying about your experience or something like that.
Yeah.
Their classes, you know what I mean? It's a cakewalk, but it doesn't prepare you for anything. So I do think that people are idiots to take those classes, you know. What is a black studies degree going to get you?
More black studies degrees.
With a 40-year life being a nightmare. Yeah. She was wound up. My mother was wound up.
I think it does make you feel like an expert on it. That's probably the only thing.
Yeah, it's a
degree.
Yeah, it's a circle.
But don't you think most black studies professors and stuff are full of shit? Most black people don't actually find that their experiences match up, because I think in some sense black studies people are trying to act white. You know what I mean? Like all the lesbianism, it doesn't really resound with normal black people. Tyler Perry movies, they resound with black people because that's real, but this sanitized Marxist stuff doesn't really resound with black people.
You just say Tyler Perry movies are real.
Tyler Perry movie, is it Tyler Perry, the guy? Medea?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I do think Tyler Perry movies are real. There's a Medea type character that I think every black person knows about, someone like that. But white people won't make a character who's black like that because they'll see it as racist. You know what I'm saying? They're afraid to say there are, these kind of grandmother figures, these black grandmother figures who are both lovable and crazy. Instead, you get this sanitized version where all black people are superheroes and perfect and morally superior. You know what I mean? And black people don't go see those movies. It's a weird thing. 12 Years a Slave. I don't think that really resounds with black people that much.
Did you watch that movie, Ben? 12
I
Years a
didn't.
Slave?
I don't watch those. I don't watch those because I think they're they're propaganda. They're not really movies that are interesting. I'd rather watch a Tyler Perry movie, which those are kind of shitty in a certain way, but I'd rather watch that than watch these like sanitized, like anti-racist movies. I just don't think they're very real.
Yeah, what I will say about Tyler Perry movies, as opposed to that 12 Years a Slave shit, those type of movies, I think you will learn a lot more about the modern black culture from Tyler Perry than what you will from a 12 Years a Slave movie. That is a whole different time. You know, most black people don't have that mentality of like a slave mentality for the most part.
Yeah, and I think they exaggerate how oppressive slavery was. I'm sure there were slaves. I'm sure there were slaves, like there were black workers who drove their masters crazy, and the masters were like really very generous towards them. And you know, I'm sure there were also cruel white masters too. But I don't think every black slave was like this, had this like horrendous like existence. I'm sure a lot of them had a good time and fucked around, and you know what I mean. Like, you know what I mean. The part I don't understand about it is like, you know, a lot of white people had a black mammy in their house raising their kids. If it was so oppressive and everybody was getting raped and tortured, like how would that happen? You know, the Aunt Jemima type figure who loved her white family, you know, wouldn't leave them for, you know what I mean? It was more complicated than just this like oppressed shit.
Well, you know, I think a lot of it had to do with the black man, not so much the black woman.
That's true.
I think
that is true.
Yeah, I think a lot of white people feel comfortable around black women, but the black man, that's where.
That's true. That's true. And you know, I would use as a parallel, you know, the history of the Irish, right? So they were oppressed by the English, undoubtedly. You could argue that it was worse than slavery because there was a lot more killing that went on, but Irish men have the same problems as black men of feeling insecure, having to be tough guys, never feeling, you know what I mean, like real men. And I think that comes from centuries of oppression. And I do think that is a legacy of slavery. But I do think it's counterproductive to play into it. You know what I mean? Because you know the whole like black motherfucker trope is like, to be a real black man is to be a gangster, is to be hard, to be tough, to be a criminal. And I just think that everybody knows that's counterproductive. You know, you can't stay on the outside and also expect to succeed.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. What do you think about that, Stanley? You still there, Stanley? Crack?
Yeah. Think about what? No, I heard some talk about American history or slavery or something.
We were talking about the thing that came out of the 60s is the black motherfucker, like the hard black man, the angry black man being like the real black man, and whether that's like a good idea for black culture to promote that.
Well, I'm not talking black culture with a racist.
Oh.
Well, what do you mean?
That's what Stanley thinks.
How am I racist? I'm not racist against white men.
I'm not going to waste my time. We've had these conversations before, Ben. I'm not going to waste my time.
Well, I mean, you mean by a racist someone who thinks the races are slightly different, which everybody knows is true.
Ben, I didn't know you were a racist, Ben. How long you been a racist for? I'm just finding
How am I a racist?
I just found out from Stanley right now. I didn't even know you were racist.
Well, do you like, some people would say you're a racist if you say that, like, say maybe like average black intelligence is slightly lower than average white intelligence, which is slightly lower than average Asian intelligence. I would say, yeah, I mean, that everybody knows that's basically true.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of smart black people. There are a lot of dumb Asians, you know, but like, I would say overall, there's probably a little bit of a difference there. If that makes me a racist, to me, that's as obvious as like white people have lighter skin than black people. To me, it's not a putting someone down thing, because I don't think intelligence is necessarily a good thing.
Yeah. Nah, I think it sometimes, a lot of times, it could work against you.
Yeah, a lot of intelligent people, they get too abstract. You know what I mean? They get too like disconnected. A lot of times they become atheists. They get lost in their head. You know what I mean? Lower intelligence people tend to be more grounded, more real, better sense of humor, more, you know what I mean, that kind of thing. But I would say this you might say is a racist point. But you know that black motherfucker thing. Before that, prior to that, you had this like image of blacks, like you see it with Aunt Jemima and Uncle Ben and like Louis Armstrong, this idea of like black people being friendly, having a big smile, you know, that kind of thing. I think blacks should like appropriate that kind of image, because I don't think that's racist. I don't see why the idea of like Aunt Jemima like serving up great pancakes that are delicious is racist. Like I don't see why that's not black. You know what I mean? Or Uncle Ben making like great rice.
Just as an aside, the level of this intellectual conversation is, I don't understand why Aunt Jemima's racist. Hence my hesitation to talk seriously with this racist.
I don't see why Jemima is racist. Yeah.
You think he's racist because he likes Aunt Jemima? You know, Stanley,
I think it's a positive in black folks. I don't think it's racist.
Yeah, I know you want to have fun with this, HB. Like I said, I've had this conversation multiple times with Ben. I'm not going to waste my time repeating.
Or what about Uncle Ben? Uncle Ben.
The only comment we'll make is an elevated conversation about race should not involve Aunt Jemima necessarily.
Well, Stanley, I thought the whole point of Aunt Jemima was to appeal to people like Ben. You know, they feel more comfortable with the fat black mammy that's always smiling. That was kind of the point.
That's right.
Well, I actually think if we have to talk race, the conversation du jour is Asians and white people. You know, that Aunt Jemima stuff, it's been floating around for years now. It's kind of old hat. I want to talk about how white men need to figure out how to up their game. And
but why? Why do they have to up their game?
They should not disappoint Vivek Ramaswamy. He might be president one day.
I don't think white men generally resent Asian men for having more money.
They resent. I say they need to work up to that standard.
Why?
Oh yeah, why? I'm white.
Well, why? I don't think whites are spending a lot of time.
You will soon find out why.
Stanley, I think subconsciously, as long as it's not black people, I don't think most white men really care that the Asian or the Indian is going to be their new overlord. As long as it's not black guys.
What replacement theory isn't something that gets talked about a lot, HB. Sure, white men don't really care. Replacement theory. That's the
I don't think a lot of
they only care if it's black people. That's
you know what? Point. I had no idea you had such an insight into white men, HB.
Well, I know what their true motivation is. They don't care about the Asian and the Indian, unfortunately.
Okay, well, you know what? You, like Thomas Sowell, are a spokesman for white people, an ambassador, if you will, to the black community. And we appreciate you.
Can I tell you what? Can I tell you what my theory is on that? HB? Why? Because it's absolutely demonstrably true that Asians and especially like Indians make way more money than white people on average, but there's really very little resentment, and that's because culturally, like white men are much more confident. They're more attractive, more funny, they're more charismatic.
There's no resentment because your rank and file white man doesn't know. It's kept secret, just like the H1b Visa stuff. It doesn't come out until.
No. You're wrong about that. In the suburbs.
No, actually, I'm not wrong, Ben. You are.
There's a big. No.
Ben.
Let's not. In wealthy suburbs,
there's no
successful white men. Successful white people see it.
Not talked about a lot.
Successful white people see an influx in wealthy suburbs.
Successful white people
of Asians and Indian families moving into those suburbs.
You
Yes.
don't have an elite perspective on this. I
Yes,
understand
I
you
do.
might have an opinion, but it's not one I'm interested in knowing.
I do have an elite perspective. I come from a wealthy New England family.
I don't believe you.
Okay.
I mean, his mom wrote a book, Stanley. I think. I mean, she's pretty elite, right? Right?
I mean, my dad was an architect. That's
Well,
pretty.
then your well, all I have to say is, from what I am witnessing, here of late, and what I know of you, it's hard for me to believe that you came up in any way, shape, or form elite.
Well, but you said
I can
Mary, so like that's an elite school, and I got a master's
Well,
degree.
anybody can get into
That's
William
an
and Mary.
school.
William and Mary isn't some like super elite school.
It's an elite school, especially
I'm afraid by William and Mary's a good school. I'll give you that.
And then I got a master's degree at Boston College, which is an elite school.
That
So
is an elite school. That is an elite.
you're not gonna be able to say it's not Harvard, but it's like right there.
Elite.
Plus, like I had 4 uncles who went to private schools for high school, and they all went to University of Pennsylvania.
Ben, you don't need to explain yourself to me.
So, and they lived in Newport in a mansion. I mean, like, I don't know what you're talking about.
But you don't.
I come from, on one side of my family, a wealthy.
Okay, I can tell you right now.
Direct lineal descendant of the governor of Virginia.
Calm down. It's okay.
Well, I'm just telling you. You say
It does not matter.
Oh, that would convince you.
I am not elite. It doesn't matter if I don't believe you.
Ben, why else do you think that white men for the most part, or white society for the most part, besides this H1, because I feel like this H1b visa thing, it's kind of like the thing that's kind of, it's like what's kind of sounded the alarm with a lot of quote unquote white conservatives.
Yeah. I think
this is like the first time where they've kind of acknowledged their new overlords. Why?
Right.
Why do you?
Because they didn't care about the Mexicans, because they were just competing with blacks for low-end jobs that whites don't want to do anyway, and making the money off the cheap labor. But yeah, the H1B. I mean, I get the resentment in some degree that you send your white kid to college, he gets a computer science degree, he's got a lot of debt to pay, and these guys just get flown in from India, and you know what I mean. It's a lot easier. It's tough to put like Americans in that position where they should have to compete with cheap labor. I get the resentment, but I just don't really think it's that big a deal. I don't think there's going to be a race war or anything like that, because I think white men are confident that they are. I actually think the main thing is that white men think they're attractive to women, and so they're satisfied. Like they pull pussy.
I didn't even think about that. That is a good point.
Because no white man in the world thinks an Asian, no offense, get cracked, an Asian dude's gonna spin and take his bitch. No way.
I mean,
Huh?
you never
Wait,
know.
what's that?
You never know.
Oh, Gary's up here again?
Yeah,
Oh, what's up, Gary?
I wanted to ask you, what time is the book reading supposed to be today?
No, I don't know what the heck was that?
Money is a thing.
Stupid lunch timer. What time is
Oh,
the
all
book
right.
reading?
No, I don't know, Gary. You got. I have no clue, man.
All right, okay. I'll email Portia about it. But all right.
I don't think white men are insecure. I actually don't think black men are insecure in that area either. I don't think black men are super insecure about their attractiveness and charisma. But I do think they suffer from like the economics, and I think especially this thing like I got to be ghetto, I got to be true black, true nigga, I got to be like counter, antisocial. Like I think that's self-fulfilling prophecy. It creates this dysfunctionality that I think is really hard on black men, because black women don't respect them, and white women generally don't either. But white men get a lot of respect cross-culturally.
So you think if like a bunch of white women started dating Indian and Asian guys, you'd see there'd be much more of an uproar.
I think so. I think you find a lot of respect. Yeah, if they start pulling our women,
But just kind of like taking the CEO jobs and kind of taking over the power structure. They don't really care as much about that as it is the pussy market.
I think white men respect the fact that like Asians and Indians work hard. You know what I mean? And so like, I don't think there's as much of a victim culture unless you get into the Jews. When you start talking about the Jews, you find a lot of white resentment. A lot of white.
Yeah. The
but
white
not
man really
really
hates the
toward,
Jew. They really
not
hate the
really
Jew.
towards Asians. And Asians don't play into it. They largely sidestep when they try to do this thing of people of color to try to say like, yeah, let's get together with the Asians and the blacks and everybody against the white man. Asians basically were like, nah, we're not doing that. Nope.
Yeah.
Because remember a couple of years ago, they were like, oh, there's all these anti-Asian crimes. Asians are victims of hate crimes. But it was the blacks that were hitting them in the city. It wasn't whites. I think there have been so few racial incidents between Asians and whites. It's like you almost can't find them.
Yeah.
But blacks in cities resent the Asians who come in and open up a market or like get cracked, right? You open up like a black beauty supply company, and the blacks resent that because the Asians are making the money off like black products. You know what I mean? And I think they should just outcompete them, but like there is that victim culture more. I think if whites are doing their thing and blacks and Asians do a better job, I think you respect them. Like I think we respect Toyota, Honda. They make a good product. It's hard to claim to be a victim of people who just do something better than us.
Yeah. That's why I never really got the animosity that whites had against the Jew.
Well, the thing with the Jews is different because the idea is that the Jews don't play by the rules. You know what I mean?
Well, they don't. But I mean, you could say that. I mean, the white man that doesn't really play by the rules either, though.
That's true. That is true.
I think the Jew is just better at it. That's what the animosity.
I actually think you're right.
Like I just
because I think in business a lot of it is smoke and mirrors and manipulation and all that shit. And if somebody does it better than you, like look at us, we're in the I would say we're in the entertainment industry, and a lot of people resent the Jews because they were sleazy in the way they did it, but like they created Hollywood. It was not whites that created Hollywood, and Hollywood's taken over the world. So you got to give them respect. They did a lot of sleazy stuff, like exploited a lot of women and blacks too. They exploited blacks, but you know, it's that's why I'm not that sympathetic with Kanye. You're a billionaire because of Jews, and then you turn and say you're exploited on them. I mean, you became a billionaire by rhyming. You know what I mean? Without the Jews, you're just a guy on the corner rhyming. So like, you got to give them props, or just say like, all right, I'm going to hire all blacks now to manage me and to run my accounts and to be my lawyers. Good fucking luck with that, because they just don't know how to do that stuff as well as Jews, you know?
Hey, Stanley, do you have a better sense of understanding now, kind of from the psyche of the white man when it comes to Asians and Indians?
No, I think Ben has no clue what he's talking about.
Well, I mean, he is a white man.
There's a new thought from Stanley.
Well, you know, HB, I know you tend to, like all black conservatives tend to worship the white man and what the white man's insight might be.
Come on, Stanley.
I don't happen to be of that mind. I think Ben is stuck up in his small state, in his tiny little camper van,
right now.
and he is not aware of what's happening in the larger cultural world.
You know what's interesting about Stanley?
That's my insight.
Stanley is obviously mixed.
I know you want to fuss, Ben. I know I was talking about you, and I did. I talked about you in the third person.
Stanley is probably.
However, I'm aware that you're here, Ben. And I while I respect your opinion, I don't take much stock in it. So, HB, you have your answer.
Yeah. And you know, Stanley, I just like going to the source. You know, if we're gonna talk about the white mentality or culture, I would prefer to have a white man up here to speak for himself. That's
okay. I know, like I said, you trust every little Tom, Dick, and Harry who has
Stanley. No, Stanley, that's not it.
You think
that's not
you
it.
want to take their word
Stanley.
as Christian gospel because Jesus was white?
No, Stanley, listen.
But what
listen,
I'm
listen.
saying is
Stanley,
that
listen,
I
I
don't think
understand.
Ben has his finger on the pulse of what's actually going on. And his betters, I don't think he's aware of what his betters are thinking.
Stanley, you think Jesus was white?
It was a joke, Ben. It was a joke. I'm sorry.
Stanley.
I got a little sophisticated.
Jesus wasn't white.
You,
Jesus wasn't white.
Stanley, I'm
you're
just
gonna
trying,
get
I'm just
stuck
trying to
on
be
that,
a
aren't you?
Stanley, I'm just trying to be a good host here. I do give you credit, Stanley, as far as you may be the greatest white man on this panel right now, Stanley. I'll give you that.
Hey, you know what? You know what? You ain't seen nothing yet. Wait till I get into my full compete with Asians mode.
We're just talking about straight.
You didn't get any traction on that point.
I'm sorry, what point?
You said, like, let's talk about the tensions between whites and Asians. There really aren't any.
Okay, hear the crickets on my end, Ben?
Yeah, because, like, my
I'm not particularly interested in your impressions. I'd have asked you.
Well, you said, like,
no, don't tell me what I said, Ben.
What
I did not do is ask you a question about your opinion.
Dale,
I asked you, Ben, and I do appreciate you for at least giving your opinion on it.
Thank you.
Stanley,
Well, I'm glad that you value Ben's opinion.
What do you think of HB? What do you think about Stanley calling you Uncle
It's just
Tom?
that someone is not me.
What do you think about Stanley calling you Uncle Tom, basically?
Well,
I did it in such a sophisticated way.
Stanley's he's a jokester. He makes jokes. I don't.
No, he really.
I know what Stanley does, and Stanley knows what I do. So it's all a part of the show, man. But I think I just want, and I know what Stanley's perspective on it is, but I think it is interesting,
Hey,
but
Lou.
Stanley thinks if a black man has a discussion with a white man, sellout. That he's a sellout. That a real black man has to automatically just say,
"You know what? You know what?
I don't care what you say. I don't
You're not
listen
going
to
to have a fake white man question my blackness. You are not of the your cloth is not
I question your black
question my white I come from when it comes
you call
to
me a fake white man, right? You're questioning my whiteness.
Okay,
Why can't I question
you can
black
sit there on your big back and fucking talk about real blackness all you want, but there is no opinion on blackness or the black community.
Why not? Why not? Why not? Why not?
That you could offer.
Why not? Why not?
Because I think you're a clown, for starters.
Well, that's not an argument.
Oh no, the ad hominem will fucking do.
That's
for
not.
That's
the opposite.
I don't need an argument.
You do, Stanley. You
do the ad hominem.
Everybody else.
With you.
Everybody else needs an argument. You got to make a point.
Everyone else isn't me.
You're a clown.
Everyone else isn't me, Ben. You need to know by now, Ben, that I'm not everyone.
You're a
Hey,
bitch.
John, what's going on, man? John, you doing all right?
Good morning, everyone.
Oh, man.
I see y'all got it going this morning, huh?
Yeah, we were talking about Ben and Stanley, pretty much polar opposites. We were talking about raising children, parenthood, and just kind of their different kind of philosophies on child rearing. Ben's idea and Stanley's, and I think they kind of agree that when it comes to raising men, it's one thing, and when it comes to raising women, it's another approach.
No, Stanley said the same.
Stanley said what?
He said, I said there's a big difference between boys and girls. When they turn 18, boys should be independent. Girls should remain dependent until they get married. But Stanley says 18, you should be independent and not really be a parent to them.
Well, yeah, be an advisor. Parenting is done once they become adults. Now, some people may reach adulthood a year or two earlier, some a year or two later. So, I mean, it's not a hard and fast rule, but I don't care. You know, you can keep all your white Eurocentric, what is tradition and what it's not, to yourself.
More of a Spanish
do not interrupt me when I'm talking.
That's more of a Spanish
You're
thing than a
interrupting when I'm in a flow. Let me finish answering your statement. I don't buy into your idea of what traditional culture is. However, to each his own. You do you. I'll do me. I don't need your advice on parenting, Ben.
No, but you're wrong. It's Hispanic culture that is more protective of adult daughters than white culture.
I'm wrong. Doesn't
white
mean
culture generally does encourage girls.
Ben, I'm not interested in your opinion.
Yeah, but Stanley, you got to have a conversation.
I told you mine.
Say I don't
Now
want
you
to
know
talk.
it. I don't need
Stanley, get the fuck out.
I don't need your opinion, Ben.
I didn't say you needed anything from
Okay,
me.
then
You
I
ain't getting
don't
nothing from
it. Why are you wasting everyone's
we can have a conversation.
I don't
tell
want
black people to have a conversation with white people.
If I
tell black
had
people
my
to have
way,
a conversation with a white person.
then
Uncle
if
Tom.
if I had my way, you wouldn't even be here to have a conversation. So
No, I don't.
enjoy your time with HB.
I
am enjoying.
I'm not a fan.
And I don't think you should call him an Uncle Tom because he has a conversation with someone.
I didn't call
who
him an
has
Uncle
white
Tom.
skin.
I was much more subtle than that. You would have called him an Uncle Tom. I'm better than that.
No, I don't. You're a plant.
I can get my point across without being so crass as to call him.
Every dime you have, everything you've ever had.
It is the beauty of language is I can get the Uncle Tomishness of my point across without being a brute like you would have been.
I don't know about that, Stanley.
That's what you're doing. You just thought you were fancy about it because you're.
Yeah, I was fancy. I admit I was trying to be fancy.
Yeah, I'm more plain spoken.
Even a brute like you got my point.
Right, and I think it's a terrible point.
You know what? Noted.
I don't care what you say. I get it, Stanley. That's not a point.
Motherfucker, you don't get to define what I think a point is.
I do.
You
Yes, I
don't
do.
get to define the conversation. Who the fuck are you?
I'm another person.
I'm curious now. Who the fuck are you?
I'm another person.
Who the fuck are you to define my type of conversation?
It's called
Where
social
did you
skills.
get off?
Stanley, it's called social skills. I have a command of logic.
You know what? Don't you need to gas up the van or something?
You're just a bitch.
What type of gas
I
do you
call out a bitch all day?
What gas do you use in that hoopty?
What's that?
It's probably diesel, Stanley. Why? Come on, man.
I got a diesel.
Right,
what does that have to do with anything? You got sugar.
Stanley, you know that.
You got sugar in your tank, boy.
You know what? I have no idea what kind of van that is.
You know good well you put diesel in
Does
that.
the toilet work now?
I can't use it up north because of the freezing weather. We can't use the water.
Man, it's like a little India in that van.
Is that why you go south during the summer?
No, well, in the summer you're fine anywhere.
I'm sorry, in the winter. In the winter.
No, we went down south because this guy Keem said you can get a contract and all this money and all this fame if you come down to. So he came down to meet this woman in South Carolina to sign a contract, and then there was no contract, so we ended up. Once you're down in South Carolina, it's only like we were 5 hours away from Florida. You know what I mean? And when you're down, yeah, it's nice. It's nice to be able to. We spent like 85 degrees. We're tanning, and so why not? You know what I mean? But we're headed back up north now.
Did you and Grace exchange presents for Christmas?
I don't. No, it's my birthday too.
Wow! Happy birthday, man!
Thanks. if I bought Grace a Christmas present, I would be buying it with her money. So it's kind of, you know what I mean?
Oh, jeez.
See, I live off her income, so.
Do you really? I thought that was all like a shtick or something. I didn't know that's.
We're kind of partners, but legally speaking, like everything's in her name. So, you know.
Right. I hear you. You know,
And
say less. Say less.
Part of the reason for that is because like crazy people on the internet think like I'm controlling her, right? And I just want to say, like, you know, she could walk away with pretty much everything and could at any point like do that. So I'm not controlling her. It's like, you know, it's free. It's a free relationship. She's an adult.
It's
like Stanley said, when you teach in America, you know, the government doesn't back you if you know, try to guide a woman. She could say F you. It's absolutely true. Other cultures would back.
You gotta trust her.
Yeah.
A lot for something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. And I wanted her to know like our relationship is totally free. And you know, it's not about like controlling someone. I don't need to do that. I don't need to do what Stanley does. Control other people and feel like a big man because he got a government job and the white man put him in charge of a supply.
Oh, motherfucker, do you know the thrill I get out of controlling people?
Yes, I do. It's called gay.
It's called getting what you want there, Benny boy.
Yeah. And I do that with other people freely, and you do it
but
by having the power.
Guess who you don't do it to?
Oh, I get what
guess.
Stanley. I get what I want from you.
I don't think you do.
I think I do.
Are you getting lonely on your little?
Why do I keep coming back for more if I'm not getting it?
Do you have me on your show, Ben?
Yeah, a lot of times.
The answer, well, you get to restream it, but you're restreaming.
Yeah, but when someone's a guest on stream, they get something out of it.
And tell you no, and then tell you why they say no much, Ben. I told you why you didn't want to do your show, didn't I? How'd you feel? How'd you feel when I told you why I didn't want to do the show? How did you feel?
I felt like you're a bitch and stupid.
Oh yeah, you know what? You felt like a little child. I could feel you wanting to stomp your little feet.
No, I'm not. I'm a man.
No. We all know. I've got several comments from people I didn't even know.
You live in a fantasy world.
No, this is the amazing thing. The amazing thing is how many people were watching that show, and not even on this air. I've been on other shows, and people have talked about, well, shit, Stan, you did a good job.
I bring a bigger audience.
Good job.
That's right.
Telling Ben what Ben really is to non-Ben fans. And there are a lot of non-Ben fans out there, Ben.
Yeah, there's a lot of bitches like you. Yeah.
Yep. You know what? You call them bitches. I call them decent people.
Right. That's what a bitch would say about other bitches.
But decent people on YouTube know what you are, Ben.
Yeah, bitches. What you call decent people. Right?
Yep. We don't call you bitches, that's for sure.
You don't call me a bitch? I know.
Nope. I don't call you a bitch. Nope.
Right. No. You say like, you're controlling, you're a bad person.
Piece of shit.
There you go. Piece of shit. Right. And I call, and people like
you
a bitch.
Like a champ. I do appreciate your self-realizing kind of attitude. Yeah, you know you're a piece of shit.
No, I said people like you call me a piece of shit.
No. The calm way you take it, the way you retort, the way you push back, tells me that you are comfortable with being a piece of shit.
No, I'm comfortable with a bitch calling me.
No, you're comfortable. You're basically saying, "Hey, I'm a piece of shit. What of it?"
No, I'm saying
that's what I think you're actually doing.
Like you calls me a piece of shit.
What you're doing, Ben?
Purple lavender bag with your little white man suit on at the bookstore
right now. Does Grace? Well, Grace probably knows you're a piece of shit too.
She knows that bitch like call me.
Stanley,
yeah.
Let me ask you this: would you also think Ben is a piece of shit if he married Grace off to some rich Saudi guy for.
I honestly thought you were going to say, "What if Ben marries Grace?"
Well, I mean, that would.
Thought that's where you were going.
No, that would be an interesting episode.
She gets lots of offers. From rich guys. She gets lots of offers from rich guys.
No.
Yeah, sure she does. What do the rich
guys?
What do the rich guys' mothers say when they find out?
I mean, a lot of these guys are from.
I bet the rich guys' mothers don't approve.
Stanley, though.
A lot of rich guys don't care what their mothers say.
You know what? A lot of rich guys in Newport.
A lot of these rich guys they care what their father says. That's the difference between a bitch.
The type of people you seem to want to aspire to, they do care. They do care who marries into their families, Ben. You know it, and I know it.
Yeah, that's true.
Ben,
they care.
I once observed,
but real men care what their father, not what their mother thinks.
I once oriented on CT's show. You're not Newport, Ben.
I'm not Newport.
You know what I mean.
I don't come from an aristocratic family.
No, it doesn't matter who you come from. You're not.
Yeah, my bad, Boston.
It does. In fact, that's what it means.
You
Boston,
are not Newport, sir.
Boston.
You might be Middletown.
Boston, you're Ben, I don't know if you know Mike from Boston, but Mike from Boston.
I do know a guy, Mike from Boston, but I'm sure there are a lot of Mikes from Boston.
Okay. Actually,
you're breaking up, man.
Okay. Hold on, give me 1 second.
Someone's connection's no good.
That's mine. Give me a second.
I can hear you now.
Give me 1 second. Okay, we're back again. Okay, so Ben, Mike from Boston, he actually owns a slave plantation down in Mississippi.
Yes, I certainly do.
Former slave. Yeah,
well, it's kind of a current. It's kind of a current slam. It's also kind of current.
Yeah.
Oh, you moved from Boston to Mississippi?
Yeah, because this is where we figured out we could run our plantation down here.
Have you ever heard the argument that blacks had better working conditions in a plantation than the northern whites did when they came?
In my plantation, we treat them pretty good. I mean,
yeah,
you know.
Oh, we actually have Joe Rogan is in the chat.
Yeah, right, bro. That's not Joe Rogan.
Wow.
Joe Rogan, bro. We gotta go to Austin, man. Let's go.
You never know.
Hit the link, Joe.
Wow, Joe, we got the actual Joe Rogan in the chat. He wants to know if you would like to. If you would like to appear on his podcast. Wow, the real Joe Rogan on the John Galt show. Amazing. Amazing. Yeah, you can hit the link anytime you want, Joe Rogan.
Yeah, definitely.
The link is posted.
Man, can't wait for my Spotify deal.
Yeah, right. Still waiting.
I think I make
that Spotify deal.
I think I make an interesting guest on Joe Rogan. I think I have a little bit of a different perspective than most people on the internet.
Yeah. I think you and Stanley should go together. You and Stanley
right there. Hey, go for it, man. Dude. Easy. Rogan's ready for you, man.
Rogan knows. Someday I will be.
Yeah. I think that
interacted with some bigwigs on the internet. Keemstar, Destiny. I mean, these are like millionaires. And you make your way up. You climb up the ranks. That's why I was inviting you guys. To come along, because I think a lot of these spaces they could use a kind of different voice, different perspective, not because you have black skin, but because you have a different experience and a different kind of culture that brings with it.
Yeah. I understand where you're going with that, Ben. I think a lot of people, prejudge you, and maybe they're right or wrong. It doesn't matter to me. But I get where you're going with the whole social media thing. I don't know what's the winning formula. but
yeah,
you broadening your scope, may not, can't hurt, I guess. Maybe it can, but it may not hurt you in this situation. So I get where you're going with.
Yeah, and I think you guys probably agree with me that the culture of like failing being cool for blacks is it just has to be nipped in the bud. Always failing and being cool, like, you know what I mean, getting the guy getting F's in the back of the classroom. That's no way. I understand that like blacks might say I don't want to succeed on the white man's terms, but like
you didn't read Vivek's tweet, did you?
No.
Because he pretty much said, and when he said American culture, I'm basically, thinking white people. He pretty much said the same thing about American culture.
I've been thinking about that.
American culture. I think he thinks white kids are doing the same thing black kids are doing.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I've been thinking about that, Stanley, and there has been a lot of criticism, and I guess you could see to criticize American culture would be more or less white people by and large, right? Is that fair?
Well, yeah, I think when people think American culture, they're thinking, some descendant of European culture.
Right, yeah. And I just don't think that's the dominant culture here in America anymore.
Okay, well then you and I will disagree.
In some parts of America, white people are very dominant. They kind of set the tone and things like that. Maybe Martha's Vineyard, up in New England, Maine, Vermont. But there are a lot of areas where they don't set the standard. They are too low of numbers to even have any influence.
Yeah,
especially if you're criticizing
Southwest maybe, but
criticizing young people. If you're criticizing young people, the demographics of young people in America is much.
Young people aren't in the political class of America yet.
Yeah, but if someone is criticizing young kids for being lazy, right, and like having a culture,
well, young kids, I think when he says American culture, you would think primarily young kids, but those young kids have parents. The parents are who he's really criticizing. Young kids do what their parents tell them to do in a perfect world.
Right, but what I'm saying is that
in my opinion,
young people in America, you're looking at a much less white world.
Okay, you can go, Vivek's talking about kids in the classroom. I think Vivek is smart enough to know he's really talking to the parents who are raising those kids.
Okay, but those kids
let me ask you this question. Let me ask you
much less white.
It's easy for Vivek to criticize white men. It's easy.
Yeah, it's very easy.
And it is, in some sense, it's an umbrella for America, right? White men in America, right? But he could have just easily criticized the 40% minorities here. But I don't think politically he could have said that. And maybe without people calling him racist.
So
I think it would have still just I think it would have still just applied if he said, "Look, we got to uplift these minorities, the ones that can't read at 23% of the 8th grade level." He could have said that too.
He could have, but he didn't. Why are you dealing with
the reason why I think that he couldn't is because
it's something that didn't happen.
And the reason why
with what actually happened.
Stanley, shut up.
No, motherfucker, don't tell me to shut up, Ben.
Shut up.
Well, I think the reason why he didn't criticize anyone as a white man was because it had been politically, you'd be persona non grata if you criticize the minority.
That's true.
I know
people need to put their weight up too, right? We got inner city schools that are failing. We can't compete with the minorities. We can't compete with inner city schools. Keep failing, but you can't say that
didn't happen.
Well, but it is happening. The inner city schools.
It is happening, but
no one can talk about that. He could easily point the finger at the white man.
Mr. Ramaswamy, I like to deal with what actually happened.
But what is happening? Right, white men are back. We got large groups of minorities who can't read.
Mr. Ramaswamy made a point, and I like to address the point that was made.
But you know that if you take out minorities, look at like test scores, America ranks right up with like European countries. If you take out minorities, it's minority scores that are dropping us. So if someone critiques American education, of course, it's not politically correct to differentiate, but it is statistically, that's where the difference is.
Well, statistically, I think your point is not something I even bother considering.
Well, you don't care about statistics?
No, I don't care about when you cite them.
Okay, but Stanley, this is just a version of you being a bitch.
Did you do a little neck roll when you said bitch?
Not that I know of. You a bitch. Is that a neck roll? Just have a conversation, Stanley. It's not going to kill you. Just because I got white skin.
No, I am having a conversation.
But every time I make a point, you should make
your point. Your points are not part of my conversation.
Bitch.
Your
Why
points are not part of my conversation.
Why not? Because I got white skin?
Because I have a very low opinion of you, Ben.
Because I have white skin?
No, because you're just a piece of shit. You transcend color.
Well, you know, it's interesting, John, when you bring that up about when Ramaswamy is talking about America. From a certain perspective, you could say that's a tricky way of saying he's criticizing whites, but it's also you could interpret it as a tricky way of saying he's criticizing minorities. It all depends on how you're looking at it.
Well, whites aren't the only people here in this country. There's got to be criticizing all of them, right?
I'm sure if you're talking about kids in school, it's not 60-40. It's more like 60-40 the other way, I think, in terms of minority. Because especially Hispanics tend to have a lot of kids.
And on the other hand, I have a question, though. Is he willing to overlook everyone else and say, if we can just uplift the whites, if we can get them and we can discard all the rest, that they're not even important? If he's speaking to the whites, then I guess that he wants to uplift the whites. Is that right?
Where did uplift come into this?
Well, I think he wants to improve their place.
No, I read his tweet a couple times. There was nothing. He basically saying, "Hey, y'all need to do something about it."
You need to do something. Right. He's saying, "Hey, there's a problem."
Basically saying America needs to figure it out.
But he's primarily talking to whites, right?
Or anything like that.
But from your opinion, he's primarily talking to white men.
Now I am probably reading his mind a little bit. He probably would never admit to it, but the drivers of American culture or the America culture bus are descendants of Europeans in America.
Right. And so, you know, I think from that standpoint, if that's who you kind of interpret who he's talking about, and in some sense, he's kind of saying everyone else is really irrelevant. We just really
that's the sense you're getting. I'm not.
Because you should have said everybody. You should have said all of them. You got a lot of men that are failing by the wayside, and we need to improve all of them.
No, he didn't even say men. He didn't specify men or women.
Yeah, but if he's saying people, if he's saying Americans are falling by the wayside,
like the Constitution, everybody knew in the Constitution who they were talking about when they wrote the 3/5 clause.
Yeah,
they knew who they were talking about. Didn't have to say blacks or Africans or slaves.
What happened to Stanley? You finally kicked Ben out of here?
I don't know.
No.
Okay.
He may be back.
Yeah, you know, John, I was wondering what benefit would it have been for Vivek to focus that on black people? How would that have even
Well, I mean, you know, there's nothing wrong with pushing people, right? If someone is underperforming, you could either coddle them or push them harder. And I think he could have, you know, said, hey, you know, we got a lot of people failing here. We got inner city schools that are more or less failure factories.
Yeah.
But, you know, and we need those people just as well as we need the white men, you know, who are watching Boy Meets Girl or whatever the hell the movie referenced. You know, he didn't reference any non-white culture. He didn't reference BET. Too many people are watching BET or Telemundo. He mentioned kind of more or less mainstream white movies. Many of the shit he mentioned, I never even heard of. Boy Meets Girl, Boy Meets World. I never even heard of that before.
Well, wait, he mentioned Boy Meets World.
Right, and then like valedictorians and not valedictorians, but the football captain, and then
the jock and the valedictorian or something like that.
Yeah, right. And so, yeah, more or less, he's speaking to white people in many ways, and I somewhat agree with Stanley. That he's talking to white people. I don't think he's focusing on the minorities. It's more or less he's saying, hey, they're not really relevant to the conversation. They're not in the game.
You know what, John? Bingo. Because affirmative action is gone, they are no longer in the game.
Okay.
Enrollment at Harvard Law dropped by half. Black students went from 40 something to 19. So no, the ones, and when I say the ones, I mean we. Whoever's there deserves to be there. So that part of the game has been solved. And to be honest, I'm not upset that affirmative action is gone. We are not in that game anymore. It's Asians and whites.
It's the more thing, how we look at those.
Blacks would do well to stay out of it.
Yeah, remember a while back we looked at the income statistics by group of people, and I want to say the Indians were at the top, and there was all these other groups of people, and then finally white people, and then finally Hispanics, and then finally blacks. I mean, if you're number 15 on the list, right? Bro, ain't nobody got time to be worried about you, right? I need to train up the man who got a chance at winning, right? The man who may be number 9, number 7, he got a chance at winning, right? But Vivek is saying, hey, man, the blacks and the Hispanic, they down there 10, 11, 15. They ain't got a chance. Why you worried about them? If we do have a shot, what we need to do is bring in more smart Indians, uplift the whites, or not. The Indians can replace them.
But I'm not, John, I'm not sure how much I believe this, but is it true you only are as strong as your weakest link?
Well, if that link is on the chain.
So you're saying
in some sense, we're seeing kind of a, Crack said it yesterday, a classism argument. Shit, if I'm middle class, I ain't arguing the poor man plight. It's not on my chain, right? And I guess in Vivek's way of looking at it, he's like, look, man, it's really just if what Stanley is saying is correct, he's criticizing white people, then he's disregarding the other 40% in this country that, presumably
well, by your words, we're not in the game.
Well, that's what would be implied if he's only talking to white people, considering they're white.
Now, you and I may disagree on this, but I think you're absolutely right. We're not in the game. This is not a game that black people are playing in. We are moved out via the Supreme Court decision. We're not, basically, to make myself laugh, we're not where we're not supposed to be.
Mm.
And see, John, I think it's even though Vivek is even though he is American, I think more than anything, he's probably had that Ann Coulter moment. That I don't think that was the first time he's ever heard something like that. And I think he does have a incentive on trying to bring these H1b visas into the America. You bring more of them in, he can compete.
He's going to move the Ann Coulters out.
Yeah.
There's going to be H1b visas for opinion columnists soon.
They got him for everything else, huh?
Yeah. I think he's looking at the when he's saying, the whites. I don't even think he's talking about, the Bens of the world. I think he's talking about the rich elite whites. He's saying I think he's talking to them like, you guys are mediocre.
I thought you were talking to more like the hillbilly elegy whites.
Nah, I don't even think he's thinking about them. I think he's talking about the rich elite. Like, you guys been sitting on your ass this whole time getting fat. Man, y'all done got weak. This the best you got? The best you got is Ann Coulter? That's who you gonna send out to me? Listen, we about to send all these H1b visas in, about to take over the whole industry.
Yeah. Who's mad? I guess it's just Ann Coulter. Who's attacking him? I haven't kept up closely with it. Who's his opposition on this matter? It seems like him and Elon are going against the MAGA consortium, man.
Yeah. It's more so MAGA kind of angry at this.
So that would be primarily white men, and maybe white women like Ann Coulter, right? That is interesting. Wonder what happened to Ben. Did he just drop off for good or what? Maybe he had his own stream to do today.
Yeah. I thought Stanley kicked him, but I guess that's not what it was. But, Stanley and Ben were having a really good conversation. I just think they both offend each other so much.
I think Stanley can't get past the dislike of Ben.
Yeah. I get it.
HB, what's your verdict on him on that Ben situation? Do you think any of that shit's true?
I really don't, man. I really don't think.
You don't think there's anything? Because I don't know if you ever heard the phone call between Grace and her mother. That's what got me questioning it. It was a phone call.
Yeah, but you know how women are though. When you're going through a divorce and you're mad at the guy.
I guess you have a point, but she sounded just. I don't know. There's something about that just made me question it a little bit. I never believed it until I heard that conversation.
How was the phone call leaked?
She's probably recording it.
But I mean,
Discord probably.
Media, though.
They do everything on Discord. No, they do everything on Discord.
And see, that's what I'm saying. Like, once you start doing everything on the internet, like, you're gonna start it.
No, they do it on purpose, though. This is how Ben gets his money. He wants his family drama on the internet. That's what I'm saying.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, you really can't get a good idea of what's real and what's fake or what's exaggerated when they're living their life online and they have an incentive exaggerate things, right? Nobody wants to come in and just see them just being
that's what we did the whole damn morning. Some whiny black woman complain about the algorithm. They do anything for attention. They want the algorithm.
I'll ask you a question, and actually this is to everybody. If you watch enough of a person's content online, can't you get impressions about, what they, not specifics and not a lot, but don't you get an impression about, who a person is?
Yes.
It could be class, it could be culture, it could be aesthetic. Don't you get impressions?
I mean, there's some people probably online that are putting on content that probably doesn't really match with who they are. And we've heard all kind of criticism. Umar Johns, all that, man. A lot of these motherfuckers are fake, man. Like, you don't know who they are, right? And I'm not talking about Grace or anybody in particular, but I don't know, man. Some of these people say they're totally different behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Do they have this level of interaction with people though?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's to their detriment though in a lot of ways though to do that. I feel like it hurts Grace to have that narrative even be out there.
It's too late for that. The wine has been spilt.
You see, if you look at all the problems that she runs into,
she might be like she could be like.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Boston. Go ahead.
I was saying, if you look at all the problems that she runs into, they all kind of come back to that same kind of situation. Like it's all revolving that narrative that some people believe and some people don't. I mean, from what I've seen, at least, it seems like it's to their detriment to have that idea even be out there.
Yeah, I can't see how it's good, but
I mean, you see the people that her whole thing on that show she just was on was all about that narrative, all about that.
Yeah.
I mean, I look at some of this shit on the internet and I'd be like, damn, like that's very popular. Surprising, and I just I don't know enough to comment, to be honest with you.
Let me ask you something, John. You met them in person. What was your impression of them in person versus what you see online?
Well, I only met them very briefly, and they seemed normal to me. They talk normal. They seem normal. It was some other guy with them. He seemed normal.
Yeah.
That's all I know. They didn't try to steal anything from me. They weren't drugged out when they got here. Just middle of the road, I guess,
Was there any,
I didn't ride around with them or anything like that either.
Was there any time when the cameras were off and there was no way that anyone could see? Was there any difference in their like behavior, like the way they talk, anything like that?
Nah, they seem about the same to me.
Same.
But I wasn't critiquing
maybe
them.
they are the same. Maybe they're the same.
Yeah, but I wasn't critiquing them. I went into.
No, I understand that. I just wanted your opinion because I know that
Yeah.
you saw them at a time when no one else was watching, and a lot of people change their whole shit during those times.
But then I don't watch their show either very regularly. I may pop in 5 minutes, then I'm out. I really don't have much to comment on their show, so that's probably part of it too.
Craig, did you meet them too?
What? Hell no, I ain't gonna meet them. I know people.
You never met them before?
No way.
Oh, I thought you did for some reason.
I met Ava.
No, I met Ava. He met Ava.
Craig, you didn't want to ride in that van?
What? Be like that Lalo guy? Sleep with Ben and Grace?
Yeah, the guy who was sleeping in the van.
You're right.
That's what you're gonna get when you meet with them. Yeah, exactly.
Eventually, Grace is gonna have to have some sort of like love interest or something, or people are gonna have to really believe that shit.
Yeah, at some point, she's gonna meet it.
I don't know. It still works though. It still works. It still works because there's a new set of people that don't know the history. And then it goes again and again, like a cycle. So that's like, oh shit, it's just repeating, yeah.
But as a woman, she must have she said 22 years old, she must want a relationship with a man.
Dude, I got no clue, man. Don't ask me that.
I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying, right. that would be what I would.
Well, that's what feeds into the rumors, right? Like you say, just put one to one together.
Yeah, that's the question. That would really be distasteful to find out, but I don't know. I think it's a controversy. The controversy maybe is what attracts people.
Well, I mean, her brother basically said it's true. I don't know.
That's the thing. Things like that make me think. Is this something? Should I not be? Is this something sinister happening here?
But he's like the most vocal brother though. He's like the one that really hates Ben.
So that's two family members that have basically confirmed it, and that's fucked up. I think that's even a possibility.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Really weird shit. I don't even want to like.
I saw that Ruby chick on that other. Was she on that other show last night? The one that Grace got fired from.
She was on there.
What's her name? Ruby. Ruby was on there.
Well, she was up here last night.
No, she was on the show that what was it? Crap, what was the show that Grace got fired off of?
Locale. She back on there?
I saw Ruby was on that show last night.
Really? I don't know. I can't keep track of this shit.
They
got 1,000 channels called Locale now. Like Grace's already making her own variant of it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So
But she was on with those other girls. That fat annoying one that's on there, and then
they're still there. I thought she got fired too. They keep saying they get fired.
The two like nasty ones. The nasty ones. Like they were on there with her.
Jesus
those
Christ.
bitches are nasty, man. Jesus Christ.
I don't know what's going on, man. I can't keep track of it. Keemstar makes his own channel that spins off another channel, and they make you buy a membership for each channel. You get like $5 a month for each channel just to chat on their channel, membership only chat. That's money, baby. Capitalism.
I wonder if he really does make a lot of money from doing that. Like, is he making hundreds of thousands of dollars doing that? You think? I don't know. I don't know how the payout works, but they treat him as if he's a big money guy, and I thought that was reserved for the people who had millions of subs on YouTube. I didn't know you could get
levels to this shit. I guess it's levels to it.
No, because he's been around the game forever. He's been banned from YouTube forever. They made laws against him on YouTube.
Oh, really?
Just for him. Yeah.
I didn't know any of that shit.
What did he do?
Yeah, it's called the Keemstar Law.
What did he do?
What did he do for that? Why did they do that?
No, because he got banned, and then he got around it by going on other people's shows. So if you're a host of a show, yeah, you're not allowed to make a YouTube channel. But if you got other people to make their own shows, you just sneak your way back in that way. And they said, fuck it, we gotta close the loophole. If I see you anywhere on YouTube, we're gonna strike everyone's channel. So if I got someone like who's banned? What's his face? No, somebody else bigger than that. Alex Jones. If you got Alex Jones on here right now, and then you didn't say that, hey, I'm just interviewing Alex Jones, and you weren't specific. Yeah, and he kept showing up on our channel as a regular guest. Ban.
But you can interview him
once. I don't know what, like once in a while. What does that mean? Right? See, everything's so vague. But before, that's how he snuck back in. He just kept being a regular guest. And then eventually it's just like, dude, this is your show again.
But what did he do in the first place to get himself banned?
I don't know. It was early days, man. 2015, 2013. Dude, YouTube was just starting out, right? Because you have to remember, there was YouTube before Google, after Google.
Yeah.
After they got bought out by Google, then they started caring about their image, right?
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah, I remember way back when YouTube was just, just a video. It was like Rumble is.
Yeah. It was just random videos you just saw, and then who cares? And then you see how it is. You got to monetize it, and advertisers will be complaining. Oh shit! My Snickers ad is with this guy talking like white race or this and that. You know what I mean? Or random stuff like this girl is just showing her tits or like no. Yes, the apocalypse, which is where we got Nassim. So Nassim, she went and tried to murder all the YouTubers in the headquarters in San Bruno. This was like many years ago.
That?
You don't remember Nassim? Man, you guys don't know the history of the internet. This is how the internet got to this point. We have to go dig way back, yeah. And I guess this is where lolcow comes from, right? You have people like Chris Chan, right? These people were on YouTube. These people were on the internet doing disgusting things.
Who's Chris Chan?
That's where lolcow comes from. He's the first lolcow. He's the origin of the word. Yeah, so you gotta go back to that point of the internet. So this is where Kiwi Farms started. Kiwi Farms was basically CWC Wikipedia, and then that morphed into Kiwi Farms. Yeah, so CWC is Chris Weston Chandler. So Chris Weston Chandler was the first lolcow. Joshua Moon created that lolcow because he was so obsessed with this dude, talking about him all the time on the internet. And this is where the genesis of the lolcow started. And then now everyone's following that thing. And which is like the algorithm, right? They rather promote people that are mentally ill, and people want to like troll them, get them to have a reaction, right? Yeah, so that's where the lolcow comes from. You're a cow because we're milking you.
Right.
Laugh out loud cow. Yes, that's where it comes from. So so Nassim comes in way later. I guess she could have been a lolcow, but she didn't have that many viewers. She did vegan stuff, and then she made these bizarre videos, right? Like promoting like pet rights, animal rights, and then she was in her leotard doing weird dances. She was some Iranian girl in SoCal. So in the I forgot what her last name was, but she got so pissed when they cut off her ad revenue. And this was a time when YouTube decided, no, we're not going to make it easy for people to just get ads on their videos.
Right.
We're going to be selective now. And so a lot of people lost I don't know how much you would make back then in YouTube, but apparently it was enough where she would want to kill someone, because maybe it was that easy. You just had a video up, and every month you would get a nice piece of paycheck. And so she was like, F that. She thought it was somebody against her. She thought it was like a conspiracy, whatever, right?
Yeah.
And then that's it, over. She went, drove.
Did she actually kill somebody?
No, she tried to. She shot up the building, whatever. No, and then she just killed herself. It was over.
Oh, that's a failure.
It was live. I watched it live because I'm in the Bay Area, so it was all over the news here. It was like lockdown in San Bruno YouTube headquarters.
So, but you weren't watching it on her channel or anything?
No, the live stream was probably not a popular thing back then. But if it was, I'm sure that she would have. Because I don't think the technology was at that point where you could live stream from a phone. If we were in Japan or South Korea, where they actually have real 5G technology back then, yeah. But like here in America, our tech is so bad. That's why I keep telling people, it's like, dude, go to Asia. Like, you could stream. That's why Johnny Somali keeps going there, right? There's no drop frames. You just get a SIM card, very cheap, and you get 5G, everything, no restrictions on your bandwidth. You can stream to your heart's content. So it's very low cost to be a streamer over there.
Wow. So is that and that's where the TikTok is. That's a Chinese
right. Exactly. Yeah. And that's why you see Tibetan chicks in Tibet dancing and shit, doing with a goat herd. Like, she's just dancing and getting all these views. It's like, do you think they actually have real internet over there? No, it's because they have good cell service. Their cell service is so good in China. And that's why before COVID happened, they could lock down people so quickly. They could track. The technology was developed so well to the point where, this is how you control people. I could track people. I could do this. It's like everything's digital. All the old people in China know how to use apps and stuff right away, because everything was cashless by the time. The last time I visited China was probably 2010. And that was when the transition happened. When I was there, I still used cash. But I bet if I came back there a few years later, people would just look at you weird.
Right.
Yeah, that's why, I warn people about the Communist Party. They have taken the technology built up by the West and just taken to that next level, because that's a good way to control people later on, and they did it. COVID was a real example of that. Real example.
Well,
with the drones.
I don't know if you've heard about this new. They're talking about this new COVID thing. What's that new strain of COVID or whatever. I mean, some people believe that shit is gonna be the end of everything.
Really? I haven't paid attention, man.
I was just home for.
Oh
Christmas.
Man, your mom.
I was just home a bit. My wife and my daughter and me we stayed with my mom for Christmas, and she was saying, I mean, she's 77 years old. She said that she believes that the end of us is going to be, and then she was talking about me and my family. She said, "I bet you, you guys you'll be lucky if you can escape this bird flu or whatever the fuck it is."
Oh, the bird flu, yeah, okay.
She's like, unless they really do something, she's like, that shit is going to fuck everybody up, And I was like, "What are you talking about?" I was like, "I didn't even know. I don't pay attention to that shit. Thought that was some, And again, she's a liberal, so you got to take that for what it's worth.
Oh, okay.
A little bit brainwashed, maybe, but it was interesting to hear what because her position on it was, this shit, and she's in the medical field too. So she understands, that kind of stuff a little bit, maybe more than I do. But she said, based on what she's read, it looks to be, a real, an actual threat if it can make the jump from animals to humans. Once it does that, where they need to be. She said they need to to put everything they have into finding a vaccine for that shit. 'Cause if it makes that jump, we're not gonna have time. She said that's how fast this shit's gonna go. But who knows if that shit's even if that's real. But that's the mind of a someone living in a liberal state, Massachusetts. And that's what they
Yeah,
believe.
I mean, yeah, bird flu and all this stuff was always a big deal in China because the spread would go so quickly once it jumped. Yeah,
Right.
that was always because the population density when you compare it to like America, it's just like, no, man, that's a whole next level. And the funny thing is, like, the most dense cities in America is New York and San Francisco. And San Francisco doesn't have a big population, but you're packed in a more dense thing. But even I feel like, San Francisco is like a town. Like, it's not like China. Go to China. Any city in China, anything they call a town in China is like a mega city. It's like, bro, there's so you can't. You're like, what the fuck? There's noise everywhere. Yeah, you're not gonna like it.
It must be dirty as hell over there.
Yeah, it can be quite dirty. They do try a lot. You're not like Japan, right, where people are very neat. And this is why if you want to experience China without the China like effect, go to Taiwan because they were occupied by Japan. They have a lot of manners from the Japanese. So if you want to see what China would be in a cleaner way, go to Taiwan. Yeah, they're very neat over there. So.
What brought you over there?
Oh, conferences. I had a lot of conferences and work-related shit and other. I always had to go to China. And
what did you used to do? I don't remember what you said you used to
do.
do.
Electrical engineering. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Did you go to school for that?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, so what did you computer science and engineering? Is that what you did?
Electrical engineering, yeah, you can be more computer, go on the computer side. That's what Stanley was asking me too about that stuff. It's sort of, yeah, if you want to do computer engineering versus computer science.
My school, they had a huge computer science / engineering program there. And you know what? Those people that went in that program, they had a really difficult curriculum. But I'll tell you one thing: they're all rich now.
Yeah, right. Yeah. It was like when I went there, it was just easy money once because it's not easy money if you just did a bachelor's per se, but I did like master's into doctorate and master's is all you really need nowadays. I would say like PhD probably not worth it because it doesn't matter, but at least get a master's. It should be easy to do. You can do it pretty well, but the thing is, you got to be smart. So I would say, like, if anybody's listening to me, that's why I told people go to analog. Don't do digital. There's way too many people that do computer, a type of stuff where it's way too digital or electromagnetics, like radar. Okay, go somewhere where it's not popular. Analog is very niche. Once you get into an analog area or mixed RF area, like radio frequency, so kind of radar-ish type of military shit, once you get in, they can't fire you. They can't fire you because you are doing something very specific. It's more like art when you build something. When you do digital, more computer, very like going to somewhere like NVIDIA, making a GPU or whatever, you got to be very elite because then you have to have a lot of very specific knowledge with software too, and then combine it with hardware, and you have to be like somebody that's top. They can't fire you then because very few people have a good solid foundation in both software and hardware. So that's how you're gonna find your niche. So everything like on this thing where we're talking about H1b and all this, dude, you're gonna always compete, man. And going into tech, you're just nonstop competing. It's gonna be terrible because you make a lot of money, but you always have to learn new shit. And to me, I always try to pick areas where I just coasted along, didn't need to really compete, and that's all I did throughout my whole life. I didn't go to the big schools, top schools, because I'd rather go to a shit, not complete shit, but middle school. But because I knew that I could just like destroy everyone in class, I didn't need to study much. I just aced all because it's a curve, right? So you go to class, it's all a curve. So all these C students, Like I would just like beast on them. It just doesn't matter. So then I wouldn't have to do. Then once I get to grad school, I save all my energy. Then I compete. You see, a lot of people burn out. A lot of people from my high school burnt out. They went to Berkeley. They went to like MIT, whatever. Some of them just burnt out.
Yeah.
Because when they went to high school, they thought they were the shit. And I realized, yeah, you guys are the shit compared to me. And I realized, yeah, you're gonna go somewhere else where you're not the shit, and then you're just gonna psychologically break down because you thought you were the shit here.
Then you're gonna be
the mental game. Yeah, so dude, it's all about a mental game. You have to know your limits, work to your strengths, and recognize your weaknesses. And then once you realize those things, you have to do your own path, man, to survive. You just not gonna go on the internet. I'm just gonna be like saying like red pill this, that. Bro, I don't. You think, oh yeah, okay, I'm Asian. I have to do this with my dating strategy or whatever. I'm shorter or something. I don't give a fuck. I do what I gotta do.
Hey, HB,
right?
HB,
That's life.
I told you, white people have a lot to learn.
Yeah.
All
That's why I like.
this earnestness, all this Western civilization earnestness is bullshit.
I think that goes back to HB's point. White supremacy is a crutch now to white people.
Yep.
They've latched onto it, and it's like, bruh, I don't know. It doesn't.
You guys are
My
getting past.
overall point is American culture at this point needs an overhaul. Needs to a tune up.
Yeah.
And Asians are the one to do it. Stop leaning on your skin color and actually learn to work hard.
So you can go to mixed signals companies that work well with the military. So they do a lot of radar work. You can also do medical. One of the things I recommend was like going to medical. You know, you have to do MRIs, X-ray, CT, ultrasound. They need a lot of that type of skill set. GE used to do a lot of that work in GE. GE is a terrible company, honestly, and people did work for them. Because they were ran by the finance department. Same problem with Intel. So those people in those companies, the company culture with those big companies, they eventually went to the bean counters. So Boeing, same thing. So when they absorbed like what was that other airline like builder that they competed with, McDonnell Douglas?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it was like that. Something Douglas, McDonnell Douglas. What happened was when they absorbed that company, the bean counters of McDonnell Douglas or whatever started taking over the whole Boeing. So Boeing was more engineering oriented. And then the bean counters came in and it just, and probably now you got H1Bs or whatever, people complaining. Yeah, Momo keeps complaining about like the bad code. Yeah, well, I would say like, yes, look, you got to have a good company culture and you have to have good leaders. If your middle management is full of people cutting corners or more concerned with politics, Intel I know personally because I got interviewed by there and I know people work there. I saw it firsthand in a way. Yes, that's what happened. That's why they failed compared to AMD run by some Taiwanese woman and NVIDIA run by a Taiwanese man. Right? Yeah, so and what is it race? Or is it? I mean, no. I think it's because you get a lot of people that become mediocre. They rise to the top, and this is why I don't like capitalism, where it says like free market can choose the best people. I don't believe that at all. Humans will regress to some kind of average, and if they can like sit in that average for a long time, it just festers, and then when a new bioorganism comes in, like COVID or whatever you want to say, that fucks you up, right? It's always a competition. But if you're not being like correctly competed against, this is what happens. So if they just competed with people that are at the same level, that's why they always tell you have to have friends where you have friends that are better than you, right? Otherwise, you just stay at your level. Right. You're always going to have an average level of friends. Some people above you, some people below you, and you just stay there. You would rather look for better people, right, to level you up.
Yeah, one of my clients, I actually got a new client recently, and they're they're an aerospace company. I'm not going to say their name, but they're not, they're not on the level of Boeing or anything like that, but I mean, they're on the stock exchange, and they just recently got a $68 million grant from the U.S. Navy to do research on, I mean, some of that I'm not familiar with, like, the technology, but they're, a very I mean, for the area, they're a very prominent company, and they're a newer company. I think they haven't been around as long, but they are becoming a factor as far as they're growing, and they're getting a lot more attention from people. And I mean, that's a big thing for the government to give you a grant like that. I mean, you got to be doing something that makes a difference, at least a little bit.
Yeah. Was it Palantir?
No, shut up with Palantir.
No, it's small. It's a smaller place, but that was the place where I told you. Remember, I told you I was watching a guy and I saw him take out a gun in his car.
Yeah.
That was that company. He'd gone to their headquarters, and he got fired, and he was sitting in the parking lot, and he pulled a gun out, and the police came and shit, and it was that was one of the craziest moments ever.
Yeah. No. If you've been watching the stock, he probably is pissed he lost that job, man. He's probably
he had a good job there too. He was and he was all just for some fucking disability fraud, just claiming that he was injured. And he was making at least six figures easily over there. Easily.
Greedy motherfucker.
Yeah,
greedy motherfucker. That's it. That's why you gotta, don't be greedy. When I trade, I said, like, dude, first week of December, I'm done. I don't need to be greedy, and you guys want more and more. It's just like, nah, man, that's not the way.
Shit went down this December, man. You were right. I heard you earlier this month say, don't do anything else for the rest of this month. You were right.
Yeah, if you have profits in something, just keep it, I guess, for the next year. That's okay. But don't be like over. I hate over trading where you're just like, oh shit, I had a good month, I feeling good, and then you just want to wank off and be
that's what my wife does. She fucks her. She doesn't play with big. She only plays with small money, so it's like I don't really care.
But the psychology, right?
But she's not capable. She can't control herself enough to be successful at it, because she gets too wrapped up in the winning, and like, even though it's small money, she just feels such a sense of she's like an addict, like a gambling addict almost, kind of,
Yeah, it is. It's the same. That's why I caution people. It's like, don't let your ego get in the way, because your ego will make you be afraid. It will also make you feel like greedy, and it's a slippery slope. Once you get that feeling, that high, and then you feel like, I'm a god with, like, dude, it's gambling.
Yeah, I know, I'm a genius.
It's gambling.
It's
it's gambling. All it is smart gambling. That's all I try to promote. Everything is gambling in a way. When you invest in something, anything in your life is a little gamble too. But like, you got to assess the risk. Everyone wants to look at the potential winning. Yeah, maybe Jerome Powell said something good. It would fly up like 5-10 more %. But like, you're not considering, like, what if he didn't say the right things, which he didn't, and you go the other way. You got to look at what potential loss is. If you're already ahead, you got to look at, like, okay, it's the end of the year. People aren't trading that much. And it's like, if I screw up, like, what's the point? I could have just waited for next year and see what's going on. Nah, man, it's not worth it.
Some people can't do that, though. They can't. They don't have the
It's hard. It is so hard. It's like, discipline. It's all it is.
You would think that you would learn after a number of times if it happened.
No.
Stop. But like, she's proven to me that some people can't. They'll never learn. They'll continue to do the same thing over and over again.
I hate to say it, Boston, but I think it may be might be a woman thing too.
Yeah, I mean, why do you think I only let her do small money?
Yeah. I think, but the thing is like, I showed you a woman, like, I recommend her, like Samantha LeDuc, like Master Kim said, like, who, like, I said, dude, your friend is really rich. Don't listen to me. Go jump over to her, pay the fee, whatever her subscription fee is. Go to her. Like, when I look at her, I think like she's the top level. Like, so no, women can do it. Yes. But
maybe few and far between or something like
yeah,
that.
I think they can do a lot better because they're good at multitasking. This is where I see a lot of strength in women, where like shit, if you did you could look at so many little tickers and whatever. Yes. So you got to find, and this is kind of like going back to what's his face, talking about like women should be in the military. Oh man, Righteous Muffin, remember that?
Yeah.
And then I pointed out like, well, you know, women are really good at sniping, as snipers.
Yeah.
See, you can't blanket statement say, oh, people can't do this or people can't do. Yeah, okay, front line in general. Yeah, I would agree. Women shouldn't do that. But he was going further, saying women shouldn't be there at all. Okay, whatever. I don't know. You can argue that. But I gave examples where like women are really good at sniping. They're very patient, you know, compared to they could just sit there for long hours and just get the right shot and angle and just shoot the motherfucker. So it's like, yeah, you have. That's why, going back to my point, everyone has strengths, everyone has weaknesses. Recognize them right away, deal with it, and do your own thing. There's no blanket solution. I'm not gonna red pill. Oh yeah, you got to have game, or what the fuck does that even mean? I don't know.
But Frank, what if you're like Stanley though, and you don't have any weaknesses? Like every.
What the fuck, Stanley? Yeah, Stanley's perfect. Yeah.
Yeah. What if? I feel like that might fuck you up too. You know.
Well, I don't know. Sometimes you have to turn your weaknesses into strength.
Yeah. Right.
And that guy, Righteous Muffin Man, is a fucking. I mean, dude, go to his Twitter page sometime. Go to
He's
his
still
Twitter
around?
page. I mean, I went to his Twitter page recently. It was this like, dude, he's the type of dude, he jacks off to Nazi like fucking paraphernalia and shit. I swear to God.
Wow.
Dude, go to his fucking Twitter page, man. He's literally got fucking Nazi paraphernalia up. Like he's a fucking weirdo, man. He's a fucking weirdo.
Yeah. That's right. American Millennial. Yeah, Samantha LeDuc. Yeah. I play her videos from time to time. Yeah.
Is he still? Does he still go over on CT's page? Place?
Yeah, that's where I last encountered him. I don't know if he's but he was on a Twitter space with CT recently. That's how I ended up going to his page, and I was like, Jesus Christ, this is a sick fucking dude right here.
Yeah, and see, this is my thing with a lot of times with the you know, Stanley, I definitely agree with you with the whole stolen valor thing. Like, it's easy to want to be a Nazi after Hitler's already, you know, done what he's done. You know, like now, this shit's just kind of lame now. Like,
Fuck yeah, dude.
You weren't a Nazi when it mattered, man. Fuck out of here.
Yeah, well, I mean, we already understand what Righteous Muffin is, though.
It's stolen valor.
Yeah, man, you're a Nazi now, bro.
Wow.
You couldn't stand up to half the shit Hitler had to stand up.
Yeah, and you look at the dude too, and you can just tell he's a fucking pussy too.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, the thing was, like, when he was on here, I just told him, like, when he was talking about HVAC stuff, you know, HVAC, that was very helpful. And I said, like, dude, you an American man, whatever, like, you just guys have like a segment where you just talked about just general knowledge, you know, to people, and you could promote your own companies or whatever you want to do, right? And do like that. You know, that would be a smarter play. It's just like, come on. Like, we don't need to hear so much about the politics or whatever. I don't care what you believe, but you know, you got to uplift yourself somehow, right? That was the whole point of this channel. It was just like business talk or whatever.
Yeah.
And he did a good job. I thought he did a great job explaining a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, but he's more interested in talking about some other shit. You know what I mean?
That's the problem, because like I think HB hit it when the last time he showed up basically was when he just started drilling on him about the whole like hating women, this and that. What is going on? And I think that goes back to like a lot of stuff we've covered recently, where people just everything, their lens, their bias is so strong now, because like we know now what his story is, because he said he used to be a liberal. He used to hang out with liberal friends. Then he got turned, right, for some reason. Maybe it was because
some bitch broke his heart or something.
That's what happened. His baby mama left. Something happened, and then there we go. Now and it all reduces to that. Everything now reduces to that. Everything is a baby mama problem. It's just like
Probably
bam,
was
same thing.
biggest
How do you
simp
go
ever,
from
probably
liberal
before.
to Nazi?
Hey, Stanley, you said the people that are conservative now used to be just like Solid Snake. Didn't you argue that same point?
Well, yeah, but I mean that's a huge swing. I wouldn't say Solid
He
Snake.
went hippie too. He said he used to hang out with hippie people. Hippies.
When you really look at you know, the Reich and Hitler, I mean, they weren't conservatives. They were pretty socialist, man. Like you know, it's all about the nation, and you know, I don't know. Pretty liberal. You know, they didn't have to wear
Yeah,
those
okay, but I mean,
leather.
I don't know. I just personally think that people who make those wide swings, there are some things that ground you. And I give you a good example. My friend Charles over in Nigeria. Now, he doesn't know American politics. And I've told him many times that, dude, you're outside looking in. However, I've seen his progression over the past 4 years where he was hardcore, like Trump can do no wrong. And Glenn Loury can do no wrong. And you know, all of a sudden he's questioning, like Glenn Loury is no longer, you know, held in high regard in his brain. So I've seen him go from, you know, fairly hardcore MAGA to very centrist. He's not a liberal, but he doesn't have the same critiques of liberals that he used to. And big deal is, you know what? I just gave him books to read and started asking him, you know, questions like, so same thing, you know, it will happen. But the one thing that grounded him and has probably kept him from going all the way liberal is he's very religious. You know, there's a grounding anchor point there, you know, that's going to allow him to, you know, not swing too far the other way. Kind of the same thing with me. You know, I'm probably, you know, hanging out with y'all. There are probably some things, especially in relationships, that, you know, I never had to deal with in my life. That, you know, I can see myself probably holding women a little bit more, you know, I probably see them as less the angels or the less the innocent victims than I might have 5 years ago. However, there are some things that's going to keep me from going all the way manosphere. And it's mostly because most of these manosphere people don't know history in the history of feminism in any detail. There's some things that are going to ground me in knowing American history in this case, or at least having an amateur's idea of what American history is. It's going to keep me from ever going, like, I'll never fucking be like a MAGA person. They just don't know what they're doing. In American culture, being what it is, and Vivek, that's why I was so thrilled with Vivek. American culture being the mediocre, the worship of mediocre, like, folks, like it is. I'm never going to be swayed to a point to where, you know, it's American culture uber alles. There's some issues with American culture that need to be addressed before I can acknowledge or say that it's, you know, I don't think American, what's the word? America isn't the exceptional country we think it is. We're not number one. We're not number one in many things like we used to be even.
Yeah. No, that is very true. I did want to ask you, what's up with the title? Am I a H1b too?
Oh, it was just a joke. No, it was a bunch of HBs.
Oh, okay.
Well, I just, yeah, it was kind of silly, but, you know, hey, HB1, you know, HB2N.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, dumb joke, but you know, it was funny at the time.
Yeah, no, I give you that. I was didn't know where this was going, but Yeah, maybe that's the next maybe that's the next thing Americans should do. Maybe we should marry H1b.
HB2N marries an H1b Visa
Yeah,
holder.
yeah, maybe that's the answer. I don't know. Ah, ah,
Yeah, Kelvin, boomer humor, whatever. That rhymes, by the way.
boomer humor. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
So should we watch your Section 8 video, John?
Oh yeah. Let's watch it.
It's nothing interesting unless you're interested in Section 8
Hey,
report.
I don't know much about Section 8, and since housing and urban development is the only cabinet position held by a black man, I figure we ought to at least know what the man's going to be administrating.
Trump.
Oh shit! Is B Brave still streaming?
You guys have really given B Brave some energy here.
Oh,
So
was it bad?
Oh, I didn't see it. So basically, my business partner received a Section 8 inspection report.
Oh,
so
wow.
you kind of get to see it, see what it's like. Why I tell people, man, stay away from that business.
HB.
Yeah.
There's a show on that let me put it up right quick, and we don't have to watch it now. I'll watch it later and maybe stream it overnight or react to it overnight. But have you ever heard of this program? State of Black Detroit.
Say that one more time.
This is called The Personal is Political State of Black Detroit. It's live streaming right now.
Black Detroit.
Have you ever heard of it?
Oh wait, hold on. I gotta refresh, Stanley. My shit is
And for some reason it's hung up. Oh, there we go.
Right into the next discussion.
Do you really believe that shit in your heart? Like, do you really believe that in your soul? Like when I was in the penitentiary, I saw Moors, I saw Melanics, I saw Nation of Islam, I saw Sunni Muslim, and me and my best friend, we in a hole, and we talking like, man, if we either one of us ever decide to join one of these groups, we got to be serious. Because when you come from where we come from, what's get respected is being honest and being real. And when you trying to like you saying one thing but doing the opposite, like you killing your own fucking credibility. And so this is not nothing new. This has happened since the fucking beginning of time. Oh, I like your what they say. I like your swag. Like your swag drawing attention. So what the fuck I do? I go copy your swag because I want the same attention that you got. But that's not transformation. That's not creating your own path where the paths can connect. Authentic. You and I have been knowing each other over 10 till 12 years. Like most people would think, like we talk every day. We have lunch meals, and we don't. But if I call you, you'll rearrange your schedule for me. If you call me, I'll rearrange my schedule.
Why? I can stream it later.
There's a certain love there. There's a certain respect there that's rooted in a value system. But when we do talk, how long we're on the phone no more than an hour, 2. I mean, they say women are chatty. I think we more chatty than them on Sunday.
Yeah.
But all those conversations are not like we don't agree, right? But those are battlegrounds to get better. So when I see you as my brother. And you see me as your brother, and so there's no room for competition, even though we don't see the world the same. But I know we're trying to get to the same destination, so I need you. And needing you pushes me to want to be your brother.
Yeah, it's in that relationship. You released a documentary this year that I helped with the editing, and just seeing more so that piece and really expanding upon dedicating that to your mother,
right?
Who I had a relationship with as well. and seeing that manifest in that relationship. I don't know. Oftentimes, if people think that everything needs to be so competitive, as oftentimes competing towards bettering ourselves, I believe is where we strive and thrive. So thank you so much in even sharing for this, because this is what it is because of the extension of the relationship and friendship that has been built and the ways that we see pouring into our community.
Right.
So as we get to a close, because I have a lot more questions, but I'm going to only hit you with a couple more now. So let's see. Here we go. Amid systemic inequities and emotional strain, how can individuals and groups ground themselves in a sense of purpose, cultural identity, and spirituality, or communal resilience? More so, how do you fill that cup up and keep going? Because at times, the odds can be crazily how you think it looks at. Being here in Detroit, dealing with Black Detroit, looking at the opportunities that are abundant here versus other places, it can be overwhelming. So how do you fill that cup?
Well, being Black in America is overwhelming. And that overwhelmingness shows itself up in relationships. That overwhelmingness shows itself up when you're in the fucking shower, wherever, right? In the grocery store. It gives me the courage, it gives me the hope to continue, but also it teaches me that I can't heal what I'm afraid to confront. And there's a level of anti-Blackness that exists in this world that we embrace. And one thing, if nobody listens, shit I say, please listen to this. That we have to get away from, well, if that happened to a white person, what happened to a white community, it'll be different. And we're not realizing we're legitimizing anti-Blackness. We're measuring ourselves against what white people will do, or what will happen to white people. And I get the essence, but that's a challenge that we have to take upon ourselves to reconfigure how we approach that. And we have to stop saying, I don't want to see another slave movie. I don't want to see another Black. We're the only people in this country that don't know who we are. Every fucking group of people in this world has been conquered, has been abused in some form or some fashion. We were snatched away from the titty of Africa, and we had to suck on another titty here in America. Excuse my language. But the explicitity the point I'm trying to make is that we're still searching for that milk to nurture ourselves, to be our fuel humanity, and to do that, we had to go through the pain to come out on the other side of healing ourselves. So imagine our ancestors who came from different tribes, who found themselves on that one boat, who spoke multiple different languages. He came out one people. Imagine what we can do. We all speak the same fucking language. But you from Linwood, I'm from Zone 8. She from Dexter. And we're allowing these formalities to split us. But also, I see you on TV. Like, oh shit, I don't know. He's a superstar, so I want to be a superstar. But next week they come up with another superstar. Like, why are we doing this? What's the purpose? I mean, the culture is about sustainability. Hip hop is not a culture. It is a subculture. It is a fucking subculture that was born out of the streets. I mean, it's so interesting. Like, I hear the word culture now. Man, it was for the culture. It's for the culture. That shit, I cringe when I hear it. Because if the culture is legit, then you saying it's legit that we was raised by bitches. If the culture is legit, then you saying it's okay to go and break in your house, nigga, because that's what niggas do. Right? And where did niggas come from? Again, I don't have to go there, but I mean, I need to go there to get us where we need to go to. Because I was that guy that said, man, I don't want to hear that black shit. But it was that black shit that saved my life. To go back in my neighborhood where the statistic says either I'm going to get killed or go back to prison. On January 3rd, 2025, I'll be out of prison 24 years.
Man, that's
And
a
so the
slow clap.
overstand culture is created out of community. And there's a gentleman in my neighborhood. On most days he don't like me, on most days I don't like him. But there's a genuine respect. And he taught me a lesson just recently. And the lesson was because even though I don't like you some days, Yusuf, I value you. And if something happens to you, the devastation on our community is going to be tremendous. So I needed to teach you this lesson to help you remain true to who you are. Because my greatest fight is me. If anybody know me, I'm not scared of nothing. Because that's how my mama raised me to be. Right? So if you disrespect me, I'm going to protect myself. Right? And that's just, but I have to figure out how to manage that. So my gift and my curse is my passion. It is a gift and a curse. But how do you, so going back to your question around mental health.
No.
How do we create spaces within our community?
I understand what he's saying, though.
To share these things, to be a reinforcement where it doesn't become a weapon against us.
Yeah.
Like someone asked me recently, am I part of your community or I'm part of your village? Some days I don't know who my village is, just to be honest, because I don't know who to trust.
Yeah.
Because most folks, when they deal with Yusuf, they dealing with the brand. They dealing with the personality, not the person. Because the person is shy. The person is quiet. The person can be very social awkward at times. Just being honest. And most folks are like, what the fuck? I thought you was a guy. Like, no, that's not me. And I don't put on no act. I just do this part because that's the game banger in me. That's fighting for its community. That says things that other people are afraid to say sometimes. But even then, I have to learn that I can't always do that. Because it's not my job. It's a collective job to be able to fight for our communities and do what's right for our people. And that's what the culture should be about.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please give a round of applause for Dr. Yusuf Bunchy Shakur, giving a grounding, giving us a grounding for State of Black Detroit 2024. All right, next up, we're changing the order some because the brother is, I believe, has another obligation, but this is someone that we definitely want to uplift. And this now presenting will be Dr. Jesse Brown. Dr. Jesse Brown from the Holistic Training Institute. Dr. Brown's work in
Why is
healing
everybody a doctor, man?
is definitely well known. Someone that has brought so many people here when it comes to a way of
John, are you a Dr. John too?
Dr. John.
Dr. John. Everybody a doctor nowadays. God
Dr.
damn.
John.
Dr. Craig. We got Dr. Craig up here. Dr. Cross.
Dr. Brown, we're going to begin with some questions. Thank you so much for
yeah. That's why we need so many H1bs, huh? We got all these doctors. Why we got to do that?
I know, right? Too many doctors, man. We need
some. Everybody in live stream world, what's going on? I'm not even seeing the comments this year, but hopefully you all are commenting, sharing, liking, and subscribing to Detroit is Different. So much more will be coming with Detroit is Different. And actually, Dr. Brown's already reached out saying, like, we got to do more. We got to do more. So more will come, my brother. With that being said, Dr. Brown, how are you today?
Excellent. Glad to be here another year. And proud of the work that Detroit is Different is doing.
Thank you.
We had a long interview and we've been doing things, but there's so much more that we can do about the state of Black health in Detroit.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. And this year I'm prompting with some questions. So first, before we even get to the questions, let's just get to you. Give an introduction. Like most people, we're shocked at the age. I see you cut the locks, so now you really looking like you about to hit the hoop court and hit a crossover on everybody, man.
Okay. Well, let's see. Well, I'm a Detroiter, and it was really through, I'll say, a minister in Detroit who first introduced me to health and wellness. You know, my first class was in healing and pain therapy, and then with a chiropractor and naturopath, Dr. Frank and Mother Elizabeth Bracey, is some people that have passed who influenced and facilitated the connection between our Southern roots, our African roots, our, you know, from Africa to the Americas, in terms of our herbal knowledge, our homeopathic knowledge, in terms of our healing ourselves.
I don't know why these brothers always
somewhere
gotta, like,
along the way
muddy
we
it with
got off
Africa.
the path with that. So
Man.
when I was introduced
eating
to
that healthy
people
over in
like
Africa?
Brother Dick Gregory and so many others who were
Think they
talking about
just
health and
starving
wellness,
over there, man.
the activities that
They
were
just
going on in the
starving over there,
70s.
man. They ain't eating
Aww.
Stanley, they just it's over there starving. That ain't
And
healthy.
from what I learned,
man. What are you talking about?
I had to pursue it. Started Detroit Holistic Center on Dexter and Claremont in
He in the trap.
1987.
He in the
You
hood,
consider
man.
that Dexter and Joy Road, but yeah.
Or Dexter and Joy Road.
Dexter and Joy Road, yeah.
1 mile
Yeah.
and almost exactly 20 years from
He in the
the
hood, man.
1967 rebellion. A new type of rebellion began.
And definitely you could check the archives of Detroit is different, and such a rich history in that. Thank you for the grounding, and now let's get into some of these questions. This year has taken a mental toll on many.
Yeah.
From your perspective, what holistic methods can individuals use to recenter themselves and stay prepared for forces beyond their control?
The first thing we can do is learn about our bodies and what we can take personal responsibility for.
Oh,
The vision and the mission of the Holistic Training Institute that I founded over 20 years ago was to train healers in every home. And again, those roots that were started so long ago, our original method of healing was for people to take care of themselves and their villages, their families. There was healers in every community. And even when I was coming up, it wasn't just my mother, but it was other people in the community that knew what to do if something happened. I mean, short of something traumatic like getting hit by an automobile or getting shot by a gun or something.
All you gotta do is read Message to the Black Man. That's all you gotta read, man. Stop it.
Got away from so much of that for modern convenience, for something that we may have thought is newer or
What do you
better.
think that dude's
And the
eating in
answer
the
is really
bowl?
going back to the root of our roots.
You said what?
Understanding our bodies, understanding
You think that guy's eating
nature,
cereal in that bowl?
understanding what builds us up and what tears us down.
So with that, can you
A
give a
lot of
little
people
bit
are
of
old.
relationship for the physical empowering?
Maybe they're
mental?
eating chili.
Yeah, you can't have good mental health unless you have physical health.
Probably
Many of the
vegetarian
problems that we
chili.
see, many of the challenges, many of the stresses that you were talking about earlier are because we're not utilizing our bodies. We're not feeding our bodies like they need to be fed, and we're not utilizing our bodies the way they need to be used. Okay, if you look at sports and then, especially sports, we're excelling in everything. Basketball, football, track and field, and all types of things wouldn't be the same without people of Africa, without Black folks. Okay, and we're relatively stagnant in Detroit and in society. Our health outcomes. We're African Americans in Detroit have a life expectancy 10 years less than whites. Why is that? Why would the strongest people that came to the Americas be the sickest, get the sickest soonest, and die faster. We're out of our environment. One, we're homesick because this isn't our natural environment. And then two, we haven't really adapted.
Can you pause?
We drink more Cavassier here than any place else in the world, right?
Come on, man. Come on, man. Yo, this nigga, man. You know, I just feel like they're giving anybody a doctorate nowadays. Man, this is like, come on, man.
Julio. He out of date, nigga. These niggas ain't drinking no Cavassier no more. Don Julio.
Hell, yeah, right? What is he talking about, man?
Diversity, motherfucker.
You know that.
Don Julio.
You know, John, I've been thinking about this. The issue really is they need to start making honey buns and chips. They need to make them healthier. They need to make them healthier.
Mm-hmm.
They need to make
just read some Elijah Muhammad, you bitch. Like
yeah,
fucking hell, man.
Yeah, nah, serious. And that's what I really don't like about these doctors. Yo, the answers have been out there for about 100 years now, man. Like, you don't have to act like you coming. Well, we got to get in touch with our African roots and shit, nigga. That's not what it is, man. Stop eating.
That's abstraction. They're trying to abstract a solution. That's the problem. When there's practical solutions, yeah.
It's super practical, man. Stop eating a
Rube
bunch
Goldberg.
of bullshit. Stop eating a bunch of bullshit, bunch of processed foods,
and dodge more bullets.
Yeah,
run.
That's the problem too. We need to get back close to Africa. This ain't got nothing to do with Africa, man. They over there starving in Africa, man. Like, what you talking about? I don't know, man. It's really not that that complicated, honestly. That's why I'm wondering when he's gonna start. Is he gonna market his book soon? I feel like
that's where it's going. Basically, yes.
Yeah.
That's what a lot of PhDs they just do that shit. Yeah, they'll just market your books.
I wrote a book about it.
No,
you wrote a book about people making books.
Yeah, sooner or later he's gonna say, "I wrote a book about all this."
Yeah.
Right.
That's how it works, man. Yeah.
You can find all the answers on my website. Like, here this nigga.
Yeah, I mean that's the same thing. The same thing with whites. They just go to this like whatever green, right? They always go like 20 rules of power, whatever, or 40 law.
Yeah.
You know that book? Yeah, right. They always go to that. Like every time, man. There was this Latino guy talking about like the fucking like how he was in solitary confinement. He's a felon. He was a gangster, blah blah, and he's talking to me about like the 49 rules or whatever. I'm like, what the hell?
Oh yeah, 48 laws of power.
48 laws.
Yeah, 48 laws. Yes.
You know, I've read the 48 laws of power, and honestly, I'm not gonna lie to you, Crack. It's a very demonic. It's a very demonic.
Oh, really?
It's kind of evil when you sit back and look at it.
Well,
like it's all about like lying and manipulation and.
Well, yeah, okay, I can see that. I can see that.
Machiavelli?
Yeah, that's the thing. Yes, that's right, Stanley. When people tell me that stuff, I'm like, isn't that just The Prince plus The Art of War, and then they just repackaged it for modern like times?
Translated Niccolo Machiavelli into
Yeah. Just read The Prince and then read Art of War, and then just amp it up a bit and to modern times, and that's what you get. I didn't even read it, but the way they keep telling me about it, I'm like, did you read The Prince? Did you read Art of War? It's like, come on.
When I get my law degree.
And this is why I wanted to have Stanley do his own segment about philosophy. Can we just go back to first principles? Because I think people are just like regurgitating old shit, right? With the pills. The pills. The same thing with the pills Stanley wanted to argue about. It's just a regurgitation.
Yeah, a lot of it is. You know, a lot of
and then I could sell it for like $50, right? On Barnes and Noble. Yeah, I got my grift there.
You sell it along with my bean pies.
Yeah. I'll sell with my sardines too.
A lot of it is a grift. That's why.
Sorry about that.
Oh, whoops.
No, it is. There goes mine.
Hey, actually, speaking of sardines, I have a recipe for you, a video for you, since you apparently like sardines.
Oh, it was just Ben talking about Norwegians. That's the only thing we could eat is sardines. Yeah, no, Norway does. Actually, the problem is I think Norway, they sold the license to do sardines to somebody else. It might not actually be from Norway anymore. A lot of the good sardines, yeah.
Nah, I fucking love sardines, man.
Sardines are pretty damn good. Yeah. For quick eating.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where it's, you got to be careful. Don't spill none of that juice on you or anything.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that shit gets fucking filthy. But I really like sardines. It's it's one of those things though. You don't. It's not really a delicacy, sardines. You kind of eat it when you're.
No.
You need to save up some money. Let me just eat sardines.
I went to a fancy restaurant. They had like sardines on a salad. That shit was amazing.
Yeah, that's what you should do. Yeah.
No, you could put it. You can mix sardines with like a Caesar salad. Like you use sardines and like what is it, capers and shit.
Yeah. Now you're adding more to it. Okay.
Yeah.
That's sardines, but damn it, what are the little fishes? Can't even think of that. I am getting old. But yeah. Oh, so you make your own Caesar salad dressing. Nice.
Who, HB? HB, you make your own Caesar salad dressing?
I have. But it's been a while. It's been a while.
HB is the Renaissance man there, Stanley.
No, I'm not gonna lie. When I used to smoke, I was very creative when I smoked. So I would do shit like that. Let me make my own Caesar salad. I would just do, man, John. That's one of the things they don't tell you about when you stop smoking. You're not as creative as you were. No, I'm telling you, I'm A to B. I don't give a fuck about nothing else no more after I stop smoking.
Goodbye, creative thinking.
Yeah, seriously, it's that is one of the positive things about smoking weed. You're a lot more, you're willing to try new things and stuff. Let me try to make a Caesar salad how they make it over in fucking Italy or whatever, or wherever the fuck they make that shit. So yeah, you put all that in there.
Man, I'm getting hungry just listening to you guys. Good Lord.
Yeah. Hold on. Roller skater Texas girl says she grew up on sardines. Yeah. I really do like sardines though, but used to grab a tin of sardines and go to the Rock Road and sit and share them with our weenie dog. Oh wow.
Reminded me of what we used to do with Vienna sausages. I didn't grow up on sardines per se, but for us it was the Spam meat. I still eat that when I'm extremely down and out. And the Vienna sausages, the potted meat as they call it.
Yeah, Spam. Yeah.
I can't do that.
Man, they make Spam sushi in Hawaii. Man, that was a popular thing. You have 7-Eleven. You go to 7-Eleven, you're like, oh, what the fuck, Spam sushi?
See, that's the thing too with a lot of these doctorate pro-black niggas. Like, none of that. What are they even growing in Africa food-wise? Like, what do you mean get back to the African diet and shit? What is that? I don't know, man.
Well, I tell you one thing about Africa. Yeah, well, like
tofu and monkey brains.
Oh my god.
Well, like fast food is a luxury over there. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Right.
Yes. And China, so same thing too, man.
Yeah, which means you eating at home damn near every day, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or you eating some local street food that really right. Yams. You know what I mean? Whatever your natural food. So it probably is pretty natural. You know what I'm saying? Like, from what I've been over there, I mean, shit, them women be in the kitchen, man, like,
right,
grinding and chopping shit, long before they even cut the oven on, they grinding and chopping shit, so it's pretty natural, bro. I tell you, what I'm saying? The smell that come up off this shit, the onions and the garlic,
it's unlike water and pestles. Whatever.
Yeah. In a lot of ways, they would. Yeah.
Where your two daughters are out there eating the vegetables in rhythm.
Hey, when they're making their fufu, man, like you ever seen that shit? I think it's fufu when they pounding that shit, like that shit, like that. You know what I mean? Like, you know, and there is some work in that shit. You can't just throw that shit.
Yeah. I mean, I watch a lot of cooking shows in Mexico where like these old freaking abuelas, they just like freaking grind their own tortillas, like, and this is like, is it like a million views? You're a billion views. It's like, what the? See, that's what I'm saying, bro. This stuff is money, man. Like, go over there and do that shit. You'll make.
Whenever you look at
Dude, I lost weight just from cooking the food.
Yeah.
I'll bet. What did it say, Juan? What was that?
That they it's awesome watching them take the trigo, the wheat or whatever, and they put it in this bowl. They call it a molgaete. We call it a pesta laboral, and they take a.
Oh, okay.
They're like boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, right. I've seen that. Yeah.
You've been like
that's really old. Yeah, that's old school shit. I'm just like, the Vietnamese would do like shit like that too. It's like, what the fuck? It's like this is easy views on YouTube.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy?
Damn.
You go into a high-end restaurant, like a high-end Mexican restaurant, they have the women like in the center of the room making them shits. Now,
really?
Yeah, restaurants.
Damn.
What women, like making the tortillas, bro. Like,
God damn.
Hey, like I've seen that shit before. I can't
That's
remember
next level Benihana type like marketing.
Tacos and shit with the fresh whatever.
Right.
I didn't
Damn, I'm hungry now too. Fuck. Shit, I'm gonna get some tacos right now.
The reason that John's talking about when I'm in Mexico, that's why I like going to those freaking hole in the wall places.
Oh yeah, for
Hole in the wall
sure.
place, they'll do that shit in the open, and it's like 40 pesos for like 6 tacos de pastor or
Yeah, right. Yeah. I mean, food was always so plentiful when you get out of America. It's just like people knew how to cook. They just cook out there. You just get whatever the hell you want. Like even late night, they're still cooking.
Yeah.
It's just like, damn. That's like, man, you can't starve, really.
It's like IHOP, but better.
Yeah.
IHOP and all of the other shit now, and I could be wrong. So this is my theory. You're basically paying for you're buying food that's designed to fill you up, but it doesn't nourish you. Whereas I'm going to Mexico there, and it's filling me up, but I'm also nourished. You know, I'm not getting bloated and fat.
And you're also paying for the rent too. They have a building, they have this and that. People just like pull out their carts and they just start cooking on the street. You're just like, well, okay.
Exactly.
Don't have to pay for health inspectors. All right, I'll take the chance.
Pues no comes en la calle, eh? Like don't eat too much Mexican street food. You'll
Oh, that's what they warned me too. Like, Taiwan, they were like telling me like, hey, stop eating that stuff so much. I'm like, what? It's fucking cheap.
As long as you wash it down with some alcohol, you should be fine. That's how it works.
Well, I think the problem was that like they use too much grease to cook the food, which is like, yeah, it makes sense. Where you're like, yeah, you don't want too many fried things. Yeah, okay,
yeah, exactly.
I get you.
You ready to go back to your brethren?
Yeah, he's kind of pissing me off though, Stanley. But let's go.
HB wants a PhD now.
I know. I feel like I could get one now, man. Everybody got one.
It's the choices that we make. We want to look good, and we prioritize that over feeling good. Okay, and the ways that we choose to feel good are not good for us.
Jesse Brown's name is.
In moments of struggle, confusion, or loss, how do you maintain your commitment to a holistic lifestyle? And what practices have proven most helpful for your own healing journey?
Okay. Plant-based diet.
Healing. Okay, now we're
Plant-based diet. If it comes from a plant, I eat it. If it's processed in a plant, I avoid it. Most of what we eat, the standard American diet, the African American diet, is processed. It's sugar. It's not food. And so it's killing us. But we're somehow okay with that. Our culture, our what's supported, what's encouraged is eating more, drink more. Or, soon we're gonna have a new year. And what are people going to do? They're going to go home, they're going to drink, and they're going to smoke and do all these things. And the same things they do on January 1st, the same things they're going to do on probably most weekends for the rest of the year. And some people during the week. And it's killing us. So what do? One, I'm in the gym or outside running practically every day, 6, sometimes 7 days a week. Okay. We can move a lot more than we do, and that's going to decrease the mental stress. And for example, so when I run, the more active I am, I can't do that other stuff. I can't fuel on alcohol and perform the way that I do. I run marathon. You probably know I run marathons, half marathons. I started at 51. And I'm faster at 68 than I was at 51. Okay, but the belief is that we're getting old. Okay, 30 years old and 40 years old, and that's old in middle age.
He doesn't look 68 though.
We have
Nah, he doesn't. Nah, I give him that.
People
He don't look 60.
are not going to perform as a mature. Instead of just looking at it as maturing and realizing that the body is the only machine that gets better with use, not worse. So we're using it worse. We take better care. We know more about our cars and how to take care of our homes and our clothes than we do our bodies. And that's the mistake. We're not investing in health. We're putting our money in all types of other things. If we're going to create, it's one thing to create what we say is generational wealth. We need to create generational health. We need to do something that's going to impact future generations. Our young people are getting sicker sooner. We have the rates of diabetes and obesity and heart disease is starting much younger, and abuse of all types of things.
So with that, another asset that's definitely clear, near, and dear to Detroiter is water. Right?
Absolutely.
Water scarcity and pollution affect overall wellness.
Yeah.
Definitely the campaign for water affordability. Shout out to We the People.
Yeah.
Water for everybody.
Yeah.
How can communities rally together to ensure clean water access for everyone? And why do you see this as a crucial step in holistic health?
Well, water is essential. Next to air, water is our most valuable nutrient, and water is part and parcel to all the plant life and everything that we consume. Okay, so water is fundamental. I don't know that I have the answer for how do we ensure water
is accessible and affordable.
Yeah, the accessibility. I don't know that I have those answers. But I believe that one answer is that one, we recognize it as being important and essential. If you ask the average person, how much water do they drink? Okay. Now, if you ask people, is water important? They're going to say, yeah, right? I think universally they're going to say, yeah. If you ask them how much do they drink, they don't have a container like you do. They're probably they're not consuming it as they should. They're drinking all types of other things. So one, we have to see it as important. Two, then a priority. I mean, if we look at what we spend on water compared to what we spend on other things, we spend a lot more money on other stuff that isn't water. Okay, that has a small percentage of water in it than the other things. So I don't have all the answers, but we can do better individually, and then maybe something else will come out of that politically.
From your vantage point,
yeah,
in what ways have you seen the Black community embrace holistic health most strongly? Okay. And what makes those approaches so effective? Meaning that we have embraced certain aspects of this. What is it? Okay. Why? What's that thought process?
Okay, 1987, when I started Detroit Holistic Center, my people told me it wasn't going to last. I was on Dexter Joy Road. Okay. In the hood. It's like, okay, you're in the hood. The business was here. Didn't do, you know, black people aren't into colonics and all this sort of thing. And there was a part of me that was afraid because of that, because I was like, okay, I'm not, you know, this is going to fail. I'm setting myself up for failure. But what happened is in 5 years, we outgrew that space. And then probably tripled it. Yeah, at least triple that on Grand River over the next 27 years. Okay. So we are ready, willing, and able to embrace health and wellness. It's just, it needs to be taught. We need to, I say, preserve, protect, promote, and pass it along.
So now I guess I got to get a little bit more specific. During that time at the Institute, when it was a physical space, what were the products? What were the trainings? What did people often connect with most that got them in as a gateway? Okay.
Well, weight loss and cleansing. That was pretty much, that was at the essence of what we were doing. A lot of colon hydrotherapy, or people would say colonics. People could fundamentally understand
what's that?
That of all
Stanley,
the things that we're doing,
Colonic?
that were good for our bodies, we need to undo some of that. And there's a lot of constipation, a lot of digestive problems in our
shoving water or salt water or whatever concoction of water up your butt. It's an enema.
Oh, okay. So that's what this guy.
Yeah, that's what you were getting all those years.
Wait, what?
Is this part of?
Oh man, enemas, huh?
Yeah. Was this part of the the Navy regiment?
Well, no, I thought it was growing up in your hood in Detroit.
No, I never heard of this nigga.
Shit.
I never heard of this nigga. I don't know who he is.
Hey, this is a Detroit Negro talking. I don't know.
God damn.
I've never been.
So that's his kind of his
kids need to do to get ahead.
Yeah, that's his fix for the hood is.
Oh my God.
I don't know. John, you ever thought about that, John, for the for your tenants?
What a colony? What is it?
A high colonic.
I'm more likely to cut their water off. No
You gonna cut they try to do a colonic, John. You gonna cut the water off, man?
You ain't wash your hands.
Jesus Christ, man.
High colonics and avoid sugar.
Yeah, I don't subscribe to that. I was with him with the water and the vegetables and shit, but it's like, bro, come on, man. I don't.
Well, you want to shoot V8 up your ass is not for you.
That's what it is. Yeah, do a colonic with beet juice. I'm like, wait, what? What the fuck are you talking about, man? Beet juice.
Man, I think the only time I saw so many enema kits was when I had a tour of a porn studio. I was like, what the fuck is all this stacked up here? It was like a stack of enema kits. I was like, oh shit.
Did they tell you?
Yeah, that actually makes
Is it for the anal sex scenes?
Yeah.
Well, it's probably
Oh
not
my
even
God.
that.
Really?
It's probably not even just for those scenes. Like, you don't want to just for in general. Like, if maybe she ate something last night, you don't want that popping up. You don't want that popping up in the scene. Like that.
I'm dying, man. I'm dying.
Yo, Stanley, that term, I fucked the shit out of her. That like stems from something like that. Fuck the shit out of that bitch.
I'm gonna die, man. Oh
Yeah,
shit.
clean as a whistle, poop shoots.
Yeah. You might fuck the shit out of a bitch, man. Like, God damn. Wait, so
Our community. So
why were you on? Wait, why were you on those shoots, Craig?
No, they had the kink.com was in San Francisco. You remember?
Oh yeah, you did tell us about that. Okay.
Yeah. I went there when they had the free Halloween party and all this shit. Yeah. That was fun. Fun times.
One, the colon hydrotherapy.
Gotta take Stanley
above
next time.
all else. We had other services as well.
Nah, I'm good.
Products that help to cleanse our blood, liver, kidneys, etc. Some herbal products primarily.
And what do you think it was about those cleanses that connected most?
Oh, because people felt, most people will feel better immediately, and other people will feel better gradually over time. One of the fundamental problems in our society is we're not just sick, we're being poisoned. And unless you detoxify, unless you get the poisons out, so it's at least a twofold process. And that's one, when people are going through a cleanse, they're not putting more poisons in. And secondly, they're getting poisons out. So when people end up detoxifying and saying, I think more clearly, I see more clearly, I have more energy, my sexual stamina is better, my body is slimmer, so when people are looking better, feeling better, performing better, when things in their life start to change and even their attitude and perspective changes, because partly because they make that personal choice, and the other is because they're going through a process and they're being guided through a process, then there's something dynamic that really happens there. It's a different type of baptism. It's a transformation that occurs, and utilizing water. The people who went through the program, the people who would really take it on, got great benefits.
With that being said, thank you so much, Dr. Brown. Thank you so much, Dr. Brown. I know that
his name is
looking
Dr.
at time.
Brown too.
Got
That's
a couple
crazy.
more questions for you that were listed, but what would you like to share in a close? What would you?
What would I like to share? Well, and again, I'm going to come back to this. It's the answer to our health problems and the health disparities that exist. Is not in the hospitals and the clinics, and not in the system that we have it today. They're just building more cancer clinics and more treatment centers, and there's multi-billions of dollars is being spent there. I think over $1 trillion actually. The answer is in our homes, in our families, in our kitchens. It's in people understanding how to take care of this body temple, extending that to their family and then the community. Okay, if we turn that around, we're going to turn things around economically as well. When we saw a decline in the health and in the wealth in our communities with the advent of drugs and fast foods and these other things, we could turn that around to rebuild our communities and heal the ills that we have. So we're not just healing the body, we're healing our community in all dimensions. So I'd like to, for those people who want to take this path, because I'm doing the work that I can do while I'm here. I knew Dr. Sebi, he passed, and so many of our healers have passed along without necessarily leaving a legacy. The Holistic Training Institute is here to leave a legacy for future generations so we can continue on, so we can learn what to do and keep this going. I know I won't be here forever, but some people who are here will be here longer than me. So www.holistictraininginstitute.com. And
there we go.
Also started a community called the Holistic Wellness Collective on a platform.
There you go.
There you go.
Institutionalize this so that it
carries on.
It leaves a legacy.
Well, thank you so much. And Dr. Sebi, Layla Africa, if everybody, you should have Layla Africa's book. but brought them here multiple times. Even Dick Gregory. That's literally kind of how the business started.
Not Dick Gregory.
A lot of information from Dr. Jesse Brown, and really just knowing that connection is a part of that whole scope of the state of Black Detroit in health. And also knowing that I guess like the cleanses is something that we're going to and connecting to. Go to the Institute and find other places. There are more spaces with more health instruments. And with that, we're definitely thinking of what this is. This is media and messaging. So I welcome my sister, one of my closest in a lot of work and a lot of projects, and also just someone that I connect with and learn so much from in another Northwestern coast. We welcome Piper Carter to State of Black Detroit 2024. My Piper, as
Where
I
do I
always
know
say.
her from?
And Piper's been rocking the cream, rocking the white since the passing of Mama Piper. So for so long in that process and looking cool and fly. Let's make sure Piper's
Oh, I know
camera
where I
is
know
all
her
set
from.
as we get her questions
Black
ready.
Power Media.
Let's see here.
Yeah, she got a big ass forehead.
What's up, Kari Frazier?
What's going on, Piper?
What up, though, Detroit?
God
I think she's
Almost
a
Happy New Year.
DJ or something.
All right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
definitely.
right.
We getting our camera.
So I'm gonna give my disclaimer because
You
y'all
giving
know
a
I can get
disclaimer?
emotional and go off the rails.
My Piper.
So I had to write most of my answers down.
Okay.
Only because living through a lot of this is very traumatic, and then you get emotional and then you start thinking about this and that and that and that. So I said, you know what? Let me just stick to the points because we only got so much time.
We gonna get all these questions in.
Okay. Oh, and then first I want to say shouts out to the Baker Center and for hosting us.
Stanley,
So give lots of
her mama
love
was
to
a
the whole
crackhead.
Baker Center. Shouts out.
Stanley, her mama was a crackhead. Just keep that in mind. It's a crack baby.
Okay, so you think she was a crack baby? Why does that matter?
Yeah. She's a crack baby.
Okay.
Not that there's anything wrong with that, but you gotta put that into context.
Well, she didn't give her mother the crack.
Yeah. Crack
To
baby.
Carolyn and the crew. I think it's very important that we're here. I really appreciate it, especially coming from
I
this
like her
legacy.
hair.
So me and Carolyn have an inside joke. We always say we're cousins.
Yes.
And we're community cousins because my uncle, rest in peace, Baba Ibn Corey Pitts, who was a community leader and an artist, was also one of the co-founders of League of Revolutionary Black Workers, Republic of New Africa. So that's the legacy that I grew up in. Me and you went to Nataki Taliba. Shouts out to the African Center Education. So that's the lens and like the scope of which I want to honor and come to this work with. So yeah.
Okay.
Also, and 12th Street. We both, what's up, 12th Street? Me and Kari from 12.
Yes.
I'm not gonna throw up no signs.
Hilarious. All right. So with that being said, also in the shout out world, shout out to Buddha Foods. He provided, as you're talking about food and sustenance. It is some great vegan gumbo. As we know, Buddha's gumbo is amazing. That is here for the people that are here. You can get that. Even crew. This would be the time to possibly.
Oh, and shouts out to the whole Detroit is Different crew. Y'all look amazing.
Fact.
Got your shirts on, doing great, powerful work. So this is an amazing crew, y'all. Y'all have no idea. These people are incredible.
All right. So let's kick this off.
Yes, sir.
From the national election of 2020 to Detroit's upcoming 2025 local elections, what lessons about media, understanding, and listening should our community carry forward?
So something that I did, Kari, you know me, I'm Aquarius. I really don't mean to be like a, rebel or nothing like that. But what I did was I kind of reframed a lot of the questions. And the reason I did that,
I don't mind it.
No, let me say this about that. It's just
let
because
me before you even go. Me and Piper, y'all are like almost getting in a phone conversation. We're always like, Piper this, Piper that. She'll be like, Kari this, Kari that. So
yeah,
most definitely.
So I'm gonna tell you why I reframed the question. I reframed the question because I live in District 7. And if people know about the city council districts, District 7 is the largest physical area that's encapsulated in a district. Physically, we have the highest number of teenagers. We also have the lowest voter turnout rate, right? And I know these things because I'm active in my community. I have a block club, and just through speaking with neighbors, listening to people, shouts out to Mama Theo, the Hood Research Fam that's part of District 7, and I live in Barton McFarland. And I'm saying all that to say those things are very important because the information that I'm sharing comes from real sources, meaning people that have lived in the community for over 50 years and have worked in the community. So listening to people and the people having been divested from, it's really important to be sensitive to the fact that people are actively and intentionally not participating in the electoral process, not because they don't believe in their own power, not because they're stupid or ignorant, which is what the media would teach you, but because in practice, they have been aggressed upon in a way to where it's ineffective for them to even go participate because they had to suffer from something called the emergency management. And what happened in Detroit, if you don't know anything about emergency management, in short, is financial martial law. And what happened during the so-called economic crisis that happened, I say so-called because all economic crises and all crises and political crises are manufactured. But but with that, on the so-called economic crisis that happened, different cities, different states received what was called an emergency management. We know the devastation of the impact of emergency management on a federal scale because we have all witnessed, experienced, and seen the horrors of the Flint water crisis. And so that is the impact of what happens when decisions that impact people are bottom line. And so living in a community that that was very heavily impacted by the emergency management situation where our city officials had their decisions bottom line. So basically what happened, you voted, right? So you would vote for this person. This person technically sits in the seat, but the decisions that they were put in place to make, they're not even empowered to make because there's another person that's called an emergency manager that has been put in place to actually override those decisions and make the decisions of the federal government. So that's important to understand because when we talk about democracy, we talk about power, that's the people's power actually being taken away from them. Yeah. And so when we blame citizens and say, well, you don't vote, but we hear people say back to us, well, it don't matter what them people do because they're going to do what they're going to do anyway. They're not wrong. And when we go to them and we have fake candidates or candidates that don't represent us or candidates who don't know anything about us or candidates who are supposed to be from the community but play the role of the enemy because they do the bidding of the enemy, then they're not only class enemies, they're like just basic enemies to our very existence. And so, yeah, it doesn't matter. They're right. It doesn't matter when they vote because these people are going to do what they're going to do anyway. So how do we then try to lie to them and tell them that it's important for them to vote because our ancestors died for that right? But if their ancestors didn't die for them to be able to put somebody in there that doesn't care about them. Right. So anyway, I went into that because it's very important to understand the community that I live in because my community is very demonized because it's a very high poverty community. And still it's a very, there's a lot of people that live there. Right. There's like 11,000 people that live in what I will call my community. And so those people live there.
I'm not gonna lie.
She's many making of them are fathers around 50 years old that have children. There's many.
She is making a good point, man. I just don't, especially coming from Detroit, I just don't really believe like you can legislate or you can't like no politician is gonna fix the issues that are in Detroit. So really, I don't even know if there really is a point in voting for a city like Detroit? Like, what's really the point? Like, I think the issues are so complex, and the solutions are so complex. I mean, this guy was talking about putting water up your ass to solve the solution. It's so complex.
Better than taking no action at all.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know if. I mean, I guess Stanley, if you want to put water up your ass to fix Detroit, go ahead. But I do understand what she's saying though. Like, a lot of this shit.
Well, you know about the water up the ass thing. Like, if Momo was up here, he would start talking about fasting, right? A lot of that stuff is very new age. Yes, it's.
Well, it's actually not new age. Fasting to me, I think.
Oh yeah, I know, but it's popularized. A lot of that stuff has been especially with the water up the ass stuff. Yeah, so a lot of these old things are repackaged again. This is where, like, we go into the 49 whatever rules of power. I mean, if you were a real Christian, you did observe a lot of fasting. You know that, right? And things like that. People don't do that no more.
No, I do.
And
I fast.
well, that's why we have the word breakfast. I mean, back in the old days in England, they didn't call it breakfast. They had a different term for it. It was only because they got really religious. It became breakfast. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fast.
Break fast.
Right.
Yeah. No, I think everybody should fast at least once a year.
Yeah.
I think it is a spirit. It's totally a spiritual thing. But I do think too, it is a health thing too. Like, you got to give your tummy a rest at some point.
Yeah, but because when he's talking about detoxification, that's really a very big in the new age hippie crowd. They always talk about certain things about what to eat to try to, like, regulate. And I would say, there's only been a lot of recent research, I suppose, about gut biomes, like your gut bacteria and things like that. And I read one probably like years ago, but this really fascinated me. People said, like, you are attracted to people with the same gut biome. Like, the bacteria was influencing your behavior. So maybe you only fell in love because two people had the same bacteria.
Diet.
That is something, because, like, they say you are what you eat, and I would say, like, that could have, because you are not like a simple organism. You do have things in your body, parasites, if you want to call it that way. They're living with you, helping you digest food. If you didn't have them, it wouldn't digest the same way. And they are seeking out the same food, and maybe potentially seeking out the same mates. They'll cook you that food, right? So you see that? This is a next level evolution, man, where you are, like, co-evolving with another species within you.
Wow.
Fucked up, man. Fucked up shit.
Yeah, this is
why there's a complex problem, and this is why I always keep harping now over the weekend and all this stuff, and I was trying to, like, bait Ben and all this stuff, because there was this guy, right? You remember False, that white dude that came on here?
Yeah.
He would always go on Ben's, like, streams, and I would always try to get him to say, okay, explain your thesis. You assume that genetically, because he said he studied this himself independently or whatever, and he claimed that this is well, like, established in academia. I was like, okay, can you dumb it down for the people in the audience? Can you tell us what your thesis is, where you say that genetically everything is built on top of each other to the point where society that we see now, and that's why I was talking about, like, with Hood, right? I was questioning him and saying, like, yeah, do you believe that feminism isn't a requirement for going to space? Because if we believe that this is already genetically imprinted, because we were talking about, like, religion, right? And saying how religion is probably a coping mechanism, because we were playing Edward Dutton. He loves that whole idea of, like, religion is just a artifact, a response to human nature that's already built in genetically. Okay, and I was trying to get False to say that type of stuff over at at Thorpe TV. I was like, come on, do that. I mean, you'll rile some people up, man, talking like that way, because that's Dutton's argument. Like you that's like genetically, our society, you could like map out and say like our society right now, as we exist now, can be mapped genetically. Like it would just evolve that way naturally, right? Man. And if we toss in the whole gut biome and all that stuff, yeah, that will go crazy. I think these systems are too complex. I can't say. I can't really argue one way or the other at this point without more data.
Yeah.
And it's hard to isolate the data. Like I can't like take away certain aspects and see if it works. No, I can't, right? So
yeah. I think the gut stuff is
because everybody wants to talk to the rats. Like we have rat society, the pretty ones. Momo loves the rat one, right? And I think that's been debunked now with the beautiful ones. Like they all became gay or whatever because they got too well fed. Yeah, I don't know. Like,
oh, the rats became. Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah,
like
the rat society, basically. Yeah, the experiment with the. Yeah.
You can't really use like rats in a cage.
Yeah, I mean it's so tempting to believe it, right?
I know.
It's tempting. You're just like, damn, is that really the reason? Shit. And then now we gotta talk about gut biome. Now it like puts another monkey in the wrench. It's like, oh fuck. Well, I didn't take that into account with the rats.
Oh man. Yeah.
See, science is hard, man. You ain't gonna fucking figure this shit out.
Yeah.
So who knows? Maybe squirting water up your ass is the right way, man. You got rid of some worms in your ass.
Yeah. That might be the solution. You never know. I'm not gonna find out. I do think I'm not gonna totally deny it because I do believe in fasting, and I think squirting water up your ass is pretty much the same thing as fasting, except like a quicker way of doing it, you know. But I think the fasting is more spiritual than
Well, I mean, you did say you were talking about like some egg allergies and things like that. You know, you guys. Yeah. So I don't know. Yeah. Somebody in chat was mentioning like it might be your gut biome. It could be true. Yeah, maybe something happened.
When I mentioned that.
Yeah. So maybe that's what happened. Something in your bacteria intestines got fucked up over there, and then.
You know what? I really think it was COVID, man. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean that could have done it, right? That could have done it too. It might have wiped out some bacteria in your gut, and maybe that's what you have to rebalance. Do you eat yogurt or anything like that?
No, yogurt. No, I don't really eat yogurt.
Yeah, maybe you should try. Dude, somebody else in chat was saying like they were genetically creating new gut biome therapies or some company, and I was like, what? I was like, oh shit, is this business now? Is this big business? Oh fuck.
Well, that's pretty much what yogurt is. It's like a big petri dish you just eat.
Right. And a lot of people that I know now that raise kids, they try to force them with a lot of that. You know, Arabs, right? Middle East, they have kefir, and then there was something that the Turkish Arabs would use kefir, and then Iranians would have something else. It's basically like a yogurt drink. You know what I mean? So I think it's more popular now.
Yeah.
Not kombucha. Know what you? Oh, kefir. That's what.
Yeah, kefir is what I think. Iranians have a different one. It's slightly different. But yeah, it's similar.
Yeah. And it definitely is really good for your gut. They even have one that's just good, that's specifically for your gut.
Yeah. So I don't know if you tried that, HB. Like maybe that'll fix your egg allergy thing. I have no clue. Honestly.
Yeah, you know the thing.
No, what'll fix it? Don't eat eggs.
Yeah, no, I just honestly just.
Man, eggs are so useful though for quick protein though. It's just man.
I know.
Damn.
I used to live off of eggs. I used to live off of eggs, like eggs and omelets and shit. But ever since then,
Yeah,
man,
yeah,
ever since
yeah.
COVID,
Wait, what do you say? Eat what? Peanuts?
Yeah, a lot of nuts and beans.
Yeah, yeah. That's more expensive though.
Beans?
Definitely more expensive. Well, I don't know. I guess egg with the egg inflation, maybe it's not. I mean, I don't know.
Get like dried beans. Now I know you're on the road, so you can't cook, but I mean,
Right.
you know, a bag of dried beans. It's
Yeah,
nothing.
you can get a bag of dry beans. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you could do that instead.
yeah. I don't know. Just like even the thought of it sometimes makes me nauseous. Eggs. I don't know what the fuck happened. And that
That's all psychological.
Yeah, well, I think it was because of the first time, like during COVID, I ate it and I just got really fucking sick. Like,
yeah.
But you're probably right though, Stanley. It probably is something else, and it made it like psychological. Maybe I just had like a bad egg and it just fucked.
Yeah, it could be that too. Eggs. Yeah, you know these guys. I don't know, quality control. Like they always say AAA eggs. You're like, you don't believe that shit.
Yeah, right.
I'm like, okay.
Whatever hen was laying it might have still had, you know,
Yeah.
period juice on it. Or
Oh
something. I don't
yeah,
know.
yeah. They don't get periods, man.
Affected by David G.
You think Mavid lays his own eggs? Mavid probably laid. These are Mavid-free eggs.
Well, he is a silly goose.
Oh, he does have a bird brain, and he does still owe. He owes Francis. He owes him 2 eggs and an omelet.
Oh man, I'm getting hungry again. Yeah. Wait, ostrich eggs.
Oh,
Those
did you
are
see that
huge.
the other day? A lady had to use a knife to chip it, chip the shell.
Yeah, I heard those things.
Oh, you
are
guys
like
played
$100
something?
a piece.
Yeah, we watched a cooking video a couple nights ago. Some lady, you know, had a couple ostrich eggs and cheese and some other things she made for dinner.
Wow.
Oh my lord!
They coming to collect you, Stanley. So,
Yeah, what's going on?
Ah man, I'm kind of nervous. I'm like picking up this empty trailer, but there's this Asian guy, there's an Asian truck driver over here. I'm a little nervous. I have to go. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. No turning signal.
Just put on an enema kit, man. That'll solve everything, man. It solves all the problems, man. This is all we gotta do here.
Yeah, you know, I just think that stuff just fast, you know, anybody in the chat, don't go straight to enemas, just fast, you know. Drink you know, the key to fasting is you got to make sure you drink lemon and salt water so you can still get your electrolytes, because you will fucking...
Yeah. Snake juice. They call it snake juice.
Yeah,
you make your own electrolytes.
Yeah, because if you don't get those electrolytes, you'll get like really fucking sick, and not like sick, but you'll start to feel nauseous. So yeah, that's really the key.
Your brain will stop functioning too, probably. Then your muscles will start like going crazy too, probably. Yeah. There's a lot of minerals that you need. People gloss over.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's finish up Piper.
Yeah.
All right.
They're active fathers. You know, there's a whole thing around like war against like Black people don't take care of their kids. I see so many people taking care of their kids all over the place on my block and around my neighborhood. So I think I'm just setting the stage for like what type of community I live in. So when we talk about like the politics, I just wanted to do that reframe about elections and just talk about what are the broader lessons that we can learn about media literacy and critical thinking, and how we can ensure that Black Detroiters are equipped to analyze media messages, identify bias, and form their own informed opinions, right, regardless of the political landscape. And people need to be able to spot misinformation, narratives that are designed to keep us divided and disempowered, and also to remember how mainstream media portrays Detroiters, right? Because they portray us in a very disparaging light, right? They paint us as irresponsible, deserving of punishment, instead of acknowledging the systemic issues that led to the problems, that exist. And it's just important for us to analyze those messages and the deeper agendas at play.
Thank you, Piper. And this is classic Piper. I love Piper. And empowered information where like I would like hit a gavel, I would clap, I would knee slap and applaud that effort in that. And just even in framing, a lot of what you said has definitely been things that I appraise. And looking to 2025, I do want to engage in more discussions about this argument around voter apathy not necessarily being something of ignorance or accessibility, though those realities do exist, but some of it being a choice is people feeling as though it has not been the reciprocity in the system. And then also what that lens looks at, as I was reading an editorial. It's so funny because Yusuf spoke to Wendell Anthony. Wendell Anthony had an editorial about what voting represents in the Black community inside the Michigan Chronicle. I want to say that was like last week or something. And I was thinking to myself, like, this is part of some of that disconnect that does exist. And the reason I asked that question, especially because so many sisters I know took the presidential election as through the framing of media lens as an affront to them, because that hyper representation of Kamala Harris extended into the attacks, personal attacks of so many Black women I know, where some are still looking at it as a healing modality of getting over what that election meant to them and how their personal character, who their agency is, and how they felt attacked by it. And that's the reason why I framed that question in that. So as we move to question 2, which we'll pick up in forums as we always continue this with Detroit is Different and explore more of that, and Piper Carter will definitely be in that. In what ways have you witnessed our community grow more conscious of how intentional communication can foster unity and collective progress?
So here I wanted to highlight the part where you talk about intentional communication. So I think intentional communication is crucial for building unity and collective power. So we've seen how media narratives can divide communities, right? And we've also witnessed the power of storytelling and authentic communication to bring people together. So first I want to talk about the division part, right? So the media, mainstream media generally, whether it's the news that's always focused on what we call so-called crime, although I don't believe in the word crime, but I would say, on average, most outlets that display Detroiters or the average Detroiter or the messages that come through about Black Detroiters are focused heavily, hyper focused on this idea of crime and positioning people, citizens, residents, Detroiters, people that live in poverty or live below the poverty level or that live in lower middle class or even middle class as criminals. And those messages are very harmful because it becomes internalized, and people, Black people, Detroiters, mothers, grandmothers,
Stanley, hold on a second,
people
Stanley.
on the block start to look at one another, their
Stanley.
neighbors, the people down the street, the people that live around
Yes, sir.
them, as enemies.
Do you see how kind of unproductive this mentality is?
Well, I haven't heard anything productive. I mean, I guess they're supposed to be giving a state of the city.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's not like a session. They're just saying, "Hey, this is how it is."
Yeah. I mean, I thought the water up the ass was kind of productive, but this I think this is one of the biggest issues that kind of plague a city like Detroit, where you got to act like crime and stuff isn't a big issue. You know, for years per capita, Detroit was one of the most dangerous cities. It might still be one of the most dangerous
I
cities.
think it's still up there.
Yeah. Per capita, it's still one of the most dangerous cities. And, you know, it's not that the news is hyper focused on it. It's just the reality, you know. And sisters like this, you know, I know they mean well, but, you know, overlooking it or
they're overeducated.
Yeah.
They're overeducated. I mean, this talk is like very familiar to me. It's like, yeah, this is how they talk in social sciences. They'll talk like this way. And it's just like, oh wow, here we go.
Yeah, it's like you're really making it worse, honestly. You know, this is what they call it. They call it crime. Yeah, when a nigga stole my catalytic converter. yeah. I'm sorry, I call that a crime, man. I don't know what you call it in your science class. I don't know what you call it.
Right.
That's a crime to me, man.
And you know, the guy interviewing her, right? It's kind of like a Universal Jones, like alternate reality. You know, like it's like you're framing it like this. This is like very classical academic way. Like you talk like this. It's just like, oh, here we go. Here we go.
And
All
you
right.
see, like when you have these types of conversations, what ends up happening is, you know, somebody like me who actually grew up there, and when you're in these academic situations, you're like, yo, are y'all fucking retarded? You know, the people in your class, they may have never grown up in these communities, or they don't know what the hell's going on. So, you know, oh yeah, they're just disenfranchised. It's systematic. This is why. Like, oh man, this is serious, man. Like, you don't really see the like with living in a high crime area, how it affects the whole community. Even when I was growing up, I remember one time when I was growing up, mind you, I didn't even live in a bad neighborhood, but man, it wasn't. You know, it was still Detroit. You know.
Yeah.
So the police came over one day, and mind you, I'm like 6 or 7. Police stopped over. They were looking for somebody. My mom didn't know who the fuck they were talking about. So they pretty much, you know, came through like illegally. You know, like they didn't have a warrant or nothing.
Yeah, I see.
And you know, I'm a kid. I'm waking up in the middle of the night. The police, you know, they looking for somebody and shit. And you don't really think about that type of stuff, but it is things that happen. You know, you hear outside, you hear people outside yelling and screaming. You guys got to go hide out in the basement just in case they start shooting. It's like a real thing. So when this lady tries to franchise it, you know, it's just like, man, I remember that type of shit. That's real shit, man.
Yeah, that's what you describe is exactly what like some Iranian would tell me about how they got bombed by Iraq, right? They would always have to hide in the damn basement because like, oh, there's a missile warning, and it's just like, what the fuck? Is this America? Nah. Is this Vietnam? Is it like, what the hell is this shit?
Yeah, nah, it's well, obviously,
right?
Yeah,
and that'll mess you up. You're not cognizant of it at that time. But as you're growing up, right, developing brain and all that, it's creating trauma. I guess that's what they would say, right? Trauma. Yeah.
No, it does. It does. And
Yeah.
I don't think a lot of times they don't consider that. They don't take that into consideration when they're doing these social like classes and stuff. They're not
Yeah, because
considering
the way they're talking is very this is how it is because they have a Marxist framework. This is how they start out, and then everything has to be from that level. That's their abstraction level right there because everything has to be framed in that sense with Marx or what. Because most social sciences, they were that way. My history teachers weren't, but anthropology, yes. So they did have that framework, but they were old school, so they were they still had that sense of staying close to science in a way. But then I think later on, I'm sure that this woman here we see. And whoever they probably grew up with later professors where they get more extreme because they that's how they go. I don't know how academics is now, so I can't say.
And I think this is the problem with a lot of this academic stuff is now you create a space where you make people not want to be academic at all, and I don't think that's the solution either.
No,
like
it's not.
that's not
No.
But it's you hear this type of shit now. You're hearing guys like, man, don't even go to college. Fuck college, 'Cause a lot of it is this type
like
of
Ben,
shit.
like Ben. He's telling Grace shouldn't go to college.
Yep.
And I think that's where Stanley Points comes in, where a lot of people now are like the MAGA crowds, especially, is go to trades, and I don't disagree with that, but I mean, if somebody is intelligent or has the at least even if they're not that intelligent, maybe they have the effort, they want to do it, let them do it then, give them the option at least.
But I think I don't think they're saying go to the trades because it's a good option. I think it's kind of as a more of a impact of this type of rhetoric that you hear.
I see what you're saying. Okay. I get that.
It's not,
tell us about your younger sister then. It's she works at Facebook or whatever, so what was her feeling about all this? Does she care? She's younger, so I would assume she was exposed to more of this stuff.
So she's one of those people that she's just really high IQ, and she's very girly, so she knows how to she knows that she has to protect her spirit, so she won't watch anything that disrupts her energy type, her spirit. She won't watch.
Hey, that's like me.
Kinda, but I think
well, I don't like body cam videos.
I think for guys though, we do sometimes watching stuff that we could get angry at a little bit, this shit, But my sister, she's super doesn't watch anything that gets to disrupts her energy or whatever. So I think
the John Galt show.
Yeah, she couldn't watch this, but at the same time, whenever I do talk about politics and shit with her, she's never how could you vote for Trump or anything like that. She's just more if that's how you feel, I understand. She's just very she's not
understand.
Well, what was her major? What was her major then?
Oh, it was what the fuck? What is that shit where you man, I can't think of the name of it specifically, but it's god damn it, where you write a lot, journalism.
Interesting.
She did journalism, and honestly, she probably could have did way more, but I think for her, she's just always wanted to write, and so I don't want to get too deep into what her work is or job is, but she's actually she's actually written shit for Zuckerberg, like for him
Yeah,
to
I'm sure. Yeah.
speak at stuff. She's
Right.
met him a couple of times, you know. She said he's like a tiny guy, little guy. But well, yeah, but you know,
Fascinating. That's
yeah.
fascinating.
She went to Northwestern, and I remember going up there to visit her. I'm like, Jesus Christ, like it's so many fucking Asians up there. I did not know it was. I
Did you
don't know.
keep making little Hong Kong jokes?
Nah, they would have beat the shit out of me up there. But
Hey, I put just because it was mentioned the most dangerous places in the U.S. The only surprise, believe it or not, one of them is Salt Lake City.
No, that's interesting. Yeah.
Really, I could kind of see that just because you know, of their religious shit out there. You know, a lot of guys get kicked out of those houses. So it's probably a lot of like street crime out there in Salt Lake City.
So one city you're not going to blame blacks. There are none.
Yeah, no, you can't blame blacks out there.
Little Rock. Yeah.
Kansas City is interesting. Myrtle Beach. It's like, damn.
Myrtle Beach. What the fuck?
What the hell is going on there?
Yeah, that's interesting.
Salt Lake City. That shocked me.
What are the factors causing it?
Mm-hmm.
You know, the thing about Salt Lake City, there are a lot of animal grade. It might be like you know, deer and elk killings. moose killings or something like that.
I think we went over. I think I went over the stats for states, and it was like a lot of the states would be surprising to people. It was been like, yeah, per capita anyway, yeah, for states, yeah, like so.
It doesn't look like it actually say. It says Salt Lake City is actually pretty liberal when it comes to social issues. For example, the city has a growing LGBTQ, violent gays.
Oh, that makes sense. The gays are violent. Okay.
I mean, the most violent like American city can't compare to like somewhere like Colombia or Brazil, man. Like per capita, like fuck. No. Yeah, so I talk about my friend like married a Colombian chick. Yeah, she grew up in the most violent of like Colombian cities. Like this is where most murders per capita was. It's just a small town, and it's just like what the fuck. And I just go over there, you know, and it's like it looks okay today, and then at night they just lock up everything within like 20 like different doors and all kinds of shit. Oh yeah, all right, here we go.
Yeah, bulletproof.
Fear as
Yeah, I think when I went over there, I think there was in Medellin, there was somebody that just busted in. Yeah. Yes, yeah, somebody just busted in and raped some people. Yeah, I think in Colombia. Yeah, tourists and whatever. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Colombia ain't no joke. At least back then, probably a lot safer now because
they rape tourists out there.
If they could get in the doors, yeah. Like if the problem was they didn't. I guess like at that time that hotel didn't like lock up their doors in time, and it was just like they just ran right through there, just like oh shit, yeah. So
yeah, I'm not gonna.
So yeah, that's a real definition of sundown town, I guess. The sun's coming down. You better put all the doors up, and they'll gate all the windows too. It's just like everything's double like gated. Triple gated, yeah. Nothing is locked. Unlocked, yeah.
Those guys make it look so fun on What are they? What are those guys called, Stanley? The guys who go looking for women
Passport
in the
Bros.
yeah, the passport bros.
Oh
They're
yeah, yeah. I
so
mean, like I
nice.
tell you guys, come on, you gotta be safe though. You gotta be smart.
Mm-hmm.
Like, don't be just running around there like an idiot.
Yeah. No, I can see that.
Yeah.
To decisions that community members begin to adopt around wanting to, as I've experienced in a community meeting, ask for the National Guard to come in because they're afraid of a group of young men. Now, when I remember going to a community meeting and the elders were saying that when they see a group of young people, teenagers, they immediately think they want to call the police. And my thing is, like I just told you, I live in one of the most heavily divested from communities in the city. We experienced through emergency management something that was called right sizing. And the right sizing plan, which was instituted through the previous mayor, Dave Bing, I think it was an NBA player, right? And the concept of right sizing was that because this is the narrative, they say because Detroit had lost population, these are their words, not mine, that they needed to make Detroit the right size. And so what that meant was they created what they called healthy neighborhoods. So they created 9 healthy neighborhoods, and all the rest of the neighborhoods they said were unhealthy and undeserving of resources.
The hell?
So that means that only those 9
What is
neighborhoods would be sanctioned to receive any sort of resources. Resources, basic resources. That means streetlights, access to community, access to emergency services, cleaning the streets. They closed down all the community centers. They shut off was 100,000 people's water. They were putting people out of their homes. Over 250,000 people were foreclosed upon, and on and on. So all the ways in which a community, the reasons you would move. Oh, and over 250 schools closed. So any reason that one would have to move to a neighborhood was removed. That means that the businesses then had to leave. And so they intentionally destroyed these neighborhoods. Now, like I told you, most of the people that could leave left. So that leaves these neighborhoods with people who can't sell their house and who can't leave because they're not going to get enough money to move to another place. And they're not going to be able to afford to, survive if they move someplace else. And many people were on fixed income or no income, right? And so, you're looking at a population that was basically aggressed upon by its own government, right? Eaten by its own government, its own local government made up of people who are from the same neighborhoods and who look like them, right? So why do I continue to harp on these points? Because these are the points that are the real media points. Not that your neighbor is not, the average neighbor is not some scary Bigfoot that's going to come hurt you. And that's the truth. And I'm saying that from a position of living in what would scientifically be called a block that's hot. Right? And what I mean by that is there's so much divestment that people are going to get it. They need to get it. Right? And in those type of situations, it's not looking at your neighbor like they're your enemy and someone that you need to fear, but it's someone that you need to survive with. So those are relationships that need to be created.
To a certain extent.
Those are people that need to be understood. Those are people that are, if they're a stranger, y'all share a community, like y'all need each other. So y'all need to be trying to figure out who y'all are and how y'all can live together and work together. So those are very scary ideas because the media is teaching you that you gotta be afraid of these people. But me, like I said, I have my block club. I go up and down my block and share resources with my neighbors. I learn who they are. I'm learning about what they do. and just learning how I can support them and how I can plug them into the things that I'm plugged into if they're interested, and learning how I can support the things that they got going on. And that's called building a real relationship. And it's not looking at the newspaper trying to figure out who your neighbor is and then labeling that person based on some white supremacist construct of what a black person is supposed to be. Now, on the converse level, when we talk about what communities can do, I think about a project like Mapping the Water Crisis. And if you spoke about We the People of Detroit before, Mapping the Water Crisis is a participatory research project that the organization We the People of Detroit created through the work that they were doing to restore people's water. And what they did is they worked with Wayne State University and youth and different people in the community and teaching them how to do things like research and mapping. And what they did was actually map through interviews, conversations, and research the impact of water shutoffs on community. And what they learned through that research was the same places that I just named in right sizing, the same zip codes and the same communities that were having their water shut off was the same ones that was being foreclosed upon, which the same ones where they were turning off the street lights, the access to emergency services, the street cleaning, and the schools. And they put color coding to it and they mapped it. And what's powerful about that is because these same people that are described in mainstream media as being incapable of understanding politics did a really important political project that they created themselves and disseminated themselves and packaged themselves. And if you go on the We the People of Detroit website, not only will you see that, they've done a new one that just came out like 3 weeks ago, shameless plug. And that one is called Toxic Water, Toxic System. And it's exposing the consequences and doing the research of the connections between the Flint and Detroit water crisis and how that was orchestrated and created. Shouts out to the devils that destroyed and murdered an entire city that is still under siege. Yeah. And 10 years later has to live on bottled water to survive. Yeah, right? Yeah, and who is being blamed still currently? They're blaming the mayor, who wasn't even a mayor at the time. And the federal government hasn't given them their reparations. And we all know that Governor Snyder, got convicted, conviction overturned. And these are the messages that we ourselves know that happen and live through. And these are the messages that we need to cut through with, outlets like Detroit is Different, which is where we get our messages across, because we know that we're not going to see them in other outlets.
Which actually goes into the next question. Mm-hmm. How do you keep your finger on the pulse of local information? Needs and concerns, ensuring that you remain tuned in to communities' evolving issues, as it's a lot that you're staying on the pulse of?
Well, number one, like I said, you have to go back to having a real relationship. That's like being I hate to make it so mundane, but like if you're in a relationship with somebody, right? That's like being going on social media to find out about the person. You ain't in a real relationship if you go on social media to find out what's going on with this person. You got to be in their face and have a conversation with that person. And that's the same thing as it is with what's going on in the community.
Stanley.
There are organizations that are on the ground that are doing real work. So either you're in relationship with those organizations, or you're learning from the publications that those organizations put out, or
stop
you
thinking
know
about
somebody
Dick, man.
that's in the organization, but you got to be invested and involved in your community to actually have a pulse. Because, like I said, media is a business. Media, the corporate media is a corporation, and at the end of the day, information is to be bought and sold in the corporate arena. And so it doesn't; those outlets aren't even held to the standards anymore of having to tell the truth. Okay, so it's up to us, right? And so We the People of Detroit is putting out these books and these sort of very detailed and put together, packaged, examples of research that they've done in the community. Detroit is Different, and I'm gonna always shout out Detroit is Different for having consistent podcasts that are on YouTube and other outlets. Riverwise Magazine puts on a printed magazine. I believe it's maybe monthly or so. And those are great stories that are written by community members, that are by people that are in community, that are involved in these organizations, that are sharing the information that they're working on as they're working on it, and talking to the people that are doing these things with firsthand accounts, right? I want to shout out People's Platform, because People's Platform has an amazing newspaper. They also do a lot of political education in the community. They also bring people to learn how to speak in public comment. They also put out something. They have a racial equities tool where they teach community members how to. They have something called the Community Benefits Agreement, and they help communities be able to understand when these corporations. You spoke to it earlier. I think you did, when we talked about the ways in which these corporations want to come into communities and not have to pay their fair share. Why? With the Pizzarina, that's what we call the Little Caesars Arena with the Illiches, right? So if y'all remember that fight that we were in, we tried to block that project, and people like, y'all don't want the Pistons to come to Detroit? Well, this is the thing. We don't want billionaires to get tax breaks out of the pockets of the schools, because that's what happened. The 1/3 of the school money that was supposed to go to the schools, the same schools where at the same exact time in the same exact headlines where they're blaming citizens from being too stupid to know what's good for them, to want to bring the Pistons back, which is a narrative that they didn't put the narrative that what the problem is that we are fighting against is that the Pizzarina wanted wanted the city council to agree to use the school money to pay for the project, while the schools had black mold, while they couldn't pay the teachers, while they don't have books, while they don't have a sufficient education system. So we don't want billionaires to get tax breaks. We want those tax breaks to go back into the city, because why should a billionaire not have to pay taxes while it's a different institution, but represent the city as well, while Detroit Water and Sewage Department could rain down on your grandma for $150 for owing her water bill, and if she's taking care of the kids, snatch the kids out of the home, and then accuse her of neglect and abuse and put them in juvenile detention. So how is that correct over making DTE pay their $10,000 or $20,000 of water bills in arrears? So these are the ways in which, our media outlets, the ones that we want to support, can get these messages out. You know what I'm saying?
All right. So with that, and it's long overdue anyway, I really want to pick up on all of these questions with you. Can we share in a Detroit is Different soon so we can pick up on the last three? Because I want this to be the last one, just to stick to a timetable.
Okay, for the future?
Yep. I do want to pick up the rest of these questions and then throw a couple more at you. Detroit is Different. So stay tuned for me and Piper, because it's been a long time. When's the last time you came on Detroit is Different?
Probably the State of Black Detroit last year.
Okay. Too long ago.
Yeah. Well, let me say this about the future. So the future is bright. I know I named a lot of things, but mainly for the future, I'm really hoping that more people will rely less on these mainstream media sources for their information. I'm not saying don't look it up.
Oh my God!
Because I have to look at horrible sources like Cranes just to understand what's going on in business. Right, because I care about my community, so I just know what the enemy's doing. But I'm not looking at Cranes for where I need to understand, right, like how my community should be valued or where I should be investing my dollar.
Put that Flint spring water up your ass.
Sources like different who in my community is doing great work. Who in my community I need to invest in, and what is really happening in my community. So I would say 2025 is awesome. People are afraid of the media and social media. Don't be afraid. Get empowered and get involved and take control of these tools, because the younger generations, this is where they're shaping their ideas and their identities. So if we're not there trying to support them in that, then you're leaving that to these other sources to be the ones that they look to for the information. So that's what I would say for 2025.
Thank you, Piper. And as you do that, you actually lead to the next discussion point where we're talking Generation Z and Generation Alpha. And that is the next panelist for State of Black Detroit. And that is Jawan Howard. He leads Umoja Debate League, which is one heck of an organization.
Oh, man.
And also, the brother's done a lot this past year, taking people younger than him to Africa. You know what I'm saying? Actually, somebody that I connected to, they was like, yeah, man, that guy Jawan, he took my daughter to Africa.
He got an album, man. He got an album he about to drop, man. Stop it, man.
Definitely.
Come on, man.
Been active.
Oh shit, dude.
With a lot of.
All right. Yeah, we can't stop here, man. We can't continue with this.
What are y'all teasing his name?
Well, yeah.
Well, look at that. He got a whole label on it, man. It's like his work clothes with the flag too. With the Kwanzaa. He has the Kwanzaa. Harambe!
Reminds you of Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle wears his name on his clothes.
Yeah, he does actually. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, he actually has his logo. Actually, like he trademarked that whole
logo. Yeah. He's got theme music too.
Yeah, he got theme music too.
I just,
the young people such as himself.
Stanley, I just don't feel like they're ever gonna really come to any conclusions, because any real solutions, man. Like when you hear this type of stuff, there's no real solutions being figured out here. And all of it is like to redirect somebody to somebody's YouTube page or to their magazine or to their, like, oh, just come listen to me.
Well, what do you think about the political activism? That was what she was trying to say, right? She was like, oh, we got this political activism. We're gonna teach people political action. What do you feel about that?
Yeah, I just think in a city like Detroit, it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter.
It just doesn't matter.
It doesn't. Like, it's you can't even, honestly, you can't even be mad at, like, you can't be mad at white people because there really is no white people in Detroit. And then you can't, like, not let white people invest in Detroit because you do want it to get better to some extent. Don't you want people to invest in the city? I still remember the first time they opened up a Target in Detroit. That was a big deal. That was a big deal. You had to go all the way out to the suburbs just to go to Target, man. It's it's like, man, I don't know. I just think political activism, it matters when everything is like already set up, but it's like so many things, like people don't even got clean water out there in Detroit, certain parts, Flint and shit, certain parts of Detroit. It just doesn't make any sense. Imagine a city in a state that's literally surrounded by fresh fucking water doesn't have fresh fucking water. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. It's like the only state.
Yeah, huh? Interesting. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. Well, let's hear what Jawan. Yeah.
Jawan Howard. Jawan. Yeah.
Jawan Pacheco.
Oh.
It would have been better had Juan been here.
Yeah.
And carrying on as we look at Generation Z, Generation Alpha, and making those connections. With that, Mr. Howard, how you doing today, my brother?
Man, I'm doing good. How are you, bro?
Good, man. And you got other projects going. You got books. You got a bookstore coming, and all types.
Oh my
of
God! Wait! Already with the books?
Yeah, it's just all books and
wow,
platforms. Man, everybody got a
bookstore. You got a bookstore.
It's gonna be all wretched of the earth. It's the
Stanley,
Friends store.
Shouldn't I should I just write a book, man? Because at this
I think
point,
you should, dude.
yeah,
You should promote it on here, man.
yeah, I think I'm gonna write a book. I think I'm gonna write a book, Stanley. We got AI that can help me write it anyway. All right, yeah, I think I'm gonna write it.
What are you gonna write? Is it fiction? Wait, what are you gonna write, man? What?
I don't
Non-fiction?
know at
Fiction?
this point.
It's gonna be a
I
memoir.
don't.
Memoir?
I'm gonna write the. I'm gonna.
Is maybe G gonna be in there then?
I'm gonna do a whole
Maybe
chapter.
G, Lasagna Killer, and me.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Oh no, tropes. You know, the irony is under Kwame Kilpatrick's run as mayor, that's when the water issue in Flint happened. Kwame was doing like a lot of backdoor deals where he was like getting like letting people he knew do like a just deals all throughout the state of Michigan, and Detroit actually controls a lot of water contracts. So, you know, he was taking money on the side. He was doing a lot of dirtbag shit, and that kind of caused the issues in Flint, ultimately. But it's also Flint's fault too for not investing in their infrastructure. But you know, sometimes when it rains, it pours, man. But yeah, Stanley, this is sad, man.
But
It's
my
just,
thing is like, why isn't it solved now? So the federal government didn't even get involved. Like none of this did anything.
no. I think part of it is, I think part of it is just because where it's at. You know, Flint is a very black city. Also, like there is a lot of biases too, man. Like there is no like would you know, why would why would Biden come in there and fix the problem or put some money towards their water treatment and their system? Why, what's the point? I mean, even till this day, still in the city of Flint, you can't really drink the water.
Man, that is weird, man.
Yeah. I would imagine it's probably more common than we believe.
Because the reason I bring it up is because there's a lot of local governments that are failing right now. San Francisco is basically gonna have a budget that can't be resolved for their school district because you guys were playing that whole algebra shit. That doesn't matter anymore. The whole school district's about to go bankrupt within a few months. And they're saying like the state government's gonna have to take it over.
Yeah.
So I mean, like, I don't get it. It's like Michigan could take it over, the federal government could take it over, but I suppose that's the way how America works. We're not centralized.
Yeah.
Any other country would just like have taken it over. Like China would just be like, they would just roll in there and just like fire every politician there and just like take it over.
Yeah.
And that'll be the end of it. That's how it works over there in China.
Yeah. Nah.
Yeah, Colombia, same thing. Like, so I think America is very unique, where local municipalities can just be like, they could fuck up, and you just leave them there like that for years.
Yep. Until a city is completely abandoned. You know, sometimes.
Amazing. Freedom.
Yeah. No.
That's the freedom to fail, I guess.
Like yeah. Freedom to fail. You know, and that's why, to a certain extent, you know, people do ask that. Like, how could they do it then? I mean, that's part of freedom, man. That's what happens when you have a city ran by all black people. They got the freedom to fail and fuck it all up. Fuck it up to the point where there's no coming back. You know, like it's one It's one thing to fuck a city up, but like to put it in a situation where it can never come back, that's yeah. It happens, man. It happens. Yeah.
Bookstore, it's going to open up hopefully in April. We're looking
Yes,
at
sir.
April for the grand opening.
There we go. There we go. There we go. So, with that being said, as Detroiters under 30, you know, living here, working here, as a Detroiter under 30, I should say, living here, working here in the city, how's it contributed to your personal and professional development?
In many ways. Like the first way I guess I can mention is regards to the history that Detroit has. Being able to lean onto that history kind of has, I guess it's like a launching pad for me to do some of the things that I do, because I'm not building off just like a shaky foundation. Things have happened before me, and I try to learn from those things in order to kind of spring me forward. But also Detroit, I've been privileged to be here because it's a place where you can, I guess I call it horizontal networking, where I can build with my peers. I don't know many other places in this country that has the young, rich talent that Detroit has and like-minded folks where we can build together. So that's been a huge plus in everything, my professional, personal, the whole nine.
All right. With that, from your perspective, what avenues exist for fellow Detroiters under 30 to establish their careers and build fulfilling lives in the city of Detroit?
So there are some, but before I even get into the question, I think we need more. I think that there has to be a better pipeline for young people to become leaders in this city. It has to be better succession plans. It has to be more of the baton being passed. Oftentimes I go into rooms, I'm the youngest one there, whether that's a block club meeting, a city meeting, whatever the case may be. Young people have to feel more welcome in these spaces to kind of, you know, literally take on whatever the next generation might need in terms of leadership. But there are still some avenues for us to get engaged. Community-wise, again, events like this, for one, starting off, when you're here, you're able to collaborate with folks, you can share ideas, you can get put in positions, you can do the whole nine. So events like this, other mentorship type of things, even with the city of Detroit, they have a young Department of Neighborhoods department. And what that whole entire department is supposed to be doing is helping young Detroiters kind of get tapped into leadership positions and how the city runs and functions. So you got other networking things. You got Black Tech Saturdays, a plethora of different spaces. We run 313, a couple other social groups where young professionals are trying to get together to kind of brainstorm and network. But those are a few that I would kind of go off top of.
Yeah, it's interesting you speak to that, because last year at State of Black Detroit, most of the time I believe you were engaging and interacting with Baba Gibson. Baba Victor Gibson, if people know, definitely involved in so many different works in community. It was deep just seeing that exchange and what happened this year, even for you. So when you talk about more avenues, I definitely want to add this and challenge you on when you say that avenues and gateways for leadership and passing that baton, right? What could that look like for someone else? But more so, what does that look like for you for how you've been given access to opportunity from people older than you?
Man, I've been a sponge. I've really been a sponge to Detroit's, our elders, Baba Malik Akini, Baba Gibson, Mama Moore. The list can go on about people who I've literally, I call before I make certain decisions. You know what I'm saying? Because they've seen it. They've been able to walk it. And I respect their knowledge, their wisdom. And so in spaces, again, I work in education and youth development. Detroit has a long history of that. And not just a history, folks who are 70, 80 years old still in the fight, right? So if you find yourself in the right spaces, city council meetings, school board meetings, things of that sort, you're going to interact with those individuals. One of the most, I think, impactful conversations I had over the past couple of years that kind of led me down this path was with Baba Malik Akini. I was home from college, and this was, I want to say, 2018, and I was just volunteering at D-Town Farms. He didn't know me. I didn't really know him like that. And we just started talking. He told me about the importance of institution building and not just, you know, doing just one-off type of things, but building institutions to solve short and long-term problems. And that changed my whole framework, just that one simple conversation, and how Umoja was built, how the Howard Family Bookstore was built, Umoja Village, the whole nine. So being intentional about seeking knowledge from those who've already done it is something that I kind of take take very, very serious.
Okay, and this picks up with some of where Piper left off, leveraging technology. How have digital tools, social platforms, and virtual spaces supported your community building efforts and expanded your reach among younger audiences?
Man, so technology has been a huge ally in what I've been able to build up to this point. It allowed me to connect with folks digitally and in person, right? Sharing events, sharing my story, letting others connect to that story, finding commonalities in that. Once you put it out there, right, like the people gonna see it. For the most part, you're consistent. There's some algorithm stuff to go in there as well, but it's allowed me just a platform to share what I do with more people in my community. I found them, but they found me as well. A lot of the team members that I have on Umoja, some of them I met through social media, and they've been solid since that point. You know what I'm saying? So without the interaction, I don't know if I would have met them, you know, whatever the case may be. We can't make it to every single event in person, so that just allowed me that platform to build a broader audience.
In what ways do you challenge yourself to stay connected with community elders? And why do you believe these relationships are essential for Detroit's future?
Man, Detroit, again, I spoke to a little bit earlier, but the history that we have here, sometimes we don't even know what we walking past. I recently just learned about Baba Ed Vine, who owned the bookstore. And lo and behold, my path right now, I'm opening up a bookstore. I believe he had the first Black-owned bookstore in the city of Detroit, if I'm not mistaken.
Man, it's a bad business.
And I've been learning about his
Detroit,
history,
man.
unfortunately, after he passed away.
Bad business.
But just that knowledge that he probably would be able to pass down to me about running the business, some of the do's and don'ts, the whole nine, it might have probably would have saved me a lot of headache that I'm probably going to kind of embark on this next year, open up my own bookstore. But again, we're not building on just blank canvases. Detroit has a history of Black power. And so it's extremely, extremely important for the younger generation to lean on the elders, for the elders to be able to pass this information down to us so that we can make good use of it to continue the mission for Black Detroit. So I'm very intentional about it. Like I said, very, very important decisions that I make. Baba Malika Kini gets a call, Baba Gibson gets a call to kind of see, has this happened before in a different type of scenario? How can I move us forward? What should I be talking to when I go into these rooms? So I'm not just going there as Jawan, but all that knowledge from the decades before me, so walking into that room with me.
Yeah, that's
Could
what
you
I was
describe a
thinking too.
time when you felt unprepared because of your youth, yet discovered that your fresh perspective and resilience actually proved invaluable in this situation?
Man, trying to think of a time. Shoot, developing this bookstore.
Share, break it down.
Developing this bookstore. You know what I'm saying? I have Umoja Village, which is an outdoor community space. It has a garden, a stage, but it's an outdoor space. We built it from the ground up, and I consider it development, but I've never developed a full-blown building. This building sat vacant for like 25 years that I'm redeveloping right now. And so with that, right, like I ain't experiencing this. I got some carpentry skills here and there, but I've never done a project to this degree. And I was sitting with that one night and just trying to map out my plans. I write everything down in this little notebook that I have. And as I was writing stuff down, I'm like, oh, this kind of is a blank canvas in my head. I'm not jaded by past experiences. I don't have the knowledge of what doesn't work because I never did it. So I'm moving forward in a positive way. And I guess my youth and my inexperience in that case is an advantage for me because my mindset is going to happen like X, Y, and Z, 1, 2, 3, 4. And so I guess that's an example, if that makes sense, where my inexperience really is a benefit for me.
So with that being said, I definitely have to add on a tag for this one, because taking on projects like that, how do you look at resourcing something like that as more is always looked at? You know, the inspector, this supply, or this is needed or that is needed, and you're learning in that arc. How do you keep that motivation of saying like, okay, this is a blank canvas and this is where I'm going to go as obstacles do come before you?
Man, where there's a will, there's a way. To be honest, it's just really that simple for me. As obstacles come, and I anticipated it. You know what I'm saying? When I first looked at the building, I seen like, okay, got some stuff I need to take care of. And so I already made mental notes. I wrote some of this stuff down as well. You know, I talked to other people that develop things. They got to go through the inspections with the city, which can be a headache. They got to go through the whole nine, dealing with contractors, all of that. I already kind of have all of those things in my head about what could go wrong.
Wait,
I try to be
hold
very,
on.
very, very strategic about planning my
Stanley,
steps
pause it real
to the
quick.
point where even if something does, a mishap does happen, it's a plan of
Pause it
action
real
for
quick.
it to kind of follow
Hey,
up with it.
Deacon Dave, man, congratulations, man. Deacon Dave, man. Deacon Dave had a young baby today. Came
Hey, that's
out
real?
happy and healthy. Yeah, he really had a baby this morning.
Oh, I thought it was
Deacon
a
Dave.
running joke or some shit. What the fuck?
No,
Congratulations,
no.
Deacon Dave.
Yeah. Congratulations, man. He was the first man in history to give birth to a healthy baby girl. No, I'm just playing, Deacon Dave. No, Deacon, Dave, him and his wife, I'm assuming. 6 pounds 3 ounces. Oh man, congratulations, man. He had his first. Well, no, I think this is his third baby today. But the baby, everything happened. Everything was you know, she got all her fingers and toes.
Man, what the
Everything's
hell's going
healthy.
on in this show, man? Deacon.
Well, no.
Portia was confused with like so many Daves. There was Deacon Dave. There was somebody else named David. Somebody else named like 3, 4, 5 people named Dave or something. Yeah. All right.
There's like three different. So he's in those. So.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that's some drug.
Good job, Dave. Let's see, what do we have here?
Calling me, man.
HB, are you there? What's going on? Damn, huh? I guess we lost him. Shit. All right. We got one more hour left, Stanley.
What is that? Oh, I'm laughing at Dave's little text here. Yeah, 1 hour left. Well,
yeah, we got 1 hour left. Yeah. I'm assuming you can take over. I mean, did you sleep all that? What the heck was going on? Did you sleep last night, man?
When
holy fuck, man.
I did get sleep, but the problem is I'm actually going to have to sleep today. Oh, there you are.
Yeah, you got to go sleep, man.
You know, we might as well just go ahead and shut this down and start the Gone Trucking. If there's an hour here, Gone Trucking was supposed to start, I think at 4. It's up to you, but I am actually going to have to get sleep.
Yeah, I think you do, dude. If nobody took over for you like yesterday, yeah, no, for a little while.
I actually, I didn't start the show till 5. So I actually got like 4 hours of sleep or something. But, you know, to get back to my old self, I'm actually going to have to get a few hours sleep. And tonight is Constitution night. So we need to, I need plenty of energy to read, to do that. And HB, you're back? At least he has appeared.
Boy.
Wait, hold it. It's not drugs. My wife is not for that's all fat. Congratulate. What on earth? Deacon Dave, did they give you an epidural? I think they gave Dave an epidural.
Dave got an epidural.
They gave it to the wrong pregnant woman.
Hold on.
Look at him laughing. That's pretty funny. All right. Well, since we seem to be having
What's
technical
going on?
I
Yeah.
don't know.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Well, HB's obviously on the road, and
Mhm.
I don't know. I'm pretty much done with Detroit. Jaquan will have to. Jaquan.
This is like I mean I'm for like Universal a couple because he has to read Ben's mom's book today. Like we have to get through all that stuff today. I don't know when they're gonna.
Oh, well, let me sit up here. All right, what do we have here? Can folks in the chat hear me okay? Crap. Drug weight. Oh, I got you, Deacon Dave. Yeah, HB doesn't know shit
Yeah,
about.
I hear you.
HB, you don't know shit about babies. Apparently, he's used to those Dorito babies, you know, where the mother eats Doritos for 9 months. This was John's.
Oh, I got a good one. I got a good one for you today. One of my business partners called me and she said, "Hey, I need some help with a Section 8 inspection." I said, yeah. I remember her Section 8 inspection. She actually has a tenant that I used to have. The actual tenant used to live in this house right here. Years ago, when I used to do Section 8, I used to Section 8 my housing, and this was a tenant. Lived here, the motherfucker was blind. But somehow she found her way on Section 8. Give me 1 second, let me update this stream. Somehow she found her way on Section 8, and unbelievably enough, she was blind. She had a couple of relatives that lived with her brothers, sisters, brothers and nephews, whatever the hell they were. And I remember her telling me, like, you have to really watch that one because he's dangerous. One of her brothers, son, I can't remember which one, but it was just a house full of welfare checks and recipients and shit like that. Anyway, so here's the inspection report. I'll start off with the inspection report. Let you guys take a look at this inspection report. Let me see if I have it up there. Got to get my screen right here, but nevertheless, here it is. Boom. All right. Let me get it up here. Let me get this screen up here. Let me tinker with something real quick here while I'm doing this. Let's see. I'm gonna tinker with something right here. Let's see. Can I do that? What does it do? Never mind. Let me just go what I got here. Let me see. Get this screen a little bit. Let me just cover myself. You don't need to see me for this. All right. So here's the first page of the inspection report here. I want you to take a look. Before I do that, I took a little ride through the alley of the property because I remember there was some big ass pit bulls and shit in that motherfucker. And so here's it right through the alley. Here's me on my scooter jump off. Yeah, look at that alley.
The alley look like.
What the fuck is that? Have mercy. Look at this. Look at this alley. What? No, that ain't just a Christmas time alley, people. This is how they keep their alley. Again, this is one of my business partners' property. This is right on Malcolm X. Right, I guess it would be west of Martin Luther King on Malcolm X. So like a block and a half down from the Popeyes here.
What?
Look at this motherfucker.
What? God damn. God damn.
Look at that shit. Now, so last time I came over here, and I think I got pictures. I showed you inside of the house. The lady next door, one of the property owners next door, was calling like, "Yo, these lady has a pit bull. She's breeding pit bulls. A lot of blacks do that to make money. They'll breed pit bulls. So this lady's breeding pit bulls is a way to make some money. And so, but they don't clean up after their pit bulls. That's the thing. So when you don't clean up after your pit bulls, right? The rats come and eat the feces. So this is the alley, as you can see. Look at it. My God.
God damn.
God damn. No white man threw this trash down, people. I promise you.
Get the bitch moved here. Never know. These bitches her pit bulls ago.
I thought this was the house, but this is the wrong house. But the hell, the backyard ain't much better than this house either.
Okay.
That's the wrong house. So now I go next door. Look at all this fucking trash. Have mercy. Look at all that trash.
Did the lady leave?
You're gonna see one of the pit bulls, and you're gonna see the nose of the other one. I'll stop it when you see the first pit bull, and I'll stop it when you get to see the nose of the next one.
Oh no!
So that's why I'm like, let me get the fuck out of here, fucking pit bull. Let me see if you can see the pit bull slowly. Like, I knew she had them pit bulls, man. And let's see where that motherfucker. Well, there's one right there at the top of the screen, right? Right there at the top of the screen, that motherfucker right here, right? When you can see where, if you can see where my mouse is, that motherfucker right there on this sidewalk, big ass pity. And then there was another one right here. You may see the nose of that motherfucker. Yep. Oh, you did see the nose. You did see the nose. You did see the nose.
Did the lady leave?
Look, oh, you saw the nose again. Let me see that nose. You see that nose? That's a pit right there. You see the feet. There's two pit bulls in the back, a big ass pit bull. You know, the blacks, they like the bully XLs and shit. But they don't have the ability to take care of the dog, so here you are. And that's the first tweet. That's from the back of the house there. Oh, this is a funny tweet. As I was riding to the house, man, this is a funny sight right here. Take a look. This is a Martin Luther King, Michael Luther King Avenue. This nigga here slumped. Ambulance is coming. Can't even wake his ass up. Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Hey, motherfucker got one shoe on. One shoe on, one shoe off. And he got his hand in the shoe. Have mercy. Have mercy. That nigga ain't move. He slumped. The ambulance just come. Look how loud the motherfucker ambulance. That nigga slumped. It's cold out there too. That nigga gonna freeze. And looking in ain't that cold. Looking in ain't that cold, nigga. You freeze out here. Nigga ain't moved. Loud ass truck just riding by it. Nigga ain't moved one bit. Not one bit. That nigga stuck. Nigga stuck. God almighty, God almighty, God almighty. This is Michael Luther King Jr. Avenue. As I'm on my way to see this Section 8 niggers, I'm on my way. Yeah. On my way, people. On my way. This is Michael and Martin Luther King, the two King corners, the liquor store right there, Popeyes across the street. And what we about to see? What we about to see? Them boys. Look, that's the little girl that was killed. Her memorial still here, still here. We still got to look at this shit. These nasty. It's been raining. These nasty ass teddy bears and shit. And right next to the memorial, people. Who is that? Who is that? Those are the people that Vivek Ramaswamy don't even give a fuck. He ain't telling them niggas ain't improving nothing in your life. We ain't even worried about competing with you, bro. We ain't even worried about you competing with anybody else. You are the reason why we got to bring these H1Bs in here, my man. No, matter of fact, you need to compete with the H1Bs. They competing with the Mexican migrants on the bottom end of society. And I'm going to show you that just as well. I've shown you once before, but I'm going to show you again. Down on the bottom, where there is no concern about H1B. I bet none of these niggas know about the H1B visa. They don't know what the fuck that means. But they do know that the Mexicans coming into their neighborhood. How do they know? We're going to see. Look at that. Look at there. No H. They ain't concerned about no H1Bs. Look a star. No H1B concern. No H1B. No. How many of you think any of these Negro know what H1B is? Maybe I can get them to come help me on this Section 8 inspection. I'm going to show you what needs to be done. Maybe I can get some of these Negro to help me with this Section 8 inspection. What you get? What you think about that? Here we go. There ain't nobody worried about no H1Bs. They ain't worried about no H1B. You think any of these boys know about H1B? Look at it. What kind of shoes is there? Air Jordan. Air Jordan. And they all dressed like hoodies, masks, Jordans, Air Jordans, Air Jordan. They probably were more worried about China trade policy. Oh, the Air Jordan is gonna be more expensive. Oh, the Air Jordans. Look at boy, that boy shoe clean right there. Lord have mercy, his shoes so clean. How you keep them so white? How do you keep them so white? Hoodies, Air Jordan. Some kind of coat, skinny pants. They all wear this skinny, but they're not worried about no H1Bs. And Vivek Ramaswamy is not talking about them when he's talking about H1Bs, and Donald Trump is not talking about them when he's saying he's going to protect American workers. These are not American workers. That's why they don't give a shit about H1Bs or the migrants coming in. This is the saddest part about it all to me. If you ask me, these are the Americans that are more or less forgotten about here. They forgotten. Yeah. And they crippling niggas. All kind of niggas, crippling niggas. There we go. And so, as I'm riding to the property, and didn't I see this? I think this is what I saw. Let's see. Did I see this? Right in the, oh, this is the alley. This is the alley. Maybe I need to send that other text. Let me see if I got that other text. I thought I sent it to myself. Maybe. Is this it? No, maybe this is it. Let me put that one up there. We're going to look at a couple of them on my way to the property today. On my way to the property today, I'll show you what I saw. God damn, look at all that trash. God damn, look at all that trash. Look at all that trash. God damn. God damn. God damn. God damn, let me see if I can post this other video real quick. Let me see if I can get this other video. It's almost there. Yep, it's there. Let me see what this video is going to show me right here. No. Let's see. Is this the video? No. This ain't it either. It must be this one. Yeah, it's this one right here. It's so... We seen the people there who've been left behind, who forgotten. We ain't talking about no H1B. We ain't even talking about migration policy for these people here. As I say, on my way to the property, what did I see? On my way to the property, what did I see? Here's something else I saw on my way to the property. Is this it? Is this it? Is this it? Yeah, no, that's the alley. Let me see. Maybe it ain't. Oh, here it is. On my way to the property right here, I'm pulling up to the property, and right around the corner, this is Malcolm X. Last week they were paving Martin Luther King. Probably the same group of people, and today they're paving the other King, Malcolm. And I'm walking. Now again, right around the corner. I mean, literally 20, 30 feet. Look at it as I'm going there. Look at this shit. Let's go back. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. You see them Jersey Bears and shit of his workmen out there. There's people out there working. And we can see what the people working look like in just 1 minute. These are the people on the bottom. These are not H1Bs. These are people probably illegal immigrants. TPS, what all the things, legal migrant, whatever the hell they are. TPS status, whatever the fuck they are. And then you're gonna see the people that Vivek Ramaswamy ain't even thinking about right here, the one with the stroller. This one right here. Ain't nobody talking about these people. There's no policy. Nobody thinking about these people. Look at that. What's she doing? What's she doing? Just sitting down doing nothing. Sitting down doing nothing. Right? And, somebody out here working. What all them damn cones out there look like they paving the road? Who paving the road? Who not him, not them. They not paving shit. No, with them shoes on, they not paving shit. Who paving it? Somebody explain to me who paving the road. Who paving the road? Who? What? Who paving the road? Street code too. All right, we're gonna see who paving the road. Who doing the working out here? Let's see who paving the road. Let's see who paving the road. I think we got the road pavers in this video again. Road pavers. Road pavers. These boys look like they just got here. Look at this Spanish. Look at these Spanish workers paving the road, driving these trucks. Road pavers. Road pavers. And now we're gonna get to this. We're gonna get to this inspection report. Look at the little queen right there. Let me get to the inspection report here. Here's the inspection report here. DCRA is committed. Let me see if I can maximize this share. They're committed. I'll let you read ahead of me. Let me pull up something real quick. Give me 1 second. Yeah, 1 second. 1 second. And 1 second. And 1 second. Yeah. Give me 1 second. One more time. You can see the report there. You can start reading ahead of me if you like. And then I'm going to show you the rest of the report. Give me 1 second. We're going to get into this report. And I just want you to ask yourself. I just want you to ask yourself a question. That's all I want you to ask yourself is just one question that I have for you. And so let's get into this report here and let's see what we got. Let's see what we got in this report. Let's see what we have here. And we're going to see what's in the report. What do we got in the report? DCRA is committed. What are they committed to? Providing equal access to this event for all participants and residents with disabilities. I don't know what, I think that first damn sentence had a misspelling, a misquote. DC is committed to providing equal access to this event for all participants, a resident with disability. I think they should say, and residents with we're starting off on a good note here, people. This is why I don't do Section 8, and this is why I would, if you ask me about Section 8, this is what I'm going to tell you. You can come back and look at this stream much later, and you can always see. It's Stanley. Can you pause it for a second? Everything's going wrong here. So let's. Hey, Sam, I'm going to pull it up on my screen. I'm going to get through it because I'm going to scroll through some of it. Some of it's kind of long. I don't want to waste the audience time. So I'll just
okay. Bear in mind, we're at 11:22 on this one.
Yeah, I know this one. Hey, let me just get through this shit real quick. Let's see what we have. All right, let me just go ahead and get through it. Oh, is my sound playing? Not playing, huh? God, let's see if I know I got pictures. What the fuck? I don't think my sound is playing, huh? Damn. Let me make sure if my audio is right.
Your mic is really low on the audio.
Oh, really?
Yeah, when it played originally. Let
me see if this is better. And every time you move from one place to the next, it's always a little different. How does this sound, Stanley? Can you hear me?
Well, I can hear you, but I can't hear the video.
Oh shit! Yeah. It's on mute. Let me see if it turns on. Shit, it doesn't fucking play. I don't know what the fuck.
No, it's playing really low.
Oh, really? You can hear it? Really?
Yeah, but it's low.
Really? I don't know why the fuck that is. Oh.
Your last few recorded videos have been fairly low.
Oh, is that right? Let me see. And let me say, oh shit, hold on. I got two at the same time. My Lord, let me see. Damn, I got an echo. Nicholas. All right. Maybe, oh, it's ready. Sorry, man. Hey, sorry about this, Stanley. Are you able to hear me now?
I can.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Okay, cool. All right. Sorry about this. I don't know what.
Oh, that's all right.
I don't know what the hell's going on today. All right. Here's the inspection.
One thing to note: your last few recordings have been low audio wise.
On Streamlabs.
I believe so. Yeah. However you're recording it.
I'm gonna have to adjust this sound. Maybe I'll test it out. Let me show some of the inspection here. Hopefully you can hear it this time. Any trash? Maybe not. Where are those fucking? I don't know what the hell's wrong with my sound these days. What the fuck is going on? Files, pictures, drive, recent. Oh yeah, you can hear it now, right? Damn.
Yeah.
No, I got him somewhere. Give me 1 minute.
Oh wait, can I? Is it playing?
Why is the smoke detector missing? Because
I can hear it. It's really low, but I can hear it.
Yanked it off the wall, threw it in the trash. Tie that bitch chirping. Window condition, owner. Window seal, peel and paint. There's about 3 or 4 men in that house. And now one of them will take the initiative to peel the paint and just paint back over. And the reason why they do this is because they assume that a child may eat the paint, but no children live here. Yet still fails inspection. Ceiling condition, rear bedroom ceiling has peel and paint. Okay. Again, 3 men in there. Not one of them motherfuckers would take the initiative. Smoke detector, missing smoke detector. If it passed inspection with the smoke detector, why did they take it out? Because it was chirping. They didn't want to put the batteries in. Basement. Now we're in the basement. Basement front room, severe peeling paint. I've shown you this room. And man, I'm going to see if I can show it to you again. This lady's a hoarder. She had so much stuff in there that she didn't have heat for years because the heating man couldn't get there to fix the heat. Can't turn it on. Peeling paint. Another missing smoke detector. Tenant. Rear porch wood is poor and unsafe. Now I'm going to tell you something. You saw them pit bulls in their backyard. I sent my roofer out there to that backyard. He like, man, I'm not going back there. If I can get beyond the dogs, it's the shit in the yard. Nobody can work there. You can't work in that house with pit bulls and shit all over the place. Nobody's going to do that. Not in D.C. Maybe you're in Alabama, somewhere where people just, yeah, I'm broke. I need a job. But not in D.C., man. People ain't working like that. Front, exterior, handrail, peeling paint. Okay. None of this is real major, right? None of this is real major. Let's see what the other inspection report. But again, it's so minor, but it's so many little things that you're gonna have to send someone out there with some skill to know what he's doing to do all of those things if you can't do it yourself. And so this becomes very expensive. This is $5,000 worth of work. We'll zoom in some more. Smoke detector. Second level hallway is missing. Who keeps removing all these fucking smoke detectors? Tenant. Oh, we're down here now. Access to unit. Large accumulation of clutter in the way, restricting access to basement, rear bedroom, and bathroom. Finally, they put something again on the tenant. Infestation. Evidence of infestation. Large point of entry in basement, front room, corner. Owner. Infestation of what? They didn't say. I'm assuming it's rats. I know it's rats because the neighbor next door was complaining about it. You know what's so crazy right here, Stan?
What's that?
To move in, there couldn't be any infestation. The lady's been there probably 10 years, right? So for her to move in, there can't be any infestation or wouldn't pass inspection. This is the inspection like checklist right here. And so at some point, you know, clearly she's breeding pit bulls and she's not cleaning up behind them, so it's causing rats. And now they say, oh, it's the landlord's responsibility. That shit is just amazing. You know what I'm saying? Like, who calls the rats? Right? Like, there were no rats when she moved in, right? And now they're saying it's the landlord's problem to solve the infestation problem that occurred while she was there. And this is like, you know, like the Achilles heel of all affordable housing. If you want to rent to these people, these are HUD guidelines. Basically, you know, basically down on the street level, right? Where people are living. HUD can't write guidelines for all this granular level of how people live. HUD wouldn't know how to do this. Rats. But it's the owner's responsibility. This lady has 2 pit bulls at least that she didn't have the right to have that shit. My business partner didn't give her the right to put these dogs there. Garbage and debris, backyard. Large piles of trash. I showed you that. Lead-based paint owners. Deteriorated surface exceed 2 square. Blah 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 blah. Deteriorated.
Wait, lead-based paint.
Yeah, that's what they do is I think they say basically if a house is built before, let's say 1950 or something like that, then you have to have a lead-based paint owner certification, blah blah blah, saying hey,
okay, that there's none in there. Okay,
or, you know, or you painted over it, right? That you did a good job of painting over it so it's sealed, more or less. That's the thing that they want you to do. Again, like, you know, I'm not against, you know, I paint all the time, but I think the problem becomes is like it's going to be very difficult to provide affordable housing when you got to abide by these strict rules for people who paying the lease. And you see how they keep their alleys; they live the worst. It's the Achilles heel of affordable housing because this is what the landlords know that the politicians either don't know or act like they don't know. The politicians wouldn't believe that Section 8 tenants would, you know, have an alley looking that way. And the city, if they come through that alley, they're going to write my business partner a fine. They're not going to write the Section 8 person a fine. And you know, it just really highlights, you know, like how hard it is to provide affordable housing when the people just don't go along with the program here, you know.
Right.
It's more and more bullshit. This is just a classic reason not to take Section 8. Let me see if I can find a picture. I don't think I can find it somewhere. I know I got a big see. Give me my house. I don't think I can find any pictures. Money out of time is money. And so hopefully, you know, ideally you'd have one handyman that can do pretty much all of these things. But again, it's going to be about $5,000 worth of work. From the owner's perspective, the infestation, you're definitely gonna have to get rid of that. And again, the tenant is not even complaining. The tenant's not complaining about any rats or anything. Like, they don't complain about those things, but the Section 8 has a higher standard than the tenants does. And so there is that. Let me see if I can find this. Hold on, man, I really want to show you. Quite a bit of Section 8 into yourself. Thanks again. That was pretty much it, though. Yeah, you know, it's just very interesting, man. You know, like none of those things that the tenant was complaining about. Yet the government was coming and saying, hey, fix this, fix that for her. And, you know, for landlords like me, you know, sooner or later, like, man, I'm tired of this shit, dealing with all this shit, fixing up some other shit that no one else has a problem with but the government. They go over things with a fine-tooth comb, and when you look at how the people live, it's truly amazing. Truly amazing. Stanley, that must be mind-blowing for you.
Why would it be mind-blowing?
I mean, you know, you probably never seen that side of it.
Well, you know, I've been in the city before. I mean, at a minimum, I've walked down lanes.
But you know, oftentimes you hear about rats in inner cities.
Mm-hmm.
And then you go in that alley and you see how people just carelessly discard trash and garbage. And that's
people obviously have no understanding. You know, I wonder, and this is going to be an odd thought, that having like lived out in the rural, you know, just kind of, you know, just kind of being out, like being raised in the South, anywhere that's remotely rural, you get a sense of what attracts animals. And I wonder if these people that are raised in cities just don't get that, you know, rats and rodents and, you know, they literally have become symbiotic over the centuries with humans. You know, they can eat human food, you know, they coexist, they're symbiotic with humans. And I think maybe city people just don't understand biology, zoology, or whatever you want to call it. You know, you throw shit out, it's going to attract animals. Do it in the country and have a bear visit. That'll teach you quick. Don't leave trash about.
It will teach you very quick. Man, I had some other pictures, man. You know, I talk all the time about DoorDash and Uber Eats and all this shit. You've heard me talk about that all the time, man. Let me share something with you, man. I was going in the house today, and this is what I saw, man. Like, I don't know if you can see what's in there. Let me see if you can see what's in there. You may not be able to see what's in there. Okay. Yeah, I'm walking up on a property today, man. It's like, dude just bought like a bunch of juices and drinks. Seriously, I don't know if you can see it. It's a Go Puff that, right? It's a bunch of juices and drinks, man. You know, it's like, this shit probably cost him $40. You know what I mean? Like, with the delivery fees and all that kind of shit, that shit is expensive, bro. And, you know, so many people, you know, are caught in that, let's see, here's another picture here. Let me take a look. That's the outside of the bag as I was walking up, you know.
Well, this is an interesting comment Mavid makes. He doesn't know you can feed dogs outside and not have rodents. Well, two things. You don't necessarily want to feed outside dogs inside, because believe it or not, outside dogs don't particularly like coming into the house. And number two, if you don't have toy dogs, probably like you grew up with, you won't have rodents because the fucking dogs will kill them. So you can feed outside dogs without rodents if the dogs kill the rodents and the rodents actually learn, don't mess with the dog's food.
For those of you looking for some investment advice, you may want to look into Go Puff and DoorDash and all that shit. I mean, these people are delivering a hell of a lot of shit to my house.
I have to tell you, my brother-in-law used to have a husky, and this husky was special. He would leave a little bit of food in his bowl, and it would attract rodents, and he would fucking kill the rodents just for sport. And you know, it wasn't one or two times. He would do it regularly. You know, just leave just enough to attract a rodent, and then kill the rodent. It was pretty funny.
Yeah, I can see that. Man, I'm thinking about putting this photo up in a room. I'm scared.
You mean like a regular old?
No, that's another. Not that one. Not that one. Man, I don't know if I can show this, man. Let's show it. What do you think? What do you think about that photo in the room? Picture on the wall. That shit would be hot, right?
I mean, I think that could pass as art.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was taken as art, right?
Yeah, I forget the artist's name. I gotta
or it was, I call this one a John Galt morning.
What do you guys think? You like that picture right there? I'm gonna get that shit framed right there.
I like it.
You like it? Face down. No pop the balloon on that one, Sam.
Oh, the balloon's already popped, more than likely.
Christ. I gotta get that on the wall real quick. Where's Sam I am? I mean, I think Sam I am. I like that picture right there. Seven Steel said art indeed.
Art indeed.
It's gonna be Airbnb, man. It's all about pictures, man. What would draw you in, you know, on a picture somewhere? You know, like the ODB picture I put up. Tell you about the ODB. Oh, we got 30 minutes. Oh, we only got 30 minutes. 20 minutes left. Stanley, what do you want to talk about before we get out of here, Stanley?
I don't particularly. I've got actually I've been wanting Kim to she's probably gone back to work today. No, actually Kim needs to pull up. I've got a couple Barbados pop the balloons. One of them she suggested.
They used to be my favorite island, Stanley. I used to go to Barbados all the time, man. I used to fly.
Oh, I know what. Herschel Walker, ambassador to the Bahamas. Did you hear about that?
I think so, yeah.
What do you think about that?
Ambassador, well, what is he going to do? Nothing much.
Well, hell, I mean, I have to say, I mean, he is of all the major appointments so far, he and the guy who's going to be secretary of HUD are the only two black cabinet members. Well, I don't know if ambassadors are considered cabinet. I guess not, but Trump has definitely done what he wanted to do. He's not bowing to, you know, a certain number of minorities in his administration.
Hopefully he chose the best person for the job, yeah, regardless of color.
I have no doubt that Herschel Walker will make a fine ambassador to the Bahamas.
And not much responsibility, not much foreign policy, not much going on there. He's just going over there taking vacation.
Not too far from Georgia. Can't be more than a couple hours.
Yeah, he'd be having a good time going there. You said what the Virgin Islands?
I think it's Bahamas.
Oh, yeah. You know, I used to date a girl whose father was the vice president of the Virgin Islands.
Oh, wow.
Vice governor, whatever the fuck they are. He'll enjoy that. St. Croix, St. Thomas. I think St. Thomas part of it. St. Thomas, St. Croix, and it's one more.
St. John?
St. John's, yep. Yep. I
think I've been to St. John before.
Oh, have you? Okay, so you've been to the Virgin Islands. What do you think about this right here? Stanley, the origin countries of H1b Visa recipients in 2020.
Canada is surprising.
75% to our brethren.
Hey, you know what? I don't have any thoughts. I think this number, you know, over the years can be worked on. The two things that I'm concerned about that are related to this is getting Americans trained up to, you know, take up the slack when we reduce the number of H1Bs. And number two, getting American culture to a point to where Vivek can't rightly call the culture lazy and mediocre.
I need to go back and read that Vivek's quote again. I need to really read.
I'll put it in the back for you.
I got it. I just need to really, because I think people are really, forming own thoughts about what he said.
Yeah, he didn't say anything that was controversial, or it was actually read more like a pep talk, like a coach against a team.
I think if you were a white man or even a black man, it wouldn't have come off that way. I
don't think a black man could have done it. White man could have.
I think
Of course, it depends. If Thomas Sowell or Glenn Lowry or somebody had said it, yeah, it would have been okay.
I mean, the same message, maybe couched a little different. But what
he didn't say anything that was even remote. It was pretty milquetoast.
I think some of the things where he was somewhat attacking culture.
He wasn't attacking.
Well, when what was taken as attack on culture.
Okay, and I tell you right now, I read it, and I wish he had. Believe me, if I'd written it, they'd have had no mistake. It was an attack. The way he wrote it, it really was more of a, hey, come on, guys, you know what's up. We need to work a little harder. It was like I don't know, very coach-like.
Yeah, maybe we should go over it one day, Universal Jones. What's up, Juan? We got 15 minutes. What do you think? You got any thoughts on anything?
Well, I was looking at Mexico, where the H1b Visa rate for them is extremely low. I think 2,500 visas. But what I would wonder more or less is, what is Mexico's NAFTA visa and Canada's NAFTA visa looking at? Because you don't necessarily have to apply for an H1b visa. You don't have to go through the prevailing wage determination and the perm certifications for Mexico and Canada, since they were part of NAFTA. You would apply for what's known as a TN visa. And so I wonder what the TN visa rate is for those two countries, since your skilled workers are coming to the United States based on that specific visa instead of the H1B.
What about a German engineer? Right.
Well, a lot of your
German trains over there.
Come again, I'm sorry?
They build good trains and they got luxury automobiles. Clearly they have good engineers. Why aren't they high up on the list? Why aren't we recruiting more German engineers to come in?
Because they're coming here on a more permanent basis, and so there are visas that will handle them as well. Specifically,
aren't they all? I mean, the Mercedes-Benz plants.
Yeah, the president of the
BMW plant.
Yeah, but they're here on a permanent basis, so they're either going to get here on what's known as an O visa, or they're going to get here on what's known as an EB1 visa. I think the president of the Mercedes plant got here on what's known as an L visa, since Mercedes is based
yeah.
And then
why is, but no, not the I'm not talking about the president. What about an engineer? Let's say
it would be
why isn't he? No, my question is, why isn't he coming on the H1B? Why are the Indians coming on H1Bs and not say a German engineer? And clearly they know what they're doing in Germany. They got a nice country over there.
Well, they've got Mercedes and BMW are already here. They're transfers.
No, but I'm saying, like, why doesn't IBM put in an H1B application and say we're looking for a German software developer?
Because again, and maybe I'm explaining it wrong, so I apologize. H1B visas are temporary. The visa's good for 6 years, but after about 9 months to a year, you got to go home and then come back. What you want for those people, the people that you're talking about, John, are on a more permanent basis. So the visa that would fit them would be what's known as an O visa for extraordinary talent regarding engineering, or the EB1 visa, which is a permanent residence card.
Why are the Indians dominating these temporary type visas? And I'm asking out of sheer ignorance. Can you explain it to me? Why isn't anyone else anywhere near them? Why do they have 75% of H1Bs? Well,
let me see, can I get my buddy to come up here and explain it? I'll get in contact with him and see if I can get him to come up here either tonight or tomorrow.
Again, I'm not criticizing. I'm just wondering, like.
Well, this guy is Indian. He's second generation, I think. The Berkeley graduate I told you about. He literally knows a ton of people in Silicon Valley.
He graduated from UC Berkeley, Stanley.
Yes.
Oh, perfect.
So why wouldn't the H1Bs come on this OV1? If they're taking the jobs that Americans can't do, why wouldn't they come on the OV1 on a more permanent basis? They can still go back, right? They can still go back.
Because of an O visa or an EB1 visa, either of those two visas, you have to show exceptional talent. And for your HB ones, you just have to be skilled in something, specifically medicine or science or what have you, tech, in that regards. And so all that you need, for example, for an HB1 is just, hey, I got a bachelor's degree. That's it, and you're in. And I'm oversimplifying it. It's a lot more of a complicated process, but
you're not that far off.
But it's basically, I have a college degree, let me in. Okay, you're in. You do such and such. Versus somebody that came up with a badass idea for a bullet train, or somebody that came up, like I was mentioning on my podcast, John, the guy that came up with the theory of the qubit for quantum computing. We got his ass over here on an EB1. And the reason why was because we needed him for national security, right? So, okay, forget staying here temporarily. We want to rob you from your country, basically, because we think that what you
do. Yeah, see, that part I understand. I don't understand bringing over an accountant, right?
Me either. And I think that that's abuse real quick. When there are jobs that are H1b jobs for janitors, yes, that actually happened. For accountants, for call center reps, I'm sorry, but no, that is an issue. But for tech, yeah, we're getting our asses handed to us when it comes to tech. Even Mexico, when it comes to their engineers and their tech engineers, they're pumping out a crap load of engineers. Matter of fact, a buddy of mine that works in the oil field, his boss, an oil engineer, is also from Mexico, because nobody's putting out people with that type of education here in the States.
Yep, petroleum engineering.
Guys, give me idea on that picture. Put give me a one in the chat if you like that picture. One of John Galt's walls in one of his Airbnbs and rental units there. I've always liked this picture right here.
This video is going to get a strike for nudity, isn't it?
You think so?
I hope not. I think it's artistic. I don't know.
It is artistic. It is artistic. Yeah. What do you think, Stan? You think it's artistic enough to not get a strike?
I think so.
You put it back up.
I mean, it's obviously a pose.
Man, I did the stream the other day. I should look for the picture. And YouTube struck the thumbnail almost immediately.
Who took the picture?
No, this picture, I need to find this artist that did this. I used to know his name. I used to have this picture framed. I moved around so many times, lost it, misplaced. I may still have it. But
Duwali says it's a harem picture.
A haram. Yeah.
Oh, haram. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't have on my glasses.
Stanley, do you have any other people that are in tech that have graduated from other schools like similar to Cal Berkeley?
I'm sure I do somewhere, but none that come to mind.
I should try to teach.
I mean, I have friends, who graduated from like the Naval Academy or University of Georgia, but none from a Berkeley or Stanford. Well, the Stanford graduate I know actually was a business major.
Hey JQ, that picture was taken a long time ago, as you can tell, long before those we had this transgender movement. I forget the name of the artist. I'm gonna look it up. But yeah, that is a woman right there. It better be. I'm vouching for him.
I would agree with Maven. This isn't something that I would put where religious folks would be able to see it.
Man, I had this picture up one time, man. An Indian dude, India, walked in my house, and then
where kids might see it.
Yeah, well, I don't take kids, but I had this picture up, man.
And if they're religious, they ought to be thanking God for this body.
Let me see if I can find this picture I had up. I had this picture of Amy Winehouse up. I've shown it before. Oh, I found it.
Nice. Let's go.
You see it? I had this picture of Amy Winehouse. Damn.
Which one?
Oh shit! Right here. You see this? An Indian man came in my house. He said, "Bro, I can't bring my wife in here with this picture." She fully clothed.
I never thought she was that good looking, to be honest.
Nah, he's not that good looking, but it's a provocative photo. It's social media. That's what it's all about. The thumbnail.
This photo is called "Would you like a sandwich?"
After the fact.
Yeah, after the fact.
Amy Winehouse is one of my photos. Samuel Giroux in one of my Airbnbs. An Indian walked in. He was like, "My wife can't come here with this picture." And he canceled his reservation. I'm like, "Oh well."